Welcome to Marshall LMS, a complete feature-rich learning management system built entirely from the ground up. This isn't just some basic platform. No, this is a full-blown system where you can create, manage and sell your own online courses with a seamless experience for both you and your students. Sounds ambitious? Well, we are making it happen from scratch. Let's start with the basics. A beautiful public-facing landing page and a course catalog designed to engage students right away. They can browse individual courses, explore detailed overviews, see the full curriculum, and thanks to a seamless Stripe integration, purchase access instantly. But before anything can be bought, users need to authenticate. Whether you are a creator or a customer, logging in is simple. Choose GitHub OAuth or go with your email. If you log in with your email, we will send a one-time passcode OTP to verify your identity. Fast and secure. Just copy paste it and you are authenticated. And that's just the beginning. As a creator, you get access to a powerful admin dashboard with beautiful analytics to help you track your success. You will have a fully custom course creation and editing suite complete with a slick, modern, rich text editor built from complete scratch. Uploading files? Well, we've built a custom drag and drop zone to make it effortless. Behind the scenes, uploads are handled securely using pre-signed URLs and stored in a S3 bucket. Production grade, scalable, and fast. And when it's time to edit a course, you have two powerful tabs. One to update your basic course info and another one to manage the course structure. The course structure page unlocks a whole new level of control. Using an intuitive drag and drop interface, you can reorder chapters and lessons with ease. Just drag and drop them into place. It's seamless. Oh, and of course we take security seriously. With Arcjet, our platform is protected against bots, XSS, SQL injection, and other common attacks. We also implemented rate limits and bot detection so that our app stays fast and secure. Now let's flip to the student experience. Once enrolled, students get a personalized dashboard showing the enrolled courses and the individual progress on each course. But the real magic happens in the course player page. A clean two-panel layout with a sidebar for navigating chapters and lessons, a main area with a beautiful video player and all lesson content, and of course a completion button that lets users track their journey through your course. Progress tracking is critical and we've made it a breeze. And if you're wondering how we will make all of this possible, then let me break it down real quick. We are using Next.js 15 for smooth server-rendered magic, paired with Tailwind CSS for a clean, responsive UI and fully customized with shared C and UI components. Authentication is powered by Better-Auth with both email OTP and GitHub OAuth support. Thanks to Arcjet, we are protected from the ground up. Payments are handled via Stripe with full checkout integration, and on the back end we are using Prisma with a Neon-hosted Postgres database. Modern, fast and scalable. By the end of this tutorial, you won't just understand how to build an LMS. No, you will have built your own one, ready for real users, real payments and real impact. So, what do you think? Did you enjoy it? Are you excited to get started? I hope so. This is literally the biggest and most comprehensive video I have ever made. I rewrote the code 7 times. Yes, 7 times. Just to make sure that everything is clean, scalable and secure. Throughout the video, I put a big focus on best practices and solid security measures so that you can build something rock solid which can make you millions of dollars per month without falling apart in the process. And here's the best thing. Everything that we will use in this video is 100% free and does not require any credit card. Now that you know what we are going to build and how we are going to build it, there are only 3 more things that you have to do before we can dive in. First of all, grab some water. Hydration is important. You want to drink a lot of water. Secondly, grab a keyboard and a mouse. You will write a lot of code. And lastly, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It takes only 1 second, but it would mean so much to me and my heart, so please do it. Oh, and also maybe you should consider becoming a channel member to get access to videos before they are released and to get access to more special videos. And finally, huge shout out to Arcjet for making this huge video possible. Without them, none of this would have ever happened. So thank you. And now it's time to get started. So let's roll the video which I recorded for you guys. Let's go! Alright friends, so let's get started. I'm already on the Next.js website, so let's head over to the documentation, to installation, and right here they already provide us with an installation command to create a brand new Next.js project. The only problem is it uses npm as a package manager and I don't want to use npm. The reason is quite simple. Later on we will install dependencies and npm will throw version errors that will say, hey, this dependency version is not compatible with React 19. Therefore, in this video we will use pnpm. Pnpm is a better alternative to npm, which is also faster and more efficient. And more importantly, once we install dependencies, it won't throw any version errors. You can still use npm, you will just have to force all of the installations. So, installing pnpm is quite simple. Just head over to the documentation, to installation, and here you will find all of the ways on how to install pnpm. Either use npm or use homebrew. So I think you have now installed pnpm. This means let's create a brand new project. So in my terminal, I will cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here, let's run pnpm create next-app at latest. This will create a new Next.js project, and using this at latest, we will also install the latest version of Next.js. This CLI will now ask us a few questions. So I want to name my project Marshall-YouTube or Marshall LMS-YouTube. Then I want to use TypeScript, I want to use ESLint, I want to use Tailwind, I don't want to use the source directory, I will use the app router, I will use TurboPack, and I won't customize the default import alias. Now here's one thing which I want to quickly mention, and that's that you can still continue watching this tutorial if you use JavaScript. It's fine. Nevertheless, my recommendation to you is to actually use TypeScript. It's a massive game changer and it will help you a lot in your dev workflow. So it's great for developer experience. If you have zero experience with TypeScript, then I will link a video on the top right or top left corner. I created a little primer and this will help you a lot to understand the basics of TypeScript. And also in this video, we will only use the basics. And as you see, the CLI now created a brand new project. It installed a few dependencies, which means we can open our project in our preferred editor. So as you see, I already opened the project. If you want to do the same, just go to the top, click on File and then on Open Folder. And now on the right side, you already see the project structure, which was created when we created the project. Let's quickly analyze it. So we first of all have a TS-config file. This is the configuration file for TypeScript. Then we have a README file. If you want to, you can update it. We also have a post.css file. This is for Tailwind CSS. Then we have a package.json file. Inside of here, we list all of our dependencies. So as an example, we have React 19 installed and Next.js 15.3 installed. It could be that once you watch this video that there's already a newer version of Next.js released, let's say 15.5 or 15.6. It does not matter. This video is compatible with all of the Next.js versions. It does not matter what version of Next.js you have installed. And then we also have a few dev dependencies. These are dependencies which only show up in your development environment, and once you publish your application or once you go production, these won't show up in your production bundle size. Then what else do we have right here? We have the next.config file. Inside of here we will configure Next.js. So as an example, we will use the image component later on, which means we will also have to whitelist a few domains, and we will do it right here. Then what else do we have? We have the eslint.config file. Later on we will update it a bit. Then we have our git ignore file. Please make sure that your .env file is added right here, because you don't want to commit your secrets to your public GitHub repo. Even if it's private, please don't commit them. Then we also have a public folder, and inside of here we will store all of our public assets. This means, for example, images, videos, fonts, stuff like that. Then we also have our app folder, and this is literally the most important folder in this whole project directory, because inside of here we will create our routes but also all of our logic. And let's start from the top. We first of all have a fav icon. You can update it later on. We also have a globals.css file, and inside of here we already configured Tailwind CSS. Then we have a layout file and a page.tsx. I expect you to know the absolute basics of Next.js for this video. This means I think you should all know what a page.tsx is and what a layout.tsx is. In short, a page.tsx defines a route, a layout.tsx wraps your pages. This, for example, is the root layout, which means all of our pages are rendered right here as children. Later on, we will, for example, create a dashboard route. This dashboard route will be rendered as a child. This means if we render, for example, above our children a hello world, then this hello world will be persisted on all routes, which also means it won't be re-rendered. And if we open our page.tsx, you will also find a bit of demo code. So let's, I guess, see how it looks like. Let's start our dev server. So let's open our terminal. You can do that either with Command J, this is a shortcut, or you can go to the top, click on terminal and then new terminal. And then in my terminal, I will run pnpm run dev. This will start our dev server on localhost 3000. Let's copy the URL and let's open it in a new tab in Chrome. And voila, this is our index page. This is our, I guess, demo route which Next.js created. Yeah, it looks quite nice, but this is of course not what we want to render. So let's again go back and let's update our page.tsx. Let's go to the return statement and let's delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a div, an h1, and inside of here, let's say hello world. If I again go back, you will see on the top left corner, hello world. And then let's also test out our layout. So if I go to my layout and if I render, for example, hey, this is the nav bar above our children, then you will also see it on the top. This means our layout works, our h1 works. Let's also see if Tailwind CSS works. So let's style our h1. Let's say text to XL, font bold, text red 500. Let's save it. Let's go back. And yes, as you see, Tailwind CSS works exactly as expected. And I guess we can get started with our application. So what's the first thing that I want to start with? Well, I want to start with our login page, with our authentication page. So let's again go back to our code base. Let's first of all delete this h1 from our layout. We don't need it anymore, and let's create our authentication page. So let's go into our app folder. Let's create a new folder, and inside of here I want to create a route group. Therefore, let's use parentheses, and then in the parentheses let's say auth. And now we have a route group. But what even is a route group? Good question. Let's head over to the documentation. So if you search for route groups, then you'll see that route groups are a folder convention that let you organize routes by category or team. This means these folders won't be mapped to the URL. So this convention indicates the folder is for organizational purposes and should not be included in the route's URL path. So we will only use it to organize our project directory, but it won't be linked linked to our URL. So let's again go back, and then in our auth route group, we want to create our login route, the actual route. So let's create another child folder. This will be our login folder or our login route. And then in the login folder, we want to create a page.tsx to actually create our route. Because again, how do you create a route in Next.js? Well, you create a folder with a name, and then you create a page.tsx in this folder. This defines a route in Next.js. And then in the page.tsx, we want to create an export default function. Let's call it login page. Let's invoke it, and then we can open it. Inside of here, I will create a return statement, and then I want to return a div h1, and I will say hello from the login page. If I save this and again go back, then you'll see that I don't see the login page right here. That's because we have to navigate to this new page. So let's go to the URL and let's navigate to /login. If I click on enter, you will see right here, hello from the login page. Nice. But now let's also style it. And inside of here, I want to render a card. Now here's the thing, in this video, we will reuse a lot of components. We will use buttons, inputs, labels, for example, cards and stuff like that. These components should all be styled pretty much the same way. They should be accessible, they should look nice and stuff like that. You could create components yourself, create them from the base, I guess create all of the HTML, style them with Tailwind CSS and stuff like that. But this would be quite hard because you want to also make them accessible. It would take a lot of time, and it's also something which I wouldn't recommend. Therefore, in this video, we will use Shared C and UI. Shared C and UI is a component library which is styled and accessible. And the nice thing is, it's also very, very easy to customize. Also, they are not really a component library, rather they just provide the building blocks to create your own component library. So if you didn't know, Shared C and UI is built on top of Radix UI. Radix UI is also a component library with the only difference that it's not styled. It provides the base layer primitives which are accessible. Shared C and UI takes these primitives, styles them, and pretty much gives them to you for free. And therefore, we will use Shared C and UI. So let's head over to the documentation. You can also right here check out all of the components, the accordion component, the badge component, the card component. The card component is, for example, what we will use in a second to create our login form. But let's first of all install Shared C and UI. So let's click on installation. We want to pick our framework. In this case, this is Next.js. And then the first step is to run the init command. So let me copy this installation command. Let's go back, let's open the terminal, and then inside of here, I will just paste it. And also it's important that you copy the pnpm command. If you use npm, then please copy the npm command. And also I forgot to mention it at the start, but bun is also a good alternative to npm. It's also faster, it's more efficient, and it also does not have these installation problems with React 19. And let's again go back. As you see, the CLI will ask us a few questions. So what base color would we like to use, or which base color? I would like to use the neutral color. It will now check our registry. It will then update the CSS variables. It will install all of the necessary dependencies. And then our project was successfully initialized. So let's see what Shared C and UI created. So we first of all have a components file or components.json file. This is pretty much the configuration file for Shared C and UI. So as you see, we use React Server components, TypeScript, then we have the path to our CSS file and stuff like that. If you want to, you can also update the configuration right in this file. Then we also installed a few dependencies. So for example, class variance authority, CLSX, Lucid React, and Lucid React, for example, is an icon library. So let's copy the URL, let's open it in a new tab This is the icon library. So as you see, these are all of the icons. They look nice, they are consistent, and that's probably also the reason why ShadCN chose this icon library as the default. I, for example, also use this icon library on my website and it looks nice. So let's again go back. Then what else has been added? Well, we also have a new lib folder with an utils file, and this is just our CN helper, which we can then later on use to create dynamic styles. Let's also already install a few components. So let's again go back to ShadCN UI and let's install the button component. So let's again use npm, let's copy the installation command and then let's paste it in our terminal. As you see, it created the component, and if we open our Explorer, then you will find a new components folder. In the components folder, we now store all of the ShadCN UI components which we install. So this is a huge difference to standard component libraries. For example, if you use MUI, all of the code will be abstracted in the Node modules folder, but ShadCN UI literally gives you the code for you to use and update. So this is our button component. As you see, we use this Radix UI primitive to make everything accessible, and then ShadCN UI styles everything using Tailwind CSS. And I want to install a few components, so I want to use the card, I want to use the input component, the label component, and to not do everything manually, please head over to my YouTube description and there you will find an installation command to literally install all of the components which we will need in this video. So I will just copy it from my Notion file. Let's again go back, I will open my terminal and then I will paste it inside of here. So as you see, these are all of our components, like for example the alert dialog component, the form component, the dialog component, Sonar, which is our toast library, the text area component. You can go through all of these components individually, just copy the name, go to ShadCN UI and for example type in Sonar. Again, Sonar is for example our toast library, so if we click on show toast, this will be the library, or this will be the toast which will be created. So let's click on enter. This will install all of these components as you see right here, and this means if I again open my components folder, you will find all of the components right here. So let's again close this, let's close this, and then in our page.tsx we can start by styling or by creating our UI for the login page. So let's delete everything in the return statement and let's start with the card component. The card component is imported from the components folder. Then in the card I want to render my card header component. In the card header I want to render the card title component, and then for the card title let's just say welcome back exclamation mark. Let's also give the card title a class name, and this will be text XL. Underneath the card title, I will render the card description, and inside of here I will say log in with your GitHub or email account. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, I will see my card right here. Okay, yeah, it's too big and I guess it does not look very nice right now. So we want to make the width a bit smaller, it should also be centered and stuff like that. Therefore, let's again go back, and instead of applying the styles right here to our card, we will instead create a layout file which will wrap all of the children in our auth right here in our auth route group. So in the auth folder, let's create a layout.tsx file, and please make sure that you create a file in the auth route group and not in the login folder, because later on we will also create a verify request route in the auth route group, and I want to also share the layout with this route. In the layout file, let's create an export default function. Let's call it auth layout. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. Inside of here, I will create a return statement. I will return a div, and then in the div, I want to return my children. As you see right here, I get an error and it says cannot find name children. So we will get our children through the params. So let's destructure the params. Let's get our children. As you see, I get an error and it says binding element children, children implicitly has an any type, and I already know what the type of children is, and the type is React Node. So let's give our children the type of React Node, which is imported from React. As you see, the error is now gone, which means if I again go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works as expected. If I, for example, render an H1 above our children and say, hey, this is the nav or the auth layout nav, and again go back, then you'll see it above our card. So this is how our layout works. And then I want to give my div a class name. Let's say this will be flex, width of full, maximum width of SM, flex of call, and then gap of 6. If I save this and again go back, you'll see that our card now takes a smaller width, and this already looks way better. Nevertheless, it's not centered, and that's not quite what I want. So to fix it, let's wrap this div in another div. So let's create a div, let's wrap this div in this div which we just created, and let's also give it a class name. This will be a position of relative, let's say flex, minimum height of SVH. SVH is pretty similar to viewport height. Then let's say flex of column, and then items center and justify center. This means we pretty much take the whole width and the whole height, and then we center everything in the middle, which means our card should now also be in the center, and that's exactly what happened. So let's again go back to our page.tsx and let's continue styling our login form. So underneath our card header, we can render our card content, which is imported from the components, and then in the card content, I want to render a button component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, I will for now say sign in with GitHub. If I save this and again go back, then you will find the button right here. But let's be honest, it does not look very nice. Therefore, let's again go back and let's update the button a bit. So I want to also render the GitHub icon. So in the button, but I guess before the text, let's get our GitHub icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's also give it a class name, which will be size 4. This means width 4 and height 4. This is pretty much just the short form. You could also say width 4, height 4. You just have to write more code. So let's again say size 4, and then let's save it and let's go back. And as you see, yes, this looks quite nice. Let's also give it the full width. So let's give our button a class name, and this will be width full. Let's give our button also a variant. This will be outline, and I think this should already look way better. And yes, it now takes the whole width, and we also have a different variant. One thing which currently annoys me quite a bit is white mode, which means I want to implement dark mode. So let's head over back to Arcjet and UI. Let's go to the documentation, and then in the navbar, or I'm sorry, in the sidebar on the left side, you will find the dark mode section. So right here we can add dark mode. As a framework, we use Next.js. So let's select this, and then we want to first of all install Next-themes. So let's copy the installation command, and then I will paste it in my terminal. So Next-themes will allow us to store the theme, I guess, preference in local storage. This means once the user does a hard refresh, we will keep the preference, I guess, saved. So if the user, for example, selected dark mode, and if the user then does a hard refresh, dark mode will stay persisted. You can also see it in the Arcjet and UI website. If I select light mode and do a hard refresh, the theme is kept persisted. So the next step is to create a theme provider. So let's copy the name themeprovider.tsx. This will be the name of the component itself. Let's again go back. Let's open the Explorer. Then I want to go to my components, to the UI folder, and let's create the themeprovider.tsx file. Then I want to copy the code, and then I will paste it into the theme provider file. And as you see, this component is also marked as use client, which means this component is a client component. What does this mean? Well, this means that this component will get a JavaScript bundle shipped to it, because this component needs the client side to work as expected. So let's again close the theme provider, and we want to wrap our children with this theme provider. So let's copy the theme provider, let's go back, and then I will wrap the children in this theme provider. Please make sure that you import the theme provider from your components, not from Next-themes. If you import it from Next-themes, you will get errors because it will say, hey, this component does not work, or I guess this package does not work in a server component, and that's also the reason why we created this separate component. Next-Themes needs a JavaScript bundle, and therefore you have to mark the component as use client. Let's also mark or give this HTML tag a property which will be suppress hydration warning. And I guess this should already be it. So let's again go back. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to create a theme toggle, or in other words, a mode toggle. So let's click or let's test it out. So this is what we will create. If the user clicks on this theme toggle, he will get 3 options: light theme, dark theme, or system theme. And if the user does a selection, the theme will automatically update. So let's go to the code. Let's copy the code example. Let's open our Explorer, and then in the components folder, in the UI folder, I will create a new theme toggle.tsx file. Let's again paste the code inside of here, and as you see, it looks nice. Let's also update the function name. So instead of mode toggle, I will call it theme toggle. So let's open our index page, and then underneath the h1, I will render my theme toggle component, which I will import from my components folder. This is self-closing. Let's again go back, and if I go to the index page, we will get an error. So let's again restart our dev server, and then I will again do a hard refresh. And as you see right here on the left side, I get my theme toggle. If I select light theme, I get light theme. If I select dark theme, I get my dark theme. And then let's continue with our login route, or in other words, with our login form. So underneath my button, I want to render like a little separator line. It will be a separator line, and then over the separator line we will say or continue with, and then underneath the separator line we will render our email input. So the user can either log in using GitHub, this means OAuth, or using email. So underneath the button, let's render a div element. Then I want to create a span element, and inside of here I will say or continue with. If I save this and again go back, you will find this text right here. This does not look very nice right now, so let's style our div. Let's give it a class name. This will be relative text center text sm after colon absolute after colon inset 0 after colon top 1/2. Let's for now write the styles. I will explain them later on. Then let's also say after z0, so the z index. Then I want to also say after, which will be flex. Then also after, which will be items of center, then also after, which will be border top, and then also after, which will be border border. This means the color of our border. If I save this and again go back, you will find the separator line. And you know what? It looks quite nice, to be honest with you. So these after classes are there to create this line. That's also why we created so many. This is just, I guess, a little trick to create this line and then to render the text over the line. Then let's again go back and let's also update our span. So let's give it a class name, which will be relative z10. Let's also give it a bg color, and this will be bg card, so background. And let's also say padding x of 2. If I save this and again go back, then you will see that this looks absolutely beautiful. So if I zoom in a bit, you'll see we have this separator line, so on the left side and then on the right side, and then we render the text pretty much over this separator line. It looks so nice, to be honest with you. And let's maybe also darken the text a bit because it's currently too light. So let's again go back and let's give the text a color of muted foreground. If I save this and again go back, you'll see, yeah, this looks beautiful. And also, as you see, I use these classes, muted foreground, bg card, border border. These are not your standard Tailwind CSS classes. So what is this? Well, these are CSS variables. So if you open your globals.css file, you will see that Shadsi and UI configured this file. It created its own CSS variables, and then it also added all of the colors for these CSS variables. So let me show you an example. So right here we have our popover foreground. This defines the CSS variable, but it does not define any color. The color itself is actually defined in the root object, I guess. So if you search for our popover foreground, then you will see that we define the color using OKLCH. So OKLCH is the successor of HSL. It's a better alternative to HSL. It's better for colors and stuff like that. I also already made a video on OKLCH. So if you go to YouTube and open my channel, then you will find this video right here, which is called How to Use Shadsi and UI the Right Way. Inside of there, I talk about OKLCH, how Shadsi and UI works, and how to customize your components the right way. And then in our login form, I want to render my input, or I want to render my email input. So underneath this div, which we just created for our separator, we can create another div, and let's give this div a class name, which will be grid and then also gap 3. This will only create the spacing between our email input and then the submit button. But I will show it to you in a second, don't worry. Then let's create another div inside of here. This will be the wrapper div for our label and our input. So let's give it a class name, which will be grid and then also gap 2. In this div, let's render a label component. This is imported from the components folder. And here's the thing, please listen to me. Please don't import your components from Radix UI. If you import your component from Radix UI, you will get a lot of errors, and also the UI, or I guess the end result, won't look as expected. So whenever I import components, I always import them from the components folder. Please do the same. And now let's import the label component from the components, and I want to say email, and let's also give the label an HTML4 property, and this will be equal to email. Underneath our label, I want to render the input component, again imported from the components. Let's give this input a type, which will be email, and then also a placeholder, and for the placeholder I will just say m@example.com. If I save this and again go back, you will see this input right here, which looks absolutely beautiful. Let's also render the submit button underneath our input. So let's go underneath this wrapper div, which has this gap 2, and then I can again render the button component, which I already imported, and inside of here I will just say login or continue with email. If I save this and again go back, you will see, yeah, this looks quite nice. But there's still one problem. Currently, there's no gap between our separator and our content. So let's again go back, let's scroll a bit to the top, and as you see, all of our content is rendered in the card content component. Therefore, it would also make a lot of sense to pretty much create like a, I guess, gap. So let's give our card content a class name, and then this will be flex of column and gap 4. If I save this and again go back, you will see that we now finally have a bit of spacing. Also, if you're wondering why I use right here flex column and then right here grid, well, honestly, there's no difference. You can either use grid or flex column. The result is the same. And honestly, I think our login form looks beautiful. Nevertheless, there are still a few things which I want to update. So for example, on the top left corner, I want to render a go back button. Then above my card, I want to render my logo. And then underneath my card, I want to render like a little click on the terms and privacy policy to learn more or something like that. So therefore, let's again head over back to our layout, and then let's update our layout. So currently we render two divs. One div which pretty much centers everything, and then the other div which gives our children this nice little maximum width. Let's go above this maximum width div, and let's first of all create this back button. So let's use the link component. This is provided by Next/link, and this will allow us to redirect the user. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use the link component and why don't we just use the standard A tag? Well, it's quite simple. The link component provides us with two key benefits. First of all, prefetching, and then also client-side navigation. The A tag does not provide any prefetching, and also when you navigate the user, it will make a hard navigation, or it will do a hard navigation, which means the whole page will refresh. We don't want that. So let's delete the A tag and let's use the link component. And again, if you're not sure about all of the components or if you don't know everything, this is fine. The documentation is your best friend. Just go to the documentation and search, for example, for the link component. Right here you will see the link component is a React component that extends the HTML element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation between routes. As you see, quite simple. So let's again go back, and our link component currently complains. And that's because we are missing one property, which is the href. And if the user clicks on the link, I want to redirect the user to the index page. And then for our link, I want to say, or I want to render the arrow left icon. Arrow left is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's also give it a class name, which will be size 4. And then after our arrow left icon, I will also say back. This means if I again go back, you will see this right here. And yeah, this link looks quite ugly. And you know what? I mean, what did I expect? I did not add any class names. Of course, the link looks quite boring and ugly, I would say. So here's the thing. I want to style the link exactly as the Shared CN UI button. It should look exactly the same. The same rounding, the same paddings, the same shadow. Literally everything should be the same. So for example, we can go to the button component, and how about we just copy all of these class names and paste them right here for our link component? Well, this will actually work, but you know what? This is quite annoying and not scalable. So is there any other solution? Yes, there is. There is an even better solution, and that's to also add a class name and then use the button variants function. So let's import it from the components and let's invoke the function. So here's the thing. This function, as mentioned, is imported from the components, from the button component, and it pretty much injects all of these styles right here into our link. This means if I again go back, what do we have right here? Well, we have a link which is styled exactly the same as a Shared CN button. And also from now on, I will say Shared CN and not Shared CN UI. So this button looks quite nice, but I want to position it on the top left corner. Therefore, let's again go back, and then for the link, or right here in the button variants, I will destructure it. I want to give it a variant, which will be outline, and then also a class name, and then for the class name, I want to give it a position, which will be absolute, and then top 4 and left 4. If I save this and again go back, you'll see this button and it looks beautiful. And if I click on the button, I will get redirected to the index page. So we are finished with the button, and the next step is to render the logo and also the company name above this card. So right here. So I want to pretty much create a header and then also a footer. And the footer will render a text which will say something like, hey, if you sign up, you agree to the privacy policy and terms. Therefore, let's again go back. Let's go to our layout, and then right here I want to go into this div where we have this maximum width, and inside of here I want to again use the link component. As you all know, we already imported it. Let's give the link also an href, and this will be the index page, meaning an empty slash. And then in the link I want to render the company image, and or in other words the logo and the company name. So this will be Marshall LMS dot. If I again go back, you will see it right here, but you know what? I want to center it. Therefore, let's give our link component a class name, and then this will be flex items, which will be center, gap, which will be 2 to have a bit of spacing, self, center, and font medium to have a bit of a bigger font weight. If I again go back, you will see that the font weight is now a bit bigger, and also the text, the logo, the company name is centered. And as already mentioned, I want to also render the company logo. So right here in front of our text, I want to get the image component imported from next/image, and this is self-closing. Right here, I have to provide 2 properties, and this is first of all the source of our image, and then also an alt. For the alt, I will just say logo. So where will we get our source from? Or in other words, where will we store our source? Well, in our Explorer, we have this public folder, and as mentioned, in here we want to store all of our public assets. images, videos, fonts, whatever. So in my YouTube description, I will have a link. This will redirect you to a website where you can download all of the public assets. And one public asset, and maybe also the only public asset, will be the logo itself. This is the logo as you see. So let's again close this and let's import the logo on the top. So I will say import logo from @/public/logo. Then we can use this logo. So if I scroll to the bottom, I can pass the logo as my source. If I again go back, you will see, yeah, I mean, the logo looks beautiful, but it's way too big. Therefore, we can add a width and a height. So for the width, this will be 32, and then for the height, this will also be 42. No, I'm joking. It will also be 32. I want to have this square aspect ratio. This means if I again go back, you will see, yeah, it's now way smaller and the proportions look way better. So we are finished with this header, and the next step is to render this little footer. So let's again go back. I want to go underneath my children, but still in this div with the maximum width, and I want to create another div. Inside of here, I will render by clicking continue, comma, you agree to our, then let's render a span element. This will be terms of service, and then after the span, we can also say and. So and then let's again render a span element, and then in the span I will render privacy policy, and then at the end I can render a dot. So the complete sentence will be by clicking continue, you agree to our terms of service and privacy policy. This means if I again go back, yeah, not so nice, no. Let's style this div. So I will give the div a class name, and this will be text balance, text center to center it in the middle. By the way, I also misspelled text balance, and text balance is just text wrap, so it's kind of balanced, if you understand what I mean. Then we want to also change the text size, so text XS, and then the color should be text muted foreground. This means if I save this and again go back, you will see, yeah, this already looks way better. And also right now we have this terms of service span element, and then also the privacy policy span element. The thing is, when the user hovers over these two span elements, I want to showcase a hover state. Therefore, let's again go back, and for the span element, I want to add a class name, and then this will be hover of text primary, and then we can also say hover, which will be underline. So this means if the user hovers over our span or over this text, I want to display the primary color and then also a little underline. Let's copy this class name, and then I want to also paste it for the second span element. This means if I again go back and hover over terms of service, you see we get this text color, so the text color updates, and we also get an underline as you see right here. Then I can again zoom out, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is to finally implement authentication. And in this video, we will use Better-Auth. And what is Better-Auth? Well, Better-Auth is the most comprehensive authentication framework for TypeScript. They support a lot of frameworks, so if you go to the documentation, you can go to the plugins section, and here you will see, or no, not to the plugins, but to the integrations. So right here, you will see they have support for Astro, Remix, Next. This is the framework that we use, Nuxt, SvelteKit, even Expo. So Better-Auth is a very nice open source authentication solution. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why don't we use Auth.js? In a lot of your previous videos, you used Auth.js. Well, the answer is quite simple. Better-Auth is better than Auth.js. Who would have thought? Better-Auth has a lot more features. Also, errors and issues get fixed way faster, and if you go to the changelog, you see there are constantly new features. And that's also the reason why I personally started using Better-Auth, and also why we will use it in this video. This does not mean that Auth.js is bad. No, it's still a great framework, and I also use it right now for my website, marshallcode.com. So it's still fine, you can still use it, but in this video, we will use Better-Auth. Also, what I'll quickly mention is, or maybe you will ask me, hey Jan, why don't we use Kind in this video? The answer is simple. Kind is my favorite auth solution. I love it. I use it pretty much daily. The only thing is, Kind makes a lot of sense in a B2B application, but our application will be a B2C application. This means pretty much 90% of our customers won't be paying customers. This also means I won't need advanced features. I won't need multi-factor auth. I won't need, for example, SSO. I won't need roles and permissions, and that's also the reason why I won't implement kind in this video. Nevertheless, if this would be some sort of B2B LMS, then I would implement kind, because implementing organizations with kind is super easy. And also I created a very detailed and a very nice video on organizations. So right here, if you go to my YouTube channel, then you will find this video right here, multi-tenant SaaS architecture in 3 simple steps. In this video, I showcase how to build a nice multi-tenant SaaS architecture while also creating this nice little organization switcher. So yeah, let's again close this. Oh, and by the way, watch this video on file uploads. Super important and super cool video. So let's implement Better-Auth. So let's head over to the documentation, and then I want you to click on installation. Oh, and by the way, please also head over to the website Better-Auth. Scroll through the landing page. It's very detailed. It will also tell you, or it will showcase all of the features. And yeah, let's get started. So I will head over to the documentation and then to installation. The first step is to install the package, which is Better-Auth. Again, I will use pnpm, so I can copy the installation command, and then in my terminal, I will stop my dev server and paste the installation command inside of here. And also some people might write in the comments, hey Jan, you don't have to stop the dev server every time. You can also create a second terminal tab. Yes, I know, in theory it works and it shouldn't create any problems. Nevertheless, I want to play it safe and I don't want to create any bundling issues. Therefore, I will also stop my dev server every time. But you, in theory, can also just create a second terminal tab and install all of the packages inside of there without stopping your dev server. And now I can again restart my dev server since we installed the package. And the next step is to update our environment variables, because right here it says create a env file. We already did that. And then we want to pretty much create a secret key. This random value, so this secret key, will be used by the library for encryption and generating hashes. You can generate one by using the button below. So let's generate a secret, and then we can copy this Better-Auth environment variable. I want to open my env file, and as you see, I don't have one. So let's create a new one. In our root directory, I can create a new file, and this will be our .env file. Inside of here, we will store all of our secrets, like for example, the Better-Auth secret. Then the next step is to also set the base URL. This is the local, or not the local, this is the URL of our application. Since we are currently in development, the URL or our URL is localhost 3000. Therefore, we can copy this environment variable and again paste it right here in our env file. The next step is to create a Better-Auth instance. This means we want to create a file named auth.ts in one of these locations, either in your project root directory, in your lib folder, or in a utils folder. You can also nest any of these folders, but yeah, let's just create it in the lib folder. So I can create open my explorer, then let's go right here into the lib folder and let's create a auth.ts file. Then we can scroll to the bottom, and then I will copy this code and paste it right into this auth.ts file. As mentioned, again, this will just create the server-side auth or Better-Auth instance. Then we can scroll to the bottom, and the next step is to configure our database. So Better-Auth requires a database to store user data. You can easily configure Better-Auth to use SQLite, Postgres, or MySQL with this right here. I cannot pronounce it, I'm sorry. Handling queries and migrations for these databases. So here's the thing, I don't want to use this tool. Sorry again, I have no clue how to pronounce it correctly. Instead, I want to use an ORM. Now there are a lot of ORMs on the market. You have Drizzle, you have Type ORM, and a lot of other ORMs. But in this video, we will use Prisma. And the reason is quite simple. Prisma is a relatively high-level ORM. It's very easy to understand, and it's also very easy to write queries and create mutations and just in general to work with the ORM. Drizzle is also a very nice ORM. So not drizzle.com, but orm.drizzle.team. This is also a very nice ORM. It's also relatively easy to use, but it's way more low level. You have to know a bit of SQL to use it. And that's not a problem. The reason why I won't use Drizzle in this video is because they are currently doing a huge rewrite for version 1. And since I don't want to deprecate this tutorial, we will use Prisma. And also, let me quickly summarize what Prisma is. So Prisma, as mentioned, is an ORM. To be specific, it's a TypeScript ORM. And it's very easy to use. They also offer a lot of other products like a database and, optimize, accelerate. We won't use these paid products. The ORM is completely free and open source. So let's get started. So I want to open my terminal, and then in my terminal, I want to first of all install the ORM. So I want to do a pnpm I prisma/client. This will install the Prisma client, and then we have to also install a second package, and this will be pnpm I-d uppercase D Prisma. So this will install Prisma as a development dependency, and as mentioned, this won't show up in your production bundle size. Once these two packages are installed, we can also initialize Prisma. So let's run pnpm dlx prisma init. So as you see right here, hey, your Prisma schema was created. You can open it in your favorite editor, and the next steps are first of all to set the database URL in our env file. Then we want to also set a provider, and then we can run a few commands. But let's first of all look at what Prisma even created. So first of all, we have a new Prisma folder. In the Prisma folder, we have a schema file. And then in the schema file, we will create our schema. This means we will create all of the tables with all of the columns, and then we will also create all of the relations. And then also, if you open your env file, you will see that Prisma right here created a dummy database URL. Let's delete these comments, we don't need them. And what we want to do is we want to now create a real database, and then we want to connect Prisma to our real database. So there are a lot of options for databases, free ones, paid ones, good ones, bad ones, but in this video we will use Neon. Neon is a Postgres provider which got recently acquired, but I guess this has nothing to do with this video. It's super cool and it has a lot of fancy features, like for example auto scaling. This means it can scale to 0, and it also offers branching. Now in this tutorial we won't need scaling, we won't need branching, but still, if you go into production at some point in the future, then it's nice to have these features. If we also quickly look at the pricing, you'll see that they have a very generous free tier, which again does not require any credit card. So we can create 10 projects, 0.5 gigabyte storage, 190 computer hours. This is more than enough. And also, if you want to have some sort of alternative, then you can also use Supabase. This is also a Postgres provider, but honestly Neon is just faster and easier to set up. Therefore, I will use Neon in this video. So step number 1 is to first of all log in. And once logged in, you will see all of your projects right here. If you don't have any, don't worry. I have quite a few, as you see, and also I am on the scale plan, but this also is not important for this video. So let's create a new project. This means let's create a new database. For the database name, I will just call it Marshall-LMS-YouTube -public. Then for the Postgres version, I will choose the latest one. In this case, this is version 17. For the database name, it will just generate a random one. Then for the cloud provider, Azure is fine enough. And for the region, I will select the default one. Then let's create our database. And you know what? Our database has already been created. So Neon has a very fancy architecture in the background, which allows it to spin up databases in milliseconds. So let's connect to our database, I will click on connect, and then right here, please select Prisma. This is our ORM. And then here we have a schema file. We don't need it. We want to click on .env, and here we already get our database URL. So you want to uncomment the next line if your Prisma version is lower than 5.1. So let's quickly check. If I open my package.json, what version of Prisma do we have installed? 6.8. Therefore, we can leave it commented, and we want to just copy the first database URL. I will then again open my env file, and I will delete this dummy database URL and instead paste what I just copied. So we already set up Neon, we are already finished, which means I can close the website. So let's head over back to the Better-Auth documentation, and I want to scroll to the adapters section. So right here it says if you prefer to use an ORM as we do, or if your database is not supported by this tool, you can use one of the built-in adapters, and Prisma is a built-in adapter. So we want to pretty much first of all import this adapter, Prisma adapter. So I will open my auth configuration file, and I will paste the import statement on the top. And then we want to also initialize this Prisma adapter in the auth configuration file. So I will again just copy the code example and paste it right here. So let's quickly analyze the code. So again right here, this first of all creates the auth configuration file for the server side. Inside of here we have a database property, and we set it equal to the Prisma adapter. This Prisma adapter accepts two arguments. First of all, the Prisma instance itself, which we currently haven't created. We will do that in a second, and also the provider. So what database do we use? Do we use MongoDB, MySQL, SQLite? No, we are using Neon, and Neon in the background uses Postgres. And the next step is to create a Prisma instance. So please head over to Chrome, and then in Chrome search for Next.js Prisma best practices. Here you will get a few results, but please click on the first one. This will give you all of the best practices, but there's only one thing which we need. So right here at the top they say avoid multiple Prisma client instances. When developing a Next.js application, one common issue is accidentally creating multiple instances of the Prisma client. This often occurs due to Next.js's hot module reloading feature in development. Next.js's hot module reloading feature reloads modules frequently to reflect code changes instantly. However, this can lead to multiple instances of Prisma client being created, which means we have to somehow fix this problem. So here's the recommended solution. To avoid this, create a single Prisma client instance using a global variable, and this is exactly what we will do. So in my codebase, we can again open the code structure or the project structure, and then in the lib folder, I want to create a db.ts file. This will be our Prisma instance, or inside of there, we will configure our global variable, our global Prisma variable. We can then copy this code example, let's go back, and then I will paste it inside of here. As you see, we get one error, and it says module Prisma client has no exported member Prisma client. What's the problem? We literally just copied the code example right here from the official docs, as you see. So sadly, these docs haven't been updated in quite some time, and this import statement is incorrect. So let's just delete it. Right now we still get a few errors, don't worry. Let's for now just close this file. We will fix it in a second. Now, if we again go back to the auth configuration file, we can hover over Prisma, and as you see, we can add the import from the db file. Let's do that, and I think we now set up our database provider. So if I go back to the documentation, the next step is to add or create the database tables. So Better-Auth includes a CLI tool to help manage the schema required by the library, and they provide a generate command, and this command generates an ORM schema or SQL migration file. So let's copy this code example with this generate command, and then I can just copy it, or not copy it, but paste it into my terminal. Again, this will generate this schema. As you see, I have to install the package, so I will do that quickly. Oh, and by the way, friends, don't forget to stay hydrated, drink some water, or drink a Pepsi. No, this is not recommended. Drink some water, stay hydrated. We got an error. Couldn't read your auth config. Reference error, Prisma client is not defined. So what's the problem? Well, again, if we open our auth.ts file, or not our auth.ts, but our db.ts file, we currently don't import Prisma client because we currently don't have a Prisma client. To generate a Prisma client, we have to first of all push our schema. But to create a schema, we have to create a Prisma client. I know, so stupid. So let's open our schema. And in our schema, we will just create a dummy model. So I will create a model, I will call it test, and then I will open it. And then I will create an ID. This will be of type string, at ID, at default UUID. And then I will create a test property or column, which will be of type string. That's it. Then we can open our terminal. And inside of here, I will run pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will push the schema to our database, or in other words, it will sync our database schema with this local Prisma schema. So as you see, your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Nice. Let's quickly head over to the Neon dashboard and let's see if everything worked. So right here in the sidebar, you will find the tables tab. Let's click on it. And as you see, we should get one table, and this is the test table. So everything worked as expected. So we can again go back, and then in our DB file, we can import our Prisma client. So I will hover over Prisma client, then we can click on quick fix, and I want to add the import from generated/Prisma. Then I will click on enter, and as you see, everything now works as expected. So here's the thing, in version 5, or I think with version 5, we got a big update. In previous versions, all of the client code got abstracted in the node modules folder. Now in the lib folder, we have a new generated folder. This generated folder is pretty much all of the code which is created by Prisma. These are all of your types. Again, in previous versions, this was abstracted away in the node modules folder. They now give you access to this generated folder, and that's also why we have to import Prisma client from this generated folder. So since this is finished, we can now finally generate also our Better-Auth schema. So I can again copy this command, this script, and then in my terminal, I will just paste it again. In theory, it should work. And as you see, it says the file schema.prisma already exists. Do you want to overwrite the schema to the file? Yes, I want to do that. So let's click on yes. And as you see, it was successful. And in our schema, we now have a few tables. So I can first of all delete the test table. I don't need it anymore. And now we have a user table. We have a session table, an account table, and then also a verification table. These are all of the required tables and also the required columns for Better-Auth to work as expected. So I think we are finished with the schema. So let's again head over to the documentation. And the next step is to already configure our authentication methods. So configure the authentication methods you want to use. Better-Auth comes with built-in support for email, password, and social login providers. So we can again open our auth.ts configuration file. And as mentioned, I want to allow the user to sign in either with GitHub or using the user's email, and then we will send a magic link to the user. So let's first of all configure GitHub OAuth. So underneath our database property, we can get the social providers property. This is an object, and inside of here, we get quite a few options. So as mentioned, we want to use GitHub, and this is again an object. And inside of here, we have to define two key properties. First of all, the client ID. For now, this will be an empty string. And then also the client secret. Again, for now, this will be an empty string. So where do we get our client ID from, and where do we get our client secret from? Well, who would have thought? From the GitHub website. So let's head over to github.com. I will blur out a few things, and then I want to go to the settings. Then we want to scroll to the bottom, and here you will find the developer settings. Then I want to click on OAuth apps, and we want to create a new OAuth app. So first of all, we have to provide an application name. This will be Marshall, so I will spell it correctly, Marshall LMS. Then for the homepage URL, this will be localhost 3000. So I will copy it and paste it. And then we want to also add an authorization callback URL. So let's head over to the Better-Auth documentation, and then I want to click on authentication, and then right here I want to click on GitHub. This is what we are using right now. And as you see, it says, make sure to set the redirect URL to localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/GitHub for local development. And since we are in local development, we can copy this URL. Let's again go back, and then I will paste it right here. So again, localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/GitHub. Then I don't want to enable device flow, and then I can register my application. Right here, we will get a client ID. I will copy it, go back, and instead of pasting it right here, I will instead paste it into my env file, because this at the end of the day is a secret. So I will create a GitHub_client_ID, and this will be equal to the value that I just copied. And then I want to also generate a client secret, so let's click on this button. So as you see, my client secret got generated, and it's important that you copy the secret now, because you won't be able to see it again. So I will copy it, then I can go back, and I want to create a new ID or a new environment variable. And this will be the GitHub_secret. And you know what? Let me rename these environment variables. So this first one will be auth_GitHub_client_ID. And then the second one will be also auth_GitHub_secret. And then this will be equal to the value that I just copied. So this is finished. Let me copy the auth GitHub client ID. Let's go back. And then for the client ID, I want to pass my process.env.auth GitHub client ID. Then for the client secret, I can also copy the name. I can go back. And again, I want to pass it using my process.env. So I will say process.env.auth GitHub secret. As you see, I get 2 errors, and it says right here, type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So what's the problem? Well, TypeScript currently does not know if your secrets are defined or not. So there are 2 ways to fix it. We could either right here just say as string, and then also for the second one, I could say as string, and as you see, the error goes away. So you could say, hey Jan, let's continue. Sure, we could do that. But still, we don't verify right now that the environment variable actually exists. We just say, hey, in theory, it should exist. Don't throw an error, but honestly, I don't really know if we have this environment variable. Therefore, in this video, we will implement T3env. So T3env right here says, forgetting environment variables during build can be a hassle and difficult to debug if a bug is caused by a missing environment variable. This package provides a simple way to define environment variables validation for your app. This library does all the grunt work for you. Simply define your schema and use your environment variables safely. So in the sidebar, we can click on Next.js because we use Next.js as our framework, and we have to install 2 dependencies. First of all, the T3 package itself, the dependency, and also Zod. So what is Zod? Well, Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation library with static type inference. Zod will help us to create a Zod schema. So Zod at the end of the day pretty much allows you to write rules. So we will say in the Zod schema, hey, our env schema will have a GitHub ID, a GitHub secret, a database URL, some sort of other secret. And then we will use T3, or T3 will take the Zod schema, and then it will compare your Zod schema against your env file. So right here, if I open my env file, I have all of these secrets. If I, for example, delete the auth GitHub secret, it will throw an error and it will say, hey, when I compare the Zod schema against your env file, I see that there's one environment variable missing, in this case the auth GitHub secret. And this is a huge benefit for us because we will now know definitively that our environment variables are defined. So let's copy the first installation command because we are not using JSR, so I will just copy it, and then in our terminal, I will just paste it right here. And also right here they mention, although we'll use Zod as examples throughout these docs, you can use any validator. Honestly, Zod is pretty much the industry standard, and that's also why we will use Zod in this video. So right here they already provide us with an example schema, so let's just copy it. Then let's go back, and I want to create in my lib folder, so right here, a new file which will be called env.ts. Then I will paste what I just copied, and again, what do we do right here? Well, first of all, we create this env variable, this constant. This is equal to create env. Create env allows us to create the sort schema. Right here, we define all of our variables. And as you see, there's a slight distinction. We can either define server-side variables or client-side variables. If we look at our env file, you will see that all of these secrets are server-side specific. Therefore, our client will be empty, which means I can just delete the client. We won't have any client secrets right now. This also means we don't need the object. And also, here's a very important comment. If you're using Next.js, which has a smaller version than 13.4, you will need to specify the runtime environment manually. But since we're using Next.js with a version which is bigger than 13.4, we only need to destructure the client variables. So let's delete this runtime environment object, and instead let's uncomment this experimental runtime env object. So again, inside of here, we have to only destructure the client variables. Since we don't have any right now, this will just be an empty object. So let's also define all of our server environment variables. First of all, we have our database URL. This is already defined right here. The second secret is our Better-Auth secret. So I will copy it and paste it right here. This will be of type z.string, and we want to have a minimum length of 1. The next secret is our Better-Auth URL. Let's copy it, paste it, and this will be equal, or this will be of type z.string, and to be specific, this will be an URL, which means let's append the URL method at the end. Then we also have the auth GitHub client ID secret, so I will copy it, paste it, and this will be equal, or this will be of type z.string, and then I can also append .minimum 1, so at least a minimum character length of 1. And the last environment variable for now is our auth GitHub secret. I will copy it, paste it, and this will be of type z.string, and then of course minimum 1. So this should be already it, which means I can close this env file, I can close this env file, and instead of now getting our secret through this process.env, we can use our env. So let's delete this, let's also delete this right here, and right here I want to import env. env is imported from the env file. Please don't import it from process because it won't work. Import it from the env file, and then we want to get our client ID, and as you see, we also get auto completion, which is huge. I mean, I misspelled already so many environment variables in my career, so this is a huge time saver. So we want to get our auth GitHub client ID, and then for our client secret, I can also say env dot, and again, we get auto completion, and I want to get my auth GitHub secret. And as you also see, I don't have to mark these secrets as string, and that's because T3env actually checks everything at compile time. So at compile time, it goes through our env file. It sees, hey, the user defined all of these environment variables. Let's check the sort schema. Does it compare correctly? Yes, it compares correctly, which means all of the secrets are defined, and that's why also TypeScript infers them as type string. So we're almost finished with setting up Better-Auth, and I want to finally allow my users, even though I don't have any users, to sign up, or in other words, sign in with GitHub. So let's head over back to the documentation. I will go to the Get Started guide, and to be specific, to the installation guide. So we are finished with step number 1, with step number 2, with step number 3, with step number 4. Oh my god, with step number 5, with step number 6, and the next step is step number 7, and this is to mount a route handler. So to handle API requests, you need to set up a route handler on your server. This will then allow the user to finally sign up, sign in, sign out, create organizations, even though we won't allow it, but just in general, this is needed for all of the operations. So right here, they have a few examples for pretty much all of the popular frameworks. We use Next.js, and I want to first of all copy the route structure. So if I zoom in, you'll see that the route structure is /API/auth/all/route.ts. So here's a little trick. We can just copy everything right right here. So API auth, we can just copy it. Then I can go back, and then in my Explorer, instead of creating a separate folder, and first of all, I want to go into the app folder, and then instead of creating a new folder, I want to create a new file. And then if I paste this route structure into this route, or into this file, it will automatically create the correct folder structure. So we now have an API folder, an auth folder, then this all folder, and then we have this route.ts. And again, please make sure that you create this route handler in the app folder. And as you see, I also interchanged the term route handler and API route quite a bit. So what's the difference? Well, there literally is no difference. A route handler is an API route. An API route is a route handler. In my humble opinion, route handler is just a term created by the Next.js team for marketing purposes, because at the end of the day, it's literally just an API route. Therefore, call it however you want to call it. It does not matter. Then I want to copy this code example. Then we can go back and I will paste it inside of here. So we are finished with our route handler, and let's see what the next step is. And step number 8 is to create a client instance. So the client-side library will help you to interact with the auth server. Better-Auth comes with a client for all the popular web frameworks, including vanilla JavaScript. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and right here they already have a code example. So I will just copy it, and then we can go back, and then in my lib folder, I will create a new file called auth-client.ts, and then I will just paste the code inside of here. As you see, we also have a comment right here, and it says the base URL of the server. Optional if you're using the same domain. As you know, we use Next.js, and the client and server are both, I guess, routed to the same domain. Therefore, we can just delete the base URL. We don't need it. You can leave it there if you want to, it does not matter. Then let's go back. What's the next step? Well, there is no next step. That's it. You are now ready to use Better-Auth in your application. Continue to basic usage to learn how to use the auth instance to sign in users. Yeah, I mean, let's try it out. So let's go to basic usage, and if I scroll a bit to the bottom, it will say right here that we can use our auth client to sign up our users. So let's sign up our users with GitHub. Let's go. So I will go back to my page.tsx, so to my sign-in route or login route. And then as you all know, we already render our button right here. And when the user clicks on this button, we want to call pretty much Better-Auth, and then Better-Auth should sign in the user using GitHub, or it should pretty much manage the whole authentication flow. So let's scroll a bit to the top. Let's go above the return statement, and let's create a new async function. So async function, and I will call it sign in with GitHub. And then in the function, I want to start the auth, or in other words, the sign-in flow using the auth client which we just created. So inside of here, I will say await auth client, and auth client is imported from our lib folder, and then I want to use the sign-in method. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, wouldn't it be smarter to use the sign-up method? I mean, there's a quite big probability that the user pretty much uses our application for the very first time. Well, this is actually a very good question, and the simple answer is no. But why is the answer no? Well, the thing is, right here we want to allow the user to sign in with GitHub. GitHub is an OAuth provider, and when using OAuth, there's no such thing as signing up a user. You can only sign in a user, and that's also the reason why we will use the sign-in method, because when you use the sign-in method, you can call the social method. But if you use the sign-up method, that you can't call a social method, there's only email. And the thing is, signing up a user only works with email and password. It does not work with OAuth, and it also does not work with magic links. And that's why I right here use the sign-in method. And then we want to call the social method because I want to allow the user to sign in using GitHub. Then we want to invoke it, the structured, and inside of here I have to provide a few properties. First of all, the provider. I want to allow the user to sign in with GitHub. The next step is to provide the callback URL. This is the URL where we will redirect the user to after a successful sign-in. And I want to redirect the user to our index page. This means an empty slash. Then we want to also provide fetch options. And fetch options, or in the fetch options, you can listen for specific events, like for example, the onSuccess event or the onError event. And we want to specifically listen for these two events. So this is an object, let's open it, and I want to first of all listen for the onSuccess event. And then this will be equal to a standard arrow function. And inside of here, if the sign-in was successful, I want to return a toast. And for our toast library, we installed Sonar. So let's import our toast from Sonar, and then I want to use the success method because I want to showcase a success toast. And then we can invoke it, and as an argument, we can provide a message which will be showcased when rendering the toast. And I want to say, hey, signed in with GitHub, you will be redirected ... Then we can also listen for the onError event. This will be also equal to a standard arrow function. And then inside of here, again, I want to return a toast, .error this time, and for the message, you know what, let's render the actual error message. So right here in our params, we can get the error object itself, and then we can return the error.error.message. But here's the thing, currently our toast library won't work, because if you head over to the shared CN website and type in Sonar, let me go right here, Sonar, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you'll see that the first step is to first of all add the toaster component, or in other words render it in our layout. So let's go back. Then I want to open the root layout, and then in the theme provider, but underneath the children, I want to import the toaster component. Please make sure that you import it from the components and not from Sonar. The toast itself is imported from Sonar, but the toaster is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and later on we might also configure the toaster a bit, but for now we will just leave it as is. So I can again close our layout. And you know what? In theory, this should already be finished and it should also work. So we want to now call this function. So right here for the button, I can add an onClick handler, and then this will be equal, or I want to then call the sign in with GitHub function. Also, currently there's one problem. Before I test it out, I want to pretty much also show a pending state, because currently if a user would click on this button, there would be 0 pending states. We would just pretty much wait until the request would be finished, and then we would redirect the user. But I want to give the user feedback. And also, if the submission is currently pending, I want to make the button disabled. So this means we want to somehow keep track of the progress. Now there are 2 options to do that. Either the standard way of using a useState hook and then having a pending or a getter which will be pending and a setter set pending. This works, but you know what? There's an even better solution, and this is the useTransition hook. Now, if you have never heard about the useTransition hook, then let's head over to the React website, so react.dev, and then inside of here, I will search for useTransition. useTransition is a React hook that lets you render a part of the UI in the background. Here's the thing, the React documentation is sometimes great and sometimes absolute trash, because this has a lot of words but it does not explain anything. So what is meant by this gibberish? Well, at the end of the day, the useTransition hook can be used to show a pending state. So you start a transition, the code is run in the transition, and while the transition is pretty much pending, the isPending boolean is set to true. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, why should we use the useTransition hook if there's also the useState hook? I mean, the end result is pretty much the same, right? Well, there are a few caveats, and for example, right now we won't use it, but later on we will use a revalidate path function. This will revalidate our cache, and the thing is, the normal useState hook won't take this revalidate path function into account. So it will stop the pending state earlier, our code will still run, but the pending state won't work anymore. If this currently sounds confusing, don't worry, I will, show you a live example later on. Let's copy this code example, let's go back, and then above our async function, but still in the export default function, I can paste this code. I want to then import useTransition from React, and then also I want to rename the getter and setter. So instead of is pending, this will be GitHub pending, and instead of start transition, this will be start GitHub transition. And then it pretty much works exactly the same as a standard useState hook. What we can do right now is first of all copy all of the code in this async function sign in with GitHub. I will delete it for now, but please keep it in your clipboard. And then inside of here, I want to first of all initialize the start GitHub transition function. So let's say right here, start GitHub transition, then I want to invoke it. Inside of here, I want to then create an async arrow function. So let's say async, and as mentioned, this will be an arrow function. And then inside of here, I can again paste my code. And how does this exactly work? Well, again, this start GitHub transition function will start right now instantly. It will then wait until this code is finished. And once it's finished, the start GitHub transition function will also see, hey, the submission is finished. Let's set the GitHub pending boolean to false. And now let's use this GitHub pending boolean. So if I scroll to the bottom, I can add a disabled state for our button, and it will be equal to our GitHub pending boolean. So if it's true, our button will be disabled. And then also, instead of just rendering sign in with GitHub, I want to create a ternary. So I will copy the code, again, leave it in your clipboard, and then let's create a ternary. And let's say, hey, if GitHub pending is true, then I want to use a question mark, and I want to render the loader2 icon. So I want to get this loader2 icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then I want to also add a class name, and then this icon will have a size of 4, which means width 4 and height 4, and then also animate spin. This means our icon will pretty much animate and spin. And then underneath the loader icon, I want to render a span, and then I will just say loading ... And if GitHub pending is not true, then we can use a colon, and I want to render what I just copied. So let's again use empty tags, and then I will paste this GitHub icon and sign in with GitHub. So what did we just do? Well, we set up the useTransition hook for our pending states. This GitHub pending boolean is used to first of all set our disabled state, but it's also used for our ternary. If we are currently submitting, then we will render loading ... If we are not submitting, then we will render our initial default state. So let's test it out. I will save everything, I will restart my dev server, and I already know that we will get an error. But don't worry, we will fix it together. So right here it says you are importing a component that needs useTransition. This React hook only works in a client component. To fix it, mark the file or its parent with the useClient directive. So what's the problem? Well, right now we use two core things. So first of all, I implemented the useTransition hook, and also right here we have this async function. So I'm not sure if you knew it, but Next.js builds on top of two key principles: server components and client components. What's that? Good question. So if you go to the documentation and if you search for how to use server and client components, then you will find this section. And right here they say, by default, layouts and pages are server components, which lets you fetch data and render parts of your UI on the server. Optionally, cache the result and stream it to the client. When you need interactivity or browser APIs, you can use client components to layer in functionality. So here's the thing, as a default, all pages in Next.js are server components. Server components run completely on the server side. This means all of the content is rendered on the server side with zero JavaScript. This keeps your bundle size small, and it also makes your application super fast because, again, there's no client-side JavaScript involved. The only problem is you can't create any interactivity. The useTransition hook creates interactivity. This async function creates interactivity, and this does not work in a server component because, again, these interactive, features need a JavaScript bundle. To use use or to implement interactivity, you want to implement client components. So right here they have a section, when to use server and client components. The client and server environment have different capabilities. Server and client components allow you to run logic in each environment depending on your use case. So you want to use client components when you, for example, need state, event handler, so for example the on-click handler, lifecycle logic, browser-only APIs, or custom hooks. And then you want to use server components when you need to fetch data, when you want to use API keys, when you want to reduce the amount of JavaScript in the browser, when you want to improve FCP. So at the end of the day, think of everything like this. You want to use server components whenever you fetch data. Every component, every page as a default is a server component. If you need interactivity, then you can either mark the page itself as a client component, or you can create a separate component and mark the component itself as a client component. The thing is, when you mark a component as a client component or a page, then you won't be able to fetch any data anymore in this page because it's now a client component and it does not only run on the server side anymore. So that's something that you should remember. So let's mark this whole page as use client, and then if I again go back, you will see that this error will go away. And also maybe before I test out everything, we don't really want to render this message generated from Better-Auth. Instead, let's just say right here, internal server error. This is a bit better. And I guess let's test it out. So I will click on sign in with GitHub. We have this nice pending state and we get an error toast. Internal server error. What? What's the problem? So let's go back, and if I open my terminal, it says right here, Better-Auth error. Model verification does not exist in the database. If I open my schema, I literally have right here a verification model. So what's the problem? Well, actually the problem is a very simple one. So let's head over back to the Neon console, to the Neon dashboard, and let's click right here on overview, or not on overview, but on tables. If you wait for the loading spinner, you will see, we only have one table. What's the problem? Well, when we generated our schema, our new tables, we did not sync our schema with our database. Therefore, let's open our terminal, and then inside of here I will run pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will now take my local schema and it will sync it with my database schema. Or it will pretty much push these new tables into the remote real database schema. This means if I again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see the new tables right here. And this also means that our authentication flow should now finally work. So let's again go back, and then in my terminal I will again restart my dev server, and then I can also do a hard refresh right here. So my server has restarted, and if I click on the button, on the magic button, we have a pending state and we got redirected. So I will right here authorize myself, and let's see, I should get redirected to the index page. Wow, I got redirected. But was this successful? Well, I got an email on my phone, which means I in theory authenticated. Maybe we can open our inspector and then we can go to our application. Let's see, what do we have right here? Better-Auth session. So if you open your inspector and go to the application and then go to the cookies, you will find this Better-Auth session cookie, and this means that our authentication flow was successful. So let's close this again, and you know what, I want to kind of render my session data right here in the index page. So we can go back to our page.tsx, to our root index page, and right here I want to get my user session. Now here's the thing, Better-Auth is a very nice authentication library because it allows you to get the user session natively both on the server side but also on the client side. Let's for now first of all get the user session on the server side. So let's again head over to the documentation, then I want to click on integrations and I want to click on Next.js right here. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you'll see right here, React server components and server actions. And to get the user session, we want to use this code right here. So we want to call the API, then this get session method, and then we want to pass headers. So I will just copy this code example and paste it right here above our return statement. Again, constant session is equal to await auth.api.getSession, and then we will pass our headers right here. As you see, we get quite a few errors. What's the problem? First of all, we want to import auth from our lib folder. The next error is for our await expression. So it says right here, await expressions are only allowed within async functions and at the top levels of modules. And right here we also already have a quick fix, and it says, did you mean to mark this function as async? And yes, I want to mark this function as an export default async function. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, is this even safe? Should you even mark a function as asynchronous, especially an export default function? And the answer, or the simple answer is, yes, this is completely safe to do. The thing is, this is a server component. As mentioned, every page as a default is a server component. It only becomes the client component if you mark it with this use client directive. But if it's a server component, everything runs on the server side, which also means you can mark your function as async. Let's also import headers, and headers is imported from Next/headers, and then we can render our user session. So underneath the theme toggle, I will create a ternary and I will say, hey, if we have a session, then let's use the question mark, and I want to render the session.user.name. And if we don't have a session, then I will just render a button, which is imported from the components, and I will say log out. If I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see on the top left corner my name. I will also create a bit of padding because right now it's quite hard to see something. So padding, let's say 24. And if I go back, yeah, Jan. So this worked exactly as expected. Let's again head over back to our login page, and here we have one problem. So as you see, I'm authenticated, right? I render my name, Jan. But if I'm authenticated, I don't want to be able, or the user shouldn't be able to reach the login route. Therefore, we want to also check if the user has a valid session. But now we have a huge problem, because again, if I open this page.tsx, then you will probably remember that I marked this component as a client component. And also, if you remember, I said if we have a client component, then we cannot fetch data on the server side in this component. That's a huge problem. And the thing is, I want to still fetch the server or the session on the server side. I know I could fetch it on the client side, but I want to do it on the server side. So how can we fix this problem? Well, the answer or the solution is quite simple. We want to create a separate component for our login form and then render all of the code inside of there. We will mark the component as a client component, but the page itself, this page.tsx, should be a server component, and then we will fetch the user session in this page. So let's do that. So in this login folder, I will create another folder, and this will be called _components. Why do I call it _components? Good question. So if you go to the documentation and search for private folders, you will find this section. And right here it says private folders can be created by prefixing a folder with an underscore folder name. This indicates the folder is a private implementation detail and should not be considered by the routing system, thereby opting the folder and all its subfolders out of routing. So this means that this folder right here is just a private folder, and to be specific, this folder will only store very specific components. So as you see, or as you all know, we have already a components folder in our root directory. Inside of here we store all of our general components, our card component, the button component, the checkbox component. These components are reused all throughout the application, but all of the components which are very, I guess, feature specific, well, I want to store them right alongside the code. So for example, this component, which we will create in a second, will only be used in this login page. It won't be reused. And that's also why I create a components folder right in this login folder. So right here, let's create a new file, and this will be the login form.tsx file. As mentioned, we need a JavaScript bundle, so let's mark this component as use client statement, and then I can go back to my page.tsx and I can literally copy everything in the return statement. So I will just copy it, go back, and then right here we can create an export function. This will be login form, and then I can just open this function. Let's create a return statement, and then I will paste everything that I just copied. As you see, we currently get a few errors, but that's not important. Let's go back to the login page. I can delete everything in the return statement, and then I can instead render or import the login form component. This is self-closing, and then I want to also copy this async function and the use transition hook. I will copy it and then paste it right here into my login form. And as you see, I still get quite a few errors, and that's because we have to import all of these, I guess, components, features, and stuff like that. So let's go back to the login page, and then I will just copy all of these import paths. I will go back and paste them right here on the top. As you see, I don't get any errors anymore, and if I go back to my page.tsx, everything will still work as expected. And then in my login page, I can now finally fetch my user session. So I will create a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder .api and then .get session. This is the method which I want to use. Then let's invoke it. That's the structured, and inside of here we have to pass our headers. So headers will be equal to await headers, and headers is imported from next/headers. I want to also invoke it, and now we get one error, and it says, hey, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark this function as asynchronous, and this error will go away. But now we have a new error. What's the problem? Well, prevent client components from being async functions. Right now, this page is still marked as use client. So let's delete the use client directive, and this error is also gone. As mentioned, right here, I want to check if the user has a valid session. Therefore, let's create an if statement, and let's say, hey, if we have a session, then let's open this, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. So let's create a return redirect, and redirect is imported from next/navigation, and then as an argument I have to provide the URL to redirect to. So in this case this will be the index page, so an empty slash. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, you'll see that I will get redirected to the index page. Let's again try to navigate to /login. If I click on enter, I will instantly get redirected back to the index page. And also, what is this redirect function? Good question. If you hover over it, you will see this function allows you to redirect the user to another URL. It can be used in server components, route handlers, and server actions. So this only works on the server side, but since this is a server component, everything works as expected. In a client component, you would use the use router hook, but we will come to that a bit later on. So I have currently one problem. If I try to reach the login route, I will get redirected back to the index page. This is fine, this is expected. But there's currently no way for me to log out. I mean, there's no button as you see right here. I render my name Jan, but I want to render also a logout button, and then I want to also be able to log out. So if we go back to our code base, right here we get the user session on the server side, and then we have this ternary where I say, hey, if we have a valid session, then let's render the username, and if there's no valid user session, then instead of rendering logout, I want to of course render login. I mean, if there's no session, how could a user log out? So yeah, the thing is, to log out, we have to use the auth client. So again, if I open it quickly, this is our auth client, and we want to use the auth client to log out. But the auth client only works in client components. But currently we get the user session on the server side, and you can't use a client or something that needs the client side in a server environment. So what am I trying to tell you? Well, we have to mark this page as a client component, and then we want to get the user session on the client side instead of on the server side. So let's go back to the Better-Auth documentation. Then I want to head over to the docs to basic usage. And then right here they have a section called client side. So Better-Auth provides a use session hook to easily access session data on the client side. This hook is implemented using NanoStore and has support for each supported framework and vanilla client, ensuring that any changes to the session, such as signing out, are immediately immediately reflected in your UI. So right here, we can just copy this code example. I can go back, and then instead of having this constant session, I will delete it and paste what I just copied. I can also delete this headers import, the auth import, and I will mark this page as use client. If I again go back, we get one error. That's because we have to delete this async modifier, and then I want to also import my auth client from the lib folder. As you see, we destructure right here four properties. First of all, the data itself. This means the session, and this could be either defined or undefined. Then we also have an error object. This will be, again, defined if we have an error. If there's no error, this will be undefined. And then we also have this refetch function. And with that, we can then refetch the session. But we don't want to refetch the session. We don't need this error. And we also don't need the isPending Boolean. And we only need our session. So since we now get our session on the client side, it in theory should work. So if I go back and do a hard refresh, we see for a split second the login button. That's because, again, we fetch on the client side. This means on the client side, there's a little delay. And since we don't get a session instantly, we have a fallback. And the fallback is at the start false. So as a default, the session is false while our auth client fetches the user session. That's why we render this login button for a split second. But once we fetched our user session and once Better-Auth sees that the user has a valid session, it renders the username. So that's why you have the split second delay. Again, if I go back and do a hard refresh, for a millisecond, we see this login button, and then we see, hey, Jan, because I have a valid session. Okay, I think you all know that. That's nothing groundbreaking. Let's also render our logout button. So I can wrap this p tag in a div element or with a div element. And then underneath the p tag, I will again render a button component, and I will say logout. This logout button should call a function. So above the return statement, I will create a function, an async function. It will be called a sign out, and then I can just open it inside of here. Or let's again head over back to the documentation. If you scroll a bit to the top, you will find the section sign out. So to sign out a user, you can use the sign out function provided by the client. So again, I can just copy this code example. I can go back and paste it inside of here. So as you see, we just say await auth client.sign out. This is the function. And then again, this sign out function exposes fetch options. And fetch options, as you know, pretty much gives you a few events. So on success, on error, and stuff like that. We want to listen for the on success event because if the user signed out successfully, we want to redirect the user to the login route. Or you know what, let me delete the /login. I want to redirect the user to the index page. And also right here they use router. What is router? So again, let's head over to the Next.js documentation. And I know I could also explain it without the documentation, but I want to teach you that the documentation is literally your best friend. You want to always use it. So in the documentation, we can search for use router. And then inside of here, you'll see the use router hook allows you to programmatically change routes inside client components. Again, this page.tsx is marked with the use client directive. This means this is a client component. And as you all know, for example, we have this redirect function. The redirect function only works on the server side, in a server component, in a server action, and stuff like that. And since this is a client component, we need to use the use router hook. So let's go back, and then above this constant session, I can create a constant router, and then this will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from Next navigation. Please make sure that you don't import it from Next/router. It has to be imported from Next/navigation. Then I can invoke it, and as you see, this error is gone. I want to now call the sign out function. So right here for the logout button, I can use an onClick handler, and this will be equal to sign out. So if I again go back and do a hard refresh, I see this logout button right here. If I click on logout, I get logged out, and I again get my initial state, which says login. So I will again navigate to /login, and then I can again sign in with GitHub, and I got redirected back to the index page. Let's also render a toast for our sign out function. So underneath the router, I will will call or I will use my toast. So I will import it from sonar.success and I will say, hey, signed out successfully. This means if I again go back and log out, signed out successfully, and as you see, everything worked as expected. So I can again navigate to my login route, and then we can finally finish off this authentication page by implementing email sign-in. So as mentioned already at the start, when a user inputs his email right here into the input, I want to send an OTP, a little 6-digit code that then the user has to again type into this website to verify that the email belongs to this user. Also, I just realized that I made a few spelling mistakes, so I will fix this quickly. So for the login form, I want to say login with your GitHub or email account. And then let's finally implement email sign-in. So for that, I want to go back to the Better-Auth documentation, and then we can head over to the integrations, or not to the integrations, but to the plugins. So right here, they offer a few authentication plugins: two-factor, username, anonymous, magic link, but I want to use email OTP. So the email OTP plugin allows users to sign in, verify their email, or reset their password using a one-time password, which is sent to their email address. So how can we start using the email OTP? Well, the first step is to add the plugin to our auth config. So to enable email or OTP in your app, you need to add the email OTP plugin to your auth config. So let's copy the import statement for the plugin. Then I can open my auth configuration file. I will paste it on top, and then underneath the social providers, I want to get a plugins property, and this will be equal to an array. And then inside of here, I want to initialize this email OTP. So I want to invoke it and then the structured. And inside of here, we want to now send a verification email to the user. So we can right here say async, and then if I click on Control Spacebar, you will see that I get the send verification OTP function. Then I can open this function, and inside of here, for now, I will just create a comment and I will say, hey, implement, I don't know, sending the email to the user. Also, I can destructure my params, and I want to get the email property itself. This means the email of the user. And then I want to also get the OTP, which Better-Auth generates. So the email is what the user provides in our input right here. So john@example.com. And then the OTP is what Better-Auth generates and what we will send to the user itself. So to send emails to the user, we of course have to use some sort of email service. Now, there are a lot of services on the market, again, good ones, bad ones, very expensive ones, very cheap ones, but in this video we will use Resend. So Resend is an email service, and as they say, email for developers. They offer both transactional and also marketing emails, but in this video we will of course use transactional emails because marketing emails, we don't even have any users right now. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom. So they have a lot of features and they are very developer focused. This is, by the way, not sponsored. You can also use any other service. I honestly don't care, to be honest with you. And also, it would be nice if you provide your own email. So if you have your own domain, xyz.com, then please configure it in the dashboard. But in this video, I will use this demo resend.dev domain because I probably think most people or a few people won't have domains, therefore I will use this default one. But if you have your own domain, then please configure it in the Resend dashboard. And I think that's already it. Let's sign in. So I will click on sign in, and then I will continue with Google. Then once signed in, this is the dashboard. As you see, I haven't sent any emails yet, and I want to first of all create an API key. So right here, I will click on create API key. For the name, this will be Marshall LMS-YouTube. Then for the permission, this will be full access, and for the domain, I will select all domains. Then I can click on add, and right here we get our API key. Now please make sure that you copy it because you can only see this key once. So I will copy it, I will go back, and then in our env file, I want to create a new environment variable. So this will be the resend underscore API underscore key, and then this will be equal to the value which I just copied. I can then click on done, and honestly, we are already finished with this dashboard. So I can head over to the documentation. So I will click on Next.js Quick Start, and the first step is to install the Resend SDK. This is the Node.js SDK, so it also works in other Node.js projects. So I will copy it, I will go back, and then in my terminal, I can paste it. Then once installed, I can again restart my dev server with pnpm run dev, and then let's see what the next step is. The next step is to already create an email template. Let's for now skip this step. And the third step is to send an email using React. So right here, we have to first of all configure the Resend SDK. So I can copy this code example, then I will open my Explorer, and then in the lib folder, I want to create a resend.ts file. Inside of here, I will create an export constant, or let me just paste what I just copied. And as you see, we right here create a new resend instance. Sadly, resend does not import automatically, so I will do it manually. Import, I can then destructure it, and this will be done from resend, and then where I destructure it, I want to get uppercase resend. So this is now imported. Then for our env, or for our environment variable, I don't want to use this process.env, but instead I want to use t3env. So we can import the env variable from the env file, and I want to get my resend key. As you see, it's not defined, so we want to open our env.ts file, and inside of here, I want to define my resend key. So I named the environment variable resend API key. I can paste it inside of here, and then this will be equal to z.string, and I want to add further validation, meaning.minimum, and this will be a character length of 1. So a minimum character length of 1. I can then close this, and then in resend itself, in the resend configuration file, I can get the resend API key. Also, I want to export this constant, and we have now configured resend. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to send an email in the send verification OTP function. So I can go back, and right here they already have a code example. So I will just copy it, go back, and paste it inside of here. As you see, we have to first of all import resend. I will import resend from my resend configuration file, and then we want to send an email. So resend.emails.send. Then the first property is from, and here we define the sender itself. In this case, we are the sender. So instead of having a company name or whatever of Acme, this will be Marshall LMS. For the email, I will leave it as onboarding@resend.dev, but if you configured your own domain, then please also add it right here. And you can configure your domain quite easily. Just again, head over back to the dashboard, click on domains, and then you can add your domain right here. But I will again go back. Then right here, we have the to property, and I don't want to send the email to this domain, but instead to the email which the user provided. So I will just pass the email right here in the array. And it's also important that the to property is an array with the email added in the array. Now here's one important thing. If you don't verify your domain with resend, then you have to use this onboarding email. This is not new, you already know that. But the problem is, if you use the onboarding email, you can only send emails to yourself. So as an example, if I go again to the resend dashboard, then you will see that I'm signed in with this email right here on the top bottom left corner. This means if I use this onboarding domain, I can only send emails to this specific email. If you have verified your domain, then you can send emails to anyone. But in this case, I can only send emails to myself. Then for the subject, I don't want to say hello world. Instead, I will say right here, Marshall LMS. And then I want to say dash verify your email. Then right here they have a React property, and that's if you want to send an email using a React component. But I don't want to do that. I want to send a blank HTML, or not a blank, but a standard HTML email, or an email with HTML content. So we can use the HTML property. This will be equal to upticks. And inside of here, I want to get a p tag, and I will say, hey, your OTP uppercase is, and then I want to use this strong element, and then in this strong element I will render this OTP. So again, p tag your OTP, strong OTP, finished. I can also delete this destructuring, we won't need it. I will just say, hey, await resend.emails.send. And in theory, this should already be enough. So I can go back to the dashboard. Let's see what the next step is. So we added our configuration in the auth.ts file. And the next step is to also add a plugin to our auth client. So I can copy the import statement. I can open the auth client itself. So auth client, I will import it on top. And then inside of here, I will just add the email OTP. And also we want to get our plugins right here. This is again equal to an array. And then in the array, I want to pass my email OTP client, and I want to also invoke it. Then what's the next step? Well, the next step is to already send an OTP to the user's email. So let's go back and let's again open our login form. Inside of here, we have to first of all keep track of the user's email. Therefore, I can go a bit to the top, and then underneath this transition, I will create a constant. Then I want to get a getter and setter. So this will be email and set email, and then this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and the default state, the initial state, will be an empty string. Then I can scroll a bit to the bottom, and right here for my input, I want to add a value and an onChange handler. So for the value, this will be equal to my email, and then we can also get an onChange handler. Then this will be an inline callback function. As a param, I want to get the event, and then we can call, or we can use our setter, set email, and as an argument, I want to provide the value, so e.target.value. Then for the input, I will also add a required property. Is there anything else? Type is already email, everything is added. I think this is it. And I want to now create an async function to sign in with email. So I will go underneath this async function sign in with GitHub, and I will create a new one. So async sign in with email. I can then again open this function, and inside of here, I want to first of all again start a transition. So this means I want to create a new transition. I can copy this GitHub pending transition. Then for the getter, this will be the email transition. And for the setter, this will be the start email transition. Also, this does not have to be an async function. This can just be a standard function sign in with email. And then inside of here, I can call my start email transition function. I want to then invoke it. And inside of here, I want to create a standard arrow function. This means async, and then I can just open it inside of here. And then in this function, start email transition, we can now finally authenticate the user. So we can say await auth client is already imported, .email OTP, .send verification OTP. I can invoke it, the structured, and inside of here we have to provide a few properties. First of all, the email itself. We get our email, or we store our email in this state, so use state, which means I can just pass my email right here. The next property is the type, and you get 2 or you get 3 properties. Email verification, forget password, and sign in. In this case, we want to sign in. And then we also get our fetch options, and I want to listen for 2 events, the onSuccess event and the onError event. So let's first of all get the onSuccess event. This will be a standard arrow function, and if it was successful, I want to again return a toast.success, and for the message, I will say email sent. Then we want to also redirect the user, so we can say router.push, and as you see, we currently don't have access to the router. This means I can scroll again to the top, and then above this transition, I can create a constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from next/navigation. Please don't import it from next/router. And then again, if I scroll to the bottom, I can say router.push. I want to invoke it, and then as an argument, I want to pass upticks because I want to pass a dynamic value. And then as an argument itself, I will say /verify request. Later on, we will also pass the email of the user as a param, but for now, let's leave it as is. Then I want to also listen for the onError event. Again, this will be an arrow function, and inside of here, I want to return a toast.error, and for the message, I will say, hey, error sending email. So this in theory should already be finished, so I can copy the name, sign in with email, and then I can scroll a bit to the bottom. Right here we have this button, continue with email, and for the button I want to add an onClick handler, and if the user clicks on the button, I want to call the sign in with email function. Also, we get access to the email pending boolean. This means we can set the button to disabled if email pending is true. So disabled will be equal to email pending. As you see, I don't get an email pending, so I probably misspelled something. And yes, this shouldn't be email transition, but instead email pending. If I save this and again go back, you will see that this error will go away. Also, instead of just rendering continue with email, I want to render the content dynamically. This means if email pending is true, I want to render loading ... If email pending is not true, I want to render continue with email. So I will just copy this text and then I want to create a ternary. If email pending is true, I can use a question mark, then I want to return these empty tags, and inside of here, I want to get a loader2 icon imported from Lucid React. Let's provide a class name, and this will be size4. Again, size4 is the short form of width4 and height4, and this means about 16 pixels width and height. Then we want to also say animate spin, and this means this loader will spin. And then underneath the loader, I want to render a span, and I want to say loading ... If email pending is not true, then we can use a colon, and I want to render what I just copied. This means continue with email. Also, I want to render an icon, so I will again use empty tags. Then I want to get the send icon from Lucid React. I want to also add a class name, and this will be size4. And then underneath the icon, I can paste a span, or I can pass a span element and paste continue with email inside of here. And I guess let's test it out. And again, please remember, since I use the onboarding email, I have to provide the email with which I signed up to resend itself. If your domain is verified, then you can pass right here any email. But if you use the onboarding email, then you have to send an email to yourself. So I will add my email right here, and then if I click on continue with email, we have this nice pending state, and in theory I should get redirected to verify request, and that's exactly what happened. If I open my Gmail client, I should also get an email, and that's exactly what happened. If I zoom in a bit, it says your OTP is this number right here. But again, if I go back to my web application, there's no way to add this digit or this OTP right here, because currently we don't have a verify request route. This means we can go back again. Let's open the Explorer, and then in the app folder, in the auth folder, I want to create a new route. Who would have thought? So I will create a new folder, verify-request, and then in the folder, I want to create a new file, page.tsx. Since this is the route, I will create an export default function, and I will call it verify request. I want to create a return statement. Inside of here, I want to start with the card component. The card is imported from the components, and then in the card, I want to render a card header. In the card header, I want to render a card title. And in the card title, I want to say, please check your email. Then underneath the card title, I want to render a card description. And then for the card description, I want to say, we have sent a verification email code to your email address. Please open the email and paste the code below. So this is finished, which means if I go back and do a hard refresh, we should see this card right here. And yes, it says, please check your email. And then we have this nice little text, this nice little description. Then we can go back, and for the card I want to also add a class name, and then this will be width or full and MX auto. So if I again go back, nothing changes. Then I want to also style my header a bit because I want to center this text. So for the card header, I can give it a class name, and this will be text center to center everything in the middle. Also, the card title should be a bit bigger, so I can add a class name, and this will be text XL, so the font size will be bigger. Then underneath the card header, I want to start by rendering my card content. So let's go underneath the card header, and I want to get the card content component. Inside of here, I can first of all render a div, and then in this div, I want to render an input OTP component. So I will head over to the shared CN website, and inside of here, you can search for input OTP. This component is an accessible one-time password component with copy-paste functionality. So this is already installed, which means I can go back, and inside of here, we want to first of all get the input OTP component from the components. Then in the input OTP, I want to get the input group or the input OTP group. Then I can open it, and in the input OTP group, I want to render the input OTP slot. This is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. This input OTP requires one key property, which is the index. And the index defines the position of the input OTP slot. So JavaScript is 0 indexed, which means we start with 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So I can go back, and for the index, again, this will be 0. Then I can copy paste this input OTP slot 2 more times. The second index will be 1, and then the third index will be 2. Then we can again copy this input OTP group, paste it down below, and this index will be 3, this one will be 4, and then this one will be 5. So if I again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that this is our input OTP. It looks quite nice, nevertheless we still get an error for our input OTP. That's because we have to provide a few key properties. First of all, the maximum length. The maximum length will be 6. We can only pass 6 digits. Then we want to also add a class name. This will be gap2. Then I want to also add a value and onChange handler. This means we want to store the value in state. So I will scroll to the top, and then above the return statement, I will create a constant. Again, we want to create a getter and setter. So this will be OTP and set OTP, and this will be equal to useState. useState is imported from React, and the initial state will be an empty string. So again, if I go back to the input OTP, for the value, this will be equal to our OTP, the getter, and then for the onChange, I want to create an inline callback function, and then as a param, I want to get the value itself, and then we can call our set OTP getter or setter, and then as an argument, I want to provide the value which we get from the input OTP. So in theory, we now configured our input OTP, which means if I go back and do a hard refresh, we get an error. Nice. So you're importing a component that needs useState. That's because, so right here we use this useState hook, and as you all know, if we want interactivity, then we have to mark the file, the component, whatever, with the useClient directive. So useClient, and if I go back, then you will see the input OTP right here. The only problem is it's not centered right now. So I will go back again, and then for this div, which wraps my input OTP, I will give it a class name, and this will be flex of column, items, which will be center, and space y2. As you see, this is now centered, and it already looks way better. Underneath the input OTP, I want to render a little description text. So I will go back, and then underneath the input OTP, but still in the div, I will render a p tag, and I will say enter the 6-digit code sent to your email. As you see, yeah, it looks good, but it's too big and it should also be darker. So I can add a class name, and this will be text sm and text muted foreground. Again, this is a CSS variable provided by shared CN UI. So if I go back, yeah, this looks way better. You can make it even smaller if you want to, but honestly, I think this is fine enough. And then underneath the input OTP, I want to render a button. So I will go back underneath the p tag and underneath the div, but still in the card content, I want to render a button component imported from the components. And inside of here, I will just say verify request. Then for the button, I want to also add a class name, and this will be width or full. And this is our button, but as you see, yeah, it looks nice, but we don't have any spacing. I need some gap. So we can go back. How is this route structured? How is the UI structured? Well, we have our card content, and in the card content, we have two sections, you could say. First of all, the OTP and then the button, which means we can pass a class name for the card content, which will be spaced y6. It already looks way better. Then let's finish off our button, and also this shouldn't be verify request, but instead verify account. And now I want to also implement the functionality so that the user can actually verify their account. So I will go to the top, and then underneath this constant OTP, I will create a new function which I will name verify OTP, and then I can just open it. Inside of here, I want to again start a transition. So underneath my state, I can create a constant again for the getter. This will be email pending, and then I want to also create a start transition, and then this will be equal to use transition. I can import it from React, and then inside of here, I can again call or use my start transition. I want to invoke it, and as an argument, I want to create a standard async arrow function. I can open it, and then inside of here, we can use our auth client to verify the OTP. So I will say await auth client, which is imported from the lib folder, .sign in, and again, we have three methods: email, email OTP, and social. In this case, we want to use email OTP, then I can invoke it and is structured. Inside of here, we want to first of all provide our email. But now here's the question, where will we get our email from? I mean, right here, I don't get my email. If I go back in the URL, I don't store my email. How can I sign in, or how can I verify the request if I don't have the email? So here's the thing, we want to store the email in the URL itself. This means I can go back and open the login form component itself. Then I want to scroll a bit to the top, and here we redirect the user to the verify request route. And I want to append a query parameter, and this query parameter will be the email. So we can add right here a question mark, and then I want to add an email, and this will be equal to a dynamic value, which will be the email itself. This means if I again go back and I want to again sign in, so I will navigate to /login, and I will again paste my email inside of here. And if I click on continue with email, I will get redirected. In my domain or in my URL, you will now see something interesting. First of all, the path itself, verify request, and then we have this query parameter email, which is equal to the email which I used to sign in. This means I can go back to my email client, and as you see, I get a new message, and my new OTP is this one, so I can just copy it and paste it inside of here. But this won't help us right now because we have to configure or finish off our function. So I want to get my email from the URL, so I want to get my params, my query param. So underneath this email pending, I can create a constant params, and this will be equal to use search params, and then I can invoke it. Use search params is imported from Next.js, and it allows us, or it gives us access to the query or search parameters. And then underneath the params, I can create a constant email, and then this will be equal to params.get. Because I want to get a param and not set a param, we can then invoke it, and as an argument, I have to provide the name itself. And again, what is the name? Well, if I go right here to the URL, you will see that it's email. So I can just paste email as an argument. Also, I will mark this as string, and then I can pass this new email for my email itself. So the next property is the OTP, and our OTP is stored in state. So OTP will be equal to OTP. And then I want to again use my fetch options because I want to listen for two events, the onSuccess event and the onError event. So this will be equal to an object. Inside of here, I will get the onSuccess event. This is a standard arrow function, and then I want to return a toast.success For the message, I will say email verified, and then I want to also redirect the user, which means we have to again use the use router hook. So at the top, I can create a constant router, and this will be equal to use router, which is imported from next/navigation. Then again, if I scroll to the bottom, I can say, or a bit to the bottom, I can say right here, router.push, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. Then I want to also listen for the on-error event. This is also a standard arrow function, and inside of here, I want to return a toast.error, and I want to say error verifying email or OTP. Email OTP, email/OTP. Yeah, this is a diplomatic answer. So this looks great, and we can now use this verify OTP function in our button, or in other words, our button should now call this function which we just created. So we can add an on-click handler. This will be equal to verify OTP, and then I want to also add a disabled state. And this OTP or this button should be disabled if we are submitting. So we can add our email pending state. If this is true, then this button will be disabled. But I want to also disable this button if we haven't added all of the digits. So as an example, if the user only fills out 3 digits, then this button should be disabled. So if I again scroll to the top, we can create a new constant called is OTP completed, and then here I want to check that the OTP length is equal to 6. So we can say OTP.length should be equal to 6. So I can now use OTP completed. This is a boolean. I can scroll to the bottom, and then for the disabled state, I will say this will be disabled if email pending is true, or, so I can use 2 vertical lines, if is completed is not true. And for that, we have to also add this question mark at the start, because we don't want to disable this button if OTP is completed. We want to disable it if is OTP is not completed. So if I again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that this button is disabled. If I add 6 digits, then this button will be again available because we added all of the digits. So I think it's time to test out everything again. I think our OTP won't work because there's like a 5-minute time window. So I will again log in. So I will head over to /login, and then inside of here, I will again paste my email. And then I will click on continue with email, and then as you see, email sent. I got redirected to the verify request page, and if I open Gmail, I also got a new email. This is my OTP code. I will copy it and paste it right here. If I click on verify account, I should get a pending state. I did not get one. That's because I haven't implemented one. And we also get a toast which says email verified. So as you saw right now, I haven't implemented any pending states. That's not quite what I want. So instead of just rendering verify email, we can use our email pending boolean. So if email pending is true, we can add a question mark. And for now, I want to return empty tags. And inside of here, I want to again render this loader to icon, which is imported from Lucid React. I want to give it a class name, which will be size 4, and then also animate spin. Underneath the loader icon, I want to render a span element, and I will say loading ... And if email pending is not true, then we can render verify account again. So if I save this and again go back, I will have to again first of all log out, then I can go to /login or navigate to /login. Then I will again add my email. If I click on continue with email, we have this nice pending state. I got redirected. I have this nice toast. And then if I again go back to my email client, I should get a new email. Let's see. Yes, I got a new one. I can just copy the code, paste it inside of here. I get this nice pending state. My email is verified, and I have a valid session. Let's maybe also quickly go into the recent dashboard. And if you go, for example, to your metrics, is this the correct one? Yes, metrics, you will see that we delivered 4 emails successfully. And if we go to the logs, you will see them right here. 4 emails with all of the timestamps right here. So we are finally finished with authentication. Users can sign sign in with email, with GitHub, we send OTPs. The login form looks beautiful, it works great. Everything works exactly as expected or as I wanted it to. But here's the thing, let's look at our application from a security standpoint. So right here next to me, I have my friend John. I don't really have a friend John, but let's just imagine that right here my friend John sits next to me and John is a malicious user and he wants to attack your application. And this login form gives John quite a big surface for attacking, if this makes sense. So what I mean by that is, for example, users right here can sign in with email. So John, for example, will see this and say, hey, how about I just spam this application with fake emails, some gibberish at gibberish.com. And if I click on continue with email, it will work because I don't validate the emails. And also I don't have rate limits set up. So John could just create some sort of bot which spams our application with hundreds of requests per minute. And again, John could also create a bot. I don't want to allow bots to sign up. Only real users should be able to sign up to my application. This means we want to set up rate limits. A real user, will probably only as a maximum make 5 requests per minute. This means everything which is bigger than that should be blocked. Also, I want to protect this login form and also later on in general my application against bots. And then also I want to validate this email. Currently any email can be passed right here, but only real emails should be able to sign up, if this makes sense, or users with real emails like john@gmail.com. This is a real email. john@asdfasdf.com is not a real email. So in this video we will set up Arcjet. Arcjet is the sponsor of this video and also a tool which I have been using in my own personal web applications. But we will come to that in a second. So as they say, security doesn't have to be a pain. Arcjet allows you to implement bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, data redaction, and at the end of the day, it's a developer-first approach to security. So before we go through the landing page, let's quickly look at my personal web application. So this is marshallcode.com, and if you go to the navbar, you will find this link, Ultimate Next.js course. Here, users, visitors can sign up to the waitlist to get notified once it's released. And you know what? I implemented Arcjet right here. So if I add my email right here and then click on reserve my spot, I will get an error. You have already been added to the waitlist. If I spam my application, so I will click this button multiple times as you see right here, I will get a different error and it says, it seems like you are a bot. If this was an error, please try again or contact support. So right here I set up rate limits with Arcjet. So Arcjet sees the rate limit has been hit. This means probably we want to block the request, and that's why Arcjet blocks the request, and the user, in this case I myself, am not able to reserve my spot. And that's also exactly what we want to do for our application. So let's quickly go through the landing page and let's see what Arcjet offers. So here they list all of their primitives, all of their defense primitives. First of all, Arcjet Shield WAF, which stands for Web Application Firewall. So this Arcjet Shield protects your application against the most common attacks, including the OWASP Top 10. If you never heard about the OWASP Top 10, then in short, the OWASP Top 10 is a standard awareness document for developers and web application security. It represents a broad consensus about the most critical security risks. And for example, here you see the evolution of security risks. So in 2017, the biggest security risk was injection. In 2021, the biggest security risk was broken access control. And against what does Arcjet Shield specifically protect you against? Well, it protects you against common categories such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, local file inclusion, PHP code injection, HTTP proxy, shell shock, and much more. Then, what else do they offer? They also offer rate limiting. This is what I have set up for my own web application. application. So define rules which limit the number of requests a client can make over a period of time. And the nice thing is, these rate limits can also be set dynamically. So if a user has a valid session, we can say this user can create 10 requests per minute. If the user does not have a valid session, then a user can only create 5 requests per minute or something like that. This is very powerful. Then Arcjet also offers bot detection. This means we can detect and manage traffic by automated clients and bots. So for example, for our sign up form, I don't want to allow bots to sign up right here or sign in. Then Arcjet also offers email validation. So we can validate and verify email addresses to reduce spam and target fraudulent accounts. We will also set up email validation later on, and then they also offer protect a sign-up form. And this is like a consolidation of email validation, bot protection, and rate limiting. So you can protect your sign-up form from abuse by combining rate limiting, bot detection, and email validation. And this is exactly what we will do, because what is this right here? Well, this is a sign-up form. And they have already a rule, a primitive, which exactly targets what we need. And then they also offer PII detection. What's that? Well, you can protect against clients sending personal information, such as credit card numbers or email addresses that you do not wish to handle. So let's imagine the following. You have some sort of contact us form, and you don't want to allow a user to send you private info like credit card data. You don't want to store it because, for example, you maybe have some sort of company internal policies or data retention or whatever. I'm not sure what rules you have, but you don't want to store or you don't want to handle this private data. Using PII detection, you can filter it out and then block it. We won't implement PII detection in this video because a user can't really add any fake or sensitive data in our application. Nevertheless, this is a very powerful primitive. And you know what? Before we implement Arcjet, I want to look at the architecture of Arcjet because this is a huge differentiator to its competitors because it allows you to do things that the competitors don't. So Arcjet has been architected around a few key principles. First of all, proper security protection needs the full context of the application, which is why security rules and protections should be located alongside the code they are protecting. Most security solutions live in some sort of cloud and they don't live in your code. Arcjet directly lives in your code and you define Arcjet in your code, which means it also gets the full context of your code. Also, security rules should be easy to test. You should be able to run them in development as well as in production. And Arcjet should not interfere with the rest of the application. It should be easy to install, must not add significant latency to requests, and it also does not add any latency or very minimal latency because it's built on top of Rust, and it should not require changes to the application's architecture. So quickly, regarding performance, Arcjet is super fast. It's built on top of Rust. It makes its decision in milliseconds. So how does exactly Arcjet analyze your request? Well, right here they have an example. In this example flow, a client makes an HTTP request to your application. Now, our application or our platform will apply standard DDoS protection through our network firewall. So if you, for example, later on, and we will also do that, if we later on deploy our application to Vercel, we will automatically already have a network firewall configured. And this network firewall will already apply standard DDoS protection. And most platforms provide DDoS protection transparently and out of the box for no extra cost. Then our server receives the request and then the Arcjet SDK is configured as middleware. Now this is an example. We won't configure Arcjet right now in our middleware, maybe later on, but for now it will live in our route handler. So it intercepts the request before it reaches your application code. Arcjet analyzes the request locally based on the rules you configured. for example rate limiting or bot detection, and then it decides to allow the request or deny it. Arcjet returns the result and your application code continues to execute as normally. You can inspect the decision to understand why Arcjet came to that conclusion. An asynchronous report is made to the Arcjet API for post-request analysis. So right here they have a little diagram. So here we have a client. Let's say I'm the client and I make a request to Marshall LMS. The client makes a request. The network firewall, so for example the one which Russell provides, will already analyze the request. It applies very standard DDoS protection. If this passes, our request hits our server. Our server will now get a request and Arcjet will evaluate the request. It will check, is the user a bot? Is the user still in the rate limit which we have defined? Has the user provided a real email address? It will validate everything and then it will come to a decision. This decision will either be allow or deny. If the decision is allow, then the request hits our application, our code. If the decision is denied, then we will deny the request and we won't even continue analyzing anything. So that's how Arcjet works and it's super powerful. And let's also quickly look at this one more section and then we will finally implement Arcjet. So traditional CDN security services are typically implemented as a reverse proxy in front of your application. The security service is a separate entity from your application. Rules can't be adjusted dynamically because it does not have access to the full context of the request and it can't be tested locally. And this is exactly where Arcjet comes into play. Arcjet is not a reverse proxy. No, it lives in your code. It gets the full context of your code, which also means it has it creates way better decisions. It has way less false positives and false negatives. So since we now know what Arcjet is, I think we can get started by implementing Arcjet. Nevertheless, I would recommend you to read through this architecture page. It's very in-depth and it's also super helpful to understand Arcjet even better. But for now, let's go to the Get Started guide, and the first step is to create a Next.js project. We already did that, and the next step is to install Arcjet. So I will copy this installation command and we will install the Arcjet SDK and Arcjet inspect. What is Arcjet inspect? Well, in the sidebar, if you click on Arcjet inspect, it will say the Arcjet decision inspection library provides a set of utilities to more easily interact with the decision returned from the Arcjet SDK. Then let's continue with the Get Started guide. What's the next step? We did not install anything. Let's head over to our application. I will open my terminal. I will stop the dev server and I will paste the installation command right here into our terminal. The next step is to then set our key. So I will copy this environment variable. I will go back and then I will paste it into my env file. And then the next step is to get our key. So please head over to my YouTube description and click on the first link. This will show Arcjet that you came from my video and this would help me to create more of these super cool videos. So please, it would mean a lot to me. But now let's head over first of all again to the Arcjet landing page and then I will sign in. I will sign in with Google. And as you see, I'm in the dashboard and I want to first of all create a new site. A new site is like a new project. So I will click on new site. We want to give it a name. This will be Marshall LMS YouTube and then I can create this new site. As you see, we got redirected into this project and here we already have the Arcjet key. I can just click on it. This will copy the key and then I will paste it for the environment variable, so for the Arcjet key itself. Then we can again close this env file and then I want to head over back to the documentation. And then what's the next step? Well, the next step is to add all of the rules, all of the primitives. But we won't follow this guide. Instead, let's go to the sidebar. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom and here you will find the SDK reference section. Let's click on it and I want to click on Next.js. Here it will again give you a little quick start guide. But if I scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find the single instance section. So we, Arcjet, recommend creating a single instance of the Arcjet object and and reusing it throughout your application. This is because the SDK caches decisions and configuration to improve performance. The pattern we use is to create a utility file that exports the Arcjet object, and then we import it wherever we need to. So let's again head over back to our application. I will open the Explorer. I want to go into the lib folder and I want to create a new arcjet.ts file, and again this will be the configuration file for Arcjet. Inside of here we can first of all create an import statement, and I want to also destructure it. This will be imported from @arcjet/next, and then where I destructured, I want to get a few rules, a few primitives. I want to get the detect bot rule, I want to get the fixed window, then also protect sign up, sensitive info. We won't use it, but let's still import it. Then I want to also get shield and also the sliding window algorithm. And then underneath this import, we want to re-export these rules. So let's create an export. I will open an object and I want to re-export my detect bot, then fixed window, protect sign up, and then sensitive info, shield, and also sliding window. So now I just re-export everything to simplify the imports later on. And then as a next step, I want to create a base Arcjet instance, which we will reuse throughout our application, because again, it will then cache everything. So let's create an export default. This will be called Arcjet. And then I want to also import Arcjet. So Arcjet is imported from @arcjet/next, and then I can invoke it and destructure it. Inside of here, I have to provide a few key properties. First of all, the key, the secret. This will be equal to our env. So we want to import our env variable from the env file .arcjet key. As you see, I don't get it. So I want to open my env.ts file and I want to add this environment variable into my server object. So I will open the standard env file. I will copy the name Arcjet key and then I can paste it right here. And it will be equal to z.string minimum 1, because I want to have a minimum character length of 1. And then for our key, I can now get the Arcjet key, as you see. And then as a next property, I want to add characteristics, and this will be equal to an array. And then in the array, I will pass a string and I will just say fingerprint. You can also call it some other name, it does not matter, but I will say fingerprint. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, what is this characteristics property? What is this array fingerprint? What does this characteristics thing do? Well, here's the thing. Arcjet has to somehow track and identify the requests, and as a default, it uses the IP address. The thing is, an IP address is easily spoofable. Therefore, in most cases, you don't really want to use an IP. Instead, you want to use something which is identifiable. As an example, the user ID. So if I don't add this characteristics property, everything will still work, and it will identify and track the request using the user's IP. But if I add the characteristics property right here, I can define my own characteristics, like for example the user ID. If I don't pass anything, again, it will use the user's IP as a default, but if I then later on want to use something to track the request, I can then add, for example, a user ID. And then the next property is rules, and this is interesting because this is an array, and inside of here I can define base rules. This means whenever I use this Arcjet instance, all of the rules which are defined in this rules array will also run as a default. This means if I leave this rules array empty, then there will be nothing run as a default. If I, for example, add shield as an example, then this shield will run every time we use Arcjet. So inside of here, we can create a comment, define base rules here can also be empty if you don't want to have any base rules. So if we think through our application, what would make sense to have as a base rule? Rate limiting, not really, because every, you could say, instance or every feature of our application will have a different rate limit. For example, our sign-in form could have a rate limit of 5, but then some sort of, let's say for now, a course creation route could have a rate limit of 10. Therefore, it does not really make sense to add a base rate limit. So what could make sense? Well, for example, shield. So in the rules array, I will get shield. I want to invoke it, the structured, and inside of here, I have to provide one key property, and that's the mode. And if I click on Control Spacebar, I get two options, either dry one or live. Dry one will only console log the decision. Live will also block the request. So it makes a lot of sense to set the mode to dry one in development, but since I want to really test out everything, I will set it to live. And now we already implemented shield. And again, what is shield? Well, if you hover over it, you will find nice comments. And right here it says, the Arcjet shield analyzes every request to your application to detect suspicious activity. Once a certain suspicion threshold is reached, subsequent requests from that client are blocked for a period of time. And again, this is a base rule, which means it will run everywhere where we use the Arcjet instance. So I can close this Arcjet file, we don't need it anymore, and we want to combine or connect Better-Auth to Arcjet because we want to use the sign-up form protection. We want to implement rate limiting, we want to implement bot detection and email validation. So where would it make sense to track this request, to analyze it? Well, our route handler. As mentioned, all of the Better-Auth requests are funneled through this route handler. This route handler allows the user to sign in, sign out, create orgs and stuff like that. This means we want to also get the request right here, analyze it with Arcjet, and then either allow it or deny it. So if you go to the Arcjet documentation and scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find this section called Better-Auth, so integrations Better-Auth. And here they say Arcjet can protect your Better-Auth routes from brute force attacks, sign-up spam and other abuse. You can also use the authenticated user ID to implement user-specific rate limits, because as mentioned, again, Arcjet can be used to create dynamic rate limits. If a user is signed up, we can give the user a rate limit of 10. If we don't have a valid user session, we will give the user a rate limit of 4 as an example. And right here they already have an example application, so let's open it. And also right here they have a nice little section and they say, we recommend integrating Arcjet in the auth route handler rather than in a Better-Auth hook because hooks do not provide sufficient request context in server-only environments. So we will use the route handler to analyze the request because it gives us all of the info. This request gives us everything, and that's what Arcjet needs. It needs the full context of the request. So let's again go back to this GitHub repo, and we want to go into the app directory, into this API folder, and then into this route.ts. And here we already have a demo code example. And you know what? I will just copy this file and paste it right here for my route.ts. Don't worry, I will explain everything. As you see, we have two errors. So first of all, we import auth from the wrong location, so I can delete it. And also we want to import IP from Arcjet IP, but this package does not exist. So here's the thing, as mentioned, if I again open my Arcjet base instance, we added characteristics. We can add our own custom characteristics, but as a default, it will use the user's IP. Next.js does not give you access to the user's IP natively. This means we have to use a separate function. And thankfully, Arcjet created the Arcjet IP detection library, and it provides a utility to find the public IP of a request. So we want to install it. I can scroll to the bottom. I will copy the installation command and then paste it into my terminal. And also they say the IP should not be trusted as it can be spoofed in most cases, especially when loaded via the headers object. We apply additional platform guards if a platform is supplied in the options argument. Then we can continue. So right here they set up an Arcjet instance, but as you all know, we already created our own base instance. This means I can just delete this constant AJ equals to Arcjet. We don't need it. Then what else do we have right here? Well, we create a few objects. First of all, the email options. So as mentioned, if we again head over back to the documentation, I want to set up this rule, which is called sign-up form protection. And this sign-up form protection is a combination of rate limiting, bot protection, and email validation. This means I want to also create these objects. First of all, email options. The mode will be set to live. This means we will block all requests. And then we can also add a block property, and this this is an array, and inside of here we can define the types of emails which we want to block. So for example, I want to block disposable emails, invalid emails, and emails which don't have any valid MX records. Then we want to also use bots. So we create a constant bot options object. The mode is set to live. I want to block requests. And then we also have an allow property, which is an array. Inside of here, I could say I want to allow search engines, for example, to make a request, or I want to allow, for example, OpenAI to make a request, the OpenAI crawler or OpenHost or whatever. So we can define right here bots which are allowed to interact with our sign-up form. But I don't want to allow any bots to interact with our sign-up form. Therefore, this allow property will just be an empty array. No bots will be allowed to submit the form. Then we also have this rate limit options object. And again, the mode is set to live. And then we have an interval and a maximum property. And as you see, this is a sliding window rate limit option. What does this mean? Well, there are 3 key algorithms which you can use for rate limiting. So if you go back to the documentation and go to the sidebar, you can click on algorithms. And right here they say, Arcjet rate limiting allows you to define rules which limit the number of requests a client can make over a period of time. It supports 3 different rate limit algorithms: fixed window, sliding window, and token bucket. Currently, we set up sliding window. So let's go through them quickly. Let's start with the fixed window. This is the simplest algorithm. It tracks the number of requests made by a client over a fixed time window. As an example, 60 seconds. If the client exceeds the limit, all requests are blocked until the window expires. So if we have a 1-minute time window and I make 50 requests and also the maximum limit is 50 requests, then I will be blocked for this 1 minute. After this 1 minute passes, I can again create 50 or 100 or whatever the limit is requests. Then we also have the sliding window, and that's what we implemented. This algorithm tracks the number of requests made by a client over a sliding window so that the window moves with time. So this is a very interesting algorithm, and it's also a more advanced algorithm. It's a bit more complicated. So what's the problem with the fixed window algorithm? So let's say you allow 100 requests per minute. With the fixed window algorithm, a user could send 100 requests at 12:00:59 and then another 100 at 12:01. That means a user can send 200 requests in 1 second. And right here I meant 59 seconds. A sliding window is a better solution because the sliding window algorithm smooths this out by tracking request timestamps more precisely, sliding across time rather than jumping in fixed chunks. So how does it work? Well, imagine you want to allow 100 requests per 60 seconds. For each user, IP or token, whatever you use for your characteristics, you store a list of timestamps for their recent requests. On each new request, you remove all timestamps older than 60 seconds from the list. If the remaining list has fewer than 100 entries, allow the request. Otherwise, reject or delay it. I know, this sounds super confusing, and at first it's also, I will be honest with you, quite confusing. So let's look at this diagram. So as you see, the time is 12 o'clock and a user sends a request, 1 request, and this is allowed. And right here we have a limit of 100 in a 1-minute window. Then after 10 seconds, the user sends 50 more requests. So in total, we now send 51 requests. Then at 59 seconds, so 59 seconds have now passed, a user sends 49 requests, which means we now hit the limit of 100 requests. Then at 12:01 and 1 second, 1 request is now older than 60 seconds. So the list now has 99 entries. Because after 1 minute, I deleted this entry, and this entry only had 1 request, which means we can also now make another request. And then let's say 1 second after that, a user tries to again make a request. This is now denied. We will only be allowed to create again a request request at 12:01 and 10 seconds, because then we will again free up 50 requests. So right here they say this algorithm is useful to avoid the stampede problem, because the user can't really now spam your application. We have a sliding window. And then there's also the token bucket algorithm, and this is honestly my favorite algorithm. This algorithm is based on a bucket filled with a specific number of tokens. Each request withdraws a token from the bucket, and the bucket is refilled at a fixed rate. Once the bucket is empty, the client is blocked until the bucket refills. So this means, as an example right here, we have a capacity of 100. So our bucket can have a maximum of 100 tokens. Every 60 seconds, we will refill this bucket with 10 tokens. And then after some time, our capacity will be hit 100, which means we won't create any new tokens. If we then again use up a bit of our already created tokens, then we will again refill them every 60 seconds, so 10 tokens per interval. It's a very interesting algorithm, but I know most people will probably use the fixed window or the sliding window. But now let's again continue. So we implemented already the sliding window, the mode is set to live, and a user can make 5 submissions in a 2-minute sliding window. Then we also right here create our sign up options object, which means we combine our email rule, our bots rule, and our rate limit rule. And then the next step is to create a protect function, as they did right here. And then inside of here, they first of all fetch the user session. So we can import auth from our auth file, so from the lib folder. And here we have an if statement. So if the user is logged in, we will use their ID as the identifier. This allows limits to be applied across all devices and sessions. Otherwise, we will fall back to the user's IP. So if we have a valid user session, then we will use the user ID as a characteristic. If there's no user, if we don't have a valid user session, then we will just use the IP using the IP package which we just installed. And then we have an if statement, and this checks if the request is a signup. If so, then we will use the protect signup rule. And the signup rule is a combination of email validation, bot protection, and rate limiting. Then we get our body. Then as a next step, we check that we also get an email. If so, we want to then use our protect signup rule. So let's import Arcjet from our lib folder. So we want to get our base instance. Then we can use this with rule method, and we want to use protect signup. As you see, we get one error for the user ID, and that's because we want to get our fingerprint, and this will be equal to the user ID. Then if this is not true, this means if we don't get an email, then we want to also validate the request, but we don't want to use the protect signup method because there's no email to validate. This means we will now chain 2 rules. First of all, the detect bot rule, and then also the sliding window algorithm rule. So let's again import Arcjet from our lib folder, or it's already imported, and then right here for our user ID, I want to get my fingerprint, and this will be equal to the user ID. And then we also have an else statement, and this is for all other auth requests. Let's again get Arcjet. We want to use the with rule method, and we will use the detect bot rule. Also, again, I want to get my fingerprint, and this will be equal to the user ID. And that's already it. Then the next step is to wrap the post handler with the Arcjet protections. So we get our decision. So we call this protect function. This generates a decision. We console log the decision, and then we create an if statement. If the decision is denied, then we can check what the reason was. So if it was rate limit, then we just return a new error. If the decision was an invalid email, then we return a message. If it's invalid, then we return this error message. If it's disposable, we return this error message. If there are no MX records, then we return this error message. And if nothing works, then we just return this default error message. And that's it. So to summarize it, we have a protect function. In the protect function, we implemented Arcjet, and then this protect function is called in our post request. This gets us a decision, and then we check if the decision is denied. If so, we throw a new error. If the decision is allowed, then we just return a new response, or in other words, we let Auth or Better-Auth handle the request and authenticate the user. So this in theory should work. So I will go back, do a hard refresh, and I will hope for the best. So I will sign in with GitHub. We have a pending state. Signed in, redirecting, okay. We got redirected. So in theory, everything worked. And then if we open our terminal, you will also see a console log right here, and the Arcjet decision was allow. This means everything worked as expected. Let's also quickly head over to the Arcjet dashboard. And in the Arcjet dashboard, you will see this is our request with the time, the host, the path, and the reason is allow. So if I go right here, conclusion, allow, reason, there is no reason, everything was allowed, and that's great. You can also, for example, go to the analytics, and again, no denies, no errors, only requests which got allowed. Very cool. So since we are finally finished with authentication and also with Arcjet, I want to continue with a few other interesting things. So here's a little roadmap of what we will do in the very near future, which means in the next couple of hours. So I want to start with a landing page. Right now this is my index page, and as you see, it does not look very nice. I want to make it beautiful. After that, we will create an admin dashboard. Inside of the admin dashboard, we will be able to create courses. After that, I will finish off our public facing page. This means we will create a course ID page and we will allow customers to buy the course. After that, we will create a customer facing dashboard to view the course, and I think we will then be finished. I hope so. But for now, I want to start with my landing page. So my landing page is my index page. So if I go back to my code base, right here we have our page.tsx. Here's the thing, as mentioned, we will have, like, you could say 3 separate spheres, if this makes sense. We will have the public facing pages. This means the index page, the courses overview page, and then the courses log page, which is then the overview page for the individual course. Then we will have the admin section, and then we will have the public facing dashboard for customers. This means I want to create another route group, and this will be a public route group. This means inside of there I will store all of the routes which will be public facing, which don't require any authorization. So in the app folder, I can create a new folder, then I want to use parentheses and I will call it public. I will be honest with you, I think public is not a great name because it kinda has a conflict with our normal public folder, but since this is a route group, it does not create any errors. Nevertheless, if you have a better naming convention, then please name it differently. If I would sit here for a few hours, I would probably rename it, but honestly, who cares? We will leave it as is. Then inside of here, I want to create a page.tsx, and I want to delete this page.tsx. We don't need it anymore since we have this new public route. So what I will do is just copy all of the code, paste it inside of here, and delete this index page, which we have in our root app directory. This page.tsx in the public route group will now be our new index page. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. Then we can go back and I want to update my code a bit. So I want to delete everything in the return statement and I want to start with empty tags. Inside of here, I want to create a section element and I will also give it a class name, which will be relative, so the position, and padding y20. This means padding on the top and bottom, and this corresponds to about 80 pixels. Then in the section, I want to render a div element, and in the div, I want to get my badge component, which I import from my components. Please make sure that you don't import it from Lucid React. Lucid React will render an icon, but we want to render a component. So I will import it from the components, and inside of here, I want to say the future of online, you could, learning, education, yeah, education. If I save this and again go back, you will see right here this badge. It looks good, but you know what, I want to center it. So I will again go back and I will first of all update this div. So I will give it a class name, and this will be flex of column, items which will be center, text which will be center, and then space y of 8. Because here's the thing, we will render a badge as we do right now, then we will render a nice big title, a little description, and then 2 links. That's why we created this flex column layout, because we want to have a column, if this makes sense. Then I want to also update my badge, so I want to give it a variant, and this will be outline. So as you see, this is already already a bit better. Then underneath the badge, I want to render an H1. And for the H1, I want to say elevate your learning experience. As you see, this is not centered, this is not quite what I want, so this means I can give the H1 a class name, and this will be text 4XL, then on MD or bigger, this will be text 6XL, and MD or bigger means that the screen size has to have a minimum width of, what do we have right here, 768 pixels. If it's smaller, so if the width is smaller than 768 pixels, then we render text 4XL. Then I want to also say font, which will be bold, so a bigger font weight, and then also tracking, which will be tight. So as you see, this is our title, but I don't know, it's not centered, it does not look good. So we want to again go back and then let's see, it's not centered, what's the problem? We have our section relative, then we have our div. Here's the problem. The H1 is not rendered in the div, but of course we want to render it in the div because this div is a flex column or has a flex column layout with gap and also text center. So let's again paste it inside of here, and now it's centered and we also have the gap to the top. Then underneath the H1, I want to render a p tag, and inside of here I will say discover, so discover a new way to learn with our modern, interactive learning management system. And then access high-quality courses anytime, anywhere. So the full sentence will be discover a new way to learn with our modern interactive learning management system, access high-quality courses anytime, anywhere. If I go back, you will see the description right here, but there are two key problems. It's too big, so it takes too much width, and secondly, the color is too light. It should be like a grayish color. This means I can give this p tag a class name, and this will have a maximum width. And here's the thing, I want to add a custom width. So right here we already have like these predefined Tailwind CSS classes, 2.5, 2XL and stuff like that. And they have their own maximum width. But what I will do is add a custom width. So for that you can use these array brackets, and inside of here I will say 700 pixels. Then I want to also update the text color, and this will be text muted foreground. And then on MD or bigger, this will be text XL. If I again go back, you will see that this has a grayish color. And then I want to also render two buttons underneath this content. A button to explore courses and then a button to sign in. So we can go back, we want to go underneath this p tag, and then inside of here or underneath the p tag, I want to create a new div. Then for the div, I will give it also a class name, and this will be flex of column, and then if the device is bigger than this SM breakpoint, I want to say flex row. So on a mobile screen we will stack the buttons vertically, on a desktop screen we will align them horizontally. Then I want to also say gap 4 and margin top of 8. Inside of here, I want to render a link component imported from Next/link, and inside of here I will say explore courses. As you see, the link component currently complains, and that's because I'm missing one key property, and that's the href. So I will provide an href, and this should navigate, or for the href I will provide /courses. If I save this and again go back, you will see the link right here, but this is not styled nicely. The link does not look nice. So we want to add a class name, and then of course again we could style this link by ourselves. We could add padding, we could add a background color, rounding, stuff like that. But I want to use the button variance function. I want to make my life a bit easier. So I can import it from the components, I can invoke it, I can destructure it, and then I want to also provide a size which will be LG. So this button will be a bit bigger than the default shared CN button. And then I want to also create a second link to sign in. So I will go underneath this link, and to be honest, I can just copy paste the link. We don't have to write it again. For the size, this will be LG. I want to update the variant. This will be outline, and then for the href this will be /login, and instead of saying explore courses I will say sign in. If I save this and again go back, you'll see two buttons, and if I click on sign in I will get redirected to our login page. Then underneath this landing page, if you want to call it like that, I want to render like a feature section. So I want to say something like comprehensive courses, interactive learning, progress tracking, something like that, you know? So we can go back and I want to go underneath our div. So under which div? Well, I want to actually go underneath the section. So I want to use again my section element. We can open it and I want to also give it a class name. So if this currently confuses you, if you don't really understand what I'm trying to do right here, then let me show it to you with a little diagram. So this is our page right now. As you know, right here we have a little badge. Then we have a huge title. So let me just, for example, use the text. And this is a huge title. Then underneath this big title, we have a small description. So this is this right here. Oh, of course, we also have 2 buttons, but yeah, this is our hero. But underneath my hero, I want to render 3 or 4 cards. So 1, then also 2, 3, and 4. And these 4 cards, I want to render like core features, like comprehensive courses, again, interactive learning, and stuff like that. So this will be our landing page. It will consist of this hero and then these feature cards. So we can again go back, and then for the section, I want to create a grid layout because again, we will have 4 cards, which means we want to create a grid layout with 4 columns. So I can go back, I can add a class name, and then this will be grid columns of 1 for the mobile screen, because on a mobile screen we want to stack them vertically. Then on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns of 2, and on LG or bigger, this means on a desktop device, this will be grid columns 4. I want to also add a gap, which will be 6, and inside of here I want to map over my features. Currently I don't have any, so let's create a new array. I want to go above my return statement, above this export default function, and then inside of here I want to create a constant features, and this will be equal to an empty array. In this array I want to create an object, and this object will have 3 properties: a title, description, and icon. So let's start with the title, and for the title I will say comprehensive courses. Then I want to also add a description, and for the description I want to say access a wide range of carefully curated courses designed by industry experts. This means by me, since I'm an expert. Then underneath the description I want to also provide an icon property, and the icon will be equal to this macOS icon. So if you use Windows, I'm not sure how you use the icons, but with macOS you want to click on command and then also FN or whatever it is and spacebar, and I want to get the books icon right here. Then I want to create another object again with a title. For the title I will say interactive learning. Then I want to also provide a description, and for the description I want to say engage with interactive content, quizzes and assignments to enhance your learning experience. Then I want to also provide an icon, and for the icon I will use this gamepad, I don't know, PlayStation controller. Then we can create another object, and you know what? Currently we have a big problem. There's no type safety. What I mean by that is if I misspell title, I don't get any errors. So let's create a little interface on the top. So interface, I will call it a feature props, and then this will be an object, and inside of here we will have a title which will be of type string, we will have a description which will be of type string, and then we will also have an icon which will be of type string. Then I can use this feature props for my constant features. This means I can add a type with this colon, and this will be equal to feature props, but feature props is an object, which means we want to append this array symbol. So if I again go back and now click on Control spacebar, I get all of my types right here. So I want to get my title, and the third title will be progress tracking. Then I want to also add a description, and for the description I want to say monitor your progress and achievements with detailed analytics and personalized dashboards. Then I want to also add an icon which will be of type string, and for the icon I want to provide this icon right here, so this statistics icon. And then I want to create one more object, a fourth feature. And again, we want to provide a title, which will say community support. Then I want to also provide a description. For the description, I will say join a vibrant community of learners and instructors to collaborate and share knowledge. And then we are also missing the icon. And for the icon, I want to just render a user icon. So right here, you can just say users, and then you should find this icon. So we now created our features array, which means I can scroll again to the bottom and I can map over my features in the section. So I will get my features, then I want to use the map method. As a param, I will get the feature and also an index, and then I can just return this. Then inside of here, I want to use the card component. And as you all know, whenever you map over items in React, you have to provide a key. And what is unique right here? Well, the index is unique. And also some people might say, hey Jan, you shouldn't use an index, you should use a unique ID, you should go back to your array, add ID, stuff like that. Yes, in theory, you want to always use custom IDs or unique IDs. An index is unique, but whenever you start reordering items, the index will break a lot of things. But if your items are statically rendered, this means if you don't have drag and drop and no interactivity with this features map or with this mapping itself, then you don't need custom IDs. Then an index is fine enough. Then for our card, we can also provide a class name. And I want to say on hover, I want to showcase a shadow, which will be LG. And then also transition, which will be shadow. Then in the card, I want to render a card header, which is imported from the components. And inside of here, I want to first of all render the icon. So I will create a div, and inside of here, I want to get my feature.icon. I want to also give the div a class name, which will be text for XL, and then also margin bottom 4. If I save this and again go back, you will see these cards on the bottom. They look quite nice, but we are missing the title and the description. So I can go back and then underneath this div, but still in the card header, I want to get my card title and I will render my feature.title. Then underneath my card header, I want to also render card content, and in the card content component, I will create a p tag. In the p tag, I will render my feature.description. We have an icon, then we have the title, and then the description. The only problem is this description has a color which is white and it should be a bit darker. So I can go back and then for the p tag I will provide a class name which will be text muted foreground. And as you see, this already looks way better. But if we look at this page, you will see it's kinda broken. If I zoom out, these cards go to the end of the screen. This shouldn't happen. I want to have something like a container. This here should be the end of my screen, and the cards should align all right here, and they shouldn't overflow. So this means we want to create a layout. So I can again open my Explorer, and then in the public folder I will create a layout.tsx, because here's the thing. On the top, so if I go back and okay, now it does not work, so let's again go back. For the layout, I will create an export default function, layout public. I will also create a return statement, and I will return a div just so that this error goes away. If I go back, you won't see anything, that's fine, but what I want to do is render a navbar right here on the top. Then I want to render my main content, which we just created, and then this will be already it. Also, this layout will define our layout, which means it will create a container so that this content or this outside space will just be empty, because on large devices, we don't want to take the whole width. So we can again go back, and then I want to add a class name, or in the return statement, I want to start off fresh. I want to first of all, again, return a div element. Then in the div, I want to render a navbar. For now, I will create an h1 and say navbar. And underneath the h1, I want to render my children. Where do we get our children from? Well, we will get them from our params. So I can destructure the params, and I want to get my children. As you see, we get an error and it says children is declared, but its value is never used. And also binding element children implicitly has an any type. So we want to give it a type, and children will be of type React Node. Then underneath my h1, I want to create a main element, and in the main element, I will render my children. This means if I go back, you will now see on the top left corner, I render this navbar h1, and then I render my children. But we still haven't fixed our container or our width issue, if this makes sense. So for the main element, I will provide a class name, and then this will be container. This will create a maximum width, but we with that also create a problem, because if I go back and zoom out, you see it's aligned to the left side, but it should be centered. This means we want to also give this main element a class name, which is Auth. This means it will center it in the middle, the content, and this already looks way better. Then we can also continue, and I want to give it a padding x4, on MD or bigger, padding x6, and on LG or bigger, padding x8. Then as a next step, I want to create my navbar. So I can open the Explorer, and then in the public folder, I want to create another folder, which will be underscore components. So I know a few people probably already forgot the reason on why I create this underscore components folder. So here's the thing, I'm a big fan of vertical slice architecture. What does this mean? Vertical slice architecture essentially means that you want to store your code based on the feature. That's how I explain it in most cases. So for example, my navbar is public facing related. This means this navbar will only be used in this layout. It won't be rendered in my dashboard. It won't be rendered in my admin dashboard. It won't be rendered anywhere else. It will only be rendered in this one layout. Therefore, I create a components folder right in this public folder. For example, later on we will create a rich text editor. This rich text editor will be reused in multiple routes. That's also the reason why I will later on create a rich text editor, or I will store it in this components folder. If I would only use it in one application level itself, then I would also store it in this specific route level. But since I will later on reuse it, I will store it in the components folder. The navbar won't be reused, and that's the reason why I created this underscore components folder. Again, you can read more about this if you go to Google and search vertical slice architecture or feature-based folder structure. You will find enough info. I also created a video on that on my YouTube channel. It's called Stop Structuring Your Project Like a Junior Dev, and there I talk about how I structure my projects. And then in this components folder, I want to create a navbar.tsx file, and inside of here we can first of all create an export function, navbar, and then I want to also open this function. Inside of here, for now, I will create a return statement, and I will return an h1 which says, hey, this is the navbar. Then in my layout, instead of rendering this h1, I will render the navbar component, which is imported from the components. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, I will see the navbar right here on the top left corner. But of course, this is not quite what I want to render, so let's create a beautiful navbar. So I will go back and I will create a new return statement, a fresh return statement. I want to start off with a header element, and I will also give it a class name. First of all, the position will be sticky. This means once we scroll later on, the navbar will always be visible. Then for the position, I want to also say top 0. Then we want to say Z50, so it should always overlay our content. Then width full, border bottom, I want to render a border at the bottom, BG background, and then /95. This means I want to take the whole background color and give it an opacity of 95%. Then we can also say backdrop blur, and then I want to provide a custom filter. So this means we can use array symbols right here, and I want to say backdrop dash filter, and then this will be equal to BG background /60. I can delete this h1, and I want to create a div element. In this div, I want to render a link component, which is imported from next/link. I have to provide an href. This will be the index page. This means an empty slash. And inside of here, I want to render the logo and then also the company name. So first of all, we can get the image component from next/image, and we have to provide a source and then also an alt. For the alt, I will just say logo, and for the source, I can import it on the top. So I will say import logo from @/public/logo.png. I can then pass it as a source, and I want to also provide a class name, and the class name will be size 9. This means width 9 and height 9. And then underneath the image, I want to render a span element, and I want to say Marshall LMS dot. I can also give it a class name, and this will be font bold. This means if I again go back, you will see right here that we have a logo and then my name right here, or the company name. But the thing is, this should be aligned horizontally. Currently, it's aligned as a column. This means we can go back, and for the link, I can give it a class name, and then this will be flex. We want to say item center, and then also space x2 and margin right 4, so margin to the right side. If I again go back, you'll see that it's aligned horizontally and it looks quite nice. But we still have one problem. You see, this is my navbar, but my navbar has 0 padding. So this touches the border. It does not look good. So I can go back, and then I can give this div, which wraps our link, a class name. This will also be container, then flex, height, which will be 16, and we can also say minimum height 16. This is always better than just to give an absolute value. Then this will be items center, MX auto to center it in the middle, and then we want to also add our padding on the horizontal side. So this means padding x4, MD or bigger padding x6, and LG or bigger padding x8. And if I scroll a bit to the bottom, you see that my navbar overlays my content. Then I want to continue with my desktop navigation. This means I want to render my links. So we can go back, we can go underneath this link, and I want to still stay in this main div. And inside of here, I want to create a nav element. And again, this will be our desktop navigation, which means I can also create a comment which will say desktop navigation. Inside of the nav element, I want to create a div element, and then in this div element, I want to map over my navigation items. So I will create an array above my export function. This will be a constant navigation items, and this will be equal to an empty array. Inside of here, I want to create 3 objects, 3 links. The first object will have a name. For the name, I will say home. Then I want to also provide an href, and this will be an empty slash. Then for the second link, the name will be courses, and for the href, this will be /courses. And then I want to also create a third link, and for the name, this will be dashboard, and for the href, this will be /dashboard. So we are finished with the navigation items, which means I can map over them in my div. So I will get my navigation items. I want to use the map method. I will invoke it as a param. I want to get an item, and then I will return it. Inside of here, I want to render a link component, and for the link, we have to provide 2 key properties. First of all, the key, which has to be a unique identifier. In this case, our name is unique. So for the key, I will pass our item.name. Then I want to also provide an href, and this will be the item.href. And I want to also provide a class name, and this will be text sm, font medium, transition, which will be colors. And then on hover, I want to render text primary, so my primary color. And then in the link, I will render my item.name. This means if I again go back, you will see in the navbar 3 links: home, courses, and dashboard. But there's no spacing between these links. So I want to go back. Then right here we have this wrapping div, and I can give this div a class name, which will be flex, items, center, and space x, which will be 2. As you see, this already looks way better. And we're finished with the left side. But on the right side, there are a few things which I want to render. First of all, I want to render a theme toggle, and then I want to create a ternary. If we have a valid user session, I want to create a user dropdown. If we don't have a valid user session, I want to render a login button. So we can go back, and I want to go underneath this div, but I want to stay in this nav element. Inside of here, I will create a div element, and in this div, I want to get my theme toggle, which is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and if I go back, Yeah, this is not what I wanted. This theme toggle should be on the right side. What wraps our children? So we have this div and this div. Our nav element wraps these two divs. This means we can give our nav a class name, and then this will be flex. And you know what? On mobile, this should be hidden. This means the initial state will be hidden, and then on MD or bigger, it will be flex. Because again, on a mobile screen, we don't want to render these nav items. We want to only render them on a desktop screen. Therefore, this will be hidden at the start, and then once we hit this MD breakpoint, we will display it using this flex element. Then on MD or bigger, this will be flex 1. On MD or bigger, this will be item center. And then on MD or bigger, this will be justified between, because I want to align the children to the most outer corner. This means the left side and also the right side. The next step is to get our user session and then either display a user dropdown or a login button. So the first step is to first of all get the user session, and we will do that on the client side. So above the return statement, I will create a constant, then I can destructure it, and this will be equal to auth client. I want to import it from my lib folder, and then I want to call this use session function. I can invoke it, and then where I destructure it, I can get my data, and I can also get the isPending boolean. IsPending will be true whenever we fetch the user session on the client side. I can then scroll a bit to the bottom, and right here I have my theme toggle. Underneath my theme toggle, I want to create a ternary, and if isPending is true, so I can use a question mark, then I will return null. If it's not true, then we can create a colon, and I want to create another ternary. So a ternary in a ternary, and I want to check if we have a session. As you see, I don't get a session, and that's because we don't call it session but data. But I can rename it with a colon, and instead of calling it session data, we will call it session, my god. Then I can copy the name, and if session is true, then I want to use a question mark, and I want to render my user dropdown. For now, I will just say logged in, because this means that we are logged in. If this is not true, then I want to use a colon, and I want to return empty tags. Inside of here, I want to render two buttons. First of all, a login button, and then a get started button. Both of these buttons will redirect the user to the login page, but it's just nicer to have two buttons. So instead of rendering a button, I will render a link component, which is imported from next/link. And then for the link, I want to provide an href, and this will be /login. Then I want to also provide a class name, and I want to style the link exactly the same as a shared CN button. Therefore, I will use the button variance function, and then I want to also give it a variant, which will be secondary. For the link, I want to say login, and then I can copy paste the link one more time, and this will be also href login. For the class name, button variance is fine. I will delete the variant, so this will be the default variant, and then instead of saying login, I will say get started. This means if I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we will get an error, and that's because I use the auth client, and the auth client only works in client components. Therefore, I want to mark this navbar with the use client directive. With that, this error will go away, and now you see on the top right corner the theme toggle, a login button, and a get started button. That's because I don't have a valid user session. But here's the thing, it does not look nice. I need some gap. So I can go back, and then again, if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we have this div. This div wraps my theme toggle and then my user session display. So I can give this div a class name, and this will be flex item center, because I want to center my items vertically. Justify center would center them horizontally. And then I want to also say space x4 to have some spacing in between the items. So as you see, this already looks way better. As a next step, I want to also create a theme toggle or user dropdown. Let me show it to you. I will log in. You will see I will get redirected. I want to sign in with GitHub. Then I will get redirected back to the index page. And then on the top right corner, you now see logged in. in. But instead of rendering logged in, I want to render a dropdown, and then in the dropdown menu, we will render 3 links. So here's the thing, we could create our own user dropdown, but this would be annoying. So I will show you a nice little component library called Origin UI. And of course, I will link it down below in the YouTube description. And Origin UI is relatively interesting because this is a component library which is built on top of Shared CN UI. Shared CN UI is built on top of Radix UI. Origin UI is built on top of Shared CN UI. This means it uses the same components, but it already creates pre-built components. And I want to use a user dropdown, so we can search for, I don't know, dropdown. Yeah, dropdown. Let's click on that. And then if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this user dropdown. And if I click on this user, we display the name, then an email, and then a few options. And that's exactly what I want to do. So I can click on this view code toggle, and then you can either install it or you can just copy the code and then create the component yourself, and that's what we will do. So I will again go back, I will open my Explorer, I want to go into the app folder, public folder, components folder, _components, and inside of here I will create a user dropdown.tsx file. For the content, I can just copy this code and paste it inside of here, and if you analyze the code, you will see that these are just shared CN UI components. We import a few icons from Lucid React, we get the avatar component, the button component, and then the dropdown component, and then Origin UI just combines all of them and styles them nicely. This means I can go back to my navbar, and instead of rendering logged in, I can get this user dropdown, and it's not called user dropdown. How is it called? Component. I want to rename it, so this will be the user dropdown. And instead of doing an export default function, I want to export this function normally, so just export function. And then in my navbar again, I can get this user dropdown, which is imported from my components. This means if I again go back and do a hard refresh, I get an error. I will have to restart my dev server again. Don't worry about these things right here. That's nothing which is related to our code. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, you'll see on the top right corner this user dropdown. If I click on it, we get all of these options and it looks quite nice. Nevertheless, there's still a few things that I don't like. So for example, if I click on this user dropdown, this content, that's what you see right here, is aligned in the center. That's not quite what I want. So we can go back to this user dropdown, and here we have this dropdown menu content. There we can add an align property, and we get 3 options: center, end, and start. Currently it's aligned to the center, that's the default, but I want to align it to the end. This means to the right side. So now it already looks way better. Then what else can we do? Well, we have our dropdown menu content, but you know, I don't want to render Keith Kennedy, I don't want to render this fake email, I don't want to render option 1, 2 and stuff like that. So let's update everything. I want to start off with my drop-down menu items. So instead of saying option 1, I want to render home. Then instead of using the bold icon, I want to use the home icon imported from Lucid React. And if I go back and again click on this user dropdown, you'll see if I click on home, nothing happens. But I want to get redirected to the index page. This means I can go back and then for the dropdown menu item, I can provide an asChild property. And this means that we render a component a function, whatever, in this drop-down menu item, because I want to use the link component. So I will copy this code, the span and the icon, and then I want to get a link component from next/link. I will again paste my code, and then for the link component, I want to provide an href, and this will be an empty slash. Then we can continue with the next drop-down menu item, and this will be for my courses. So instead of saying option 2, I will say courses, and for the icon, instead of using layers 2, I want to use the book open icon, which is also imported from Lucid React. Then I want to also wrap this code in a link component. We already imported it, and for the link I want to provide an href, which will be /courses. Also, don't forget, for the drop-down menu item, we want to provide an asChild, because right here, this is a child. If I again click on this drop-down menu, we get home and courses. If I click on courses, I will get redirected, but we will get an error, and that's because I haven't created this route yet. We will do that a bit later on. And then there's one more link which I want to render, and that's for our dashboard. So instead of saying option 3, I will say dashboard. Instead of using the book open icon, I want to use the layout dashboard icon imported from Lucid React. Then for the drop-down menu item, I want to provide an asChild property, and I want to wrap this code in a link component. For the link, I will provide an href, and this will be /dashboard. If I then again click on my dropdown, you will see that we have 3 items right here. Currently, we also render an option 4 and 5. I don't need that. This means I can delete this drop-down menu group, which renders these 2 items. I will just delete it, and now we have first of all these 3 items, and then we render this logout drop-down menu item. I can also delete one drop-down menu separator. One is enough, we don't need 2. And if I again go back, you will see that this already looks way better. This logout button also currently does not work. This means we have to create a separate function. As you know, implementing the logout functionality is quite easy, so we can go to our page.tsx, and we wrote the code already right here. So I can copy this async function sign out, and I will paste it inside of here. Then we use this auth client. I want to import it from the lib folder. I want to call the sign out function. Then we have our fetch options. I listen for the on success event. If it's successful, I want to redirect the user to the index page. For that, we have to initialize the router hook. So I can go above this async function, and I want to create a constant router, which will be equal to use router. I want to import it from next/navigation, and then this error will go away. Then we have to also import toast from Sonar, and then I want to also listen for the on error event. So underneath on success, I will also get on error. This will be equal to a standard arrow function, and inside of here I want to return a toast.error, and for the message I will just say failed to sign out. Then I can copy the name sign out, scroll to the bottom, and then for the button, we don't have a button, so I can just use the drop-down menu item. I can use an on-click handler, and this will be equal to sign out. That's it, there's nothing else that we have to add. This means if I again go back and then click on logout, I should get logged out. And as you see, signed out successfully. Then I can again log in, I will continue or sign in with GitHub, I will get redirected, and then I will again see the user drop down on the top. Currently I render Keith Kennedy and this fake email, so let's also update that, and I want to render a real email and real name, and also I want to render the user image right here. So I can go back, scroll to the top. Right here I get a few import errors, so I will just delete these imports which are not needed anymore. This means all of these icons, and I want to first of all create an interface. So I will create an interface called iappprops, and I want to get a name which will be of type string. I want to get an email which will be of type string, and I want to get an image which will be of type string. Then in my user dropdown function in the params I can destructure them, and this will be of type iappprops. This means if I click on Control spacebar, I get 3 properties. First of all the email, then the name, and then also the image. And then I can use these 3 properties to render real data. So instead of rendering this avatar.jpg, which does not exist, we can render, or we can pass our image, which we will pass through the params. Then for the alt, currently we say profile image. This is fine enough. Then for the avatar fallback, instead of rendering KK, I want to instead get my name, so name, and then we can get the first character. This means I can just pass an array symbol and get the first value. This means a 0. This is the first letter in the name. And then I want to also use the toUpperCase method, and I can invoke it because I want to uppercase the first letter. And if I go back right now, you will see nothing. And that's because we don't have a name. This means I can go back to my navbar, and here I already get an error. And the error is that I'm missing 3 properties: the email, image, and name. So let's pass our email, and this will be equal to session.user.email. Then we also have our image, and this will be equal to session.user.image. And then we also have the name, and this will be equal to our session.user.name. user.name. And as you see, we get an error right here, and it says type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, when we sign in with GitHub, GitHub will automatically give us an image of the user, an avatar. But when the user signs in with the user's email, then we don't generate an image, we don't get one. Therefore, for now, to just prevent this error, I will create an OR sign and render or pass an empty string. This means if I again go back, you will see my user image. Then instead of rendering Kenneth Kennedy and this email, I can also go back, scroll a bit to the bottom, and then instead of saying Kenneth Kennedy, I will get my name. So this will be name. And then I want to also update the email, and we get our email through the params. But here's the thing, I don't want to render this email because it will display my real email. So I will just hardcode john@john.com. But you of course should render the email which you pass or which you get through the params. This means if I save this and again go back, then you will see Jan, then probably your email, and then home, courses, dashboard, and then this logout button. For my user dropdown, I currently get one error. That's because I don't use the email. That's fine. I will just disable the CSLint rule. Who cares? And then we are finished with the user dropdown. So let's analyze this page. Is there anything missing? We have a nav bar. It looks great. If I click on courses, I get redirected. Our user dropdown looks great. Then in light mode, this page also looks great. In dark mode, it looks great. Just in general, it looks beautiful. Also, I just realized that Origin UI, the component library, released its own navbar collection, if you want to call it like that. So they released their own collection of 20 navbar components. So I guess we could have just copied it. But hey, when I started creating this video, this wasn't released yet. So we can close Origin UI, I don't need it anymore, and we are finished with our index page. But here's the thing, in the demo I showed you a different UI, a different design. This is just the default ShardCN UI design which they provide us with, because if I head over to the ShardCN website, I can customize the theme. So here they have a themes button, and here I can, for example, use the default theme. That's what we currently have, but they also offer a green theme, blue theme, yellow theme, violet theme. They look quite good, but the thing is, the only thing that changes is the color, but the border is the same, the rounding is the same, the text is the same, the button looks the same. At the end of the day, it just looks the same, but I want to have a custom website. The design should be completely custom. I want to have a custom width, a custom border radius, a custom shadow. Everything should be custom. I don't want to use these predefined variables provided by ShardCN UI. That's why we can head over to a website called tweakcn.com, and using this website we can customize our ShardCN UI theme, because again, if we open our globals.css file, we currently define our theme, or we customize it using these CSS variables. This means if I update, for example, this OKLCH color, then I update all of the components where I use the secondary foreground color. And with tweakcn, I can customize my colors, typography, and layouts with real-time preview. No sign up required. Nice. So I will click on try it out now, and here they already provide us with a lot of predefined themes. Amber minimal, bold tag, bubblegum. You see the rounding changes, the shadow changes, the text or typography changes. And here they provide us with a few nice themes, a few themes which I find a bit ugly, but honestly, who am I to make or say what is nice and not nice? So you can choose your own right here, for example, Superbase or T3 Chat. These are all nice themes, but I'm a big fan of the Claude theme. So right here I can select Claude, and that's the theme which I want to use for this video. We can also see how it looks like in light theme. Yeah, it looks beautiful. The primary colors are fine, the secondary colors are fine. We can maybe customize the typography. So we could, for example, select this mono font, so Geist Mono. if you want to, but for now I will just leave it as system. Maybe later on at the end I will customize it and make it Geist mono. I'm not sure, but for now it's fine enough. Then we can also update or customize the letter spacing. Then we can also click on other. Here you can update the hue shift. We don't want to do that, but we want to update the radius. So this is currently the default radius, but I want to have a smaller radius. So for example, maybe 0.15. Is this nice? Yeah, I think 0.15 looks quite good. Then for the spacing, this is fine enough. For the shadow, this is also fine enough. And I think I can copy this theme preset. And then I can just copy this. So this is our globals.css file. It again defines a root, then it defines right here the star class, and then this theme inline creates all of the CSS variables. So I can copy this, I can go back, and then I can collapse this theme inline, this root, and then also dark. I can then delete these 3 objects and paste what I just copied. Don't delete this add layer base, don't delete this add custom variant, we need that. We want to just delete these 3 objects. And if I again go back to my index page, you will see, wow, this is literally a completely new page. Everything updated, and that's what I wanted. So we have a new background color, we have this new border radius, we have literally everything is different. And again, if you want to, you can also update the typography, but this is a very big change, and that's why I won't do it right now. Maybe later on, again, as mentioned. Then also one problem which I currently have is that we don't have any margin to the bottom, so I can go back to the page.tsx, to our index page, and then inside of here we can first of all delete this async function sign out. Then I can delete this auth client code, I can delete this router, I don't need it anymore. Then I can delete these unused imports, I don't need them anymore. And also this can be a server component, which means I can delete this use client directive. Then as mentioned, I want to create a bit of margin to the bottom, so I can go to the second section, and then I can add a margin bottom, which will be 32. So if I again go back, then you'll see that we have some spacing to the bottom. Also, maybe later on I will add a margin to the layout, but for now it's fine enough. So what's the next thing? We are finished with the landing page. We are finished with customizing the UI, and the next step is to create the dashboard layout for the admin section, because as mentioned, we will have 2 dashboards, a public-facing dashboard for our customers to view the courses, but also an admin dashboard so that admins can then log in and create courses, manage them, this means edit them, delete them, and stuff like that. So we could create our own dashboard, but this would literally take days to perfect it. So we can head over to Shadsi and UI, and then you will find this blog section. And here they already provide us with a beautiful dashboard. So I can zoom out a bit. As you see, this will be the index page. They already display a few nice cards, this analytics chart. And yeah, in general, this is a great dashboard layout, which is also responsive. And that's why we will use it in this video. So what you can do is just copy this installation command on top, right here, npx shadsi and add dashboard 1. I will copy it, and then I want to paste it into my terminal. Also, instead of using npx, I want to instead say pnpm dlx shadsi and add latest, and then this command. Then I can click on enter. As you see, it asks me a few questions. So the file button already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? Yes, I would want to do that. The same thing for the drop-down menu, for the drawer, avatar, and all of that. And then if I open my Explorer, you will see that Shadsi and UI generated a few new folders and files. So we first of all have a hooks folder with a use mobile file. Then in the components folder, we now have a few new files. The app sidebar file, nav main, data table, and stuff like that. And also in the app folder, we have a new folder, a dashboard folder, a dashboard route with a page.tsx, and then in the dashboard I render this sidebar. So let's restart the dev server. So I will run pnpm run dev, and then I can go back and do a hard refresh. So this has refreshed, which means I can navigate to /dashboard. And as you see, this is our dashboard. So right on the left side, we have a sidebar, and then on the right side, this is the main content. And again, this is also mobile responsive. This means if I collapse it, it's completely responsive. I can click on this button and then we have this navigation or mobile navigation. Let me again maximize this and I want to customize it a bit. So currently this is /dashboard, or the route is a dashboard route. Instead of calling it dashboard, I want to call it admin. So I can rename this dashboard folder and it should be called admin. This means if I go back and navigate to /admin, we again see this dashboard, which looks great. So if we analyze this dashboard, how does it work? How is it structured? Well, we have a sidebar on the left side, which is mobile responsive, which we can also collapse. This is very important. And then on the right side, we have our main content. Now, here's the funny thing. Creating sidebars, collapsible sidebars, mobile responsive sidebars is literally one of the hardest things that you can do as a developer. That's why S3 and UI created a sidebar component. This is a composable, themable, and customizable sidebar component. So that's what we have set up, because if you head over back to our page, you will see that we use right here, for example, the sidebar provider. And the sidebar provider is imported from the components, and to be specific, from the sidebar component. So to create this dashboard layout, we right now use the sidebar component. And the sidebar component is quite interesting because it's not a singular component, but it's rather a combination, or it's a component which is composed of multiple parts. So first of all, we have a sidebar provider. So in the page.tsx, you will see right here, everything is wrapped by a sidebar provider. And this handles the collapsible state. So the collapsible state is this right here. If I click on the button, my sidebar collapses and I don't see it anymore. Then we have the sidebar component itself. And this is the sidebar container. So they have a very nice diagram right here. So right here, they don't showcase the sidebar provider, but the sidebar provider pretty much wraps everything. Then in the sidebar provider, we have the sidebar component itself. This, as you see, also wraps everything. In the sidebar, we then get a sidebar header and sidebar footer. These are sticky at the top and bottom of the sidebar. In this case, this is our sidebar header. And then on the bottom, this is like a navigation user drop-down thingy. This is the footer. Let's quickly check it out. So we have a sidebar provider, and in the sidebar provider, we have an app sidebar. In the app sidebar, we have the sidebar header. And in the sidebar header, I render this Acme Inc. logo. So this is the header. And then at the bottom, I also have a sidebar footer, and I render the nav user in the sidebar footer. This means this right here, this dropdown is the footer. Then we also have the sidebar content. The sidebar content is this right here. So this is our header, and then this is our footer, and this here is our main content. Then let's continue. What else do we have right here? The sidebar group, and this is the section within the sidebar content. So in theory, for example, we can again create a line. This is one sidebar group, this right here, and then this is another sidebar group. And in theory, this is also a sidebar group. So in this case, we have one sidebar content, but this sidebar content consists of 3 sidebar groups with individual items. Then what else do we have? We have a sidebar trigger. This is this button which collapses our sidebar. So this is how this whole structure is created. And the main part is literally this app sidebar, because inside of here, we use the sidebar header, the sidebar content with the sidebar groups, and then also the sidebar footer. So if you want to customize the sidebar, then you will do it in this app sidebar. And then if we now analyze the sidebar, what do we want to change? Well, right here it says Acme Inc. I don't want that. So we can go back to the app sidebar component, and then right here you will find the name Acme Inc. and then also this icon. Currently they provide us with the normal A tag, but I want to instead use the link component provided by Next/link. And for the href, this will be an empty slash. Then instead of rendering this icon, I can delete it, and instead I want to get the image component from Next/image. For the image component, we have to pass 2 properties. First of all, the source, and then also an alt. For the alt, I will say logo, and for the source, we want to import our logo. So on the top, I can delete this unused import, and then I can create an import, and this will be logo from @/public/logo.png. I can then copy the logo name, again scroll to the bottom, my god, that's so much code, and then I can paste it right here. Also, I want to give the image a class name, and this will be size 5. This means width 5 and height 5. And then instead of saying Acme Inc., I want to say Marshall LMS dot. This means if I save this and again go back, you will see right here that this is our new logo and it looks absolutely beautiful. Then we also have this quick create button and then this mail icon. I want to leave this quick create button, but I don't need this mail icon. So I can go back, then we have the sidebar header, we are finished with it, and then we have this nav main. This means I want to open the nav main component, and then inside of here, if I scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find the sidebar menu button. Inside of here, we have the quick create button and then also the icon button or this inbox button. I will delete the button. I don't need it. I only need the sidebar menu button. This means if I go back, we only have this button and this already looks way better. The only problem is if I click on quick create, nothing happens. But if the user clicks on the button, I want to redirect the user. This means I can go back and then for the sidebar menu button, I want to add an asChild property because I want to wrap the icon and the span text in a link component. So I will import link from next/link, then I can again paste the content, and for the link I want to provide an href, and this will be /admin/courses/create, because if the user clicks on this link or on this button, I want to then redirect the user to create a new course, to quick create a new course. This means if I click on this button, I will get redirected and we get a 404 not found, and that's because I haven't created the route yet. We will do that a bit later on. Then I have a new problem, and this is my sidebar content, my main content in general. These are links which I don't want to render. I mean, dashboard, lifecycle, analytics, this does not make sense. I want to render a dashboard link and then a courses link. This means we can again go back. I want to go to the app sidebar, and if I scroll to the top, you'll find all of the links right here. So we have a constant data, and in there they have a nav main, then also the nav clouds array, the nav secondary array, the documents array, and just in general in this object, chassis and UI configured all of the routes. So I want to specifically update this nav main. So the title dashboard, this is our first link, that's fine enough. For the URL, this will be /admin, and then right here we have a second link. This currently has a title which is lifecycle. This should be courses, and the URL should be /admin and then /courses. If I go back and hover over dashboard, you will see, or in other words, if I click for example on courses, nothing happens. That's not quite what I want. And where is this data rendered? Well, if I again scroll to the bottom, we right here have this nav main component. I pass a prop which is items, and to be specific, I pass my data.nav main. This means I want to update the nav main component. And again, right here I get a few errors, so I don't need the button import, I don't need this icon. And if I again scroll a bit to the bottom, we map over the items and then I display them. But as you see, I don't render a link, and that's why the user also does not get redirected. So for the sidebar menu button, I want to add an asChild property, and then I want to wrap the content in a link component. It's already imported. I can again paste the content, and for the link, I want to provide an href, which will be equal to the item.href or to the item.url, because in the app sidebar, again, we provide a title and also the URL. So I can go back, this is added, and this means if I save this and go back and click on courses, I will get redirected. Of course, I get a 404 not found, but that's because I haven't created the route yet. Then let's analyze it. So we have a dashboard route, a courses route, an analytics route, projects route, team route. At the end of the day, I will only create two routes. A dashboard route, this is the index page, and a courses route. I won't create an analytics route. I won't create a projects route, a team route. There's not enough time in this video. Nevertheless, I don't want to delete these items because then our sidebar will be quite empty and we don't want that. So I will leave the links right here. They will be not working links, but it will just look nicer. Then I can also go back and I want to configure a bit my links. So this sidebar is a bit too full. So for example, I don't want to render documents, which means I can go back and I want to delete this documents array. I don't need it. I don't want to render it. So I can just delete it from this constant data. And if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we get an error and it says right here, documents does not exist. And that's because I don't want to render the nav documents anymore. So I can just delete it. I can also delete the import at the top. And then also from the components, I can delete the nav documents component. I don't need it. So I will move it to the trash. I will also delete unused imports. I don't need them anymore. I don't want to get any errors. And if I again go back, this will already look way better. So again, the dashboard link works, the courses link works, but the analytics, projects, team, settings, get help and search links, they won't work. These are just there so that the sidebar does not look so empty. And then what else? Is there anything else I want to update? Yes, I want to update the nav user. This means I can go back, and if I go back to the page.tsx, we have our app sidebar. In the app sidebar, I render my nav footer or sidebar footer, and then I render this nav user component. This means I want to update the nav user component, and then in our params, we get an object user, and in the object, we have a name, an email, and an avatar. And where do we pass this object? Well, this nav user is rendered in the app sidebar. We pass a prop, which is this user. Our user is defined in the constant data, user with a name, email, and avatar. So here's what we will do. We will delete this user from our constant data. We won't need it anymore. Then in the nav user, I can delete this destructuring. I won't destructure my nav user anymore. And then for the nav user component, which we render in the app sidebar, I can delete this prop. I won't pass anything right anymore. Then in the nav user component, I want to get the user session. And here's the thing. There are two ways to get a user session, either on the server side or on the client side. We already know that. But here's my question to you. How should we get the user session? On the server side or client side? You might say the server side is fine, or you might say the client side is fine. Well, there's only one right answer, and the right answer is to get the user session on the client side. Why is that? Well, here's the thing. In a second, we will convert this page.tsx into a layout.tsx, and then the page or the index page will be a child, and then we will have a courses route and an edit route and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we will have a layout, which is the sidebar where we render this user nav, and then on the right side, we will have all of the children. If I get the user session on the server side, all of the children will be converted or will be opted into dynamic rendering. This means every request will be rendered, the page will be rendered dynamically, my God. So Next.js has the ability to render pages two ways, either on the server side or on demand, or it can be statically rendered, a page. And if I fetch the user session right here on the server side, every child will be automatically opted into dynamic rendering. If Next.js gives you the ability to render a route statically, then you don't want to take this ability away or give this ability away. So that's why we want to get the session on the client side. And also, if you head over to my YouTube channel, again, don't forget to subscribe, please do that, then you will find this video. Stop fetching data in Next.js the wrong way. Here's how to do it the right way, or something like that. I'm not sure why this is translated into German, but yeah, in this video I also talk about data fetching. So I can again close this, then we can go back. I want to go underneath this use sidebar hook, and I want to create a constant. We can destructure it, and this will be equal to auth client. Auth client is imported from the lib folder, and then we want to use the use session hook or the use session function, I want to call it, and then where I destructured, I will get the data, this means the session, and also the is pending boolean. Then I can go underneath this constant and I want to create an if statement. If is pending, so if we are currently fetching the user session, then I want to return null. This means I won't return anything. And once we get our session, we will then return this user dropdown. Then I can scroll a bit to the bottom and I can update my source and my name and stuff like that. So for the avatar source, I want to use the session.user users.image. And here's the thing, we will get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string, blob or undefined. What's the problem? Well, again, a user can sign in either with GitHub or with email. If a user signs in with his email, then we won't generate an avatar or an avatar URL, an avatar image, whatever. That's why we want to render something else. This means if we don't get an image URL, then we can use nullish coalescent. This says, hey, if this value is not defined or null or something like that, then let's render whatever we pass here. And we want to use a little microservice. So if you go to Google, you can search for avatar Vercel API, and then you will find this link. This is a GitHub repo, and here they say beautiful avatars as a microservice, and this URL will just generate a new image, so we can copy it. I can go back, and then I want to use optics and paste it. This means, again, if we don't get an image URL from our provider, then we will just generate one by ourselves. So this is avatar.vercel.sh, and then we can pass a name, and this name will then dynamically generate the image. So currently it's hard-coded as Rauch-G, the name of the founder. So let's use a dynamic value, and I want to pass the session.user.email. This means this API will generate an image using the user's email, and then the image will be relatively unique for every user. Then for the alt, I want to pass the user, or not user, but session.user.name. And then I want to continue with the avatar fallback, and this avatar fallback will be rendered if the avatar image is not accessible for some weird reason, if the URL is broken or something like that. And then instead of rendering the image, this fallback will be rendered. For now, for example, CN is hard-coded, but in most cases, you want to use the initials of the user's name. This means we can, for example, get the session.user.name, and then I can use array brackets and get the first character from this username. But this is actually kinda a mistake. Why is this a mistake? Well, here's the thing. If a user signs in with GitHub, then GitHub will provide us with the user's name. Great, that's what we want. But if a user signs in with his email, then we won't get a name, and this is a huge problem. So the weird thing is, Better-Auth handles the username. It says that it's strictly defined, but it isn't, because if I hover over the name, it says it's of type string. But in reality, yes, the name is of type string, but it could be not defined. Better-Auth in the back end converts this null to an empty string. What do I mean by that? Well, if a user signs in with his email, then Better-Auth just creates an empty string for the name. But we don't want that, because again, if we have an empty string, then I can't render anything right here. This means we have to now check if we get a username with a few characters. If not, then we want to use the user's email and then use the first character. Honestly, I think this is a very bad design from the Better-Auth team. If there's no username, then this should be null, not just an empty string. This is a huge mistake. Honestly, I'm not sure how they could ship something like that to production, but hey, I'm not a maintainer, so who knows, maybe there's a good reason for that. So we will create a ternary. We will check if the session username is defined. If so, we will then also check if we have at least one character. If so, then we will render the first character of the username, and if not, we will render the first character of the user's email. So I will create a ternary, or I will check the following. Hey, if the session.user.name is defined, then we can use this double and sign, and then I want to check if the session username has at least one character. So I want to get the session.user.name. We now know that it's 100% defined, and we want to check if the length is bigger than 0, so at least a character length of 1. If the character length is bigger than 0, then this means that we have a real username. If so, we can use a question mark, a ternary, and I want to render the session.user.name, and then I can use the char add. So again, let me get the name right here, and I can use the char add or char add, so character add method, and I want to get the first character. So as an argument, I want to provide 0, so the first character. And then I want to also use the toUpperCase method because I want to uppercase the first character. If this is not true, if the character length or if the length of the name is not bigger than 0, this means if we don't have a username, then I want to use the email. So we can use the colon, and I want to get the session.user.email. And again, we want to use the character add method. I want to get the first character, and then I can use the toUpperCase method, and I want to invoke it. So again, if we don't have a username, then, or if we have a username, then we will render the first character of the username, and we will uppercase it. If there's no username defined, then we will use the user's email. We will also use the first character, and we will uppercase the first character. It's quite simple, as you see. Then I want to continue right here with the username, and here we again have the same problem. We render the username, but if we don't have a username, this will be an empty string. This means we want to literally again create the same if check, the same ternary. So I will delete this user.name, and I will check. If we get the session.user.name, then let's use this double and sign. And then I want to also check that the session.username has a bigger character length than 0. So we can again get our session.user.name.length. And if this is bigger than 0, then I want to create a ternary. So I will use a question mark. And then I want to render the session.user.name. And if the username is not defined, then I want to render the email. So I will use a colon, and I will get the session.user.email. But if I will leave it like that, then we will just render the user email as a name. We don't want that. I don't want to render this at gmail.com, only the start of an email. So what do I mean by that? For example, this is an email, as you see, @.com. I want to just render this first section, which is in front of this at. This means we can again go back to the top. Then where do I have my email or my name? It's right here. And then for the session.user.email, we can use the split method. So .split, I can invoke it, and I want to split this at. And then I want to also append this array bracket 0 at the end, which means I want to get the start of this email. What does this mean? Well, again, this is an email, as you see, and with the 0, I will get this start because it splits everything from this at. It splits this section and this section, and I want to get the first section, which means I use array brackets with the 0. Then this is finished. Right here, instead of getting the user.email, I want to get the session.user.email. Then we have our avatar image again. As you all know, we already fixed the problem with the avatar image. So I can scroll to the top. Here we have our avatar image. I will just copy the source and the alt. Then I can go back and also paste it. So I can delete this old source and alt and paste what I just copied. Then for the avatar fallback, again, I can just copy my old avatar fallback and paste it right here. So I will delete this one and paste what I just copied. And then we can also update the username and email. We already did that. So I can just copy this ternary. Then I will paste it for the username. And for the email, I will just render my session.user.email. So this should fix all of the problems. Yes, this looks good. Whatever do we have? This unused import statement, I can delete it. And if I again go back, you'll now see that I render my name, my email, and if I click on this user dropdown, I again render my name, my email, and my avatar. Also, let me remove this thingy. I don't need it. So bottom right, this will be better. Yeah. And one problem which I currently have is that this avatar has like this grayscale. I don't really like that. So I can again go back, scroll a bit to the top, and then for this avatar image, you see we have a class name with grayscale. I can delete this grayscale, and then my image will have the full, you could say, opacity, I guess. So yeah, our sidebar looks finished. The only problem is these links don't work. If I click on account, nothing happens. If I click on billing, nothing happens. If I click on notifications, nothing happens. So we can go back, we can scroll a bit to the bottom, and instead of rendering this drop-down menu content with account, billing, and notifications, I want to instead render a dashboard link, a homepage link, and a courses link. And of course, I want to leave this logout button right here. So for the first drop-down menu item, instead of saying account, I want to say homepage. Then I want to also redirect the user, which means I want to render the link component. So for the drop-down menu item, I want to pass an asChild property, and then I will copy the content in the drop-down menu item. I want to get the link component from next/link. Then for the link, I want to provide an href, and this will be an empty slash because I want to redirect the user to the homepage. Then also I want to update the icon. I want to use the home icon imported from Lucid React, and then we can continue with the second link. So instead of redirecting the user, or instead of saying billing, I want to say dashboard. Then for the icon, I want to change it. I want to use the icon dashboard. This is imported from Tabler icons. So here's the thing, when we created this admin dashboard, so when we use this command, it also installed a new icon library. So if I open my package.json, you will find right here Tabler. So if I search for it, Tabler icons React. So this was installed when we created our dashboard. In theory, it's not great to have two icon libraries, but honestly, this is also a good icon library, so I will use it. So we can again go back, I will close the package.json, and this has been imported. Then I want to also wrap the content in a link component, and for the link, I want to provide an href. This will be /admin. Also, we want to give the drop-down menu item an asChild property, and then the third link, this should be courses. Then I don't want to use this icon. Instead, I will use the TV2 icon imported from Lucid React. Then I can give this drop-down menu item an asChild property. And also, I want to wrap the content in a link component. This has already been imported. Let's give the link an href, and this will be /admin and then /courses. I think this should be already it. This means if I again go back and click on my user dropdown, I get 3 items or 3 links. If I click on dashboard, nothing happens. If I click on homepage, I will get redirected to the homepage. And if I click on courses, I will get redirected. But since we don't have a route yet, it throws a 4 error. Then we can go back. This logout button currently does not work. If I click on it, I don't get logged out. And this is a huge problem. So we can go back, and then for the dropdown menu item, I want to pass an on-click handler. And if the user clicks on this item, on this button, I want to log out the user. Who would have thought? Groundbreaking. No. And as you already know, we created a function in our user dropdown. And this user dropdown is rendered in our navbar. So right here, async function, sign out, and then we use the auth client to sign the user out. But here's the thing. I don't want to rewrite this function 10 times. I think you all know this one saying, don't repeat yourself, keep everything dry. This means we want to create one file, one, for example, hook, and then reuse it in multiple places. So I want to open my Explorer, then I want to go into the hooks folder. So in the root directory, we have a hooks folder, and inside of here, I will create a use-signout .ts file, and inside of here I will create a hook, and if I call this hook, we will sign out the user. So first of all, we want to mark this hook as, or we want to mark this file with the use client directive. Then we can create an export function, which I will call use sign out, and then I can just open it. Then inside of here, I want to create a function to sign the user out. So I can go to the user dropdown, and I can literally just copy this async function sign out. I will copy it and then paste it into my use sign out function. Then I want to update this async sign out function. So this should be a constant, and I will call it handle sign out. And then this will be equal to async function sign out. I want to import the auth client from the lib folder. Then I want to also initialize my use router hook. So above this constant handle sign out, we can create a constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Please make sure that you import it from next/navigation. I want to then invoke it, and now I get access to the router. Also, I want to import the toast from Sonar, the toast library, and now we are already finished. We want to also return handle sign out, so I can go underneath the constant, but still in the function use sign out, and I want to just return handle sign out. So right here, we just created a custom hook. So again, let me go through this function through this code. So first of all, we create an export function useSignout. Inside of here, we initialize our useRouter hook. And then in this useSignout function, we sign out the user. So we create a handle signout function. Then we, for example, or not for example, we use the auth client to sign the user out. We have our on success, our on error events, and then we return toasts, and we also redirect the user if everything was successful. This means I can use this useSignout function in my nav user. I can scroll to the top, and this is a client component, which means I can go underneath this constant data with the auth client use session. And then I want to create a constant. This will be called handle sign out, and this will be equal to use sign out. Use sign out is imported from our hooks folder. I can invoke it, and then this handle sign out function will allow us to sign out. So I will copy the name, I will scroll to the bottom, and then this onClick handler will be equal to handle sign out, and then we will sign the user out. Then we still get 3 errors right here, and that's because of unused imports. So I will scroll to the top, I will delete this unused import and also this one, and as you see, we don't get any errors anymore, which means everything should work. So I will go back, I will do a hard refresh, and if I click on log out, let's see, yes, I got signed out successfully, and also I got redirected to the index page. Right here on the top in the navbar, you see I display 2 buttons, login and get started. And if I click on login, I will again get redirected to the login page. I will sign in with GitHub. As you see, signed in with GitHub, you will be redirected, and I got redirected. Then if I again go /admin, then you will again see the user nav at the bottom with all of my links. Wow, this was so cool. So we are finished with the nav user. I can close it. Then also for our navbar or for the user dropdown, I don't have to use this code anymore, async function sign out. Instead, we can just use the use sign out hook. So I will just delete it. I will also delete the use router hook. And then right here, I can say constant handle sign out. And this will be equal to use sign out, which is imported from the hooks folder. If I then I can copy this function, I can scroll to the bottom, and for the onClick handler, I will pass handle sign out. As you see, I still have a few unused imports, so I will just delete them, and we are already finished, which is great. So I can close this, I can close the app sidebar, the nav main, and the page. If we look at this page, everything looks great. The sidebar is finished, the user nav is finished, everything is collapsible. But if I look at the code structure, it isn't great. So for example, our components folder has an UI folder. And then we also have all of these files which are related to the sidebar, which means it would make a lot of sense to just group them in a separate folder. So in the components folder, I will create a new sidebar folder. And then I want to move all of these files into the sidebar folder. So I will just select all of them. This means I can click on Shift and then select them. And then I will move all of these files into the sidebar folder. I will move them. I will get a warning probably. No, it looks good to me. Yes, right here, this is the warning. I want to update the imports. So I will click on yes. And in theory, this should work. This means if I go to the app sidebar, yeah, the imports look correct to me, no errors. Chart area, yeah, this looks all good. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, yes, everything works. Nice. So this was a little cleanup. So this components folder looks a bit cleaner. Also the site header should be moved into the sidebar. So yes, I want to update everything. And again, if I go back, let me save this. If I go back and do a hard refresh, everything works. Great. So this is finished. Then right here, I have one problem. This is our header. I display this button. This looks nice, but I don't want to render documents. And also GitHub. No, I don't want that. So we can again analyze our page.tsx. So sidebar provider, app sidebar, site header. Yes, we want to open the site header. This means I can again open the components folder. I want to go into the sidebar folder, and then I want to open the site header component. Inside of here, we have a header. Okay, this is not interesting. Sidebar trigger. This is nice. Separator. Documents. I don't want to render documents. Instead, I want to render Marshall LMS dot. Then we have a div margin left auto and then a button which renders GitHub. That's not what I want. What should we render here? Let me think about that. How about we render the theme toggle? I think this will make a lot of sense. So I can delete the button, but I want to still leave the div right here with margin left auto, and then I will get my theme toggle, which is stored in our components. This is self-closing, then I want to delete this unused import, and if I again go back, then you will see here Marshall LMS, and then on the top right corner, a nice looking theme toggle. We can also select light theme. Yes, this looks all great. If I click on the nav user, yes, it also looks great in light mode. And then I will again select dark mode so that you can see something. I know a lot of people hate light mode. I personally love it, but who cares? So I would say that we are finished with the admin side or with the admin dashboard. And what's the next thing which I want to do? Well, I want to create the courses route, because if I click on courses, we get a 4 not found error. This means I can go back, I can open the Explorer, I want to go into the app folder, into the admin folder, and I want to create a new route. This means a new folder. I will name it courses, and in the courses folder, I want to create a page.tsx. Since this is a route, I want to create an export default function. Then I will call it courses page, and then I can just open this function. Inside of here, I will create a return statement with a div and then an h1 where I say, hey, how are you? If I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see, hey, how are you? This is great, we don't get any errors anymore. But where is my layout? Where is my sidebar? Where is my theme toggle? Everything is gone. I mean, I don't want to render my dashboard again inside of here. I want to have a layout. This means if I open my Explorer, you will see that our sidebar is currently rendered in a page.tsx. But as I already mentioned at the start, instead of having an index page or instead of rendering the sidebar in an index page, I want to render it in a layout. This means in the admin folder, I want to create a layout.tsx file. Again, we want to create an export default function. This will be the admin layout. I can then also open this function and create a return statement. For the return statement, I want to return my admin layout, my sidebar. This means I can again open the Explorer, go into the page.tsx, and I will copy everything in the return statement. I can then paste it inside of here, and as you see, we get a few import errors. This means I can go to the top and just copy all of the import statements. I will then paste it on the top, and this should be already it. Then I want to update my page.tsx, and I want to delete everything. So I will just delete everything, and I will create a new export default function. This will be the admin index page, and then I will open the function, create a return statement, create a div h1, and I want to say hello from the admin index page. If I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, you will see my admin dashboard, my admin layout again. But where is my courses h1? Well, here's the thing. We want to render the children. So what I will do is copy the section cards, this div with the chart area interactive, and this data table. I will copy all of that, and instead I will render the children right here. Then for the page.tsx, instead of rendering this boring h1, I will paste what I just copied. And also I want to wrap everything in empty tags, so I will create them quickly and paste what I just copied. I will import the section cards from the components. I will import the chart area interactive from the components and also the data table from the components. Then I want to also get my data, so I can just copy this import data statement or import path, and I will paste it right here. Then for my layout, as you see, I get an error for my children, and it says cannot find named children. That's because we want to get our children through the params. So I can destructure the params. I want to get children, and I have to also pass a type, and children will be of type React Node. I can import React Node from React, and I will also delete all of the unused import statements. If I save this and again go back, then you will see, hey, how are you? And if I go to the dashboard itself, then you will see this index page, all of the children again. This is what we wanted. But if I go to the courses, This h1 touches the sidebar border. This is not quite what I want. This means I can go back to the layout and then this div wraps our children. Currently we give it a padding on the y-axis, but we can also give it padding on the x-axis. So after this padding y, I want to say padding x of 4, and on LG devices or bigger, I want to give it padding x of 6. This means if I again go back, this will already look way better. We now have some spacing, and that's exactly what I wanted. So as a next step, I want to continue with the courses route, which means we want to display all of the courses, then we want to create courses, edit them, and do all of the fancy stuff. So let's start with the courses overview page. So as mentioned, this will be an overview page. This means right here, I will display all of the created courses, and then also on the top left corner, I want to render a title, and then on the right side, a button. Here I have created a little diagram to showcase everything. As you see, I love diagrams. So this is our sidebar, then this is our main content. Again, here we have a title, then this button, and then I will create a grid layout with 2 columns to then display all of the created courses. This means we can go back to our application, to our code, not to our application, and then I want to first of all create this header, you could say. So I want to delete everything in the return statement, and let's start with empty tags. Inside of here, we can create a div element, and then let's give it a class name. This will be flex items center, justify between to align the children to the most outer corner. This means the left side and then the right side. And then inside of here, we want to display again 2 things. First of all, a title, and then a creation link, or in other words, button. So let's create an h1, and inside of here, I will say your courses. And then I want to also style this h1 because as you see, it's too small. So we can give it a class name, and this will be text to XL. This means the text size will be bigger, and then font bold to give it a bigger font weight. Then underneath the h1, I want to get the link component from next/link, and then inside of here, we will say create course. Create course. Then this link also currently complains. That's because it's missing an href, and the href will be equal to /admin/courses/create. As you all know, I want to style the link component exactly the same as the shared CN button. This means we can give it a class name, which will be equal to button variants, which is imported from the components. This already looks way better, and then underneath this header, I want to display all of the courses. This means we can go underneath this div, but I want to stay in these empty tags. And then I will create a div, h1, and inside of here we can say, here you will see all of the courses. Yeah, this looks quite good. So before I can even display any courses, we have to first of all create them. And to create courses, we have to store them in our database. So here's the thing. If I currently open my schema, I only have models, tables, for the user itself, or for Better-Auth, but there's no model, there's no table for our course. This means we want to create a new one. And I want to give you a little introduction to Prisma itself, because I haven't really explained things yet. So Prisma is an ORM, as we all know, a TypeScript ORM, and we define tables in the schema file. Prisma calls them models, but in database terms, it would be called a table. Here's the thing, Prisma has its own language, its own DSL, domain-specific language. This means this code isn't TypeScript, it isn't Rust or PHP or anything like that. It's its own programming language, again, its own DSL. This means, yeah, you have to learn a new language, but as you see, it's very simple. Model verification, this is our table, and then we define all of our columns and we append all of the types, string, datetime, for example int, and stuff like that. So it's very easy to understand. Also, you see I have syntax highlighting right here, and I have also auto-completion. To get the same thing, you want to go to your extensions, and in the extensions you want to search for Prisma. Please check that you have Prisma installed, the extension, because it will add syntax highlighting, formatting, auto-completion, and much more. So it's definitely a must-have if you work with Prisma, and that's exactly what we do. So I want to create a new model, a new table, and from now on I will just say model. But again, the real database term is table. So I will scroll underneath this model verification, and then we will create a new model, course. Then we can open it, and inside of here we will define all of the columns. So first of all, since we work with a relational database, we have to also provide a unique identifier. This means a primary key. So in this case, an ID is what we want to create. This will be of type string at ID at default UUID. This means whenever a new row is generated, Prisma will also generate a new unique ID, and then this will be our primary key. Then what will our courses have? Well, they will, for example, have a title, a description, an image, a price, a duration, and stuff like that. So first of all, I want to provide a title. This will be of type string, then a description, which will be also of type string, then a file key, which will be of type string. What is the file key? So here's the thing. Later on, we will upload files to S3. S3 will return a key, and we will store the key in our file key. Later on then, once we want to render the image, we will just construct a new URL using this key, which we store in our table, or in the row itself. Then I want to also get a price. This will be an integer, a number. Then also a duration. This will be also an integer. Then a level. And here's the thing. We will only have 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced. This means what type would work right here? Well, we could just say type string, that's fine, but this is not type safe. I want to have type safety also on the type database level. This means we can create an enum, and this will be called course level. I can open it, and our 3 states will be beginner, then, or I don't have to add a comma, then intermediate, and also advanced. And yes, I misspelled this, don't worry, I will fix it in a second, but these are our 3 states, and then level will be equal to course level. So I can only provide these or one of these 3 values for the level. And we could also, for example, add a default, and that's what I will do. So what could a default be? Well, let's say beginner. So add default beginner. You don't have to do that. We can also leave it without a default. That's fine. So the level is finished. What else will our course have? Well, for example, a category. This will be of type string. This means, for example, development or cooking or stuff like that. Then also a small description, because here's the thing. We will later on create 2 descriptions. A small description, which will be rendered for the course card. So if I go back to the diagram, for example, here we will have a small description, which will be rendered in this overview course card. But then I want to also create a big description, and this big description will be created with a rich text editor. And since we will then later on store it in JSON, transform it into a string, complicated, who cares? It will just be easier to have 2 descriptions. One small description, which is easily rendered here, and then one big description, which we will have to transform into JSON and then do a lot of fancy stuff. So small description, this will be of type string. Then I want to also get a slug, because I want to then later on display the course using the slug and not an ID. This is always better for SEO. This will be of type string, and add unique, because you don't want to have duplicate slugs. They have to be unique, pretty much like IDs. Then I want to also create timestamps. This means, first of all, a created at timestamp. This will be of type date time, and then at default now. So whenever we generate a new row, a new timestamp will be generated. And then also I want to get the updated at timestamp. This will be of type date time, and then at updated at. This means whenever the row is updated, the updated at timestamp will be also updated. Then I want to also create a status. I will create it above the created at and updated at, and we will have 3 statuses, and this will be draft, published, and archived. This means we can again create a new enum. So enum, this will be course status, and I will have 3 states. First of all, draft, then published, and then also archived. Then for the status, this will be equal to the course status enum, and I can again add a at default, and this will be draft, because a course as the default will always be a draft. A user will have to first of all publish it for it to be published. Then is there anything else? Well, we can also create a relation. So here's the thing. We have a user table right here, model user, and then we have a course table right here. I want to create a relationship. So what relationship do we want to create? Either a one-to-one relationship or a one-to-many relationship, or maybe a many-to-many relationship. What would make sense right here? Well, a one-to-many relationship would make a lot of sense. One user can create multiple courses. Each course is related to one user, to one creator in this case. Creating relations with Prisma is super easy. You want to go to the user model, then we can go underneath this accounts, and here I want to get my courses, and this will be equal to the type course, and I want to append an array symbol. This means we will create a one-to-many relationship. One user, many courses. And if I click on Command Save, it will also auto-generate this relationship. So in the model course, we now have a user and also a user ID, which is of type string, and here we have the relation to the user. So this worked exactly as expected and wanted. Also for the user, I can add an onDelete property, and this will be equal to cascade. This means if I, for example, delete a user, then this course will also be automatically deleted. Of course, I won't delete a user, but just in general, this is a good best practice or a good practice to add these onDelete properties. So I think this is already it. Is there anything that I would want to update? Maybe, yeah, I want to lowercase user ID is fine, and currently these fields are optional, where as you see question marks, I will delete this question mark, it won't be optional, and yeah, our relation is finished, our course is finished, and then we can sync our database with this Prisma schema. So I will open my terminal, and inside of here I can run pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will sync our local Prisma schema with our remote database, in this case Neon. I can also head over to the Neon console, so neon.tech, and as you see, if I go to the tables, we should have a new course table, and this is empty, but that's fine. And then we can continue. I can close the terminal, I don't need it anymore, and then I want to allow users, in this case myself, to create courses. This means we want to open the Explorer, then we want to go to the app folder, to the admin folder, to the courses folder, and inside of here I want to create a new route, a create route. This means a child folder, that's what we want to create, and it will be called create. Wow, create. Then in the create folder, let's create a page.tsx, and inside of here, I want to create an export default function. This will be called course creation route or course creation page. And then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can create a return statement with a div h1 and then hey, how are you? If I save this and again go back, then you will see that nothing changes. But as you see, my site does not work. That's because I want to restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. And if we again go back and do a hard refresh and click on create course, I will get redirected and it says, hey, how are you? But instead of rendering, hey, how are you? I want to create a real form, a nice looking form, so that the user, again, in this case myself, can create a new course. So let's again go back and let's start off fresh. I will delete everything in the return statement and I want to get started with a card. Or first of all, on the top left corner, I want to render a link which will say go back, and then underneath this link I will create my card and then my form. So let's get started with empty tags. Inside of here, I want to return a div. Then in the div, I want to get a link or the link component from next/link. As you all know, the link needs one property, which is the href, and this will be equal to /admin/courses, because if the user clicks on this link, I will redirect the user back to the admin courses page. Then inside of here, I want to just render an icon, which will be the arrow left icon imported from Lucid React. Also, we can give it a class name, which will be size4, width 4 and height 4. Of course, this link should be styled exactly the same as the shared CN button. This means we can give it a class name, which will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from the components. We can invoke it, and I want to also give it two properties. This means I can destructure it, and for the variant, this will be equal to outline, and then for the size, this will be equal to icon, because this is the size of icon. And if you, for example, open the button component itself, then you will find this size object. Default, SM, LG, and icon. These are all of the variance. And in this case, we are using the icon size, which means it's very simple. It's just size 9, width 9 and height 9. Nothing else. So I can again close this. We are finished, I think, because if I again go back, yeah, this looks beautiful. Next to the link, I want to render an H1. So I will go underneath the link, and inside of here, I want to say create courses. Of course, we want to style this H1. So let's give it a class name, and this will be text to XL and then font bold. As you see, this looks quite nice, but this is not aligned correctly. Currently, this is aligned as flex column, but this should be aligned as flex row. This means horizontally. So for this div, which wraps the link and H1, we can give it a class name, and this will be flex items, which will be center and gap 4. As you see, this already looks way better. Then underneath this header, if you want to call it like that, I want to get started with the form. This means I want to stay in the empty tags, but I want to go underneath the div, and then I want to get the card component from the components. Then let's also get the card header from the components, and in the card header, I will get the card title. In the card title, we will render basic information. Very nice. And as you see, yeah, this looks quite good. If I zoom out a bit, nothing changes, and that's great. Then underneath the card title, let's also get the card description. And for the card description, I will say provide basic information about the course. Then underneath the card header, I want to get started with the card content. And in the card content, we will render our big, nice form. So here's the thing. I want to implement client-side validation. Client-side validation means if a user clicks on submit without filling out all of the info, we will throw errors, and it will say this input is not filled out, or it's not filled out correctly. This is client-side validation. Now, there are a lot of ways to implement client-side validation. Again, there are easy ways, good ways, bad ways, hard ways, a lot of ways to implement client-side validation, or in other words, form validation. So I created a very nice video on form validation. So I have to find it myself right here. The best way to handle form validation in Next.js. And this is literally the best way. And the best way is to use React Hook Form. And React Hook Form allows you to create performant, flexible and extensible forms with easy to use validation. And since it uses sort in the background, or since we will use sort in the background, it will also allow us to implement server-side validation. And here's the thing. Implementing React Hook Form is quite easy, but we want to combine it with Shadcee and UI, and doing it natively is quite annoying. But thankfully Shadcee and UI has our back, since it has a React Hook Form component, so it allows us to build forms with React Hook Form and sort. So what exactly is this form component, or in other words, why do we need it? Well, forms are tricky, yes, they are really tricky, and they are also one of the most common things you will build in a web application. And well-designed forms are well-structured, easy to use and navigate, accessible, and they have support for client and server-side validation. And what exactly does the form component give us? Well, the form component is a wrapper around the React Hook Form library, and it provides a few things. First of all, composable components for building forms. A form field component for building controlled form fields. It uses sort for form validation. It handles accessibility and error messages. This means we don't have to create this ternary to render the error messages. No, Shadcee and UI does everything for us. It uses React User ID for generating unique IDs. It applies the correct area attributes and a lot of other cool stuff. So in general, it's just an easy to use wrapper around sort and React Hook Form, and it's great for form validation. So the first step is to create a form schema with sort. Again, you can also use a different validation library, but sort is in most cases, or pretty much, a industry standard. So again, with sort, we will create rules. Then we will take our form data and validate it with the sort schema. If the validation is okay, if everything works out, then we won't throw any errors. But if, for example, right here we have a username, if the username or if the form data which we provide does not have a username, then we will throw an error. If the username has a length which is bigger than 50, we will throw an error. So we want to first of all create a sort schema. This means means I want to open my code base and I want to go into the lib folder, and here I will create the Zod schema itself. So we want to create a Zod schemas.ts file because we will create multiple Zod schemas. So let's start with the core schema itself. So I want to create an export constant. This will be called course schema, and this will be equal to z.object. As you see, z is not imported, so on top I want to say import, then we can destructure, and this will be from Zod. Then where I destructured, I want to get Zod, or not Zod, but z itself. So z.object, and then I can destructure, and inside of here I want to provide all of my fields. So what we can do is open our schema again, and we can put it right here to the left side. Then, what fields do we have? We have an ID, but I don't need it for my form. Then we have a title. I will copy the title and paste it right here. This title will be equal to z.string. I can invoke it, and I want to also implement further validation. This means .minimum will be 3, a minimum 3 characters, and then also .maximum, and in this case a maximum of 100 characters. So the title has to be defined, it has to be a string, and it has to have a few characters, but it shouldn't be too big. That's why we have this maximum. Then we also have a description. I can copy it, paste it, and this will be equal to z.string, and then again further validation with .min, and this will be 3. So a minimum character length of 3. I won't give it a maximum, I don't need it, but if you want to, you could for example add a maximum of 2500 characters. I think this is a good maximum. Then we have a file key. I will copy it, paste it, and this will be equal to z.string, and then also again further validation .minimum 1. Then after the file key, we have a price. So I will copy it and paste it. And this will be equal to z.number. I can invoke it. And then I want to add further validation, in this case .minimum 1, because I don't want to add or allow the user to create free courses, only paid courses. And that's why I need a minimum of $1. And here's a very interesting thing. So once we create our form, we will create all of the inputs. So for the price, we will create an input and we will give it a type which will be number. So a user will, for example, add a number which will be $500. And in most cases, you would probably think that this will be of type number. But here's the thing, form inputs always return strings. But my price has to be a number, so we will get errors. And I don't want to get errors, this means we have to coerce the number. So in front of this z.number or in front of this number method, I can get the coerce method. I don't have to invoke it or anything like that. So this price will be z.coerce.number.minimum1. So it will take the string, which the form data gives us, and it will convert it into a number. Then we have our duration. I will copy it, paste it, and again z.coerce, because I want to convert the string into a number. .number, I can invoke it. And then also I want to add further validation. This means .minimum 1, and then also .maximum. And for the maximum, I will say 500. So a maximum of 500 hours. Then we also have a level, which I can copy and paste right here. And the level is interesting because this level isn't a string. The level is an enum. This means we only have 3 options. So I can go above this export constant course schema, and I want to create a new export constant. This will be called course levels, and this will be equal to an array. And inside of here, I can just copy first of all beginner, paste it, then a comma, then I can copy intermediate, again a string, paste it, and then I can copy advanced, add a string and paste it. So this is our new array course levels. Then for this level itself, this will be equal to z.enum because we have an enum, and as an argument I want to provide the course levels itself. So this array which I just created. As you see, I get an error, and this error is quite big. What we have to do is just mark this as constant, and this will fix this error and we are finished. Then what else do we have? We have our level. The next thing is our category. I can copy it, paste it, and this will be equal to z.string. I want to invoke it. Then we also have a small description. I will copy it, paste it. This will be also equal to z.string. I can invoke it. For the small description, I want to also add further validation. This means .minimum. This will be 3, and then .maximum, which will be 100. So a maximum of 100 characters. maybe 200, yeah, I think 200 will be even better. So a maximum of 200 characters. Then I also have a slug, I will copy paste it, and this will be of type z.string, and also further validation, this means .minimum 3. And then what else do we have? We also have a status. So I will copy it, paste it. And again, this isn't a string. This is an enum. This means above the course schema, we can create a new array. So export constant. This will be course status. And then this will be equal to an array. Again, we have 3 different statuses. So first of all, draft. I will copy it. I will add a string and paste it. Then published. I can copy it, again create a string and paste it. And then archived, which means I can copy it, create a string, and don't paste it. No, I'm joking, paste it of course. So we have our course status. We can also mark it as constant again to not get any errors. And then for the status, this will be equal to z.enum. I want to invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass the course status. So is there anything else missing? If I again go back, status is finished, user relation, we don't need that. Yeah, I think that's already it. Now we will use the default errors, but they aren't that nice. So for example, for the minimum, I can add a comma, open an object, and then give it a message. And this is what will be rendered if we have an error. This means if the user creates a input which is smaller than 3 characters. And for the message, I want to say title must be at least 3 characters long. We can do the same thing for the maximum. So again, a comma, an object, we can get the message, and this will be equal to title must be at most 100 characters long, ... So as you see, adding your own error messages is very easy. And to not bore you, I will just copy paste these error messages. You can just use AI to create your own ones. So for the description, I want to also use this .minimum 3. And for the message, description must be at least 3 characters long. Then I want to do the same thing for my file key. So minimum 1. And then for the message, file is required. Then we also have the price. As mentioned, the price will be at least minimum 1. And then for the error message, I want to say price must be a positive number. Then for the duration, again, we have a minimum and maximum. So for the minimum, I want to render an error message, which will say duration must be at least 1 hour. And then for the maximum, I will paste it, and this will be 500, and duration must be at most 500 hours. Then we also have our level, and adding error messages here is also very simple. Again, add a comma, open an object, and then you have access to the message property, and for the value, this will be level is required. Then for the category, I will skip it for now. I want to update it later on because I want to create an enum later on. And then for the small description, for the minimum 3, the error message will be small description, must be at least 3 characters long, and for the maximum this will be 200 again, so small description must be at most 200 characters long. Then for the slug, this will be slug must be at least 3 characters long, and for the status, again, we can add a comma, open an object, get the message property, and then this will be equal to I don't know, status is required. Yeah, I think this is fine enough. So we created our own custom error messages. We created these 2 arrays, which means I can use the sort schema to create the form itself. So we can go back to the creation route, and we want to first of all set up React hook form. So what we can do is head over to the documentation. We are finished with step number 1. This means to create a sort schema. The next step is to define a form. Use the use form hook from React hook form to create a form. So form schema, this is finished, and here they have comments, step 1 and step number 2. I will copy the step number 1, I will go back, and then I want to paste it above the return statement. So constant form is equal to use form is imported from React hook form, and this here is relatively interesting code, z.infer type of form schema. So what they are trying to do right here is get the types from the sort schema. That's why they infer this form schema. But instead of writing this annoying code, we can infer it right in our sort schemas file. So I want to go underneath the course schema, and then we will create an export type. This will be called course schema type, and this will be equal to z.infer. Then we want to add a generic, and inside of here type of what was it? Course schema. So we just created the same code right here, z.infer, which means I can use this new type, course schema type, and then I can delete this z.infer, and we will just have a simple generic with this course schema type. Because if I hover over course schema, I get all of the properties, title, description, file key, and stuff like that. Then we also have a resolver, and this will be equal to sort resolver. Sadly, it does not import for me automatically, so I can create an import statement, and I will just copy the import statement from the example, from the code, from the documentation. So I will paste it right here, and as you see, sort resolver is imported from hook form resolvers sort. Then as an argument, they provide the form schema, but we don't have a form schema, but a course schema. So I will copy it, paste it, and we want to also import it, so course schema, and this is imported from the sort schemas file. And then if we continue, we also have a default values object, and this object sets the initial state of our form fields when the component first mounts. Each key then corresponds to a form field's name, and its value is the default content for that field. So since we currently don't have any inputs, our default value will be either an empty string or null. So I can delete this username, we don't have a username, and if I click on Control Spacebar, I get all of my fields right here. That's because we added this course schema type generic. So I want to first of all, for example, get my title. This will be equal to an empty string because we don't have a title. In this case, it's pretty much undefined. Then for the description, this will be also an empty string. Then for the file key, this will be an empty string. Then for the price, since this is of type number, this will be just 0. Then also for the duration, this will be 0. Then for the level, this will be equal to beginner because we have to provide an initial state. Then for the category, this will be for now an empty string. Then I want to also provide the status, and this is an enum, and the initial state will be draft. And then we also have a slug. This will be an empty string, and also the small description will be an empty string as a default value. So what exactly is this code, or what do we do right here? This is a good question. So first of all, we have the use form hook, and this is provided by React hook form. This is used to first of all set it up. We need this use form for the whole state management. Then we pass a generic course schema type. This provides the TypeScript typing for our values as you see here. And this also ensures that our data is consistent. And then we have this resolver, which is equal to sort resolver, and as an argument we provide the course schema. So this connects React hook form to sort itself, and we pass the course schema because we want to specifically validate this one schema. So sort resolver says, hey, we use sort, and then the course schema just says, hey, this is the schema itself. You want to validate the form data against the schema. That's it. As you see, it's quite simple. Then what's the second step? The second step is to define the onSubmit handler, or the submit handler itself. This means I can copy this function and I want to paste it underneath this constant form. And as you see, do something with the form values inside of here, and this will be type safe and validated. So if this console logs, then this means that everything was successful. If this does not console log, then this means we had some sort of error, and it will render a client-side validation error for the input itself. So if code runs inside of here, then this means that client-side validation was successful. And since we already set up React hook form, we can get started with the form. Also, I currently get one error here for z.infer. As you all know, instead of using z.infer, we can use our course schema type, which is already imported. So I want to scroll a bit to the bottom, and I want to go into the card content and create the form. So we want to get started with the form component itself. This is imported from the components. And in the form, we want to also spread our form itself. So this constant, which we just created, we want to spread it. So in the form itself. As you see, the form still complains, and that's because it's missing children. So in the form, I want to then render a standard form element. We can delete the action. We don't have one right now. And for the form, I will also give it a class name, which will be space y6. This means I want to give the children a bit of spacing. Also, since we already have an onSubmit function, I can give the form also an onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit, and as an argument, I want to provide the onSubmit function. We use this form.handleSubmit to validate the data, and then this onSubmit, this means if everything was successful, then we will call the onSubmit function, and that's why it will only run if everything has been validated. Because if our form values haven't been validated correctly on the client side, then this onSubmit function won't be called. It will first of all validate everything, and then the function will be called. And then as a next step, I want to create the form itself. This means all of the inputs. So if you go back to the documentation, you will see that they provide us with a form field component, and this will allow us to then create the input. So we can go back. I want to go inside of here, and I want to get the form field component from the components. This is self-closing, and then for the form field, we have to provide 3 properties. First of all, control, and this will be equal to form.control. Then we have to also provide a name. In this case, this will be our title. And then the third property is the render property, and this will define the UI for the field. This means inside of here, we want to create an inline callback function and then just return it. And then in the params, I can also destructure it and get the field itself. I will explain everything in a second. Let's first of all create the code. Then inside of here, in this render prop function, I want to get the form item component from the components, and in the form item, we will get the form label. This is imported from the components, and here I can say title, because this will be our title. I also misspelled it, so title, and then underneath the form label, I want to get the form control component from the components. Then in the form control, I want to get the input component, which is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and for the input, I want to provide a placeholder. Inside of here, we can say title. This is the placeholder itself, and then also I have to pass my field right here. This means I can just spread my field with these 3 dots. So ... field, and then underneath the form control, I want to also get the form message component. If there's a client-side validation error, then this form message will be rendered, so an error message. So how exactly does this code work? Well, we first of all have a form field component. This is a controller component from React Hook Form. It orchestrates, fancy word, it creates, orchestrates, whatever, the state management for our input. So for this title input. Then, as you see, we have a control property, and this is equal to form.control. This connects the field to the main form instance, which we just created with this useForm hook. So it's the connector. We have to connect our state to our UI itself. Then we have a name property, and this assigns the name title to the field, because again, as you know, we have a few fields: title, description, file key, whatever, and we have to directly connect our form, our UI, to the state management, and the unique value is our title, which means I have to also provide for the name our title. Then we also have a render prop function, and inside of here this renders the UI as you see. Then in this render prop function we render the form item. The only interesting thing is this form message component, so this will be rendered automatically, or it will automatically display validation error messages specifically for the title. If there's no validation error, then nothing will be rendered. If there is a validation error, then this component will be rendered with the custom error message which we defined here. And also, as you see, we destructure this field property here. This is an object, and this object contains everything that we need to make this input controlled, because not shared C and UI, React Hook Form works with controlled inputs. This means you have a default value and then a value itself. You control the input, and this field has all of the data which we need. So it includes, for example, a value, on change, on blur, and a ref and stuff like that. So it's required to pass it here in the input. You could also, for example, instead of spreading it, give the input a value, and then this would be equal to field.value. This works, but it's just easier to spread the field so that we don't have to write everything by ourselves. Then if I go back and do a hard refresh, we should also see our our form here, but we get an error. The export use form was not found in module. Did you mean to import set? What? What's the problem? Well, we use React hook form. React hook form creates interactivity. It uses the useState hook, the useRef hook. And what do we do if we need interactivity? Well, we mark the component with the useClient directive. This means if I mark this page with useClient and go back, and as you see, we have a nice label, title, and then this input with a placeholder. I can write something inside of here, create an input, and as you see, currently there's no validation, but that's because there's no onSubmit button currently. We will render it later on, and then validation will also work. So as a next step, I want to continue with the slug generation thingy. So we will render an input, and next to the input, we will have a button. If the user clicks on the generate button, we will take the title input and we will generate the slug from this title input. This means we want to create a flex layout. So underneath the form item, we can create first of all a div. This will be the wrapper between our input and then the button. And this will have a class name, which will be flex and then gap4. And inside of this div, I want to first of all again get my form field. So to save a bit of time, I can just copy the old form field and paste it inside of here. So for the name, this won't be title anymore, but instead slug. Then for the form label, this will be slug. And for the input placeholder, this will be slug. Who would have thought? Then we can continue, and underneath this form field, I want to render a button, so this generate button. So what component do we want to use? We want to get the button component from the components, and then for the value, how about we say generate slug, and then maybe also a nice looking icon. So after this text, I will get the sparkles icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then for the class name, this will be margin left 1, and also I will give it a size property, and this will be 16. So you can either give it a class name with a size, or you can give the icon natively a size. It does not really matter. The end result is exactly the same. This means if I again go back, yeah, this is quite ugly. The slug should, or this input should take almost the whole width. I mean, the button should take the width that it needs, but the input should take the rest of the width. And also this alignment is not correct. Currently, it's aligned like flex start, but I want to align it flex end because this should be aligned to the bottom. This means we can go back. Then we want to go first of all to the div. This will be items and to align it to the bottom. Then for the form itself, I can give the form item a class name, and this will be width full. This should already fix a lot of things. Yes, that's already way better, but currently this generate slug button does not work. This means we can go back, and then for the button, I can first of all give it a type. This will be button, and this is super important because if I don't give it the type button, it will try to submit the form. It will function like type submit. Therefore, please mark it as type button. Then I want to also give it a class name, width fit, so it will only take the width that it needs to take. And then we want to use the onClick handler because we want to take the title and convert it into a slug. This means this will be an inline callback function or an arrow function, and inside of here we want to first of all get the title value. This means constant title value, and this will be equal to form.getValues, and I want to get the title value. We can click on Control Spacebar, as you see, type safety, and I want to get the title. This means if I type or if I say hello for the title, then this is now our title value, and I want to take this title value and convert it into a slug. Now we could do it natively, it would work, and that's also something which I would recommend. The only reason why we won't do it natively is because you have to create a lot of regexes. So that's why we will use in this video the Slugify package. So the Slugify package is just a function which you can invoke, and then as an argument you pass some string, and this Slugify function then creates a slug from this provided string. So we can copy the name Slugify, and then I will open my terminal, I will stop the dev server, and I will paste it inside of here. This means pnpm I Slugify. Once installed, I can restart my dev server with pnpm run dev, and then on the top I can import Slugify. This means underneath this input, for example, I will create an import statement, then this will be Slugify from Slugify. Then I can again scroll to the bottom. I want to copy the name Slugify, and then for the onClick handler, we can create a constant. This will be slug, and this will be equal to Slugify. I want to invoke it, and as an argument, I will provide the title value. Since we now get our slug, we can also set our form value. This means I can go underneath the slug, and I want to get my form dot set value, and I want to set the value for my slug. Then as a second argument, I want to pass slug, and then I want to also add a comma, open an object, and we can get the should validate property. Here we can set, hey, should React hook form validate this input or not? We want to validate it, so I will set this to true, and this should already work. So I can go back and I can do a hard refresh, and if I say for the title, for example, hello, how are you, 1, 2, 3, and click on generate slug, it will generate a nice looking slug right here, as you see. So this works exactly as wanted, which means we can continue with the small description. So we can scroll to the bottom, we want to go underneath the button, underneath the div, but we want to stay in the form. Then we want to again use the form field component, which means I can just copy it and again paste it right here. Then we want to update the name. Instead of slug, this will be small description. Then form item, this is fine. For the form label, I want to say small description. Then for the form control, instead of rendering an input, I want to get the text area component. For the placeholder, I will say small description. Then spreading the field, that's fine. But we can also add a class name, and this will be minimum height of custom value 120 pixels. And as you see, this is our small description. I can also input something for the description and it looks beautiful. What's the next value, or what's the next input? Well, the next input will be our rich text area. This means the big description. So we can again go back. I can copy this form field, paste it down below one more time. Then for the value or for the name, this will be big description, so standard description. For the form label, I will just say description. Then we will for now leave this text area component here, but later on I will create a real rich text editor. And then for the class name and stuff like that, this is fine. Then we can continue with the image uploader itself. So we can go underneath this form item, again copy paste it. Then for the name, this will be file key. For the form item, this is fine. For the form label, I will render thumbnail image, and then instead of rendering a text area, I want to render an input, which is already imported. We can delete the class name, we won't need it, and this is fine enough. The description, this should be thumbnail URL. Again, I will update it later on, but for now this is fine enough. We want to later on create a real drag and drop zone. Then the next section is a selector for my category, for the level, for the status, duration, stuff like that. This means we want to go underneath this form item or form field, and I want to create a grid layout. This means let's get a div element and let's give it a class name. This will be grid columns of 1 for a mobile screen, and then on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns 2 and gap 4 to have some spacing. Inside of here, I want to again render a form field, so I can just copy this and paste it inside of here. And this form field will be for the category. This means for the name, I want to get the category. For the form label, instead of saying thumbnail image, this will be category. And then for the value itself, or for the form control, I want to create a select element. But here's the thing, to create a select element, we want to also map over items. This means over our categories. And what I will do is go to the Zot schemas and create a new array, and we will then map over this array. So we can create an export constant. This will be course categories, and this will be equal to an array. Inside of here, I will just create a lot of strings. This means the first category could be development. Then a second one could be, for example, business. Then how about finance? Yeah. Finance courses are always great, buy some stonks. Then what else? How about IT and software? That's what we do. Then how about office productivity? Then I want to also have personal development. Then also design. We all love design. Marketing is also a great category. So I want to create about 10 categories. Then maybe health and fitness. They always make money, so why not? Then also music, because we all love music. And then also teaching and academics. So now I've created all of these categories here. As you all know, we want to also mark this as const, so as a constant. And then I want to also update my core schema, because currently the category is set to z.string, but this should now be an enum. This means what I can do is delete this z.string. I don't need it anymore. And instead, this will be a z.enum as an argument. I want to provide the course categories. And then I want to also display an error message. This means we can add a comma, an object, then we can get the message property, and this will be equal to category is required. So this is already enough, which means I can go back to the creation route. I want to first of all, again, update my default values. This means for the category, instead of passing an empty string, this will be equal to damn, what's a good category? How about health and fitness? Why not? And then we can again scroll to the bottom and I want to map over my items. So I can delete the input since we won't render the input anymore. And instead I want to create a select element. Or I want to use the select component. We can also delete the form control and we will just have the form item component, then this form label, and then underneath the form label, I want to get the select component from the components folder. For the select, we have to provide two key properties. First of all, onValueChange, which will be equal to field.onValue or .onChange, and then also default value, which will be equal to field.value. So here's the thing. And for our input, we just spread our field, but this does not work for the select, and that's why we have to specifically define the onValueChange and default value. Then in the select, I want to get the form control component, which is already imported, and inside of here, we can get the select trigger from the components. The select trigger is what the user will click. Then for the select trigger, I want to provide a class name, which will be width or full, and then inside of here, we want to get a select value, which is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and inside of here we have to give it a placeholder, and the placeholder will just be select category. So this is what the user will see. Then we also need the select content. This means we can go underneath the select trigger, underneath the form control, but still in the select itself. And I want to get the select content, again, from the components. And inside of here, I can map over my categories. This means I can get the course categories from the .schemas file, .map. We want to use the map method as a param. We can get the category itself, and then we can just return it. Inside of here, we need the select item, which is imported from the components, and this select item needs two properties. First of all, we map over an array. What does this mean? Well, the child needs a unique key. A unique key could be the category itself, because each value is unique. And then we have to also provide a value itself, and the value will be equal to category. And then in the select item itself, I can just render the category. This means if we again go back, you will see the title, the slug, the small description, the big description, the thumbnail URL, and then the selector, where the user can then select a category. And as a default, if I do a hard refresh, health and fitness is selected. So the next form field will be rendered on the right side, and this will be for the level. This means we can go back. We can again copy this form item, or form field, I will copy it, then I will paste it down below, but still in this div. Then for the name, instead of category, this will be level. Then for the form label, this will be uppercase level. For the onValueChange and default value, we don't have to update anything. For the select value, instead of saying select category, I want to say select value. And then instead of mapping over the categories, I want to map over the course levels. This is imported from the .schemas file, and this should already be it. This means if I again go back and do a hard refresh, Right here we have our category and here we have our level. And as the default, beginner is selected. But if I select intermediate, it of course updates. Then what's the next input? Well, the next input will be the duration. This means I want you again just copy not this form field, but instead a form field with a standard input. I will copy this one with the thumbnail URL and then I want to go underneath our last form field and paste it right here. For the name, this won't be file key, but instead duration. Then for the form label, instead of thumbnail image, this will be duration and then in parentheses hours. Then for the placeholder, instead of thumbnail URL, this will be duration uppercased. And then I want to also give it a type and the type will be number. So this should already be it. This means if I go back, yes, this looks nice. And I can also up right here add a number. Then the next input will be for the price. This means we can go back. I will copy this form field and paste it down below one more time. So we want to update the name. Instead of duration, this will be price. For the form label, instead of saying duration, I want to say price. And again, I want to get my parentheses and render a dollar symbol because the user should input a price in dollars. Then for the input, the placeholder should say price. For the type, number is fine. And this means if I again go back, yeah, this looks beautiful. And then we are almost finished and there's only one more input, or you could say select, which is missing, and that's the status selector. This means I can go back and I want to copy a form field with the select already implemented. So I will copy this level form field. I want to again scroll to the bottom and we want to go underneath this div. Still, we want to stay in the form, but underneath this grid div. I can then again paste what I just copied and we have to update the properties. So instead of saying level, this will be status. This means for the name. Then for the form label, instead of level, this will be status. The on value change and default value is fine. We don't have to update anything. Then for the select value in the trigger, this will be select status, I think will be a bit better. And then for the select content, I don't want to map over the levels, but instead over the course status, which is imported from the Zod schemas file. This means if we go back, we now have a status selector right here. And the default selection is draft, as you see here. Then the last thing which we need is a submit button. This means we can go back, we can go underneath this form field, and I want to get the button component from the components, and as a value I will just say create course. And also maybe an icon could look quite nice, so let's get the plus icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and for the class name this will be margin left 1. Also I want to give it a size and this will be 16. And if I again go back, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. So I will zoom out a bit because I'm very zoomed in. We have a nice sidebar and then this is the main content. I can go back to the admin courses page with this button. Then this is the form in a card. We have a title input. We have a slug input. I can generate a slug as you see here. We have a small description, a big description, a thumbnail image, category, level, duration, price and status. And of course this nice looking button, but currently nothing really works. We don't have any mutation layer, and also I don't want to render a text area for the description. No, this should be a real rich text editor, and instead of rendering this thumbnail URL input, we want to render a real drag and drop zone. So I want to start with the rich text editor, then we will continue with the drag and drop zone, then we will implement the mutations layer, and then I think we will be finished. So let's start with the rich text editor. Yes! So to create the rich text editor, we will use TipTap in this video, and TipTap is a headless and open source editor framework. So most solutions which you will find on the internet will just be pre-built components which are already styled and stuff like that. That's great, but I want to have a custom rich text editor, and TipTap gives me the ability to create my own custom rich text editor because TipTap is completely headless. It's not styled, you style it yourself. It's also completely open source and also free. I know they have a paid tier, that's if you want to use some AI stuff and stuff like that, but we don't need that. We will just use the open source editor, which is completely free to use. And again, it's headless and it's super powerful. It's in my opinion, the best solution out on the market to create a simple, or not even a simple, an advanced rich text editor. So what we can do is head over to the documentation, and here they have a little, I guess, getting started guide where they explain what TipTap is and how it works and stuff like that. We don't need that. We want to get started right away. So I want to click in the navbar on all docs and then on editor. And then we can click on install and then Next.js. Also, here's one thing which I want to quickly mention. As they say on the top, TipTap Editor 3.0 beta is out. Start here. When I'm recording this video, TipTap 3.0 is still in beta. It's not released. I tried out 3.0, but it still has a lot of bugs. That's why I will use the stable version, which is right now 2 point something. When you start watching this video, it could be that 3.0 is already released to the public. That's fine. I tested it out. The whole integration is literally the same. You could say they just updated their backend to make everything faster. But the integration is the same, everything one-to-one. This means we can head over right here to this quick start guide. The first step is to create a project. We already did that a few hours ago. And the next step is to install the necessary dependencies. And here they say, now that we have a standard boilerplate set up, we can get TipTap up and running. For this, we will need to install 3 packages. TipTap React, TipTap PM, and TipTap Starter Kit, which includes all the extensions you need to get started quickly. So I can copy all of these packages, the names, then I will go back, we can open the terminal, and then we can just run pnpm-i, and then all of these packages. Again, TipTap React, TipTap PM, and TipTap Starter Kit. And then the next step is to integrate TipTap. So to start using TipTap, you will need to add a new component to your app. So let's do that. We can open our Explorer. Then if I scroll to the bottom, I have my components here and I want to create a new subfolder. This will be the rich-text-editor folder. Then in the rich-text-editor folder, I want to create a new file and this will be editor.tsx. And then in this editor.tsx, we will integrate TipTap. So first of all, this component has to be marked with the use client directive because TipTap needs a JavaScript bundle to function. Then we want to export in function. So export function, this will be called rich text editor. And then I can just open this function. So inside of here, I want to set up TipTap. And to be specific, I want to create an editor instance. This means we can create a constant called editor, and this will be equal to use editor. As you see, it does not import for me automatically, sadly. This means I will have to do it manually. On top, I can create an import statement, I can destructure it, and this will be from @tiptap/react. Then where I destructure it, I can get the use editor hook, and then I can invoke it and destructure it. Inside of here, we have to provide one key property, and that's the extensions array. Inside of here, I can define extensions. So for example, if I head over back to the documentation, we installed @tiptap starter kit. This is one key extension which allows us, or which includes all the extensions you need to get started quickly. So this extension is like the base layer. It gives us everything we need to get started, to create a simple rich text editor. Nevertheless, we will configure TipTap later on even further. We will add more extensions. But for now, the starter kit is already enough. This means on top, I can create an import. I want to import the starter kit, and this will be from @tiptap/starter kit. Then I can just paste it into this array, and then we are already finished. So right here, we created an editor instance, and it's now time to also create the UI. So here's the thing, I want to create a little diagram. How will our rich text editor look like? Well, we will have this box, I guess, and this box will consist of 2 parts. First of all, something which you call a menu bar. In the menu bar, we will render multiple buttons. A button, for example, to toggle an H1, then a button to toggle an H2, a button to toggle the alignment, so left or the center or to the right, then a button to create an underline and stuff like that. That's what you call a menu bar. And then underneath the menu bar, we will create the editor content. And this is like this big text editor where the user will create his content. So, hey, yo, what's up? Welcome to my course. Buy it now. Super cool content. So as you see, two parts, a menu bar and then the editor itself. So I want to start with the menu bar, which means we can create a return statement. I want to return a div, and then in the div, I want to first of all render the menu bar. So I will create a separate component for that. So in the rich text editor, I want to create a new file, and this will be the menubar.tsx file. Since this is a component, we can create an export function, and this will be menu bar. I can then open it, and inside of here, I want to create a return statement, and for now, I can return an H1 which says, hello from the menu bar. If I save this and again go back, I can just get the menu bar in this editor component. So menu bar, my god, menu bar. This is self-closing and this is finished. So if I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we won't see this rich text editor. That's because this editor is not rendered in our creation route. Currently we render this big text area. I want to change that, so we have to again scroll to the top. Here I have my description. I can comment out this text area for now, and instead I want to get my editor from my components, or how did I call it? Rich text editor, not editor, but rich text editor. And this is imported from the components, and this is self-closing. If I again go back, yeah, this is very beautiful. No, it's not. So we can get started first of all with our menu bar. And here's the thing, the menu bar needs the editor instance to function. This means I can create an interface on the top, and so interface, and I will call it props because I love the name, I don't know why. And inside of here, I want to get an editor, and this editor will have a type. The type will be editor, and this type is imported from TipTap React. I can import it, it does not do it automatically, so quick fix import, and I want to also say import type. I don't want to import the editor itself, but just the type. And the thing is, this editor could be defined or it could be null. That's why I want to use this or sign. So either we have an editor or we don't pass anything, which means null. Then I can get this editor through my params. So I can destructure it. This will be of type props. And then where I destructure it, I can get my editor. Then above this return statement, I want to create an if statement, and I want to check if we get an editor. This means if we don't have an editor, you can do that with this exclamation mark, then we will just return null. This means we won't return anything. But if we have an editor, well, then we can create this main return. So I will start off with a new fresh return. Inside of here, I want to return a div, and then in this div, as mentioned, I want to create many buttons, to be specific, many toggles. So inside of here, I want to first of all get the tooltip provider. So it's imported from the components. Then I can open it, and what exactly is this tooltip provider? So we can head over back to the shared CN UI website, and if I search for tooltip, then you will find this section. So tooltip, a pop-up that displays information related to an element when the element receives keyword focus or the mouse hovers over it. So later on, as mentioned, we will display multiple buttons, H1, H2, H3, center, alignment, stuff like that. But these are just icons. They won't have any text, so the button won't display any text. It will only display icons. And to give the user more information, I want to render a tooltip so that if the user hovers over this button, there will be a text which will say H1 or text center or text left and stuff like that. That's why we have to, or I want to use the tooltip. This means I can go back, and then in the tooltip provider, I want to create a div, and in this div, I want to get my tooltip. This tooltip is imported from the components, and then in the tooltip, I want to get a tooltip trigger. So this is what the user will click. tooltip trigger. This is imported from the components, and then in the tooltip trigger, I want to create a toggle or render a toggle. So again, we can head over to shared C and UI, and if you search for toggle, then you will find this. So a toggle is a two-state button that can be either on or off. So if I click on this button, then the toggle is on. If I again click on it, then it's off. So the reason why we will use this toggle is because if a user, for example, selects H1, so this button, then I want to show this active state. And a toggle works great for that. A button could also do the same thing. We could also showcase an active state, but it's just easier to create with this toggle, and that's why I will use it. So I can go back, and then in the tooltip trigger, I want to get the toggle component from the components. Also, since this is a component in the tooltip trigger, I have to also give it an asChild property. So an asChild property for the tooltip trigger. And then in the toggle itself, I want to render the bold icon. The bold icon is imported from Lucid React and it's self-closing. And then we can also test it out. So if I go back, where's my toggle? I don't see anything. There's just this label. What's the problem? Well, again, right here we created an if statement. If we don't get an editor, then we don't return anything. And if I go to my editor, I have to pass this editor instance to my menu bar. This means in my menu bar, I can click on Control Spacebar, I get the editor prop, and this will be equal to the editor. This means if I go back to the menu bar, there's no error here. And if I go back, you will see this toggle. And if I click on the toggle, nothing happens, but that's because we have to control it. So I can go back and I want to update this toggle. First of all, I want to give it a size property. I want this toggle to be small, so the size will be SM. Then I have to use two properties. Again, I want to control it. This means this will be the pressed property and then also the onPressed change. For the pressed, this will be equal to editor.isActive, and this isActive is a function which we have to invoke, and I want to check for the bold state. So pressed will be true if bold is active. So at the end of the day, again, this editor is our editor instance, and we check if bold is active. If so, this will return as true, which means pressed will be true. And then, of course, since this is a controlled input, we have to also listen for the onPressed change, because we want to then update our state, our editor instance. So this is an inline callback function, and then I want to get my editor. I want to call the chain method. I can invoke it. Then I want to get the focus method. I want to invoke it. And then I want to call the toggle bold method, because we want to toggle bold. Again, we can invoke it, and then it's very important that you call the run method at the end, because without the run method, this won't run. Who would have thought? So if I save this and go back, you will see for now nothing really changes. So I can go back, and then I want to also add a class name. So for the toggle, I can create a class name, and then I want to get the CN helper function, because I want to create dynamic styles, and we can invoke it. And inside of here, I want to create a ternary pretty much. So if this editor is active is true, then I want to change the background color and the text color. So we can say if, or I can just copy it. This editor is active bold. I will copy it, paste it inside of here. And if it's true, then we can use this double and sign. And I want to render BG muted for the background color and text muted foreground, so that the text color is a bit more grayish. This means if we again go back, you will now see this toggle is active. We have a background color and the icon is also muted. If I again click on the toggle, this active state is removed. So this works exactly as expected. But as mentioned, I want to also implement this tooltip. Currently, if I hover over this button, nothing happens. This means we can go back, and we want to go underneath the tooltip trigger, because we defined the tooltip trigger and we want to get the tooltip content. So underneath the tooltip trigger, I want to get the tooltip content component, which is imported from the components. And inside of here, I want to say bold, because if the user clicks on the button, I will showcase a bold state. So if I go back and hover over it, you see on the top corner, bold. In theory, you could also add a delay and stuff like that. You can configure this tooltip, but honestly, I think it looks beautiful and I will leave it as is. So what's the next toggle which I want to render? Well, this will be italic. This means we can go back, and what we can do is just copy this tooltip which we just created, and I will paste it down below. Please make sure that it's pasted in the div. So we have a div and a tooltip provider underneath this new tooltip. So tooltip is fine, tooltip trigger is fine, toggle is fine, size is fine. For the pressed property, we don't want to listen for bold, but instead for italic. As you see, we don't get any type safety, so please make sure that you spell it correctly. Also, I don't want to toggle bold, but instead toggle italic. Also, for the class name, instead of listening for the bold state, we want to listen for the italic state. Then for the icon, instead of bold, I want to get the italic icon from Lucid React. And then for the tooltip content, this will also be italic. As you see, this looks quite good. Then what's the next toggle which I want to render? Well, this is the strike toggle. This means I will again copy this tooltip, I will paste it down below, and then we can again update it. So the size is fine. For pressed, instead of listening for italic, I want to listen for strike. Then for the on-pressed change, instead of toggling italic, I want to toggle strike. Then for the class name, instead of checking for italic, we want to check or listen for strike. And instead of rendering the italic icon, we will render the strike through icon, imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip content, this will be strike. So these are already 3 toggles. As a next step, I want to create the headings. This means H1, H2, and I think also H3. This means we can again copy this tooltip. I will copy it and paste it down below. Then for the toggle, the size is fine. For pressed, I don't want to listen for the strike anymore, but instead for a heading. So I can delete strike, I will say heading, and here's the thing, there's not only one heading, but we have multiple headings. Level 1, this means H1, level 2, H2, level 3, H3, and more. This means we can add a comma, open an object, and pass a level right here. And this will be 1. Because I want to listen for the heading 1, H1. For the on-pressed change, instead of toggle strike, I want to use the toggle heading method. So toggle heading, I can invoke it, and then I can destructure it. Inside of here, I have to pass the level, and the level will be 1, again, H1. And then for the class name, I can just copy this code and paste it for the class name. And then instead of rendering the strike through icon, we can render the heading 1 icon imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip, I will say, or for the tooltip content, I will say heading 1. So if I again go back, you will see, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. Also, currently the gap is horrendously bad. Don't worry, I will fix that later on. For now, this is fine enough. So as a next step, I want to render the heading 2. This means we can copy this tooltip, paste it down below, and then we can update it. So size is fine. For pressed, this will be level 2. For the on-pressed change, this will be level 2. Then for the class name, this will be level 2. And then for the heading or for the icon, this will be the heading 2 icon this time, also imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip content, this will also be heading 2. Then I want to render one more heading. This will be heading 3. This means I can copy this tooltip, paste it down below, and then we can update the levels. So this will be level 3, this will be level 3, then this will be level 4. No, I'm joking. Level 3 for the icon. This will be heading 3 icon. And then for the tooltip content, this will be heading 5. No, heading 3. So we have now in total 3 headings, and as a next step I want to render a tooltip or a button for a bullet list icon. This means I can again copy this tooltip, I want to paste it down below, and let's start with the pressed property. So I don't want to listen anymore for a heading, but instead for a bullet list. So I will remove this heading and instead say bullet list. Again, please make sure that you don't misspell it, and also bullet and then this L will be uppercase. So bullet lowercase and then L uppercase and then IST. So then for the on-pressed change, instead of calling toggle heading, I want to instead call toggle bullet list. Again, we can invoke it. Then for the class name, I want to copy bullet list and also paste it inside of here. For the icon, I want to get the list icon. List icon is imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip content, this will be also bullet list. As you see, I get one error for the class name, and that's because I have to, of course, render this in strings. This means if I again go back, I will get my bullet list right here, and if I click on it, it's now active, and it works and looks beautiful. Then I want to also create a button for the ordered list. This means this is a bullet list with dots, and I want to create an ordered list with these numbers. So 1, 2, 3, and stuff like that. This means we can go back. I will copy this tooltip. I will paste it down below again. And we want to first of all update the pressed state. So instead of listening for the bullet list, we will listen for the ordered list. And again, ordered will be lowercase, and then this L will be uppercase, ordered list. For the onPressed change, we want to toggle the ordered list method. So toggle ordered list. Then for this class name, again, we want to listen for the ordered list. And then for the icon, instead of list icon, this will be list ordered icon, imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip content, this will be ordered list. So we are actually finished with the basic buttons. So we have a bold icon, an italic button, the strike button, H1, H2, H3, ordered list, bullet list. It looks great. But now I want to also create buttons so that the user can align his text. This means left, center, and right. So we can go back, and then I want to go underneath this div. So underneath the tooltip and then underneath this div, and I want to create another div. This div will be a separator. This means we can give this div a class name, and this will be width px. This means width 1 pixel, height 6, BG, which will be border, and then also margin x2. This means if you again go back, then you will see this very light border. But this kind of looks weird. It's aligned vertically as a column, but it should be aligned horizontally. This means if we again go back, how is this created? We have a tooltip provider, and with what is everything wrapped? Well, we have one main div. This means I can update this div and give it a class name or align it horizontally. So for this div, I can give it a class name. This will be border, then border, which will be input, rounded top, which will be LG, padding, which will be 2, BG, card, flex, flex wrap. So if there's no space horizontally anymore, we will wrap the children. Then also gap 1 to have some spacing, and items, which will be center. So as you see, if I again go back, this is now aligned horizontally, and this already looks way better. Nevertheless, this section, so again, if I get my handy little line tool, this section is too close to each other. I want to also create a gap. This means we can go back, and this div wraps all of our tooltips. So I can give it a class name, and this will be also flex wrap. So if there's no space, we will wrap the children, and then also gap 1. So if I again go back, yes, this looks absolutely beautiful. So we have finished with this side. We have a nice separator, and then we can continue with the next section. Again, the left alignment, center alignment, and right alignment. So I want to go underneath this div separator, and I want to create another div element. So since this will again be a layout div, this means inside of this div we will render or create 3 buttons. We can give it a class name, which will also be flex wrap, and then gap 1. Inside of here, I want to then create again my tooltip. This means I can just copy the tooltip and paste it inside of here. And we want to again update our pressed state, our onPressed change function, and stuff like that. So this will be for the text alignment to the left side. This means for the pressed change, instead of listening for ordered list, we want to listen for text align. This means instead of having strings right here, we can destructure it, and we can get text align, and then this will be equal to left. For the onPressed change, I don't want to toggle ordered list, but instead set text align. But I don't get this method. What's the problem? Well, as mentioned, if we go to the editor, for the extensions we currently provide the starter kit. The starter kit is a nice starting point, but it does not give us a lot. I mean, it gives us the base functionality. So again, H1, H2, this bold state, it gives us this base functionality, but it does not allow us, for example, to configure this text alignment. This is a new extension which we will have to use. So we can head over back to the documentation, and inside of here, we can search for text align. Here you will find the text align extension, and as you will see, this extension adds a text align attribute to a specified list of nodes. The attribute is used to align the text left, center, right. This means we want to first of all install this extension. I can copy the name, and then in my terminal, I will stop my dev server, and then I will just install it. Once installed, we can restart our dev server, and then we want to first of all import this extension. This means what I will do is just go back into my editor, create an import statement. This will be text align, and this will be imported from a tip tab extension text align. Then in my extensions array, I can add a comma, and I want to get my text align extension, which I just imported. So I will paste it right here, and then I want to also configure it. So I can use this configure function. I want to invoke it, the structured, and inside of here, we have to provide types. So the types where the text align attribute can be applied. This types will be equal to an array, and we want to apply text align to our heading and then also to a paragraph. So heading, comma, and then paragraph. This means we will apply it to any text style. If the user selects H1 or this H1 right here, then we will still allow the user to align the text. If the user does not select any heading, then we will still allow the user to align the text, because this means then that the input will be a paragraph. So this is now finished. We aligned, or we configured text align, which means if I go back to my menu bar, in theory, I should then also get the set text align method, and that's exactly what I get. And as you see, I get an error. What's the problem? Expected one argument but got 0. What argument did it expect? Well, it expected an argument for alignment. And in this case, I want to align the text to the left side. This means I will say left. We want to still call the one method, and then this is already finished. Then we can update the class name. This means I can just copy this text align left, the structuring, and I will paste it inside of here. Then, instead of rendering the list ordered icon, we want to get the align left icon from Lucid React, and instead of saying ordered list, we want to say align left. And then we can again copy this tooltip, paste it down below, and this will be for the alignment to the center. This means for text align, this will be center. For the on-press change, this will be center. I can also just copy it. Then for the class name, this will be center. For the icon, this will be align center. And then for the text, this will be align center. We can then copy this tooltip one more time and paste it down below. And this will be for the alignment to the right side. This means text align right. For the on-press change, this will be right. For the class name, this will be center. No, right. Then for the icon, this will be align right. And then for the tooltip content, this will be align right. Yes, you're right. Wow, so many rights. And if I go back, you will see right here these 3 buttons, and they look absolutely beautiful. So we are finished with the main section, but there are 2 more buttons which I want to render. And that's a button to, how would you call it, undo your changes and then redo your changes. So as you probably know from Google Docs or Word or whatever, you can always redo or undo what you just created. This means we can again go back. I want to first of all again create this separator. This means we want to go underneath the div, but we want to stay in the tooltip provider, and we want to create a new div. This div will have a class name which will be width px, width 1 pixel, height of 6, then bg border and margin x2. Underneath the separator div, we want to create a new div. Let's give it a class name, and again this will be this flex layout. This means flex, wrap, and then gap 1. In this div, we want to again create 2 tooltip, trigger, toggle button thingies. This means I will copy this tooltip and then I will just paste it inside of here. And this tooltip, or you know what, this button is very interesting because I don't want to use this toggle component anymore. Because if a user, for example, undoes his change, then there is no active state. The user just clicks the button once and then the change is undone. There's no active or I guess inactive state. This means what I will do is just delete everything in the tooltip trigger. So we will leave the asChild property, and then inside of here I want to get the button component from shared-c or from our components. For the button I want to first of all give it a size property. This will be SM. For the variant this will be ghost. So this button will look exactly the same as a toggle. Then for the type, this is very important, this will be button. Again, if you don't add a type of button, the button will be treated like a submit button. This means whenever you click on this button, it will submit the form, and you don't want that. Then we want to also use the onClick handler, and this will be an inline callback function. Then we want to get our editor instance. I want to call the chain method, then the focus method, then the undo method, and then the run method. I know a lot of chaining, but this will allow the user to undo the changes. Then we can also get the disabled state, and disabled will be true if there's no content. I mean, if the user did not make any changes, then the user will also not be able to undo his changes because there are no changes. This means disabled will be true if there's no exclamation. So exclamation mark editor.can, this is the method, and then .undo. So if the user cannot make any undos, then this button will be disabled. My god, this is almost plain English. Wow. And then in this button, I want to get the undo icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and for the tooltip content, this will be undo. This means if we again go back, you will see this button, and this is disabled because I did not make any changes. There's nothing to undo. So we can go back, I can copy this tooltip one more time, the last time, and paste it down below. This will be for the redo button. So the size is fine, the variant is fine, the type is button. For the onClick handler, this will be redo instead of undo. For the disabled state, this will be also redo instead of undo. And then for the icon, this will be redo, imported from Lucid React. And for the tooltip content, this will be redo. And if you go back, you will see this button is also disabled because there's nothing to redo. But once we create a bit of content, we will be able to undo and redo our changes. So the menu bar is finished, and we can continue with the editor content itself. The editor content is a component which we don't have to create. This is a component which is provided by TipTap itself. This means underneath the menu bar, I want to get the editor content, and the editor content is imported from TipTap React. This is self-closing, and the editor content expects one property, and that's the editor itself. This means I can click on Control Spacebar, get the editor prop, and this will be equal to editor. And what do you think? Is it time to test it out? I think so, because if I go back, so we have our menu bar, which looks great, and then we have this nothing burger, if this makes sense. So there's nothing here. But if I click on this nothing thing, then I get this little outline. So we have a text area. And if I type something, I get my content. If I click on enter, it can also create more space. So we get this text or editor content, but it's not really styled. It does not look very nice. So we have to change it, we have to style it. And how do we style this editor content? Good question. We style it in this editor instance itself. So we can go underneath this extensions array, and we want to get the editor props property. This is an object. Inside of here we can get attributes. This is also an object. And then inside of here we can get the class property, and what we say right here or what we add right here will be then applied to this editor content. So for the class name, I want to say minimum height of custom value 300 pixels. Then I want to also add padding, so padding 4. And this means if I again go back and do a hard refresh, this will already look a bit better, a bit, but not great. So I'm missing like a border. I think you all know what I mean. A nice looking border so that the user understands that this is a text area. So what we can do is go back and we can update this wrapper div. We can give it a class name, and this will be width full border, which will be input, so this is the color, then rounded, which will be LG, overflow, which will be hidden. And then we can also use this dark, would you call it model thingy? I don't know. So if dark mode is true, then the background color should be input with an opacity of 30%. So if dark mode is true, BG input 30% or 30% opacity. So if I go back, this now has the exact same background color as our text area input and stuff like that. But I'm not sure if you see it, but currently we have the problem that we have two borders. So here at the bottom we have one border. This looks great. But on the right side, top and left, we now have a double border. This does not look nice. I'm sure you probably don't see it right now, but if you look at your screen, with very good glasses, then you will see it. So we can go back to the menu bar, I can open it again, and then I want to update this top class name. So currently we create a border for all sides, the top, left, right, bottom. But what we will do is just create a border for the bottom. This means we can say border top will be 0, and then border X will also be 0. So yeah, border top 0, border X, this means the left and right side will be 0. If I again go back, I'm not sure if you see it, but this already looks 10 times cleaner. Then I'm also not a big fan of this blue outline or focus thingy. Kinda ugly, I will be honest with you. So we can go back to the editor, to our attributes, and we can use this focus class. And if focus is true, I want to say outline none. So if I now click on the text area, I don't get this ugly border outline thingy. And let's test out our rich text editor. So if I write some content, everything works. If I highlight this and say that this should be bold, it works. Then this, for example, should be italic, this here should be strike through, this all works nicely. But if I, for example, try to create a bullet list, it does not work. What's the problem? If I try to align it, does it work? This aligns. I can also undo my changes, this also works. But this bullet list and ordered list does not work. So what's the problem? So this is not a TipTap problem, but instead a Tailwind CSS problem. And to fix it, we want to use the Tailwind CSS typography plugin. So you can just go to Google and search for Tailwind CSS typography. And then you can click on the first link. This will redirect you to a GitHub repo. And here they say, beautiful typographic defaults for HTML you don't control. So we can then use this pros class, and this will create beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML you don't control, like HTML rendered from Markdown or pulled from a CMS. This means we can install it, and this is also a development dependency. So I will copy this installation command, I will go back, and then I can paste it in my terminal. So pnpmi uppercase D Tailwind CSS typography. We can then again restart our dev server, and we have to also then add the plugin to our main style file. This means I can copy this plugin, Tailwind CSS, and we want to open our globals.css file. And then underneath this import, I will paste this add plugin. As you see, we also get this yellow squiggly line, and it says unknown at rule plugin. Don't worry, this is not a problem. It just throws a weird error, it always does that. We can then close the globals.css file, and then for our attributes we can use this pros class. So we can say pros SM will be the default. On SM or bigger, this will be pros. On LG or bigger, this will be pros LG. On XL or bigger, this will be pros XL. So if we again go back, what will we get? Well, I have to do a hard refresh, and I hope that everything works. So now if I write something, damn, I don't see anything. What's this color? It's gray. Blah, ugly. So here's the thing, when you use this typography plugin in dark mode, you have to also invert the colors. This means we can go back to the attributes, and we can say on dark mode, we want to do a pros-invert. It will invert the colors. And if I go back, yes, that's what I wanted. So if I now, for example, use this bullet list, you'll see it works exactly as expected, and that's what I wanted. But now there's another problem. So as you see, I wrote a lot of content here, but if I zoom out quite a bit, it just stops in the middle. What's the problem? Well, this pros class also adds a maximum width. I don't understand why they do that. Honestly, a stupid mistake or a stupid thing in my opinion. They shouldn't have done that. But hey, I guess we can just update it by ourselves. So for the class, we can add this exclamation mark and then say width full and then exclamation mark max width none. This means if I again go back and zoom out a bit and create a bit more content, it will now take the whole width as you see. So again, I'm not sure why the Tailwind CSS team made such a decision, but maybe there's a good reason for that, I don't know, but honestly I wanted to take the whole width and that's why I added this little helper thingy. So to be honest, I think we have finished with the rich text editor. I think I will later on maybe change the text color and stuff like that, but for now we see that everything works. And I mean, let's again test out everything. So I will delete everything. We can get started first of all with bold. If I click on bold, yes, it works. Then does italic work? Yes, it works. Then does strike through work? So if I highlight this and click on strike, yes, it works. Does the H1 work? Yes, it works. Does the H2 work? Yes, it works. How about the H3? Yes, this also works. Then how about this bullet list? Yes, it works. Then how about this ordered list? Yes, it also works great. And maybe alignment, so align center and then align right. Yes. Undo, also great. So we are finished with our rich text editor, right? No, we are not quite finished because there's one thing missing, and that's the connection to React hook form, to our client-side state management form validation library. So here's the thing, if we again go back to our creation route, what do we get? We get this field object. This field object exposes a lot of things, like an on-value change, a value, and stuff like that. This means we want to pass this field to our rich text editor. So I can go back to the editor component itself, and then in my params, I can destructure it, and I want to get a field. And this will be of type any. It has its own type, but you have to do a lot of weird things to get the typing, so that's why I will say type any. Again, you can create a real type, but then you have to do a lot of advanced TypeScript, and I don't want to write all of this code. It's quite a lot of code just to get the correct field typing. So as you all know, React hook form works with controlled inputs. This means we have to provide a value and then an on value change, or in this case content and then on update. So we can go underneath this editor props, and I want to get this on update function, and it will fire whenever our text content updates. So this will be equal to a standard arrow function. I can then destructure the params and I can get the editor. And what I want to do is set my field. So I get my field and I want to update my field. And in this case, this means I want to use the onChange handler. So we can get our field, then .onChange. As you see, I don't get any typing. That's fine. Please make sure that you just spell it correctly. Then we want to invoke it. And as an argument, I want to get my JSON. So here's the thing. This editor allows us to get JSON. So I can just say editor dot, and then you get a few methods. And I want to use the getJSON method. This will get the document as JSON. But here's the thing. If we open our schema and go to the course itself, you will see that I want to store my description as a string. This means we will get JSON, but I will stringify this JSON and then store the stringified JSON in my database. And then once we then want to render this content later on, we will then pass this string again to a standard JSON and how would you say it, propagate it into TipTap, if this makes sense. So again, we will get JSON, we will stringify it, store it in our database, then retrieve it, pass it again into standard JSON, and then pass it later on to TipTap to then render it nicely. And then in the editor.onChange, I want to get JSON.stringify, and then I want to invoke it, and then as an argument, I want to get my JSON, because what I pass inside of here will be then stringified. And in this case, this will be editor.getJSON. So we now get our JSON, we stringify it, and we set it in our field. So we update our field. And then what else is missing? Well, we have to also set the content, because again, this is a controlled input. We have to control it. So underneath the on update, I can get the content. And here I want to create a ternary. If we get data from our field, this means, for example, later on we will have an edit route. In the edit route, I will already have content predefined, because we will already have a course which we want to edit. This means this field will have JSON. And here I want to create a ternary and check if we have a value, then let's render this already created content. If not, then let's just create a dummy p tag or something like that. So right here I can get my field.value, and if this is true, then we can use the ternary, a question mark, and I want to do a JSON.pass, and I want to pass my field.value. If this is not true, we can use a colon, and I want to render a p tag. This means we can get a p tag or we can create one, and for the content I will just say hello world. So let's test it out. If I go back and do a hard refresh, I get an error. Cannot read properties of undefined. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, currently we don't pass this editor as a prop, because if I go to my creation route and scroll to the bottom, our rich text editor expects a property, and this is the field, and the field will be equal to field, and this should work. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, we get hello world. And again, we get hello world because we currently don't have any predefined data. If we would have already a JSON from our previous course, then we would of course render the data right here. But since there is no predefined data, since we create a new course, our ternary is false, which means we render hello world. If you want to, you can also change it up to something else. Honestly, I couldn't care less. So as a next step, I want to finally continue with file uploads. But before we do that, we have to fix two small bugs. So if I go back and open my terminal, you will see an interesting warning. Tip-tap error SSR has been detected. Please set immediately render explicitly to false to avoid hydration mismatches. So here's the thing, if I open my editor, this component is marked with the use client directive. A lot of people think that this means that this component is rendered on the client side. No, this component is still rendered on the server side. We just get a client, a JavaScript client bundle. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. And the problem is tip-tap does not work in a SSR environment. Tip-tap has to be rendered on the client side. It has to initialize on the client side. That's why we can go to the editor, to our editor instance, and we want to get a specific property, which is immediately render. And we want to set it to false to not SSR tip-tap, to not server render it. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh and again open my terminal, this error won't show up again because it's now fixed, the problem. So this is bug number one, that's great. And then we have another problem. So currently I'm signed in with my email. This means I did not use GitHub, but instead I used this OTP email sign-in variant option, whatever. This means if I go back to my homepage, I will get an error. As you see, cannot read properties of undefined, and this has to do with my avatar fallback. So what we can do is open the user dropdown component, because this is where the problem is created. So here I have an avatar fallback and I render my name, or I get the first character in my name and then I uppercase it. The biggest problem is this does not work, because what was the problem with the name? Well, when a user signs in with his email, we don't get a name, and that's why we used, or in our nav user, we created this ternary where we checked, hey, do we get a username? If so, we can render it. If not, then let's use the email. And we want to do the same thing for the user dropdown. And as you see, all of this data is passed as props, or we get it through the params. This means if I go to my navbar, we pass the email, image and name through props. This means we have to update the code right here. So if I go to the nav user, we have a ternary right here for the username. What I will do is copy this ternary, so session.user.name, and if we have, or if the length is bigger than 0, then we render the username. If not, we render the email. Let's just copy this code. Let's go back to the navbar, and then I will paste it for the name property. So if session.user.name exists and if the length is bigger than 0, then I want to return the session.user.name. If we don't get a name which has a bigger character length than 0, then we will return the session.user.email. This means the email itself. Nevertheless, this still has one problem because we will now pass the whole email with the @ symbol. We don't want that. So we can go back to the nav user, and if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we should find the split method. So split, we want to split the @ and we want to get the first part because again, this splits the user into two parts or the email. First of all, the thing in front of the @ and then the thing after the @ and we want to get the thing in front of the @ So I will just copy the split method. I can go back and then I want to paste it inside of here. And don't worry, I will fix or delete or remove these AI suggestions in a second. I forgot that. But if I again go back and do a hard refresh, everything again works. Nevertheless, we still have one problem for the image because as you see, this is just a dummy or there's no image. We currently just render the avatar fallback. And that's again because if you go to the navbar, you will see if there's no user image, we pass an empty string. We don't want that. So we can go back to the nav user, and if I scroll a bit to the top, you will see that we have a ternary, or we created a ternary for the avatar image. If there's no user image, then we use this nullish listen. So if there's no image, then we will render this avatar URL. So this is this avatar API provided by Vercel. So I will just copy this nullish listen code. I can go back to the navbar and I will paste it for the image. So again, if we get the session.user.image, then we will pass it. If we don't get it, then we will instead pass this URL provided by Vercel itself. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, nice, we get this nice looking image. I get my name, the email, everything looks beautiful and everything is finished. There's only one problem. This drop-down menu is too small. It should take a bigger width because this is kinda small and it does not look very appealing, at least I think so. This means if we go back to the user dropdown, we have our dropdown menu content here and it has a class name which is maximum width 64. This means the width won't be bigger. So instead of rendering maximum width 64, we will just instead render minimum width, and this will be, how about 52? How does this look? Yeah, maybe a bit too big. How about something with 40, so 48 maybe? This should already look way better. And yeah, I think 48 looks quite good. So we will hard code it with 48, but since this is a minimum width, it can also become bigger if needed. But I don't think so. I think this should be fine enough. So we fixed the two problems, the two small bugs, and we can finally continue with file uploads. So let's first of all again navigate back to the admin dashboard. We want to go to the courses, create course, and then instead of rendering this stupid input, yeah, it's not stupid, but this ugly input, we will render a nice, custom and accessible drag and drop zone. Now here's the thing, here's my question to you. How do you or how would you create a custom drag and drop zone? So you might say, hey Jan, natively, yeah, that will probably be a bit too hard. So how about we use a pre-built component? Sure, but I want to have a custom component, and again, it should also be accessible. I want to own the code. I don't want to just install some sort of pre-built component. So here comes the solution, React Drop Zone. So React Drop Zone is a simple React hook to create a HTML5 compliant drag and drop zone for files. So this is not a component, this is nothing pre-built, this is not styled. This is pretty much what TipTap does. It gives you an easy to use API, in this case a hook, which you use, and this hook then exposes functions, and you can use these functions to create your own custom custom and accessible drag and drop zone. This means you fully own the code. You also install a very small dependency. The package size isn't big. So this is a win-win in this case because it makes it easier to create a drag and drop zone while also allowing you to create a custom one. So what we can do is first of all install React drop zone. Here we have a installation command. I will just copy it. Then I will open my terminal, stop my dev server and run pnpm I react drop zone. This will install everything, and what I want to do is create a separate component again. This means we can open the components or the explorer, then we want to go to the components folder, and since I will reuse the file uploader, I want to also create a new subfolder. So this will be file-uploader for the folder name, and inside of here I want to create an uploader.tsx file. So this will be the component itself. So we want to first of all mark this component, this file, with the use client directive, because React drop zone, this means if I go back, you will see that React drop zone exposes a hook, and this hook, it does not expose it, it provides us with a hook, and this hook exposes functions. These functions then pretty much create this internal state management. And to make it work, they of course need a JavaScript bundle. This means this is the reason why we mark this file with the use client directive. And then let's go back to the documentation. And the first step is to copy this code example where they initialize the use drop zone hook. So I will copy it. Of course, we want to first of all create a function. So this will be an export function uploader. I will also disable this AI thingy. And then inside of here, I want to first of all create a return statement, div h1. And then for the h1, I want to say, hello, how are you? Then we want to render this uploader component in our creation route. So I will again open my Explorer. We want to go into the app folder, admin folder, courses folder, create folder, page.tsx. Then here I can delete this text area comment. We don't need it anymore. We have our own rich text editor. And then here you will find this form field with the file key. I will comment out this input, and instead we will get the uploader component from the components. This is self-closing. Then we can head over back to the uploader, and inside of here I want to paste the code which I copied. This means where they initialize the use drop zone hook. Sadly, use drop zone does not import for me automatically, so I will just copy it from the code example from the documentation, and then I can paste it on top. So import use drop zone from React drop zone. So this use drop zone hook exposes three functions. So first of all, the get root props function, the get input props function, and isDragActive. IsDragActive isn't a function, instead it's a boolean. This means when you drag with your file over the drop zone, this boolean will be set to true. If you don't drag with a file over the drop zone, then this boolean will be set to false. And this get root props function and get input props function will be used for the internal state system. So we can head over back to the documentation, and here you will find this section, drop zone props getters. So the drop zone property getters are just two functions that return objects with properties which you need to use to create a drag and drop zone. The root properties can be applied to whatever element you want, whereas the input properties must be applied to an input. So again, these two functions are there to create the drag and drop zone. They are used for the state system and just the backend in general. And the first function, get root props, you can just apply it to any element. It makes sense to just apply it to the first element, in this case a div. And the get input props function has to be specifically applied to an input, not to a button, not to a p tag, just to an input. So what we can do is again scroll to the top, and then I will copy this return statement. We can go back, and then instead of rendering this div, I will paste what I just copied. I get here one ESLint warning, so I can click on quick fix and then disable. If we again go back, then we won't see much, because if I do a hard refresh, you will see that my dev server is not running. So I can restart it with pnpm run dev, and then in theory I should see at least something. But I don't see anything. onDrop is not defined. So what's the problem? Well, right here we destructure the useDropZone hook, and when we destructure it, we pass onDrop. onDrop is a function, and this function will be called whenever we drop files into the drop zone. This means if you go back to the documentation, then here they already define the onDrop function. So as a param, it will get accepted files, and these are all of the files which you drop into the drop zone, and then you can do something with the files. Later on, we will then upload them. So I can copy this onDrop function, and then I will paste it above this useDropZone hook. For the accepted files, we want to also provide a type, because hey, we are TypeScript developers, and the type will be file array, because a user can of course drop multiple files into the array. Later on, we will limit the whole thing to one file, but still accepted files is an array of files. Then we want to also import useCallback from React, and in theory, this should already be it. We can also, for example, console log the accepted files to see what we get access to, and this is already it. This means if I go back again and do a hard refresh, we get this thing. This is the drop zone. Yeah, it does not look beautiful, but in theory it should work. This means if I take a file and drag over this drop zone, you see something interesting. Drop the files here. If I remove the file from the drop zone, we again get this initial state. So this is this boolean, this is drag active boolean right in effect, because when we drag over the file, it's set to true. This means we render this p tag. If isDragActive is not true, we again render this initial state. And I can also drag and drop a file into the drop zone, so I will drop it and nothing happens. But that's fine, because if I open the inspector and go to the console, we get a console log, and it console logs an array with one object, and this one object is the file which we just dropped. As you see, we get access to the handle, path, relative path, name, size, and stuff like that. So we get access to the whole file, which is cool. Great, but now we have one problem. This drag and drop zone looks relatively ugly, but it should look beautiful. This means we want to style it. So we can head over back to our code base, and then instead of returning this div, I want to return a card. So the card component. Then for the card, of course, we want to also style it. This means we can give it a class name, and I want to style it dynamically using this isDragActive boolean, which means I will use the cn helper function. Then we want to first of all give this card default styles, which will be applied always. This means the position will be relative. Then we will pass a border too. So the border width will be a bit bigger, 2 pixels. Then border will be dashed, so little dots. Transition will be colors. Then also duration 200, W full, and then height 64. As you see, this already looks kinda like a drop zone. Nevertheless, this of course should be centered. But before we do that, we can first of all use the isDragActive boolean to style the card further. This means we can add a comma after these default styles, and then we can create a ternary. So if isDragActive is true, then let's use a question mark, and then I want to render border, which will be primary. This means this orange color, BG primary, but I don't want to render the full opacity, so this will be /10, 10% opacity, and then border, which will be solid. And if this is not true, then we can use a colon, and we will render border, border, then also hover, and this will be border primary. So I guess this should look quite nice, and yes, if I hover over my card, I get this nice hover state. If I take a file and again drag over the drop zone, I get this nice hover animation. That's because the isDragActive boolean is set to true, and that's why we changed the background color and also the border. So we are finished with the card. We can then continue. I want to wrap the content in the card content component, so we can get card content from the components, then we can again paste all of the content in the card content, and we can also style the card content. So this will be flex, then item center, so for the class name justify center. So this means we want to center all of the children, put them right into the middle, and then also height full, width full, and padding 4 on all sides. So as you see, nothing has really changed. The only thing is that our text is now centered, and that's way better. Then we can continue, and I don't want to use this isDragActive boolean inside of here anymore, or this ternary, so I will delete this code and for now just create a p tag with some dummy data, with some dummy text. Yeah, this does not look beautiful, but what's the reason, or why did I just do that? Well, that's because I want to create a new function, a render, how will I call it? I think render content, because we will have a few states. We will have the uploading state. That's when we drop a file and the file is actively uploading. Then we will also have the uploaded state. So if a file is successfully uploaded, I want to display the file. Then we will also have a default state. This means when nothing is uploaded and when also nothing is uploading. So just a default state. And then we want to also create an error state, and this will be displayed if there is an error. Who would have thought? So what we can do is again go back, and I will create a separate component for that because it's quite a bit of code. So in the file uploader folder, we can create a new file, and this will be render states or state.tsx. Then inside of here, we want to start with the first state, and this will be the default empty state. So I want to create an export function. This will be render empty state. Then we can just open this function, and inside of here, let's create a return statement. In the params, I want to also destructure them, and I want to get the isDragActive boolean. This means I can go back to the uploader, I can copy the name isDragActive, and then paste it inside of here. As you see, I get an error, and that's because isDragActive has an any type, but the type is boolean. This means we can just give it a type. So isDragActive will be of type boolean. Then in the return statement, we can finally create something. So let's render a div. Yeah, auto completion. Hello. Yeah, thank you. And then for the div, let's give it a class name, and this will be text center. In the div, we want to create another div, and in this div, this will be the wrapper div for the icon, because how will my empty state look like? We will have an icon on the top, then a little title, and then a small button. This means this wrapper div, yeah, let's not style it for now. And inside of here, I want to get the cloud up icon or cloud upload icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and I want to also style it. So we can give it a class name, and I want to use the cn helper function because I want to style this icon dynamically using this isDragActive boolean. So we can invoke it inside of here. For the default styles, this will be size 6, then text muted foreground, and then we can use the isDragActive boolean. So if isDragActive is true, we can use this double and sign, and this will be equal to text primary, or in other words, we want to render text primary. Then we can also style this wrapper div, so we can give it a class name, and also this will be quite simple. So this will be flex items center, then also mx auto to center everything, justify center to center the children, this means the cloud upload icon, and then also size 12, so this is the size of the wrapper. So again, this is size 6, this is size 12. This background thingy, this div will create a background color, it will have a rounding and stuff like that, and then the icon will be rendered in this div, so in this wrapper rounding background thingy. So size 12, then also rounded, which will be full, and then BG muted, so to have this grayish color, and margin bottom 4. Now if we save this and go back, you will see nothing. What's the problem? Well, this function is not rendered anywhere. So here's what we will do. We will go back to the uploader, and instead of rendering this gibberish, I will instead get my, how was it again called? Render empty state. So I can just get my render empty state component, which is imported from the components or from the render state component. This is self-closing, and as you see, it throws an error. And the problem is that it expects a property which is isDragActive. This means isDragActive will be equal to isDragActive. If we go back, you will see, or we will see this right here. Yeah, no, this isn't really nice. So we can go back to the render state and we are finished with the icon. As a next step, I want to render this little, as mentioned, not really title, but description and then a button. So we want to go underneath the div which wraps the icon, and then we want to get a p tag. Inside of here, I will say drop your files here, or then I want to get a span element, not PSN, but span. My god, PSN, PlayStation, okay, whatever. And in the span, I will say click to upload. As you will see, this does not look very nice. It looks fine, but it could look better. We could give it maybe a bigger font weight and maybe a different color. Who knows? So let's first of all style the p tag. We can give it a class name. This will be text base font, which will be semi-bold, and then also text, which will be foreground. Then for the span element, I want to give it like an even bigger font weight because this is font semi-bold. This should be font bold. So let's give it a class name. This will be text primary, this orange color, and then font bold and cursor pointer. As you see, this already looks way better, and this click to upload text has a different color and also a bigger font weight. And if I click on click to upload, this Finder window opens. So this also works great. And I think that's already it. I mean, I mentioned we can also render a button, so I guess why not? So we can go underneath the p tag, get the button component from the components, and inside of here we can just say select a file. Then if I again go back, yeah, this looks all right. We need some margin to the top, so class name margin top 4. Yeah, I think this is finished. If we click on select file, nothing happens, or we get a lot of validation errors. What's the problem? Well, as mentioned at the start, if you don't give a button, or if you don't give this button a type of button, the button will be treated like a submit button. That's why we will right here say type, and this will be button. If I again go back and click on select file, we don't get any validation anymore, and that's because this button is not treated anymore like a submit button. And if we do a bit of drag and drop, also everything looks beautiful. So what's the next state? Well, as a next state, let's create a render error state. So we can go back, we can collapse this export function, and underneath it, we can create a new export constant or export function. This will be the render error state, and then we can just open this function. Inside of here, I want to return a div element, and then for the div, we want to also style it. So for the class name, this will be text destructive. Text destructive or destructive itself is a CSS variable provided or created by Shadsi and UI, and it will give us like a red color. And then I want to also say text center to center the text. Inside of here, I want to get the image icon. The image icon is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And for the class name, this will be size 10, and then also MX Auto and margin bottom 3. We want to also display this error state because currently we only have the empty state. So we can go to the uploader, and then instead of rendering the empty state, we want to render the error state. This is imported from the render state render state component. And this means if I again go back, yeah, it could look better. So we can go back to the render state. And you know what? What is if we also create this little background color for this image icon? So what I can do is go to the render empty state, and then we have this div, this wrapper div, which wraps the cloud upload icon. We can just copy it, this whole div. I can go back and paste it instead of this upload icon. Then instead of using the cloud upload icon, we will again get this image icon, which is already imported. I want to delete the isDrag active, we won't need it. And then for the div, instead of using this bg muted, this will be bg destructive slash 30% opacity. And then for the image icon, instead of saying text muted foreground, this will be text destructive. So this should look quite nice, and yeah, you know what, I'm quite a big fan. Then I want to also render a little text, so underneath the wrapper div, we can get a p tag, and inside of here I will say upload failed. This will be like the title. We can also style it, so we can give it a class name, and this will be text base, and then also font, which will be semi-bold. Underneath this p tag, we can create another p tag, and I will say something went wrong. Also, I want to style the p tag, and then this will be text XS and margin top 1. And also I want to give it, let's for now save this. Yeah, this is fine, but text destructive does not look very nice. So what's the problem? Here, this is the problem. As you see, the main div has a class name which is text destructive. This means all of the children get text destructive as a color. I don't want that. I'm not even sure why I added this, so we can just delete it again, and yeah, this is already way better. The only problem is it has a white color. Maybe a grayish color would look better. So, and also this shouldn't be text XL, but instead text XS. And yeah, I want to use a grayish color, so this will be text muted foreground. And then underneath this small p tag, I want to render one more p tag, and this will just say click or drag a file to reach Y. So click or drag file to reach Y. Then I want to also style the p tag, and then this will be, or we will give the p tag a class name. This will be text XS, margin top of 3, and then also text muted foreground. This means this grayish color. And yeah, it looks quite nice. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe a button would work a bit better. I think so. So instead of using this p tag, I will instead again get a button. Of course, we want to give it a type, which will be button. And for the text, this will be reach Y file. Oh my god, reach Y. Okay, yeah, this is great. We want to give it a bit more margin to the top. So for the button, I will add a class name with margin top 4. And yeah, this is quite good. Reach Y, yeah, that's not enough text, so maybe reach Y file selection. Is this better? Yeah, you know what, I think we can leave it like this. And if I click on the button, we don't get any validation errors, and that's because, again, we added a type which is button. So what's the next step? Maybe we can create the render uploaded state, and after that, or you know what? Let's maybe for now implement the onDrop functionality, because currently a user cannot really upload a file. So we can go back to the uploader. We get an error currently for an unused import. So instead of rendering the error state, I want to render the empty state. So let's get render empty state. This is imported from the render state component. Of course, we want to pass the isTrack active boolean, and don't worry, later on we will make everything dynamic, but for now we will just showcase this one component, and I want to first of all implement file uploads, and then after that I will create the uploading state and also the uploaded state. So first of all, I want to update my use drop zone hook in general. So currently a user can literally drop any file into the drop zone. A video, or not a video, but a PNG, a JPEG, some sort of zip, some sort of DMG, whatever. A user can literally drop anything, and I don't want that. I want to only accept videos and then also images. That's it, nothing else. This means what we can do is we can go underneath the onDrop, and then we will get the property which is called accept. Accept is just equal to an object, and then in this accept object I can just provide the type. In this case, for now, I want to only allow users to upload images. This means I can get an image right here in the string, then /star, and this will be equal to an empty array. This means I will only accept images. Then underneath this accept, we can also get the max files property. This means how many files does the user or can the user drop into the drop zone. In this case, only one, because the user should only upload one image. And then multiple will be set to false, because again, a user can only select one file. And then we can also create a max size property, and this is the maximum size of the file. In this case, this should be 5 megabytes, and you can't really just say in strings 5 MB. This does not work. You have to calculate the bytes to get to this 5 megabytes. So in this case, this will be 5 times 1024 times 1024. So 1024 times 1024 equals to 1 megabyte, and then 1 megabyte times 5 equals to 5 megabytes. So we can just create a comment and say 5 MB calculation. Yeah, why not? So this is finished, but currently we still have one problem, because if I go back and try to, for example, drag and drop. What could we drag and drop? How about we drag and drop a video? So if I drag and drop this video inside of here, nothing happens. But I would like to get some sort of error toast, so some sort of feedback. I, as a user, want to know, hey, this was incorrect, user, try again. This means I want to return a toast. And to return a toast, we have to check for the specific error, if you want to call it like that. Yeah, that's how you call it. This means inside of the use drop zone hook where we destructure it, we can get the onDrop rejected property. And this will fire whenever we reject a file drop. So onDrop rejected will right now be equal to nothing, because I want to create a separate function. So we can go above this use drop zone, and I want to create a function which will be called rejected files, and then we can just open this. In my params, I want to get the rejected file. So in this case, this will be file rejection, and this will be of type file rejection, imported from React drop zone. And we want to append an array because a user, or how should I say it? All files in this drop zone are treated as an array. You can't store one singular file. No, everything is an array, and that's why I append this array symbol. And then inside of here, I want to create an if statement, first of all, because it could be that the user did not, or that our drop zone did not reject anything. So we will say if we get a file rejection.length, so if at least one file is rejected, then we can create, or we can listen for the specific error messages. So we can first of all listen for the too many files error. So I will create a constant too many files, and this will be equal to file rejection.find, and I want to find a specific rejection. Here's the thing, this file rejection, as mentioned, is an array. This means we want to find the specific error in this array, and that's why I use the find method. In this find method, I can of course get a param. This will be the rejection itself. This is the iterator over when we iterate over this array. So rejection, and then we want to create an inline callback function, and I want to get the rejection itself dot errors, and I want to get the first array of this errors array, so array symbol 0, and then the code, so dot code, and this should be equal to strings, and inside of here 2-many-files. Sadly, I don't get any TypeScript types, so please try to spell it correctly, 2-many-files. And if this is true, we can go underneath the constant, and we want to again create an if statement. So if too many files is true, so if this error state is triggered, then we can open the if statement, and we want to return an error toast. So toast is imported from sonar.error, and as an argument, as for the message, I want to return too many files selected. Max is 1. As you see, we get currently 1 error, and that's because our onDrop rejected is equal to nothing. So we can just pass this rejected files function for the onDrop rejected property. This error is now gone, and this function also works. Currently we only listen for too many files, and I want to also listen for the error when the file size is too big. So we can create another constant. This will be file size too big, and this will be equal to file rejection.find. Then as a param, we want to get the rejection. This is an inline callback function. We want to get the rejection itself. Dot errors, this is an array, so we want to get the first error, and then dot code, and this should be equal to file-to-large. And if this is true, we want to create another if statement. So if file size too big, then we want to return a toast. So toast.error, and for the message, I will just say file size exceeds the limit. And in theory, this should already work. So if I again go back and try to drag and drop a lot of files, I get an error, a toast, and it says too many files selected. Max is 1. If I again only select one file, I don't get any errors. That's because the validation itself is correct. And then we can also test out the max size limit. So right here I just say that this should be 1024 bytes, which means if I take a new image or a new file and drop it into my drop zone, my god, my mouse is broken, I'm sorry guys, and as you see I get an error, and it says file size exceeds the limit. So I can again update this to 5 megabytes because that was the original error, the original file size limit. And I think we have finished with the validation itself, or in other words, with the rejected files. What's the next thing which I want to implement? Well, this will be our onDrop function itself. And here's the thing. So when I upload my file later on, as mentioned, I want to display it right here. This means I have to also store the dropped files in state. So what we want to do is create a new state. So I want to first of all delete this ESLint warning, and then in my uploader function itself, I can create a constant, and then we want to get a getter and a setter. So this will be file state, and then also set file state, and this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and as you know, we have to pass also an initial state. So what I can do is create an interface at the top. So this will be interface uploader state. Yeah, I think that's a good name. And inside of here, I want to get a few properties. This means in my state, there will be quite a few properties which I want to store. First of all, for example, a unique ID, the file itself, the progress, because later on, as you all know, I want to display the uploaded progress as a percentage, 10%, 20%, whatever. Then, for example, the URL itself, the file type, the key, and stuff like that. So first of all, I want to get an ID. So this will be of type string or null, because as an initial state, we won't have any files, which also means the ID will be null. Then we want to also store a file. The file will be of type file or null, because again, as an initial state, we won't have any uploaded files. Then we want to get the uploading state itself, and this will be a type Boolean. So we are either uploading or we are not uploading. Then I want to also store the progress indicator, and this will be of type number. Again, 5%, 10%, 50%, whatever. Then we will store the key. So here's the thing. Later on, we will upload our file to S3. S3 will return us or give us a unique key, which it uses to reference or identify the file. And we will use the key to then later on construct our URL. The ID is only there to then map over our items in this uploader component itself. But the key is what is really important, because it will allow us to get the file from the S3 bucket, but also to delete the file. And this key will be optional, and it will be of type string. Then I want to also get an isDeleting Boolean. So this will be of type Boolean as mentioned. And if we are deleting a file, I will set this Boolean to true. Then I want to also get an error, and this will be of type Boolean. So if we get some sort of error, we will set this Boolean to true. Then I want to also get an object URL, and this will be optional and also of type string. So this will be the local URL of our file, of our video, of our image. And then I want to also get a file type, and this could either be an image or a video. This means we can get a string, so this will be either image or with this or sign a video. So this is our uploader state, and we can pass the uploader state to our use state hook itself. So as a generic, I will pass the uploader state. And then right here for the initial state, we can destructure it and pass all of the properties. And since we pass the generic, we of course also get help from TypeScript. This means if I click on Control Spacebar, I get all of my properties. So first of all, for the error itself, this will be false because we don't have any error. Then for the file itself, this will be null. We don't have any file. For the ID, this will be null. For the uploading Boolean, this will be false. For the progress, this will be 0. Then for the isDeleting Boolean, this will be false. And then we have two more things. First of all, the file type. And for the file type right now, I will just hardcode image. And that's already it, because the rest of the properties are all optional. We will update them later on, but for now we don't really need them. So our file state is finished, which means I can go into my onDrop function and I want to update it because we get our accepted files, and I want to put these accepted files, or in other words, this one accepted file, into my state. So I can delete first of all the console log. I don't need it anymore. And inside of here, we want to first of all create an if statement, and we want to check if we even have accepted files. So if accepted files.length is bigger than 0, then we can upload our file. So we can first of all get the file itself. Constant file will be equal to accepted files, and I want to get the first file in the array. This means array symbols 0. And then underneath this file, I want to upload I want to set my state. This means set file state. I want to invoke it, the structured, and then for the file, this will be equal to file. Then for uploading, this will be false. Then for progress, this will be 0. For the object URL, I want to create a new object URL. This means we can use this URL, how would you call it? Interface? Does this make sense? I think it's called interface. And then we can use the create object URL method. And as an argument, I want to pass my file. So what we can do is click on MDN. So this is just the documentation website, and I will open it in a new tab. So create object URL is a static method. And as you see, the create object URL method is a static method of the URL interface, and it creates a string containing a URL representing the object given in the parameter. The URL lifetime is tied to the document in the window on which it was created. The new object URL represents the specified file object or blob object. So what exactly is meant by that? Well, this file, which we pass right here, is an object, right? We get what do we get? We get the size, the created at timestamp, stuff like that. But this is an object, and we can't render an object for our image tag itself. This means we have to create a local representation of the file as a URL. And using this URL interface, and to be more specific, using this create object URL method, we can take the file, the object, and convert it into a local URL. This is stored then in our document as memory itself. We will have to then also revoke it, but for now we don't really have to think about these problems. Right now we just generate this new URL, this local URL, and that's great. Then as a next step, for the error, this will be false because we don't have any error, and for the ID, I want to pass a unique ID because this is what I will use to map over my files. So we could create one using the crypto package, but the biggest problem is crypto does not really work in a serverless environment in Vercel or in an Edge environment. This means what I will do instead is install the UUID package. The UUID, let me get it right here. So npm UUID. This is the package which I want to use. And all it does is it will give us a unique identifier. That's it. Nothing groundbreaking. So we will use UUID v4 to generate such an ID. And this will be then used to identify our file. So I can copy this UUID package name, and then in my terminal, I will run pnpm I UUID. Once installed, I can restart my dev server. And then on the top, I want to import UUID. So I will copy this import statement, and then on the top I can just paste it. This means import v4 as UUID v4. I can then copy it, scroll to the bottom again, not to the top, and paste it. We have to also invoke it, and now we generate a new unique identifier. Underneath the ID, we also have to update the is deleting state. This will be false, and then for the file type, as mentioned, this will be an image. So we update our file state. That's great. This means our file is in our state itself, but I want to also upload our file. And to upload our file, I will create a separate function. So I want to go above this onDrop function, and I want to create a new function. This will be called how about upload file. Then we can just open it, and that's it. As a param, I want to get the file itself, and this will be of type file because we want to upload a singular file. You can't upload arrays. You can only upload singular objects. And inside of here, we want to first of all, update our state, because now uploading will be true and the progress will still be 0. So we can get, for example, or not for example, we can get our set file state, the function. Then we want to invoke it as a param. I want to get my previous state, and then this will be an inline callback function. We can destructure it, and inside of here, I can update my state. So what exactly do we do right here? Well, the set file state setter is a function, and this set file state as a param gets our previous files or our previous state. What does this mean? Well, this previous is just a representation of our current state. It's pretty much the same thing as file state, and I want to now keep my previous items. This means I want to spread my previous items, so all of my previous properties. This means the error will be still false. The file will still be the file which I added here. The ID will stay the same. I won't update these fields, but I want to update the uploading boolean, and this should be true, and for the progress I will set it to 0. I know we already set it to 0 in this onDrop function, nevertheless I want to also do it inside of here. So again, this set file state updates our state itself. This previous param, I guess, yeah, that's how I will call it, is the local representation of our state. It's the exact same thing as file state, and then we just spread our previous items. This means the error, the file, the ID, the progress, and stuff like that. We only update two properties, and that's the uploading property and the progress property. That's it. It's not groundbreaking. It's quite simple, as you see. And the next step is to already upload our file. So I will create a try catch statement, and for now in the catch statement I won't do anything. We want to first of all get started with the try statement. And here's my question to you. How do you upload a file in Next.js? Through the server side, through the client side, through the server and client side? Well, I want to show you a little diagram. So your first idea might be, hey Jan, let's upload the file on the server side. I mean, we have Next.js, we have route handlers, API routes. Let's funnel the request through the server. Sure, let's look at this diagram. So we have a client. You, for example, you are the client and you make a request to the server with a file. So you want to make an upload request. The server gets the request, it analyzes everything. Maybe Arcjet analyzes the request and says, hey, everything is fine. And then we forward the request to S3. So we make an API request to S3 and we will say, hey, S3, we want to upload this cool file. S3 will take the file and it will return the URL back to the client, or the key to be specific, and then we are finished, right? So congrats, great idea. Actually, it's not a good idea. Why is this not a good idea? Or in other words, why is this not a good solution? So Next.js has a body size limit. By default, the maximum size of the request body sent to a server action is 1 megabyte. Now you might say, hey Jan, who cares? We will use a route handler, and even if we would use server actions, this is just the default. We can update it to, for example, 10 megabytes. Why not? Sure, good idea. So later on we will deploy our application to Vercel, and then we have a new problem. So Vercel is a serverless environment, as you hopefully and probably know. This means it uses serverless functions to serve your application, and the maximum body size limit for the request body or the response body of a Vercel function is 4.5 megabytes. This means if you upload a file which is bigger than 4.5 megabytes, it will just fail, and you can't update the body size limit. 4.5 megabytes is the maximum. You can't do anything about it, because again, this is a serverless environment. It does not work, or there's no infinite body size limit. But now you might say, hey Jan, you know what? Forget Vercel, forget serverless. Let's upload or let's deploy our application to a serverful provider. So let's say Hetzner, for example. Hetzner will give you a box, and this is just a full-on server, and then you won't have any body size limit. Sure, this will work, but you don't really want to upload a file through the server side, because with that you will also create quite a big strain on your memory, on your bandwidth, on just in general, you will take up quite a lot of resources just to upload your file on the server side. So the client side is way better because your machine won't handle this file upload, you won't incur any bandwidth or anything like that. So now you might say then, hey Jan, so if you say that the client is a better idea, then let's upload the file on the client side, why not? Sure, so what we can do is get a line, let's scratch the server, who cares about the server, and instead we will make a direct request to S3. So this is this white line. The client will make a request to S3, S3 will upload the file and return the key to the client. Great success. We now don't have any body size limits anymore. We don't strain our machine. So if we are on a serverful deployment, we don't strain our machine. And if we are deployed on a serverless environment or in a serverless environment, so if we deployed our application using Vercel, then we won't hit any body size limits. Great. But here comes the big but. But. The client side is insecure. You want to never do something like this on the client side. You have to always validate everything on the server side. Because right now, if you give the user direct access to S3, the user could literally upload anything. A video, a photo, some sort of malicious software. You can't validate it because this is the client side. This means we still need the server side. We still need the server side to validate the request, to validate the file, to check that everything is secure. And only if it's secure, we want to then upload the file. But again, this does not work. So we need some sort of solution which still gives us the ability to validate the request on the server side and then allow the user to upload the file on the client side. What could be a good solution? Let me think about it. How about we use presigned URLs? What are presigned URLs? Well, let's look at this diagram. A user, a client, makes a request to the server, an upload request. The server analyzes the request, it analyzes the file, maybe Arcjet analyzes everything, and then the server makes a request to S3, an API call to upload the file. But instead of uploading the file, we will instead ask S3 for a presigned URL. This presigned URL will be defined with some sort of expiration time, let's say 3 minutes. So S3 will generate an URL which is valid for 3 minutes. This URL will be returned to the client and the client will then upload the file on the client side using this presigned URL. And again, why is this safe? Well, that's because we validate everything on the server side. This presigned URL will only allow you to upload a file which how would you say it, which has the correct info, because in the server we will create this presigned URL, and when we generate the presigned URL we will say, hey, the file will have a size of XYZ, it will have I don't know, this and that, content type for example will be XYZ. So this presigned URL will have specific data, and then the user can only upload a file which matches this requirements. That's the word that I was looking for. So if the client will only be able to upload a file if the file data, the info, matches the requirements of this presigned URL. And that's why it's safe to use presigned URLs and why it's also recommended. Because again, we don't put any strain on our server and we still upload on the client side and we validate everything. Which means we want to use presigned URLs. Yoo-hoo! My god, cringe. Okay guys, drink some water. This was quite an explanation. So this means we can go back to our application, and what I want to do is create a new route handler. This route handler will generate a presigned URL. We will then use the presigned URL to upload our file on the client side. And once that's done, we will be pretty much finished, at least with the basic functionality. So I want to first of all create a route handler as already mentioned. This means we want to go into our app folder, and then in the app folder I want to create a new folder, or we already have the API folder, and in the API folder I want to create a new S3 folder, and then in the S3 folder I want to create a child folder, and this will be called, what could be a good name? Maybe upload. Yes, S3 upload. And then for the upload folder, I want to create a new file, and this will be route.ts. So in this file, or in this route handler, in this API route, we will generate the presigned URL. And I think you all know what route handlers are because we already discussed it at the start. So inside of here, I want to create an export function, or this should be an async function. And here's the important thing. We have a few request methods, right? You have a post request, get request, put request, delete request, and a few other requests. But these are the 4 main requests. What request are we trying to do right here? Delete? I don't think so. Get? I don't think so. It's post. We want to do something. We want to pretty much create a mutation. So this will be then uppercase post, and then we can just open this function. And if a user, or we could say if a malicious user tries to make a request here using, for example, a get request, this won't accept it. So we only allow post requests. And in the params, I can also get a request object, and this will be of type request. Inside of here, we can first of all create a try-catch statement for error handling. So inside of here, I want to first of of all get the body itself. This means we can create a constant body, and with body I mean the request body, right? I think you understand what I mean. And then this will be equal to await request.json, and then I want to invoke it. So here's the thing, our body, or later on we will pass for our body the file name, content type, size, and then also if it's an image or a video. This means I can create a Zod schema, and we will then validate the body against the Zod schema, because currently there's no type safety. If I say body dot, you see I don't get anything. That's why we will use a Zod schema. This means we will hit two birds with one stone. Is this the correct saying? I'm not sure, but we will first of all validate everything on the server side, and secondly we will get type safety. So above the export function we can create a new export constant. This will be called file upload schema, and this will be equal to z.object. Z is imported from Zod, so on top I can create an import statement, the structured, and this will be from Zod. Then where we destructured, we can get Z itself, and then as mentioned again, this will be Z.object, and then we want to invoke it and destructured. So what properties do I want to get from my body, or what properties will I pass? First of all, the file name itself, and the file name will be of type z.string. We can also add further validation. This means .minimum, this will be 1, at least 1 character, and then I want to of course return a message, an error message, and this will be file name is required. Then I want to also pass content type. So is this a video, is this a PNG, is this a JPEG, whatever. This will be also of type z.string. We want to invoke it and do further validation, .minimum 1, and for the error message this will be, I don't know, maybe content type is required. Then what else are we missing? Well, we are also missing the size itself, or that's what I want to pass. And the size will be of z, or of type z.number. I want to invoke it. Again, further validation, .minimum 1. And for the error message, this will be size is required. This is finished, and then there's one more property, and this is the isImage boolean. So isImage will be equal to z.boolean, and then we can invoke it. And we need this because I want to then later on dynamically update the file size limit, because for example a video should be, or not a video, an image should have a max size of 5 megabytes. A video, for example, 10 gigabytes. So that's a huge difference, so that's why we need this boolean. And since I created my Zod schema, I can now also validate my body against this Zod schema. So we can create a constant. This will be called validation, and this will be equal to file upload schema.save pass, and as an argument we want to pass the body. So this save pass method won't throw any error. Instead, this validation will now have two could you say results? Yeah, I think this makes sense. So the validation could either be successful or it could be failed. If it's failed, then this means that, for example, we did not add a content type or a size. If it's successful, then this means that our form data or our body compares correctly against our Zod schema. So underneath the validation, I want to create an if statement, and I want to say, hey, if the validation dot success is not true, so we do that with this exclamation mark. So if it's not successful, then I want to return an error message. So return next response. Next response is imported from next/server.json, and then as an argument we want to pass the error message itself. So we can destructure it, and for the error itself this will be invalid request body, and then I want to also pass the status. So after this object I can create another object, and this will be a status of 400. This means it failed. If the validation was successful, we can of course get our types. This means I can create a constant, destructured, and this will be equal to validation.data, and then where we destructured we can get the file name, the content type, and also the size. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to finally generate our pre-signed URL. But to generate a pre-signed URL, we need a S3 bucket, but we don't have one right now. So here's the thing, there are a lot of S3 providers. For example, AWS created S3, of course they also have an offering. The only problem is it requires a credit card, it's not free, and that's why I won't use AWS in this video. All of my videos are structured the same, a credit card should not be required, and since AWS requires one, we won't use AWS. Cloudflare is a great option. They offer R2, so Cloudflare R2. Cloudflare R2 is a global object storage with zero egress fees, and it's also S3 compatible, and it's very affordable. Again, they have a free tier. The only problem is it requires a credit card. So sadly, I can't use R2, even though the product is absolutely great. That's why we will use in this video Tigris. It's not called Tigris. I thought that it's called Tigris, but it's called Tigris. So Tigris is a globally distributed S3 compatible object storage. Now I will use it in this video because it does not require a credit card and because it has a generous free tier. That's it. This video is not sponsored by Tigris. You can use any other service, I don't care. I will only use it because it has a free tier, which does not require a credit card. This does not mean that Tigris is bad. No, it has very fancy technology, or it has a very fancy architecture, and it's a very cool product. So Tigris is a globally distributed S3 compatible object storage service that provides low latency anywhere in the world, enabling developers to store and access any amount of data for a wide range of use cases. And the nice thing is, again, it has zero egress fees, so it's the same thing as R2, it's S3 compatible and it's globally available. And if I remember correctly, all of your files are also behind a CDN, but I'm not sure with that right now. I could be mistaken, so please don't take my word for that. But without any further ado, we want to first of all log in. I will continue with Google. And then the first step is to first of all create a new bucket. So we will click on create bucket. For the bucket name, this will be Marshall-LMS-YouTube-video-subscribe. Then this will be a public bucket. So objects in this bucket will be publicly readable. And then for the consistency, this will be default. We can then click on create. This will create our bucket, and as you see, success. Nice. So what we can do is first of all create new access keys. So in the sidebar you will find this access keys section. We want to click on it and we want to create a new access key. For the name, this will be Marshall LMS key. Then I want to also enable admin access, and it says right here, enabling admin access, give the access key admin privileges to all the buckets in your organization. I can then click on create and I should get all of my keys right here. So as you see, we get an access key ID, a secret key, an endpoint URL, an endpoint URL IAM, and then also the region. So we want to select environment variables and we can then copy these environment variables. So we want to open our env file and just paste them right here underneath the Arcjet key. So again, this is the AWS access key ID, the secret access key, the endpoint URL, and even though we don't use AWS, since it's S3 compatible, we have this AWS prefix. So I can save this, and as you all know, we use T3 env for type safety, which means I want to open the T3 file, or not T3 file, but the env.ts file. I can open it right here on the left side, and then I will just do a bit of copy pasting. So all of these environment variables are on the server side, or they should only be accessible on the server side, which means in the server object, we can get our AWS access key ID. This will be of type z.string, and then further validation .minimum1. What else do we have? We have the AWS secret key. Again, I can just copy paste it. This will also be of type z.string .minimum, and this will be also 1. And then we have the, what was this? The endpoint URL. I will copy it, paste it. This will be of type z.string, and then .minimum1. And then we have the AWS endpoint URL IAM. I will copy paste it. This will be of type z.string .minimum2, no 1 of course, and then also the AWS region, and this will be of type z.string and then .minimum1. So as a next step, I want to generate the pre-signed URL, and to generate it we have to install 2 AWS or S3 specific packages. And this is first of all the AWS SDK client S3. So this is the official AWS SDK for JavaScript projects. It will allow us to interact with the S3 S3 API. And then we also need the AWS SDK S3 request pre-signer package. And this package provides a pre-signer based on signature v4 that will attempt to generate a signed URL for S3. So we need this package to generate the URL, the pre-signed URL, and this will be there to just talk to the S3 API in general. So I will link, of course, everything in the YouTube description. Don't worry, if I forget it, then please scream at me in the comments. But we can first of all copy the name, which is AWS SDK Client S3, and then AWS Request Pre-Signer. So as you see, I pasted everything in my terminal, pnpmi, package 1, package 2, and if I click on enter, everything should, I hope, install. And yes, it worked. This means we can again restart our dev server, and what we have to first of all do is create a new S3 client, because we have to configure S3. We have environment variables, and these environment variables have to be used somewhere. This means we can go into our lib folder in our root directory, and we want to create a new S3 client.ts file. Inside of here, I can create an export constant. This will be S3, and then this will be equal to new S3 client. S3 client does not import for me automatically. I'm not sure what's wrong, so I will do it manually. Import, I can destructure it, and then this will be from AWS SDK client S3, where I destructured, I want to get the S3 client, and then again we can say new S3 client, we can invoke it and destructure it. Inside of here we have to provide 3 properties. First of all, the region. The region will be auto. Then we want to also pass the endpoint. And what will the endpoint be? Good question. We can go back to our Tigris dashboard, and inside of here you will find the endpoint URL S3. So what we can do is just use our environment variable. I will get the env variable from the env file, and then I want to get the S3 endpoint URL, so AWS endpoint URL. And then we have to also set the force path style property, and this will be set to false. You don't want to set it to true. This is super important. So our S3 client is created, which is great. And before I continue using it, I want to do a bit of optimization. So here's the thing, this S3 client should only run on the server side. It should never run on the client side, and it should never be called on the client side or from the client side. This means we have to somehow tell Next.js that this is a server only client, or that this code should only run on the server. And thankfully Next.js has a very nice helper. So let me quickly go to the documentation, and here you will find a section preventing environment poisoning. Oh no, poisoning. So JavaScript modules can be shared between both server and client components modules. This means it's possible to accidentally import server-only code into the client. For example, consider the following function. So here they get data, and as you see, they also pass an authorization header with an API key. And this API key should never be exposed to the client. But if I call this on the client side, then this code will run. You don't want that. So what we want to do is we want to prevent accidental usage in client components. And for that, we can use the server-only package, because the server-only package will create a build time error if the code, or if the function, or in this case our S3 client, if it will be imported in, or it will be used in a client component. And this server-only package is installed by default. This means we can go back and just go to the top and then import server-only. Again, this is already installed. I don't have to do anything. And again, in short, this just says, hey, this function, this code, this whatever should only run on the server side and should only be called from the server side. If this is called in a client component, it will throw an error at build time. If I don't add the server only, we will only get an error at runtime, and you don't want that. So we can also do that for the rest of our lib files. So for example, this resend configuration or resend in general should only run on the server side. So I will import server only. Then for the env file, this is fine. For our DB, in theory, I can also import server only. This should only run on the server side. Then for the auth configuration file, sure, also import server only. Then how about the auth client? Yes, This should only run on the client side, so I don't have to add that. And for Arcjet, I want to also import server only because it should only run on the server side. And yeah, I think that's it, to be quite honest with you. Maybe I forgot something, but I don't think so. So since we have our S3 client, we can also use it in our S3 upload route. So to get started, we want to first of all create a put object command. And this put object command will be there to specify our file content. And in there we will, for example, define the bucket, so which bucket we will use to upload our file. Then, for example, the key, so we have to generate a unique key, the content type and content length. So the put object command is pretty much just an object, and then this object will be passed to S3 to upload the file or to generate the pre-signed URL. If this currently confuses you, don't worry, it will make sense in a second. So underneath this constant file name, we can create a new constant. This will be command, and this will be equal to new put object command. Put object command is imported from AWS SDK client S3. We want to invoke it and is structured. Inside of here, we get a few properties. First of all, the bucket. And what will it be equal to? Good question. We can head over back to the Tigris dashboard, and then here we get our buckets. We already created one, as you know, and this here is my bucket name. Marshall LMS YouTube video subscribe. This means I can just copy this bucket name, then I want to go back to my env, so to my env file, and I want to paste it inside of here. So here's the thing, I will use this bucket later on the client side, and it's also completely safe to use this bucket name on the client side. But if I just create an environment variable using this spelling, does this make sense? Is using this definition, whatever, man. If I use this, it will only run on the server side. So this environment variable will only be accessible on the server side. But my bucket name should be accessible on the client side. This means we want to prefix the environment variable with next_public and then underscore S3, and I will call it bucket underscore name underscore images. So the whole environment variable name will be next underscore public underscore S3 underscore bucket underscore name underscore images. And this will be equal to the value which I just copied. Then I can copy the environment variable name. I want to open my env file, and then we want to pass it inside of here. But we don't want to pass it into the server object because this is not a server environment variable, but instead this is a client environment variable. This means underneath the server, we can get the client. This is an object. And then I want to pass my next public S3 bucket name images. And this will be equal to z.string and then .minimum1. As you see, we get one error. What's the problem? Right here, experimental runtime. Well, the problem is that we have to destructure the client variables. So we can again get this next public S3 bucket name images, and this will be equal to process.env.next public S3 bucket name images. As you see, I get one error, and that's because I forgot the comma here. And now everything is fine. I can close the env files, and then for our bucket, we can get the env variable from the env file, and then the S3 bucket name, so bucket name. Then the second property will be the content type, and content type will be equal to the one which we get from our body. So content type is equal to content type. Then we also have a content length property, and this will be equal to the size which we get from our body. And then there's one more property missing, and that's the key, and this is uppercased. So what exactly is the key? Well, I already mentioned it at the start, but you probably already forgot it. So the key is the unique identifier which S3 will use to identify your file. It's an ID in simple terms. So this will then be stored in your bucket. So let me show it to you. If I upload a file, for example, I can click on browse, then I will upload not this video, not this, but this file. And as you see, this is my file key. This is the unique identifier. But this is not very unique, because what is if a user uploads another file with the same name? We will get an error. We don't want that. Therefore, we can't just use the file name. So we get our file name right here. But again, this is not unique. We need something very unique. So what could be an idea? What could be a solution? Well, as you all know, we installed this UUID package. This means I can copy the import statement, I can paste it on top, and we will use this ID or UUID package function, in other words, to generate a unique key. So above the command, I want to create a constant unique key, and this will be equal to upticks. Then we can use this dynamic value, and inside of here we want to get the UUID v4 function. We can invoke it, and then this will be a dash, or I want to pass a dash after this, and then I want to append the file name. So file name, which we get from our body. So at the end, our whole unique key will look something like a lot of gibberish. This will be the unique identifier dash, and then for the file name, I don't know, 2024.jpg. This will be our unique key, which we will use to then get our file, but also to identify it. So for the key, I can just pass unique key. I forgot to say key, so I will copy it and paste it for the key. And this is already it. Our put object command is finished, and we can use it and supply it to our signer. So we want to now generate a signed URL. This means underneath constant command, I can create a new constant. This will be pre-signed URL, and then this will be equal to await get signed URL. As you see, it does not import for me automatically, sadly. This means I will go to the top, and then inside of here, I want to create an import. I will destructure it, and this will be from AWS SDK, so at AWS S3 request pre-signer. And then where I destructured, I want to get the get signed URL function. We can then again get our get signed URL function, and we want to invoke it. And we have to pass 3 arguments. First of all, our S3 client. S3 is imported from our lib folder. Please make sure that you import it also from the lib folder. The second argument is our put object command. This means our command in general. And the third argument is the expiry time. This means we can open an object, and here we get the expires in property. And this will be equal to 306. 360 seconds, or in other words, 6 minutes. I will create a comment and say URL expires in 6 minutes. So this means this function will generate a pre-signed URL. We pass the S3 client to talk to the S3 API. We pass the command to specify the type of our file and also the bucket and stuff like that. And we pass an expires in property to tell the URL to expire in a certain time frame, in this case 6 minutes. After 6 minutes, this URL won't work anymore, which is nice. And then underneath this constant pre-signed URL, I want to now return it. So we can create a constant response. This will be equal to an object, and inside of here, I want to pass the pre-signed URL, but also the key. And this means we can pass the key, and this will be equal to the unique key. So the response is finished, which means we can also return it. So let's create a return next response.json, and as an argument we want to return the response, or we want to pass it. Then we also have a catch statement, and inside of here I want to just return some sort of error message. So we can say return next response.json. Then as an argument we want to pass an object. For the error message I will say failed to generate pre-signed URL. And then we want to also pass a status. This means a new object, and for the status this will be 500. This means again something failed terribly. So since this route handler is finished, what do you think we can do? Well, we can finally get our pre-signed URL in our uploader function. This means I will go back to the uploader. We can scroll a bit to the bottom, and we want to go into the try statement. So the first step is to first of all get the pre-signed URL. So we can create a comment, and we can say step number 1, get pre-signed URL. So how can we get our pre-signed URL? Well, it's quite simple. We want to fetch this route handler, or we want to use fetch to fetch this route handler. So we can create a constant pre-signed response, and this will be equal to await fetch. We want to invoke it, and as an argument we have to provide the URL of the route handler. The route handler URL will be /API, then where do we have it? App folder, so /API /S3 /upload. So I can paste it right here, again /API /S3 /upload. And then we have to also provide or pass a bit of configuration, which means we can add a comma, open an object, and first of all we have to pass the method. What was the method? Well, it was it was post, as you see. So we can copy it and paste it right here, post. Then then we have to pass headers. And then in the headers, I want to pass the content type. In this case, the content type will be application JSON. And this is also the most common content type. And underneath the headers, we want to pass the body. Now this will be equal to JSON.stringify because we want to stringify it, and then we can invoke it and open an object inside of here. So what properties do we want to pass? Well, we want to pass a file name, content type, size, and isImage, which is a boolean. So I can copy the file name and paste it inside of here. This will be equal to file.name. Then we had our content type. I can copy it, paste it, and this will be of type, or this will be equal to file.type. Then what else did we have? We also had the size. I can copy it, paste it, and this will be equal to file.size. And then we had one more boolean, which is isImage, and isImage will be set to true. Again, I will later on make a dynamic, but for now this is fine enough. Then we can create an if statement, because it could be that this pre-signed response is not successful, and also we currently get an error. So before we do that, we first of all have to fix this await error. So await expressions are only allowed within async functions, but this function is not asynchronous. So this will be an asynchronous function upload file. This error will go away, which means we can now create the if statement. So underneath the pre-signed response, I will create an if statement, and if pre-signed response is not okay, so you do that with the exclamation mark, then we want to first of all return a toast. This means I can open it, I can get my toast.error, and for the message this will be failed to get pre-signed URL. And then we want to also update our state, because again, if I go to my state, we have an error boolean and this is set to false, but we want to update it and set it to true. This means what we can do is copy the setFile function, setFile state, and then I can paste it underneath the toast. So we will again spread our previous properties. Uploading will now be set to false, progress will be set to 0, and then error will be set to true. And also, to not continue any further, I want to also then return it at the end. So if this response was not successful, we now return a toast, and we also update our state. If everything was successful, we can go underneath this if statement, and then we want to get the pre-signed URL and the key, because again, this is what we return in this object, pre-signed URL and key. So I can create a constant, I want to destructure it, and this will be equal to await pre-signed response.json. As you see, we don't get any TypeScript types, that's fine. We can just go back, copy the pre-signed URL, paste it inside of here, and then also our key. So this means we now return our response with the pre-signed URL and key, and I get it in my actual uploader component. And we can use the pre-signed URL to finally upload our file to our S3 bucket. So let's do it, we are almost finished. So as a next step, we want to finally upload all of the files to this to S3 using this pre-signed URL. As you all know, I want to also track the progress. So I have this progress property and I want to store the uploaded percentage. Now here's the thing, you might say, how about we just upload the file using fetch? The problem is fetch does not provide us with progress tracking for uploads, and this is a huge problem. So what's a solution? Well, one solution would be to use Axios, because Axios gives us support, or it allows us to track the progress of an upload. But here's the thing, I will only use Axios to track the progress of an upload. This is stupid, you don't want to install packages just to do one small thing. So is there any native way to track the progress of our upload? Yes, there is, because Axios uses XHR in the background, and XHR is an alternative to fetch. It's like the older brother. Fetch is nicer, but I guess we will have to use XHR. So XHR, or how it's actually called, XML HTTP request objects, are used to interact with servers. You can retrieve data from a URL without having to do a full page refresh. This enables a web page to update just part of a page without disrupting what the user is doing. We don't really care about all of this. At the end of the day, XHR will just help us to send data to a server. And while doing that, it will also allow us to track the progress. And also, as they say right here, despite its name, so XML, it can still be used to retrieve any type of data. It does not have to be XML. And what's the difference to fetch, you might ask me? Well, again, fetch is just the newer and better version of, you could say, XML or XHR. The biggest difference is that fetch does not allow you to track the upload progress. As you see, no upload. XHR allows you to do that. Fetch only allows you to track a download, but not an upload, and that's a huge problem. So that's why we will use XHR. But thankfully, it's not that hard to set up, but you'll have to create a lot of boilerplate code, and that's also the reason why we now have fetch. Nevertheless, underneath this pre-signed blah 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 thing, we can create a new promise, so await new promise, and then as a param, or we will get two params. First of all, resolve, and then also reject. So we will then either resolve the whole request or we will reject the request if there's some sort of error. Then this is just a standard callback or arrow function, and inside of here we want to first of all initialize XHR. So we want to create a constant XHR, and this will be equal to new XML or XML HTTP request. We want to then invoke it, and now we already set up XHR. So what we want to do, or how XHR works, is that you listen for events. So for example, we want to listen for the on progress event. This will give us the progress percentage. Then we want to listen for the on load event. This is once everything is finished and stuff like that. So again, a lot of boilerplate. You have to write more code than with fetch, but again, the end result is the same. So we can say xhr dot upload and then dot on progress, because we want to listen for the on progress event. Then this will be equal to a standard arrow function, so I can just open it. And as a param right here, we also get the event itself. And this event will periodically run. So as our file uploads, it will run and it will give us the progress percent. I mean, it won't give us the progress percentage, we will calculate it, but it will give us a progress, and we can then use it to calculate our percentage. So inside of here, I can first of all create an if statement, and I want to check if we even get a length computable. What does this mean? Well, let's imagine you want to upload a file, 5 megabytes. How will you track the progress? Well, you need the total size and the currently uploaded size. So as an example, let's say you want to upload a 5 megabyte file and you already uploaded 2 megabytes. You can then divide 2 by 5. This will give you 0.4. If you calculate, or if you multiply this by 100, you will get 40. This means you uploaded your file 40%. And to calculate this, as you see, we have to get the total size. That's why I check if we even get a length computable, because only if we get a length computable, I can calculate the uploaded progress percentage. So we can then open this, and we want to first of all get the percentage. So we can create a constant. This will be percentage completed, and this will be equal to parentheses. And inside of here, I want to create the same code as I just did. This means I want to get the loaded size. I want to divide it by the total size and then multiply it by 100 to get the percentage. So we want to get the event dot loaded divided by event dot total, and then we want to multiply this by 100, and this will give us our percentage. And as you all know, we want to then update our state. This means I can just copy the set files function setter, and I will paste it inside of here. We will again spread our previous properties, but I want to update the progress property, and we want to first of all round our number. So we can use math, and then I want to use the round method, and as an argument we will provide the percentage completed constant. So this again gets our percentage. We now round the percentage and then pass it as a property for the progress. So if this is 50%, we will then pass 50 to the progress, and later on I will then just display a percentage symbol, and that's it. So this is already our on progress event. We now listen for it, and this is finished. We want to now listen for the on load event. This means once our file is finished uploading, and this on load event will either be successful or it will be failed for reason XYZ. I don't know what, maybe a network issue or something else. So what we want to do is again use XHR, then we want to listen for the on load event, and this will be equal to a standard arrow function. Inside of here, we want to create an if statement, because again, the onload event or our state, our result could either be successful or not. This means inside of here, we will check if the status, so xhr.status, is equal to 200, or again, we want to use two vertical lines, if the xhr.status is equal to 204. This would also mean that everything was successful. If this is true, then we can open the if statement, and we want to first of all again update our state. So I will copy this setter, I will paste it inside of here. We want to again spread our previous properties. Then I want to update the progress. The progress will now be 100 because the file was successfully uploaded. The uploading boolean will be set to false because our file is not uploading anymore. And then I want to also pass my key. Where do I get my key from? Well, right here, we got our pre-signed, we awaited our pre-signed response, and we got the pre-signed URL and key. We will use the pre-signed URL in a second because again, this is event-based. You then upload the file at the end, but we already get the key, which I can just copy, and then I can paste it right here. So key will be equal to key. That's already it. Don't worry, we still get a few errors here. That's fine. So we created our if statement for if it's successful, but I want to also then now return a toast. So if it was successful, we can go underneath that the set file state. Then I want to get a toast, and then I want to use the success toast. And for the message, I will say file uploaded successfully. And then at the end, we want to also call resolve because our request is resolved. But as you see, I get an error. What's the problem? Well, it already gives us the, you could say, solution right here. It says expected one argument, but got 0. Did you mean to include void in your type argument? Yes, that's what we want to do. We want to go to our await new promise. We want to add a new generic, and this will just be void. And with that, this error will go away. And by the way, this error annoys me quite a bit. I think I misspelled this await new promise, so I will just copy all of the code in this await new promise, and I will just write this await new promise one more time. So again, we can go inside of here. I will just copy the whole content, constant xhr. I will copy it. I will delete this await new promise, and I will write it again. So await new promise. Then inside of here, I can invoke it as a param. I want to get resolve and also reject. And then I want to just create a standard arrow function. I still get one error. What's the problem? Promise. I want to also pass a generic, which will be void. And if I again paste my content, everything works. So I'm not sure what mistake I made, but now everything again works, and that's what we wanted. So we are finished with this if statement. So if everything was successful, but we want to also check if it was not successful. This means I can create an else statement, and inside of here, I will just reject the response. So I can call reject, and then as an argument, I want to return a new error. This means new error, then I can invoke it, and as a message, I will just say upload failed. So this is finished. This looks good. We are finished with listening for the onload event, and then we can also listen for the onError event. So I want to go underneath this if statement, and then I can again get xhr.onError. Again, this is equal to a standard arrow function, and inside of here we want to again reject the request. I can invoke this, and inside of here again we will create a new error. We want to invoke it, and for the message this will be upload failed. So we are finished with all of these events, and as a next step we can finally create our or we can open our request. This means underneath this onError I will create a xhr.open, and inside of here we have to provide two arguments. First of all, the method. This will be put, uppercase put, and then the second argument is the destination, the URL, or in other words the server. In this case, this is our pre-signed URL. We want to upload our file to this pre-signed URL, and again this open is just a not formality, but you right now just configure your request. As a next step, we want to set our request header. So xhr.setRequestHeader, we can invoke it for the first argument. This will be the content type, so I will say uppercase, so content dash type, And for the second argument, this will be the file type. So file.type. And then the last step is to send our request. This means we can say xhr.send, and we have to provide one argument. And what's the argument? The argument is the body. And what's the body? The body is our file. This means we can just pass our file as an argument. Then as a next step, we can continue with our catch statement. This means inside of here, we want to first of all render a toast.error for the message. This will be something went wrong. And then I want to also update my state because I want to showcase an error, or I want to update the error boolean. So we can just copy the setter, which we already created on top. I will copy it, paste it in the catch statement. We want to spread all of the previous properties. For progress, this will just be 0. Then for uploading, this I can just delete it. I don't have to update it. For the key, I will also delete it. I want to just update my error, and the error will be true. And then uploading, I will set uploading to false because we are not uploading anymore. So I think this is finished. So we created our whole function, upload file, we have hy catch statement, we get our presigned URL, we check that the response is okay. If not, we return an error message. If everything is fine, we get our presigned URL. We then create a new promise. We use xhr to track our progress. We then calculate the progress as a percentage. We put it into state. We listen for the onload event. If everything is successful, we update our state. If not, we reject, throw a new error. Then we listen for the on-error event. We also return a new error. Then we finally configure our request using the open method, set request header, and send. Then we also have a catch statement where we catch an error if there is even an error. Quite a lot of code, as you see, quite a lot of boilerplate, but we are finally finished. So we can head over back to our onDrop function, and I want to call the upload file function. So underneath set files, I can get the upload file function, I want to call it, and as an argument, we have to provide the file which we want to upload. This means I can pass my file as an argument. So it seems like everything is fine, to be honest, which is kinda cool. I did not expect it. I thought we would create some sort of error, but no, it looks good. So as the next step, I want to create a function which will be called render content, and inside of there we will create a lot of if statements. We will check, is file state uploading? If so, then we want to render our render uploading state. If our file has an error, then we want to render our error state. If we have an object URL, I want to upload the rendered state. And if we don't have anything, we will render our empty state. So what we can do is just go above this use drop zone hook, and then I will create a function which will be called render content. Inside of here, we can create an if statement, and we want to check if our file is uploading. So if file state dot uploading, if this is true, then we want to return our render uploading state. We haven't created this component yet, so instead I will return an h1 which says uploading ... If this is not true, then we can create another if statement. So if, and I want to check for the error state. So if file state dot error, then we can open this, and we want to render our error state, which we already created. This means I can return the render error state component imported from the render state file. Then underneath this if statement, we want to create another if statement. And here we want to check if we generate an object URL. This means I can create an if statement, and we can say if file state has an object URL, then I want to return the render uploaded state. We haven't created this component yet, so I will render an h1 which says uploaded file. And as the last return statement, I want to render my empty state. I don't have to create any if statements for that, so I will just create a return statement, and I want to return the render empty state. This is already imported, but as you see, we get one error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing the isTrackActive Boolean. So let's get isTrackActive, and this will be equal to, what is it? isTrackActive. Who would have thought? So this looks quite good, and we can use this render content function in our global return statement, because instead of hard coding this render empty state, I will instead just use my render content function, and we want to call it. This means I will invoke it. And you know what? I think it's time to test everything out. I mean, who knows? Maybe it will work, maybe not. So I will take a file, I will drag and drop it, and uploading ... Yeah, that's good, but that takes way too long. I mean, this was a small image and nothing is updating. If I go to Tigris, to the dashboard, do I get something here? No. It's time to investigate. So again, we have our upload function here. So we set our state, we map over this, we set uploading to true, progress to 0. Then we create a try statement. We right here create our pre-signed response, we fetch our route handler. Is this the correct route handler? I mean, it has to, because if not, we would get an error here, but we don't. Headers looks fine, body looks fine. This also all looks fine. We have an if statement, we check everything. Yeah, this looks good. We also return it, so this shouldn't be the problem. Then we get our pre-signed URL, and since we get our uploading state, this means that we are probably upload our file. Await new promise, void, resolve, reject, XHR. Yes, this looks good. On upload, this also looks good. On load, we open it, we reject, we don't close it. Wait, that's weird. On error, open. Oh my god, I see the error. Okay, you see on load. This on load opens. And then this code on error, open, set request header, and send is written in this on load. This, of course, shouldn't happen. So I can copy the send, set request header, open, and on error, or all of these functions, I can just copy them and paste them down below. So they shouldn't live in the onload event function. Instead, they are their own events, their own thingies, their own functions in this case. So if I save this and again go back, this should work. So if I take a file, drag and drop it, okay, we get an error, but this is already better. Something went wrong, upload failed. So does our terminal give us any hints? Nope, this all looks fine. How about our console? This is also always a good friend. We get an error. So access to XHR at from origin has been blocked by course policy. So what's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. Since we are trying to upload a file on the client side, course directly comes into play and blocks the request, because I mentioned already at the start, the client side is very unsafe, and this server, this means Tigris, is protecting itself. It does not want to allow any client to upload files. No, we have to whitelist specific domains which are allowed to upload on the client side. So even though we have a pre-signed URL, this is not enough. We need to whitelist our own domain. So we can go into the Tigris dashboard. We want to go into the bucket, to the settings, and then if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this course configuration section. Yeah, and we want to add a new rule. So for the origin, this will be localhost 3000. I can copy the URL and paste it inside of here. Now please make sure, delete the slash at the end. This should be localhost 3000 without any slashes or anything like that. Then for the allowed methods, this will be put, post, delete, and get. That's it. For the allowed headers, this will be a star, and for the exposed headers, I will leave it empty. I can then add the rule and also save my configuration. This is also important. And in theory, this should all work. This means if I do a hard refresh, take a file and drag and drop it, I should upload the file. Yes, uploaded file uploaded successfully. And if I go into the Tigris dashboard, I should also see the file. Nice! Oh my god, this worked so well. That's so great. But we want to, of course, update our render state, because uploaded file, yeah, that's great, but I want to showcase the file and I want to showcase a progress state. This means we can go back to our render state component. We already have a function for the render empty state and for the render error state. Now I want to also create a function for the, for example, let's say uploaded state. So we can create an export function. This will be called render upload uploaded state. We can then open this function, and inside of here we can first of all create a return statement, and in the return statement a standard div element. So through my params I want to get a few things, so we can destructure them, and I want to get, for example, the preview URL. This is the object URL, and then this should be enough for now. I will add more things later on, but for now this is fine enough. And the preview URL will have a type of string. So this looks good, and then in my div I can first of all render an image component. This image is imported from Next/image. This is self-closing, as you all know, and this image needs the source. So for the source, this will be our preview URL. Then we want to also provide an alt, and this will be uploaded file. And I want to also give this image a fill property, so fill, and then also a class name, and this will be object, contain, and also padding 2. This should already be enough, and the only thing which I want to also render is a delete button on the top right corner. So we can go underneath the image, but still in the div, and then we can use the button component, imported from the components, or it's already imported. Then I want to give the button a variant. This will be destructive. Also a size, this will be icon, then of course a class name, and I want to use the cn helper function because later on we will listen for this deleting or is deleting boolean. This means the cn helper function is already imported, and we want to first of all add default styles. So this will be absolute because I want to position it on the top right corner. This means absolute, top 4 and right 4. This should be already enough. We will later on also add an on-click handler and a disabled state, but we will do that again later on. For the content itself, I want to just get the standard X icon from Lucid React, and let's also give it a class name, which will be size 4. This should already be enough, and I think we can test it out. So we can do a hard refresh. I will again just drag and drop some weird file, and in theory I should get the image, but I don't get one. What's the problem? Well, currently if I go to my uploader, instead of using this component which we just created, we showcase an h1 or we render an h1. So we can delete this, and instead we want to get our, what was it? Render uploaded state. So render uploaded state, this is imported from the render state components. And here we have to provide one property. This is the preview URL, which will be equal to the file state .object URL. If I save this and go back, oh my god, what is this? This is our image. Whew, I will cry in a second. I'm so happy. My little child. No, my uploading state. It's finished. It's beautiful. We have this error button, not error button, this deletion button, which does not work, but it's fine. We will fix it. In general, it looks so good. But if I again drag and drop a file, our uploading state is still broken, as you see. That's not quite what we want. So we want to create another component for uploading. So I will go to the render states file where we store all of our components, and then we can create another function. So I will create an export function. This will be called render uploading state. We can then just open this function, and I want to get in the param two properties, or I want to get two params. This is the progress and then also the file. So this means we can just destructure this. Then as mentioned, I want to get progress and then also the file. We can also give it a type. So progress will be of type number and file will be of, come on, tell me it. File will be of type file. Yes, you're right. So this looks good. And then in the function, we can first of all open it, and then we can return a standard div element. So div, or I have to first of all create a return statement. Then we can return a div. For the div, we can, or let's style the div. So let's give it a class name. This will be text center, flex, justify center, and items center, because we want to center everything in the middle. And then also flex column, because this should be a column layout, not horizontal layout. In this div, I want to first of all display an uploading text, or uploading text. So I will get a p tag and then say uploading ... We can also give it a class name, and then this will be margin top 2, because we will render something above this p tag in a second. Then text, which will be SM, font, which will be medium. I think you all know what these basic styles are. They are not groundbreaking. Text is SM makes the text smaller, font medium makes the font weight bigger, and then also text, which will be foreground. So the foreground color. Underneath the uploading p tag, I want to then also render the file name, so underneath it. This means we can just get a standard p tag inside of here. We can get the file.name, and we want to also style it. So let's give it a class name, margin top 1, text which will be XS, text which will be muted foreground. This means this grayish color, and then also truncate truncate. What does this mean? Well, this means if the text or the file name takes too much width, it will just create this ... So it won't overflow or anything like that. And also I want to add a maximum width to not make it too big. So maximum width, which will be XS. So again, truncate will create these 3 little dots, and a maximum width will just limit the width. I mean, yeah, nothing groundbreaking. Also, above this uploading text, for now, I will just get a standard p tag and then render the progress itself. So we can test it out. We can copy the name, render uploading state. We want to go to the uploader. Instead of returning this h1, we want to return the component. This means render uploading state. This is self-closing. We have to provide 2 properties. First of all, the file. This will be equal to the file state.file, and for the progress tracker, this will be equal to our file state.progress. As you see, I get 1 error and it says type file or null is not assignable to type file. Yeah, in theory this does not work because in the render state we expect a file, but our file state says that the file could either be null or it could be defined. Who would have thought? And the thing is, sure, at the start it's null, but once we start this upload file process, it will be set to true, or we will get a file. Therefore, I will do something that you shouldn't do too often, and I will just say as file, because I know that the file will exist. This is fine to do so, you can do it. So this is in theory already it, so how about we test it out? I will do a hard refresh just to delete this file again, and then I want to again get a new file. Let's do something else. This one, I will drag and drop it. Oh, okay, I didn't see much, so how about we just make this whole network request a bit slower. I will throttle my response. So I guess let's again test it out. I will take a file, I will drag and drop it, and file size exceeds the limit. Oh my god, dude. Okay, how about this file? Okay, did you see this little progress tracker? Wasn't this great? We can again try it out. Hard refresh and 0, and then we get, wow, what's that? Okay, who cares? You saw we got this little percentage symbol. And here's something very, very cool, which I implemented, so please thank me, and that's the object URL. So here's the thing, where do we define our object URL? Well, we define it in our onDrop. So we have our onDrop function, and then we already put our create object URL in state. So we do it inside of here. In theory, you could also do it down below. You could just say right here, create object URL, and then pass the file in there, and then it will also create the URL. And that's a mistake that a lot of people do. But here's the thing, we have progress tracking implemented, our number updates, and this means this content here re-renders 100 times. And if I would create a create object URL inside of here, so if I would create this URL, then I would also re-render this file, this image, at 100 times. I would recreate this image URL 100 times. But if I put it right here in state, right at the start, then I won't re-render it. I will create it once and that's it. But here's one thing which I haven't talked about, and that's that this create object URL creates an URL. This is great. The only problem is, where's this stored? This is stored in memory. So if you create 1 trillion images, so if you allow the user to upload 1 trillion images, and if you don't clean up these URLs, well, then you will have a memory leak. You don't want that. This means once a file is uploaded and then maybe later on deleted or not used anymore, you want to also revoke this object URL. This means we can go to our onDrop function. Where is our onDrop function? Is it on the top? My god, upload file? No, here we have it, onDrop. And before we set our file state, we want to check if we have already an object URL. If so, we want to revoke it. We want to clean up our memory. This means we can create an if statement, and inside of here, I want to check if we have our file state.object URL, and this means 2 and signs if there's no file state.object URL.start with and then HTTP. What is meant with the starts with HTTP? Good question. How does an object URL look like? It does not look something like this. No, instead it starts with a blob and then colon HTTP. And that's why we check if the file or if the object URL starts with HTTP. Because if it starts with a standard URL, then this means the file is uploaded and we display a remote URL. You cannot revoke or you cannot clean up a remote URL. You want to only clean up your own URLs, which start with this blob. And that's why we check that it does not start with HTTP with this exclamation mark. We can then open this if statement, and inside of here I want to use the URL interface, I want to use the revoke object URL method, and as an argument we have to provide the URL. This means the file state .object URL. And as you see, we get one warning. So React Hook use callback has a missing dependency, file state.object URL, either included or remove the dependency array. So we will add the file state.object URL into the dependency array. This is great. And then I want to create another use effect to also clean up my object URL. Why do we need that? So in this or on top, we only revoke the object URL when we drop a new file into our drop zone. But I want to also revoke the object or the file URL if our component is unmounted. This means what we can do is go underneath the onDrop, we can go underneath the rejected files, underneath this render content. So just above this use drop zone, I will create a use effect hook. So use effect, this is imported from React, as you all know. Then I want to invoke it inside of here, as you all know, a standard arrow function. And then we want to create a return. This will be equal to an arrow function, return arrow function. And then we can again create the same if statement. So I can go back to the onDrop function. I can copy this if statement with file state object URL and does not start with HTTP. I will copy it and paste it into the if statement. If this is true, then we will just revoke the object URL. So when the component unmounts, but we have to also add a dependency array. So at the end, I can add a comma, then open an array, and we want to, you could say, listen for the file state.object URL. And that's already it. We now clean up or we prevent memory leaks. That's what we do in reality. So you know what? We are almost finished and there's only one more thing which we have to implement, and that's file removal, so deleting files. This means we can go underneath our onDrop function, for example, and then underneath it, I want to create a new function, handle remove file. So function handle remove file. This should be also an async function, so async function, and inside of here we want to first of all create an if statement. So if we are already deleting a file or if we don't have an object URL, then we want to just break pretty much. We don't want to continue. So if file state.is deleting, or double vertical line, if there's no file state.object URL, then let's just return it. This means we will stop. We won't continue any further. Then as a next step, we want to create a try and catch statement. In the try statement, I want to first of all update again my state. So I can go into the upload file function and I will just copy the set file state setter. I can then go into the try statement and again paste it inside of here. We want to spread our previous items and then we want to set is deleting to true because we are now deleting the file. Underneath the set file state, we want to make a response to a route handler to delete our file. This means we want to first of all create a new route handler. In the app folder, in the API folder, in the S3 folder, we can create a new folder and this will be delete. So we have an upload folder and a delete folder. In the delete folder, we want to create a route.ts. And as you all know, we have to now first of all define our request or our function, I guess. So export async function. This will be uppercase delete, and then we can open it. Inside of the params, we want to get a request, and this will be of type uppercase request. Inside of here, we can create a try and catch statement. And then in the try statement, we want to first of all get the body. So constant body equals to await request dot body. From the body, I want to get the key, because how can we delete a file from S3? Well, to delete a file, we need this unique identifier, and the unique identifier is our key. And also I get an error and it says cannot invoke an object which is possibly null. That's because I don't want to get the body but JSON. Silly mistake. And then inside of here, we want to get the key from our body. So constant key will be equal to body.key. We don't have to create a sort schema right here. This is fine enough for, I guess, getting our value. I don't need type safety right here. Nevertheless, we want to validate it. We want to check that we get a key. This means we want to create an if statement and we want to say, hey, if there's no key, then let's open this and let's return a next response.json. So return next response.json. I want to invoke it, and inside of here, I want to return an object with an error. This for the error, I will say missing or invalid object key. And then I can add a comma, open another object, and for the status, this will be 400. This means something went wrong, not good. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to again create an object. So when we uploaded our file, so if I go to the upload route.ts, you will see that we created a put object command. But now we want to create a delete object command. So let's create a constant command. This will be equal to new delete object command. This is imported from the AWS SDK. We can then invoke this structured, and inside of here we have to provide two key properties. First of all, the bucket, and this will be equal to our env. This means we want to get the env variable from the lib folder, and then dot next public S3 bucket name images. And we want to also provide the key, and this will be equal to the key. And the next step is to use this command, this object, pass it to our client, S3 client, and delete the file. This means we can say await S3. S3 is imported from our lib folder. Please make also sure that you import it from the lib folder, .send, and as an argument, we want to provide the command. Underneath this, we want to return a successful message. This means return next response.json. For the message, this will just be file deleted successfully. And of course, we want to also return a status, and the status will be 200, meaning everything was great. And in the catch statement, we want to also return a next response.json. I can just copy this one and paste it inside of here. For the error message, this is fine. And for the status, this will be 500. So we created our route handler, which means I can go back to the uploader component, and I want to call this route handler. So we can create a constant response, and this will be equal to await fetch. As an argument, we have to provide the URL, and this will be /API/S3/delete. Then we want to add a comma, open an object, and we have to pass the method. In this case, the method will be uppercase delete. Then we have to also pass headers, and headers will be content type JSON or application JSON. You can just copy it from your upload file function, and then we want to also pass the body. And for the body, again, this will be JSON.stringify. We want to invoke it, the structured, and we have to provide the key. And the key will be equal to the file state.key. So this already looks beautiful, and then we have to do a bit of error handling. So underneath this constant response, we want to again check if the response was successful. This means if the response was not okay, !response.okay, then we want to open this and return first of all a toast.error. For the message, this will be failed to remove file from storage. And then we want to also update the state itself. So I can copy the set file state. I want to paste it inside of here, and we want to set is deleting to true. And also error, this will be set to true because we now have an error. And at the end, of course, we want to create an empty return because we don't want to continue yeah, we don't want to continue with the try statement, if this makes sense. Then, as a next step, I want to again clean up my preview URL, because we now deleted in file, which means we also don't need this preview URL. We don't need it to take up our memory. So what we can do is, for example, go to the use effect hook and copy this if statement. So if we have an object URL and if it does not start with HTTP, we will revoke the object URL. And the last step is to set our file state. So I will again copy the set file state. I will paste it down below. I will delete everything and I want to set everything again. So file will be null. Uploading will be false. Progress will be 0. Object URL, this will be undefined. Then we also have the error itself. This will be false because everything was successful. The file type, for now I will hardcode it and this will be image. The ID, this will be null. And is deleting will be false because we are not deleting the file anymore. And the last thing which I want to do is return a successful toast. So toast.success, and for the message this will be file removed successfully. In the catch statement we want to also return an error toast. This means toast.error, and for the message this will be error removing file. Please try again. And then of course we want to also update our state. This means I can, for example, copy the set file state. I can also delete the previous from here. We don't need it. I will again just copy it, paste it down below underneath the toast, and as a param I want to get previous. Here we will need it. I will delete everything inside of here. We want to spread our previous items, but as is deleting will be set to false and error will be set to true. Okay, this is finished. Handle remove file is finished and we can use it to delete our file. So here's the thing, where do we render this button, the delete button? Well, in the render states file we have the render uploading state component. We don't need it, but we need the render uploaded state component because here we have the deletion button. This means in my params I want to get a few more things. I want to get the is deleting boolean and also handle removal. This will be a function or handle, let's say handle remove file. I think this is better. We want to then also add all of the types. This means is deleting. This will be set to boolean. This is the type. And then handle remove file. This will be a standard function. This means an arrow function which will result in void. As you see, we get 2 errors and that's because we don't use these values. So what do you think? It's time to use them. So I want to update my button first of all. For the button, I want to add an onClick handler, and this onClick handler will be equal to handle remove file. And then we want to also add a disabled state, and this will be equal to is deleting. So if is deleting is true, the button will also be disabled. And then we can also create a ternary for the content. So if is deleting is true, we can use a question mark. I want to return the loader to icon. This is imported from Lucid React and it's self-closing. Then for the class name, this will be size 4 and animate spin. And then if this is not true, if we are not deleting, I will just again render this X icon. So this means we can go back and as you see we get 1 error. What's the problem? Well, if we go back to our function render states, you will see that we get an error for the render uploaded state component. And why is that? Well, we are missing 2 properties. First of all, handle removal file. This will be equal to the function which we just created, handle remove file. I will copy the name and paste it inside of here. As you see, we still get an error, and that's because we are also missing is deleting. And is deleting will be set to file state.isDeleting. So what do you think? Is it time to test it out? I think so. So if I drag and drop the file size exceeds the limit. Okay, different file, this one. Okay, we get the state, file uploaded successfully, and if I click on this button, it's disabled, and then this also looks great. As you see, I just got this problem. My drop zone also, could you say, invoked, so it again opened my Finder. This shouldn't happen because my drop zone should be disabled if I'm uploading a file, but also if I'm deleting a file. This means in the use drop zone hook where we destructured, we can get the disabled property, and this will be equal to file state dot uploading, or double vertical line if, for example, we have an object URL. So I want to use 2 exclamation marks and then file state dot object URL. And what is this double exclamation mark? Well, this converts the state or this, look, the object URL is a string, but we don't really want to check if we have a string. We want to check for a boolean, right? So if we have an object URL, then this should be disabled. And using this double exclamation mark, I convert the value into a boolean. Since we have a string, this will be a boolean which will be set to true. That's it. And then we can also test everything out. This means if I go to my Tigris dashboard and do a hard refresh, you will see that I deleted all of the files which I had inside of here. And let's upload a file again. So for example, I will click on select file. I want to upload this file, enter. Nice, percentages, file uploaded successfully. And if I go into the Tigris dashboard, I will get my file. I can also open it. You see, this is the correct file. Then I can delete the file. File removed successfully. Okay. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, my file is deleted. Here's one thing which I want to quickly mention, and that's that if you still see this file in your dashboard, that's fine. For example, a few hours ago, I deleted a file, I went into the dashboard, did a hard refresh, and the file was still there, even though my operation, this means the deletion itself, was successful. After coming back, the file was finally deleted. So I probably think that they cached the files here, but the operation itself is successful. I mean, you see the toasts, everything works. If it wouldn't work, we would get an error. But yeah, so file uploads work, but we have one problem. Currently, if we go back to our page.tsx, so to the creation route, you will see, yeah, we have the uploader component, but it's not connected with React hook form, with our client-side state, or client-side state, what am I talking about, with our form validation library. So our uploader will need 2 key properties, and this is again the value and then the onValue change. So we can first of all delete this comment for the input, we won't need it anymore, and then in the uploader we will create a new interface. So right here, interface, what's a good name? iAppProps, this is my favorite name. Then I want to get a value, this will be optional, and this will be of type string. Then I want to also get the onChange handler. What is the onChange handler? It's a function. So on change, and then this will be also optional, and as mentioned, this will be a function, and this will be void, so it will return void. Then as a param, I want to also get a value, and this will be of type string. Then we can go to the uploader component, we can just destructure this. This will be of type iAppProps, and then where I destructured, I can get the onChange handler and then also the value. This means if we go back to the page.tsx, go to the uploader and click on Control Spacebar, we get 2 properties, onChange and then also value. This means the onChange property will be equal to the field.onChange and value will be equal to field.value. So this looks good, we don't get any errors here. And if we go back to the uploader component, we want to use the onChange handler and also the value itself. So where do we want to use onChange first of all? So when we drop our file, or in other words, when we upload our file, we want to update our field, because again, this form field stores our file key. When I upload my file, so I have to first of all find the upload file function. So this is the upload file function. When I upload my file, I get a key, and I want to store this key for the file key. This means once uploaded, we want to go to the onload event. Then underneath this toast or above this toast, it does not really matter, we want to update our field. Is it called field? Yes, field. This means we can get our onChange handler, then this will be optional, dot, and as an argument we want to provide our key, because we will store the key for the value, for the file key. As you see, I get an error, and it says this context of type void is not assignable to methods this of type window. Is this English? Well, it's quite simple. I misspelled onChange, that's it. I know, quite funny. So this is updated, which is great. But as you all know, when we delete a file, we want to also update this on change handler. This means I want to again close this upload file function, and I want to go into the handle remove file. And then when a file is successfully deleted, we want to update this on change, and we want to make it empty, an empty string. This means underneath this if statement where we revoke the object URL, we can again get this on change handler. We can, this is optional. This means we have to mark this or give it this question mark. This means it could be not defined. And then when we invoke it, and as an argument, we will pass an empty string because the key is now empty. We deleted the file. There is no key. But we want to also implement our value. So the value will be the file key. And again, it could be defined, but it could also be not defined. This means we want to go, for example, into our state, and we want to update our state. So this means I can get my key, and this will be equal to my value. This value could either be a string, a real key, or this could just be an empty string, or in other words, undefined. So we will either have a key or we won't have a key. When I create a new course, there will be no key. If I edit a course, we will have a key. And honestly, I think this is already it. So we created our form, we update or we put everything into this React hook form state, which means it's time to create the mutation. So if I again go back and, for example, fill in a title, click on generate slug, and then click on create course, I should get a lot of validation errors. So we get a validation error for the description. So if I add a bit of description, a bit of text, this error goes away. We get an error for the big description. This means if I create a big description, in this case, so a lot of content, then this error goes away. Then for the upload file or for the thumbnail URL, we get an error. This means if I select the file, for example this one, the error should go away. And yes, it went away. Then for the category and level, we don't get any errors, and that's because you see default categories are already selected. Then we also get errors for the duration and price. That's because the duration has to be bigger than 1 hour, so 50, and the price should be also bigger or than 0. So as an example, 500. And as you see, we don't get any errors anymore. But if I click on create course, nothing will really happen, because if we go to the page.tsx and scroll to the complete top, wow, this is so much code, damn, then you will see we will only console log our values. You know what, we can test it out. So if I click on create course, no feedback, no toast, no nothing. But I mean, this isn't that bad. But if I go to the inspector and go to the console, what will we see inside of here? Well, we have an object. And as you see, category, description, duration, file key, everything is defined. So this means it's time to create our mutation. But here's my question to you. How do you create mutations with Next.js? Well, it's quite simple. You have two options. Option number 1 is to create a route handler. This is what we did for S3. So in our API folder, we have a S3 folder and then a delete and also upload route handler. These are API routes and we can use them to get data. So this means to fetch data, but also to mutate data. The only problem is it's quite annoying to write the boilerplate export async function, post, try catch, this, that. I don't want to do that. So what's another alternative? Well, another alternative is server actions, and that's what we will use. Now, if you want to know when to use server actions, when to use route handlers, then I created a video on that for channel members, so definitely check it out. It's super helpful. But again, we will use server actions because they are quite easy to write. So as mentioned, I'm a big fan of vertical slice architecture. This means instead of creating a global actions file and defining all of the server actions in there, we will instead go into the create route and create an actions file inside of here. So how do you create server actions? Well, I hope that you know the basics. You create server actions by first of all defining the file with use server, so with the use server directive. This means all of the functions which are exported from this file will also be converted into server actions. This means inside of here we can create an export async function. This will be called create course, and then we can just open this. Inside of here, in the params, I want to get my data. This means we can get data, and this will be of type course schema type, which is imported from the .schemas file. Now, as you all know, we already implemented client-side validation. This is client-side form validation, but form validation on the server side is even more important. Because why is it important? Well, here's the thing. A lot of people think that server actions are private endpoints or something like that. This is not true. Server actions are like route handlers, like standard API routes. They are publicly accessible, which also means anybody can hit this server action. I created a lot of videos on server actions, so just go through my YouTube channel. But the TLDR is, you want to validate your data on the server side. You want to make sure that the data which you get here is the same data which is also passed on the client side. Because if it's not the same, then this means that probably some attacker tried to attack your website. So what we want to do inside of here is first of all create a try-catch statement for error handling. Then in the try statement, I want to do server-side validation as mentioned. So constant, I will call it validation, and this will be equal to the course schema, which we get from our .schemas file, .savePath, and as an argument, I want to provide the values. So again, or not values, but data. So this again means we get our data, and then we take the data and we compare it against the schema. If the validation is successful, then the success property will be true. If it's failed, then it will fail. Who would have thought? So underneath the validation, we can create an if statement and we can say, hey, if the validation is not successful, so if not validation.success, then we want to return an error message. This means I will create and return, open an object, and inside of here, I want to first of all return a status, and this will be error, and then also a message, and the message will say invalid form data. Great. So this is finished, and now we make sure that all of the data is correct and validated. This means underneath this if statement, I can create a mutation using Prisma. So we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await then Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course, then .create, since we want to create a new course, and then we have to use the data property since we want to pass data. This means I can just get my validation, so I can spread my validation .data. And as you see, we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, if you hover over data, you will see a lot of error messages or a lot of text. But right here they say property user is missing. Because if you go back to the schema, then you should remember that we have a one-to-many relationship between the user and the course. This means I have to define the user ID. It's required. So if we go back, I can just for now get the user ID, and this will be equal to some random string. We will get the user ID a bit later on. So again, we take our data, which we validated, we just spread it. You could also in theory just hardcode everything. So we could get a category, set it true or set it equal to our validation.data.category. This is the same thing. It does not matter, but it's just easier to spread our validation.data. You don't have to write so much code, and it's just a cool helper, I guess. So this is nice. We create the mutation using Prisma. This means we create the course, and then underneath this constant data, I can create a return object. This means we can return an object, and then I want to again get a status. This will be success, and then also, of course, a message. And for the message, this will be course created successfully. But here's one problem. So as you see, I want to always return objects. But the thing is, right now it's very easy to just misspell something. So here I could say status, and here I could say status. As you see, I misspelled both statuses, but I still return them. I don't get any type safety or anything like that. That's not nice. I want to always return something, and it should always have the same, you could say variables, the same properties, a status and a message. And the status should only be either error or success. This means we want to create a type. Now we could of course create an interface on the top and then use it as a return type. This is fine, but since we will reuse this type in all of our server actions, it makes a lot of sense to go into our lib folder and create a types.ts file. Inside of here, we will store general types which we will reuse throughout the application. So I want to create a type for the API response. This isn't an API response, but it's it's pretty much an API, so that's why I will call it API response. So export, then type, this will be API response, and this will be equal to an object. Inside of here, as mentioned, I want to have a status, and this status can either be success or it can be error. So we can get this vertical line and then error. And then we want to also return a message, and this will be of type string. So this is the API response. I want to always return these values. And how can we now tell the server action that I want to specifically return an object with these two properties? Well, it's quite simple. You call it the return type parameter. Here, after the parentheses, we can add a colon, then use a promise, and then for the promise we can add a generic, and in the generic we want to pass the API response type. This means if I go back, I instantly get an error. It says status does not exist. You probably mean status. And right here, status does not exist. You probably want to get the correct status. As you see, this looks and works beautifully. Nevertheless, we still get one error. What's the problem? Well, currently we only return objects if our data or if our whole submission was successful. But we have to also return data in this catch statement. So in the catch statement, I can again create a return, then open an object, and if I click on Control spacebar, wow, TypeScript typing. So for the status, this will be error, correct. And for the message, I guess failed to create course, because the user probably failed. And as you see, if you again go back, this promise API response does not throw any error anymore, and that's because we return these objects. Here's one thing which I want to quickly mention. A lot of people might say, hey Jan, why do we return objects? How about we just comment this out and throw a new error? So throw new error, and then for the message we will say something failed, and throw new error should of course be uppercase, so error uppercase. Why don't we do something like this? Very good question. I also created a video on this already. Nevertheless, I will quickly explain it. So later on, I want to get the error message in my page.tsx. So we will call the server action in this onSubmit handler. Then this of course will have a result. This means our server action, our whole submission could either be successful or it could fail. If it's successful, I want to get the error message. If it fails, I want to also get the error message. So this message which we provide. So I will get the result.message and then return it in a toast. If I use this throw new error and want to then render this error message, it won't work, because React it tries to do things very securely. So it will omit the message in production to not leak anything. And that's a huge problem. I don't want that, because the thing is, it will work in development. So if I use throw new error, it will render this error message in development. But once you push your application to production, it won't render this error message anymore. It will just omit it, and instead it will create an error message which will say, hey, this error message has been omitted due to security reasons, blah, blah, blah. So that's the reason why we don't use throw new error, and instead we just return a plain object and then I guess render the correct state using the status. So yeah, that's the easy and simple explanation. This means we can go back to the page.tsx, and inside of here I want to call the server action. But here's the thing, we have a try catch statement in the server action, but I want to also create a try catch statement inside of here. But here's the thing, always writing try, then again catch. You know what, this is kinda annoying, I don't want to do that. So is there anything else which maybe allows us to create a try catch statement without writing this annoying code? Good question. There actually is a very nice solution. So what you can do is go to Google and type in T3 try catch. Honestly, I always thought that this was just some weird gimmick created by Theo. But no, it's actually a game changer, and I started using it literally everywhere. So this is like a simple, as he says, Theo's preferred way of handling try-catch in TypeScript. It's literally just a wrapper around try-catch. So it still creates a try-catch statement, but you don't have to write so much boilerplate anymore, because you can now just say try-catch. This will be a new function, and then you invoke it, and as an argument, you provide your function. You don't have to write anymore try, catch, return, console log, No. So what we can do is just copy this code. I will copy it. Then we can go back. And then in the hooks folder, I want to create a new file, which will be called try-catch.ts. And then we will paste the code inside of here. So again, this is a wrapper around standard try-catch. We get right here, try and catch. But how does it work in effect? I mean, I show you boring code, TypeScript, nobody understands anything. So how does it work? Well, I can first of all delete this try-catch. We don't need it anymore. Instead, we will use the try-catch code library. Let's call it function library. Let's call it function. So in this function on submit, I can first of all start a transition. So because I want to show a pending state. This means above the form, we can first of all create a constant. Then we want to create or get a getter and setter. This means this will be is pending and then also start transition. And this will be equal to use transition, and use transition is imported from React. Then we can copy start transition, go back, and then in the onSubmit function, I will get start transition. I want to invoke it, and inside of here, we will create a standard async arrow function. So let's open it, and then inside of here, we can finally use this try-catch function. So we can create a constant. We want to destructure it, and then this will be equal to await try-catch. Try-catch is imported from the hooks file. Don't click on this try-catch because it will create a standard try-catch, but import try-catch from the hooks folder. And then inside of here, we can invoke it. And as an argument, we want to provide the function, the server action. How is our server action called? It's called create course. We will copy the name, paste it inside of here. We can import it from the actions. We want to invoke it. And as an argument, we want to pass our values. Okay, this looks nice, but what exactly does this code do now? Well, where we destructure this try-catch or the result, we will get two properties. First of all, data and then error. And this data is what would result if our try is successful. This error is the response which will be handled in the catch statement, if this makes sense. So this is literally just your try, this is your catch, that's it. This means underneath the constant, we can create first of all an if statement. And if error is true, this means if our catch statement, I don't want to say was successful, but if it catched something, then we can return a toast.error, and toast is imported from Sonar. Then for the message, this will just be an unexpected error occurred. And of course, we want to also return it at the end to not check any further. Then after this if statement, we can create another if statement, because this means if this error wasn't triggered, then our submission was successful. And I want to check if our result or type was success or error, because here's again the thing. We have two try-catch statements. Our submission could either fail on the server side and land in the catch statement, or our validate or our submission could fail on the client side. We now check if the submission failed on the client side with this error state, but we want to also check if the submission failed on the server side. This means if data.status is equal to success, as you see, we get nice TypeScript types, then we can open this, and I want to return a toast. This means toast, it's already imported, .success, and for the message, this will be data.message. And honestly, I don't like this name data, so I will rename it to result. I think this is a bit better. So if result.status is success, then we will return data, a toast.success with the argument result.message. If this is not true, then we can create an else if statement. And inside of here, I want to check if the result.status is equal to error. If so, we want to again return a toast.error, and for the message, this will be result.message. Great. Then also, if success is true, I want to also reset the form. This means form.reset. We can invoke it, and then I want to also redirect the user. I want to redirect the user to the courses route. How do you redirect a user in a client component? You use the use router hook. This means if we again scroll to the top, we can go underneath the use transition, and we want to create a constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from Next/navigation. We want to invoke it, and then we can copy the router. This means we want to redirect the user, so router.push, and as an an argument, this will be /admin/courses. Then there's only one more thing which I want to do, and that's first of all delete these stupid imports which I made, and secondly I want to use the pending boolean for the submit button. So I will scroll completely to the bottom. Wow. Here we have the button. First of all, the button should be of type submit. This is number one. Secondly, for the disabled state, and this will be equal to pending. So I renamed it from is pending to pending. I like the name a bit better. So if we are pending, the button will be disabled. And for the content, I don't want to render create course, but instead I want to render the content dynamically. If pending is true, we will return a loader icon. If pending is not true, we will just return this thing. So we can just copy this, don't delete it, keep it in your clipboard, and then we can use the pending boolean. We want to create a ternary. If pending is true, let's use empty tags, and inside of here we can say creating ... and then we want to get the loader icon. So I will get the loader icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then we can give it a class name which will be animate spin. If this is not true, we can use colons, and then we want to return what I just copied. So I will use empty tags and then paste what I just copied. Also for this loader to icon, I want to give it margin left of 1. And in theory, this should be it. So do you want to test it out? I think so. So we can go back, we can do a hard refresh, and I honestly hope for the best. So this will be subscribe now. I can generate the slug. For the small description, hey, how are you doing today? For the description, hey, how are you? Then for the thumbnail URL, I will select this file. For the category, how about music, level, intermediate, duration, 50 hours, price, $500, and for the status, publish. Okay, I hope for the best. I will click on create course. We have a pending state and fail to create course. No. So let's analyze our actions file, because as you see, the message was failed to create course. This means this error message was rendered, which means our catch statement was triggered. So if we analyze the code, the validation can't be the problem, because if the validation would fail, then we would render this error message. This means there's some sort of database error. And yes, I passed the fake user ID. So we can also console log the error. In the catch statement, as a param, I can get the error, and then I can just console log it down below. So error. This means if I go back and click on create course, we get the pending state, we get the toast, and if I open my terminal, you will see invalid Prisma course.create invocation, foreign key constraint violated on the constraint course user ID foreign key. So we are missing a valid user ID. So we can first of all delete, or I can delete the console log, I can delete the error, it's not needed anymore, and I want to get my real user ID. So above this constant validation, I will create a constant session. This will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder .api.get session. We can invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass headers. And headers will be equal to await headers. And then we can just invoke it. So we get our session, which means I can copy the session itself. Then for the user ID, this will be equal to session.user.id. And also you see we get an error. What's the problem? Well, it says type string or undefined is not assignable to type string, because this currently could be undefined, but the user ID has to be defined. I know this is a big problem. For now, I will mark it as string, but we will make a lot of changes, so that's fine for now. This means if I again go back and click on create course, course created successfully, and we got redirected. So how about we check out our database? So I will head over to the Neon console, and if I go to my tables, I should see a new course. So course, and yes, one new course. So we have an ID, we have a title, description, we get the file key, then what else do we have? We have the price, we have the duration, the level, category, small description, slug, status, created at, and then updated at, and of course the user ID. So this worked exactly as expected, which is super nice. But I don't display my courses here. Don't worry, this is not a huge problem. For now, I want to fix a few small things. So let's start with the first problem, or the first thing which I have to or want to change. So we have two route handlers, to upload a file and then also to delete a file. The thing is, these are public route handlers, public API routes. Anybody can hit this route handler, for example, the deletion route. Somebody could pass some fake ID, some fake key, and then just hit this route handler. The same thing is also true for the upload route handler. Any user can hit this post request, just add these properties, a file name, content type, size, and then this is image property, and can then just literally upload a file. This means if we take my friend, he's not a friend, but let's say next to me I have somebody, he's called John, and John is a very malicious user. He wants to attack your application, and he sees that you have this beautiful route handler which is not protected. So he will say, how about I create a bot army, a bot farm, and this bot farm will attack this application. Thousands of upload requests, but because again, I don't validate anything. I validate that I get these properties, but there's no bot protection and there's no rate limiting. That's not great. So we will implement Arcjet again. Let's get started first of all with the upload route, and we want to first of all set up Arcjet. This means we want to define the rules, the properties. This means we can create a constant. This will be called AJ, and you have to do that, or you should do it above the export async function. And then this will be equal to Arcjet. Please make sure that you import Arcjet from the lib folder, and then we want to use the with rule method, because again, we already have an Arcjet base instance. This caches everything, and using this with rule method, I can add more rules, because we have one base rule. This is shield. Wherever we use Arcjet, shield will also run. But in addition to shield inside of here, I want to use the bot rule, and then also rate limiting, and then I want to use the fixed window algorithm. So let's first of all get started with the detect bot rule. So I want to invoke it, then I want to get detect bot, and detect bot is imported from the lib folder. We want to invoke it, the structured, and there are two properties which we have to pass. This is first of all the mode, and this could either be dry run or live. Again, dry run will console log everything, live will block the request if needed. And then we can also get the allow array or the allow property, which is an array. And here we can say, for example, the OpenAI bot is allowed to interact with our website. But in this case, I don't want to allow any bot to interact with my route handler. That's why this will be an empty array. Then I want to use another rule, and this will be rate limiting, and I want to use the fixed window algorithm. This means we can again chain with rule. We want to invoke it, and inside of here I will get fixed window. Again, fixed window is imported from the lib folder. We want to invoke it and the structured. So this fixed window needs three properties. First of all, the mode. Again, this will be live. Then we have to pass the window and also the maximum amount of requests. So I want to say a user is allowed to upload 5 files in a 1 minute window. This means we will just say 1 minute, and then max will be 5. So 5 requests in a 1 minute window. If you want to, you can make it bigger, smaller, you decide. I think this is good. I think this is a good limit, but again, you can change it. And also we can quickly go to the Arcjet documentation and look at the detect bot or bot protection itself. So Arcjet bot detection allows you to manage traffic by automated clients and bots. This means if my friend John, who is again not my friend, attacks your website with bots, we will see that, or Arcjet will get a request. Arcjet will analyze the request, and it will see, this kinda looks weird. This is probably a bot. I think I will just deny the request. So Arcjet will deny it. But currently we just set up Arcjet, the rules. We want to also now pass the request to Arcjet. This means we can go into our post request, and we want to go underneath the try or into the try statement and above this constant body. Arcjet should first of all validate the request, and only after that we will do the rest. This means delete, or in other words, upload the file. So this will be a constant decision, and this will be equal to await AJ.protect. We want to use the protect method, and as an argument we have to pass the request itself. Since we use a route handler, we get the request right through our params. And as you see, we get an error, and it says expected 2 arguments but got 1. What is missing? Well, we are missing the fingerprint because in the Arcjet configuration file, we added custom characteristics. And right here, we want to now pass some sort of unique value, which we will use to not verify, but you could say track the request, identify and track the request. So we can either use, for example, the user's IP, but again, this is not very recommended, or we can use the user's ID, so the session ID. This means what I will do is go above this try statement. I will create a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder .api.get session. We can invoke it, the structured, and we have to pass headers. And headers will be equal to await headers, and headers is imported from next/headers. This means here for aj.protect, I can add a comma, open an object, pass the fingerprint property, and this will be equal to session.user.id. This means, and we can also mark this as string. Don't worry, we will fix all of this. I will rewrite the code later on, but for now this is fine enough. So Arcjet will now verify, or it will identify the request using the user's ID. And this is also nice because this isn't related to some specific IP. This means if the user, for example, creates an attack from home, he will have one IP. If the user then also creates an attack from, for example, some sort of cafe, which has a different IP, then this would, of course, have different IPs. This means if we use the user ID, we don't really care where the user is. We don't care about the IP because we identify the user using this unique identifier. And this is a huge benefit. And you know what? We can also test it out, or before we test it out, we have to, of course, check if the decision was denied or allowed. This means we can go underneath the decision, create an if statement, and I want to say if the decision, not this, but if the decision dot is denied, we want to invoke it, then we can return just a new response. This means return next response.json. For the error, this will just be what do we want to say? Dude, not good. Of course, you want to add something better, but this is fine enough. And then for the status, so I can add a comma, open an object, and the status will be 429. So we will protect our route handler, and a user in this case will only be allowed to upload 5 files in a 1-minute window. I want to also do the same thing for the deletion route, so we can go into the delete route, and I will just copy this constant aj, paste it in the deletion route above the export async function. Then we want to import Arcjet from the lib folder, detect bot, this will be imported from the lib folder, and fixed window will be imported from the lib folder. As you all know, we want to await the decision, or in other words, we want to pass the request to Arcjet. This means we can just copy this constant decision, paste it into our try statement. We want to get the user session, so I can copy this constant session, paste it above the try statement. Then we want to get auth, or we want to import it from the lib folder, and we want to import the headers from next/headers. We want to then create an if statement for the decision, so I will copy this if statement and then just paste it down below. This means our create or our upload route is protected, and then also our deletion route. Both are protected, and that's super nice. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So you know what? I will implement a very small wait limit. This means for the upload route, I will say in a window, so in a 1-minute window, a user is only allowed to upload 2 files. I will later on update this again. So if I select a file, I can just get this one. If I click on enter, this will upload everything. As you see, uploaded successfully. I can delete it. This should work, yes. And then if I select the file one more time, and if I select one more file, you see upload failed, retry file selection. And this is because Arcjet blocked the request. So if I open the terminal, API S3 upload 429, and 429 was the error which we returned with so for Arcjet. As you see, dude, not good, status 429. We can also open the Arcjet dashboard, and here you will see something interesting. The request was denied. The reason? Rate limit. Of course, we can also open the request, and inside of here again, the conclusion was denied. The reason was rate limit. Why is the reason rate limit? Because the maximum amount of requests was 2, but I used 2 requests, and this rate limit will only reset in 45 seconds again. And in the configuration tab, you can also see what rules we configured. We configured the shield rule. This is the base configuration, or we implemented the rule in our base configuration. We implemented rate limit and also bot detection. And in this case, rate limit was triggered. So I want to again go back. Of course, I want to update the maximum window. 2 is not enough. 5 is a bit better. If you want to, you can make it bigger because 5 is also not that big, but I think this is fine enough. So this means our 2 route handlers are completely secured. This means no bots can attack this route handler, no malicious users can attack this route handler or these route handlers. Everything is great. So we can close this. We are finished with all of this, but there's one problem. You see, currently any user can upload files, but I want to only allow verified, or not verified, but authenticated users to upload files. And also I want to only allow authenticated users to create courses. Right now, anybody can access this admin dashboard and anybody can interact with this website or with this admin dashboard. I don't want that. I want to only allow admins to view this dashboard and interact with this dashboard. This means what we can do is we can head over back to the Better-Auth documentation website. Then you can click on documentation. You want to then click on integrations, or not integrations, but plugins. And here you will find a very interesting plugin called admin. So the admin plugin provides a set of administrative functions for user management in your application. It allows administrators to perform various operations such as creating users, managing user roles, banning, unbanning users, impersonating users, and more. So we want to use this plugin because we will then have 2 roles, either a standard user role or an admin role. An admin will be able to interact with this dashboard. A standard user won't be able to interact with this dashboard. So the first step is to first of all use this admin plugin, or in other words to configure it in the auth config file. This means we can copy the import statement, go into the auth.ts file and paste it on top. So import admin from Better-Auth plugins. Then we want to add it into the plugins array. So underneath email OTP, I will just add admin and I want to invoke it. So this is step number 1. And step number 2 is to migrate our database, or in other words, generate a new database schema, because we want to add a few more fields. This means I will copy this generate command. I can go back and then in my terminal, I will run pnpm dlx Better-Auth CLI generate. So this will generate new tables. In theory, it will just update our database schema and add a few more properties. But as you see, I got an error. What's the problem? Cannot read your auth config file. Error, cannot find module server only. Yes, this is correct. So we don't want to import server only in the auth.ts file. So we can delete it again. And if I again run pnpm dlx Better-Auth CLI generate, then this error should go away. But it did not go away. What's now the problem? Better-Auth couldn't read your auth config file. So this could be our DB file. So if I delete import server only from there, will it then work? Pnpm dlx, again, I will paste the command and this should then work. Nope, I again got an error. Require stack. Oh, thankfully they even have a path. So this means we want to also delete the import server only from the recent file. So we can open the recent configuration file, delete this import server only, and then again, if I run pnpm dlx Better-Auth CLI generate, it should work. Oh my god, thank you. So the file schema.prisma already exists. Yes, it exists. Do you want to overwrite the schema to the file? Yes. And if I again open the schema, we will have a new property, or I think multiple properties. So in the user model, we have a new role, a banned property, ban reason and ban expires. So the role as default will be user. Every user will have the role user, but we can update the role and set an admin role. So what we can do is first of all, again, push this new schema to our database, to Neon. This means pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will sync our local database schema with our remote real database schema. So as you see, your database is now in sync. By the way, don't worry about this error. Then we want to again open our Prisma Studio. This means pnpm dlx Prisma Studio, and this is like a local representation of your database provided by Prisma. So as you see, if I zoom in a bit, we get all of our models, account, course, session, user, verification. And if I open the user model, and here you will see, first of all, on the left side, we have an email, but I won't showcase it. Email verified, this all looks good. And if we scroll to the right side, we have a role. And this is null because we just added this admin plugin. But once new users will be created, these plugins or these roles will be propagated with user. So what we can do is just delete both users. I will delete the 2 records. Then the course has also been automatically deleted. This means if I again close this and again go back, we can restart the dev server with pnpm run dev. Then we can head over back to localhost 3000. As you see, everything works. And on the top right corner, it showcases a login and get started button. That's because we don't have a valid session. We don't have any users. We had a valid session a few moments ago, but because I deleted all users, there's no user anymore, which also means there's no valid session anymore. So I will click on login, then I will continue with GitHub. As you see, signed in with GitHub, you will be redirected. I got redirected. I see my beautiful image here, and then I can again head over back to the admin dashboard. This should still open. Yes, it works. That's great. And then we want to again open our Prisma Studio. So I will just create a new terminal tab, and then inside of here, I will run pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And as you see, the user role as the default is user, and that's exactly what we wanted. So we can again close this. We don't need it anymore. Then we can head over back because we're still not finished with the, could you say, quick start guide? So we're finished with step number 1. This means to add the plugin to our auth config. We migrated, or in other words, generated our database. And the next step is to add the plugin to our auth client itself. This means I will just copy this import statement again. We can open the auth client. This means in our lib folder, we have an auth client, and then we can add a comma after this email OTP client. And first of all, we have to import it, of course. So import admin client from Better-Auth client plugins. And then we can add the admin client and we want to invoke it. So this is finished and we set up this admin plugin. This means we can head over back, first of all, to our 2 route handlers. So in the app folder, we want to go into the API folder, into the S3 folder, and then into the deletion route handler. And inside of here, I want to check if the user is an admin and also has a valid session. Because currently we just get the user session, but we don't really verify if the user has a valid session and also if the user is an admin. Now here's the thing, we could of course just create a code inside of here. It's completely fine, you can do that. But since we will reuse this code in multiple places, this means in the deletion route, in this upload route, wouldn't it make sense to create a separate file and then or a separate function and store the code inside of there? Yes, it will make so much sense you can't even believe it. So Next.js recommends you to use the data access layer. So we can head over back to the documentation and search for data access layer. So how to implement authentication in Next.js. And if you search for the data access layer, then you will see we recommend creating a data access layer to centralize your data requests and authorization logic. The data access layer should include a function that verifies the user's session as they interact with your application. So this means, what are they trying to tell us? Well, Next.js wants us to create a separate file, a separate folder. This does not really matter, but in this case just a separate file. And then in this separate file, we want to move all of our data related logic into this file, into this separate location. So this will then be a separate data access layer, because all of the data access will happen in this one, you could say section. I think this you should then understand it better. So it will be a separate section, and in this section we will store all of our data access related logic. This means we will, when we fetch our data, we will create the file in the separate section and then call this function from our actual component. So for example, in the route handler, I want to call a verify user function, and this will verify the user and also check that the user has a valid session. And the benefit is that we then have centralized logic, because our data access logic will be stored in one place. It won't be stored in multiple places, which also means we will centralize everything. We will centralize our business logic. What we can do is open our Explorer. Then we want to go into the app folder, and to create a separate data access layer, it makes a lot of sense to create a new folder and name it data. I do that in most cases. And since this function which we want to call or which we want to create is directly related to the user, we can also, or to the admin or to the user, we can create an admin folder in the data folder. So app folder, then data, and in the data folder, an admin folder. And in the admin folder, we want to create a new file, and this will be called require-user.ts. And again, the code which we will create inside of here is quite simple. We will get the user session, we will check if the user has a valid session. If so, we will check if the user is an admin, and if this is also true, then we will just return the user. And this means we will then get the user ID, and then we can we can get the decision from Arcjet. If the user does not have a valid user session or is not an admin, then we will just redirect the user. So that's what we want to do. So for this require user function, we want to first of all create an export async function. This will be called require user. Then we can just open this function, and inside of here we want to first of all get the user session. This means constant session equals to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder, .api.get session. We can invoke it, the structured. We want to pass headers, and headers will be equal to await headers. Headers is imported from next/headers, and we want to invoke it because this is a function. After this constant session, we want to check if the user has a valid session. This means if there's no session, then we want to redirect the user. And we want to, so let's say return redirect, and redirect is imported from next/navigation, and we want to redirect the user to /login, because this means the user is not authenticated. It's that simple. By the way, I also made a mistake. This shouldn't be require user, but instead require admin. I'm not sure why I said require user, so require admin, and then the function will also be require admin, because again, we want to require an admin. So we now check if the user has a valid session, and we can also check if the user has the correct role. This means we will create another if statement, and if the session.user.role is not equal, this means exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs. If this is not equal to admin, then this means the user is not an admin. So we want to again create a return redirect, and we want to redirect the user to a route which will be not /admin. If these two if statements are not true, then I will just return the session again, because this means the user has a valid session and also the user is an admin. Also, since this is a function which should only be called and also should only run on the server side, we want to import server only. So we created our function require admin, we imported server only, which means we can also use it. We can go back to our route handler and we want to delete this constant session. And then instead we want to use the require admin function. So I want to go above the try statement, and then we can create a constant. This will be session, and this will be equal to await require admin. We want to import this from our data folder, and then we can invoke it. We want to do the same thing for our deletion route handler. So above the try statement, I will again paste this await require admin function, or this code. I mean, we are not pasting a function, we are pasting code. So we now in both routes check that we have a valid user and also that the user is an admin, that the user has the role of admin. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything works. We currently don't validate the user on a page level. We will do that a bit later on, but for now we want to check out or test out this thumbnail or image upload or file upload. So if I click on select file and select this file, I will get an error. Failed to get presigned URL. And if we open the terminal, what do we see inside of here? API S3 upload 307. So what's exactly the problem? Well, it's quite simple. If I open my require admin function, we use the redirect function, and the redirect function responds with a 307, as you see. So again, in the terminal we get a 307, and the redirect function also returns or responds with a 307 code. The thing is, since we use this function in a route handler, it does not work as expected, so it does not redirect the user. This is fine. I don't also really want to redirect the user inside of here. We can just throw an error. The thing is, once we later on use the require admin function in, for example, a server action, it will work fine. But in this route handler, it cannot redirect the user. But this is fine. We don't need it. Also, one thing, or you might ask me, hey Jan, why did we define this require admin function not in the try statement? I mean, I can just go here and put it into the try statement. Why don't we do that? Good question, because if I go back and do a hard refresh and again select a file and click on enter, we still get the same error. Everything is still protected. But if I open my terminal, there's a new error, this time 500. So here's the thing, again, this redirect function responds with a 307, as you all know. The thing is, when you use a redirect function in the try statement, it throws an internal error, it throws a redirect error, and that's why this catch is triggered and we return the status of 500. So whenever you use a require admin function or a require user function which uses internally the redirect function, or where you want to redirect the user, then you want to never put this session or this function into a try statement. It has to live outside of a try catch statement. So that's why I define this constant session await require admin above the try statement. Of course, I could do it inside of here. It does not matter in this context, in the route handler example, but when we use the function in a server action, we want to never implement it or define it in the try statement itself. And that's already it. As you see, it's quite simple. So we are protecting our route handlers, but our creation route itself is not protected. What do I mean by that? Well, if we open our actions file, you will see currently we get the user session, but we don't check if the user has a real valid session and that the user is an admin. This means we can delete this constant session, and instead we can go above the try statement and again say constant session equals to await require admin. We can import it and invoke it. As you see, this all works. We can delete the unused imports. We don't need them anymore. And this all looks good. Now here's the thing. What I'll do quickly is go back to the upload route handler and I will comment out this decision or this constant session, and I will also comment out this Arcjet code because I want to test out if this redirect works itself. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything works. If I select a file, everything works. So as you see, uploaded, but I got an error. What's the problem? Was this this was the deletion route. My God. So I want to go into the upload route, not into the deletion route handler. Then I can comment out this constant session and then also the Arcjet code itself. This means if I again go back and select a file, it should also work. And yes, uploading, uploaded. Then for the title, this will be some gibberish. For the slug, this will be some gibberish. For the small description, this will be some gibberish. For the category, this will be design. For level, intermediate, price 500, duration 50. This does not matter because we will get an error. And for the status, published. If I click on create course, we get an error. That's because I forgot the description. Silly mistake. So I can add a bit of content. And if I click on create course, we should get redirected. And we got redirected. We got a toast, an unexpected error occurred. And also we got redirected to not admin or /not admin. That's again because if we go back to the actions file, we check or we verify the user session. We check that the user has a valid session and also that the user is an admin. Currently, I'm signed in, but I don't have the correct role. And that's why I got redirected to not admin. And as you also see, I got redirected. And the reason for that is quite simply because redirect works in a server action. And if I would define this constant session code in the try statement, I wouldn't get redirected. Instead, this catch statement would trigger and then this error message would be returned. Because again, this redirect function internally throws a new error, even though it's not really an error, but it throws an internal error, which means the catch statement is triggered. So this all looks good. We can go back to the upload code. I can again uncomment my decision session, and I can also uncomment the session code. And I want to also protect my server action because, yeah, right now we check that the user is an admin and also has a valid session. Nevertheless, let's imagine a user somehow gets the admin role. Then he could still attack this create course route. We don't want that. That's why I want to again implement Arcjet, and I want to implement rate limits and bot detection or bot protection. This means we can just open our route handler, the upload route handler, and we already created the code. Constant AJ equals to Arcjet with rule. So I will just copy this code, then in the actions file, I will paste it above the export async function. We want to import Arcjet from the lib folder, and we want to also import detect bot from the lib folder, and then fixed window will also be imported from the lib folder. Then we want to get the decision itself. This means in the try statement, above the validation, we can create a constant. This will be called decision, and this will be equal to await Arcjet dot protect, and as an argument we have to pass the request. But here's the thing, we don't get a request in a server action. We get our values but no request. So how can we fix this problem? Well, we can go back to the documentation, so to the Arcjet docs. Then you can scroll a bit to the bottom, and then you will find the SDK reference section. We want to click on Next.js, not Nest.js, and here you will find the section server actions. So Arcjet supports server actions in both Next.js 14 and 15 for all features except sensitive data detection. But we don't use this rule, so we don't really care. So what we need to do is call a utility function called request, and with that we will get the request, because again, in a route handler we natively get a request. In a server action we sadly don't get it, but thankfully Arcjet created a helper function, request, which we can use. So I will just copy this code, we can go back, we can paste it, and as you see, access request data that Arcjet needs when you call protect. It's similar to await headers and await cookies and next headers. So this gives us, or this gets us the request. We want to also import this request function, and it's imported from Arcjet next, and then we can pass the request as an argument. Nevertheless, we still get one error. What's the problem? We have to pass the fingerprint. What was the fingerprint? It could either be the user's IP, or we can, for example, pass the user ID. And as mentioned, the user ID is preferred. And why exactly is again the user ID preferred? Well, let's imagine the following. A malicious user can create an attack from his home with the IP XYZ. He can also create an attack from a cafe, from a restaurant with a different IP. So this means he could also create a bot army with different IPs. And that's why we don't want to really in most cases use the IP, but instead we want to use something which can be identified without looking at the IP. And the user ID is something which we can use for that because it never changes. So for the fingerprint, this will be equal to session.user.id. And this looks great. As you all know, we have to also check if the decision is denied or allowed. So we can create an if statement, and then if the decision.is denied, we want to invoke it, then we want to return an object. So I can create a return, then I want to return an object. For the status, this will just be error because we have an error. And then we can also add a message. And for the message, we can say, looks like you are a malicious user. And you know what? We can of course also create multiple statements, because if statements, because currently we only check for the global is denied, you could say event, or for the global decision, but we could also check for the specific reason. So I could, for example, delete this return statement and instead create another if statement, and we can check if the decision, not describe, but decision dot reason, and then we can say is rate limit, for example. We can invoke it and then return a different object. So let's do it. You know what? Why not? So we will return again an object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message we can say you have been blocked due to rate limiting. Yeah, I think this is fine. Then we can create an else statement, and here we will just return again an object. For the status, this will be error, and here we will know that the user has been blocked because he's probably a bot. So for the message we can just say, you are a bot, never touch my website again. No, I'm joking. You are a bot. If this is a mistake, contact support. Yeah, I think this is fine enough. So we now check if the decision is denied. If so, we check if the reason is rate limit. If so, we then return a specific rate limit error message. And if not, then we return a error message which specifically mentions that the user is probably a bot. And I just realized that I made a mistake. Here I use Arcjet, but I don't want to use Arcjet. I want to use AJ because I just configured the Arcjet rules. Because if I just use Arcjet and use the protect method, then we will only use shield. But I want to use shield, detect bot, and fixed window. So I will copy AJ, and then instead of saying Arcjet, this will be AJ. This looks good. Did I also make the same mistake in the route handlers? No, this looks good. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to, again, first of all, go back, or you know what, we can create this not admin route. So this will be a simple page which will just say, hey, you are not an admin, go away from here. So we can open the Explorer again, or we want to go back to our code base. Then in the app folder, we want to create a new folder. This will be not-admin. And then inside of here, we want to create a page.tsx, because again, how do you create routes in Next.js? You should all know it. You create a new folder and you create a new page.tsx. That's it. It's that simple. So the UI will be relatively simple. First of all, since this is a route and not just a standard component, we have to create an export default function. Then for the name, this will just be not admin route, and then we can just open this function. Let's create a return statement, and inside of here, we want to use a div. Then I want to style the div, and this will be a class name, which is minimum height screen. So we want to take the whole height, then flex, items center, and also justify center. So this means we just take the whole screen, the whole width, and the whole height, and then we just take our children and we put them in the middle. That's it, or in the center. I'm not sure how you want to call it. And in the div, I want to center my card. So I want to create a card component, or I want to render it because we already created it. And for the class name, or for the card, we want to give it a class name, and this will be a maximum width of MD. This means 448 pixels, and width full. Then in the card, we want to first of all get the card header from the components. And for the card header, I want to render an icon. This means we can create first of all a wrapper div, which will create a background color. And inside of here, we want to get the shield X icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. We can give it a class name, and then this will be size 16, and then text destructive. This means this red color. And for the wrapper div, again, this will create the background color. So we can also give it a class name. This will be BG destructive, and it shouldn't take, or it shouldn't have the full opacity, but instead an opacity of 50%. So /50, or not 50, 10, I'm sorry. So /10, and then also rounded. Full, we want to say padding 4 to have some spacing, and then also width, which will be fit, and MX auto to center everything. So if we go back, then we should already see something, and you know what, this looks kind of good, to be honest with you. So underneath this card header, or underneath this icon, I want to render a title and a card description. So we can go underneath the div, but we want to stay in the card header, and we can first of all get the card title component. Inside of here, I will say access restricted. Then if I go back, you see this is not centered. This is not quite what I want. So what wraps the card title? Well, the card header wraps the card title. This means we can style the card header and give it a class name, which will be text center. And with that, this card title will be automatically centered. Also, this title is a bit too small, so we can give it a class name, which will be text 2XL. Underneath the card title, we want to get a card description, and for the card description, I want to say, hey, user, you are not an admin, comma, which means you cannot create any courses or stuff like that, ... Then if we go back, you will see, you know what, this looks quite good, but maybe we should add a maximum width. So for the card description, we can give it a class name, which will be maximum width of MD maybe. Let's see. MD does not work, so probably SM. Yeah, SM is fine. Maybe XS will be even better. Yeah, I don't know, and this is not centered anymore, this is a big problem, but XS is quite good. So we can also give this a text or MX auto, and this should already look way better. Yes, so text XS and then also MX auto to center it. Then underneath this card header, I want to also display card content, which will just be a standard button to redirect the user back to the index page. So we can go underneath the card header, we can get the card content component from the components, and then we want to use the link component inside of here, imported from next/link, and for the content this will be back to home. Also we can render an icon in front of this text, so this will be the arrow left icon imported from Lucid React. We can also give it a class name, and then this will be margin right 1 and then size 4. As you see, the link currently complains, and that's because it's missing one key property, which is the href, and the href will be an empty slash. We can also add a class name, and this will just be button variants, because I want to style this link like a shared CN button. We want to invoke it, and we can also, you know what, save it for now. And as you see, this is the button, but the button should take the whole width. I think this will look better. This means we can go back to the button variants function, we can just destructure it and give it a class name, and this will be equal to width full. And if I save this, you see the button takes the whole width, and this looks already way better. Is there anything missing? If I click on the button, I will get redirected. Honestly, I think this is it. The button works, that's what I wanted. So we are finished. This means we can again close this page.tsx, but our core problem is still not fixed. I'm not an admin. This means we want to again start our Prisma Studio, our local representation of our database. So I will just again say pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. Then we want to open the user model, we want to go to the right, and we want to update the role. And instead of saying user, I will say admin, because I'm an admin. We can then save the change, and in theory, everything should work. So we can go back to the admin dashboard, we want to go to the courses, and I want to create a new course. So for the title, this will be subscribe now. For the slug, I can generate a slug. For the small description, hey, how are you doing today? We want to also update the big description, so I will add a bit of content. Then we can upload an image, so this one, as you see, uploading. Successful. Then for the category, this is fine. For the level, this is fine. For the duration, this will be 50. For the price, this will be 500. And for the status, this will be published. If I click on create course, we have a pending state. I got redirected and it says course created successfully. But there's one problem, we don't see any courses. So what's the next step? Well, as the next step, we want to render the courses here. And also, currently anybody can reach this route. So if I open the route in the new incognito tab, I can still view it and I'm not logged in. Don't worry, we will fix it later on. We want to first of all finish off this overview page, and then we will fix this authorization problem. So we want to first of all get our courses. This means we have to go back to our Explorer, and as you all know, we use the data access layer to get our data. This means in the data or in the app folder, in the data folder, we want to create a new file which will be called something like admin get courses or something like that. This means I can go into the admin folder, create a new file, and this will be admin-get-courses.ts. And inside of here, we can create a function to get the courses. And if this data access layer still confuses you, don't worry. I will explain it a bit further later on, because then I will also show you a diagram and why it's so cool. So we can first of all create an export async function. This will be called admin-get-courses, and inside of here, before getting the data, I want to first of all verify that the user is an admin. I don't want to allow anybody to fetch this data. Only admins should be able to fetch this data, or in other words, see this data. This means we can create, or we can say await require admin, and then we can just import it from the require admin file. So underneath this await require admin, we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course.find many. Then we can invoke it, the structured, and in here we can first of all use the select property, because we don't want to select everything, we want to only get specific fields, like for example the title, small description, duration and stuff like that, but I don't need the big description as an example. This means we can set ID to true, then we can set the title to true, we can get the small description, let's set this to true, we can get the duration, let's set this to true. How about the level? Yes, let's set it to true. Then the status, this will also be true. The price, this will be true, I want to get the price, and then also the file key, and finally also the slug itself. So as you see, we will get an ID, title, small description, duration, level, status, price, file key, and slug. The rest of the properties won't be returned because we don't select them. Again, with that I mean, for example, the big description. And also we can order the result because we will get an array. So an array with multiple objects, and each specific object will be one course. But currently the order will be completely random. So for example, the first object could be a course which I created 2 months ago, and then the second object could be a course which I created today. I don't want that. I want to order the result, this means our array, based on the created at timestamp. So above the select statement, we can get the order by property. This is an object, and we want to order our result based on the created at timestamp. And you have two options, either ascending or descending. Ascending means that you get the oldest results first. Descending means you get the newest results first. And we want to get the newest results, so I will select descending, and then we can add a comma also here. So this should already be it. We can of course also return our data. This means we can go back to our page.tsx. This means admin courses page.tsx, and then we can get our data inside of here. So this means inside of here we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await admin get courses. We can import it and of course invoke this function. As you see, we get one error, and that's because we haven't marked this function as asynchronous. This means this will be an export default async function, and again this is safe to do so because this is a server component which only runs on the server side. Great. So we get our data, which means we can also map over it. So underneath the div, but still in the empty tags, we can create another div, and inside of here we can get our data. We can use the map method as a param. We can get a singular course and then just return this. Then what do we want to return? Maybe a simple p tag, and in the p tag we can render the title. So auto completion, where are you? And then I want to get the course.title. Of course we get one error. What's the error? You should know it. Well, when we map over data, we have to provide a key, a unique key. What's unique? Our ID is unique. This means course.id. If I save this and again go back, you will see subscribe now. This is the title of our course, because we only have one course, and that's also why we only get one title. But is this beautiful? No. Does this resemble a course cut? No. So I want to create like an admin course cut, which looks beautiful, which is appealing, and which also works because at the end of the day, we want to also edit the course. This means we want to create a separate component, and this will be the admin course card. As you all know, I love vertical slice architecture. This means we will create a separate component we will create a new components folder in the courses folder. So we can create a new folder. This will be _components. And inside of here, I want to create an admin course card.tsx. So this will be the component, and right now it's empty, so let's get started. Since this is a component, we can get started with an export function. This will be called admin course card, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we can get started with a return statement, and I want to create a card. So here's the thing. We will create a card. On the top, we will render the image, the thumbnail URL, which we uploaded. Underneath the image, we will render the title, title, a small description, and then an edit button. And then also on the top right corner, we will create like a drop down. So this drop down will then have a button to first of all edit the course, then to preview the course, and also to delete it. So first of all, we want to get the card component from the components. Then we want to also already style the card component, so we can give it a class name, and this will be group and then also relative. In the card, I want to first of all we will create a div, and you know what, I will also create a comment to not forget it, and I will say inside of here, absolute drop down. So again, this is this thing which we will render on the top right corner. But for now, I don't want to create it, I want to first of all render the image. So we can go underneath the div, and then we want to get the image component from next/image. This image component needs two properties. First of all, the source, then also the alt. For the source, this will be equal to our thumbnail URL. But here's the thing, we don't get any data. We want to get, right here, if I hover over course, we want to get these types. So how can we get them? Well, we want to get them through the params, right? I want to pass them here as props and then use them and pass my thumbnail URL for the source. So in theory, we could, for example, create an interface, I add props, then I could go here, just copy all of the types, paste them inside of here, then the structure everything, and then I will get my data. Yes, this works, and this is also what I have done for most of my career, to be honest with you. But here's the thing, if we, for example, later on update this query, so we could, for example, get the category, and if I select or set this to true, our whole interface would break because we would have a new item. Then I would have to go to the admin course card, update the interface. You see the problem, it's annoying and it's not scalable, because if we reuse this type in multiple places and then also recreate it in multiple places, then it won't work. So we want to somehow infer the types from this query itself. This means the types should be almost dynamic. They should update with the query itself. So how can we achieve something like that? Well, thankfully, I recently found out about a way to infer the type of, or the types of this query. We can go underneath the export async function, so in this admin get courses file, and then we can create an export type, admin course type, and this will be equal to awaited. Then we want to pass a generic, and inside of here we want to get the return type, and we can again pass a generic, and this will be type of admin get courses. This means the name of this function, admin get courses, so we pass it as a generic. And since this is an array, because if I would hover over admin get courses, you will see that this will return as an array, but I want to get this singular object. This means we can append an array symbol, or we can append array symbols with a 0 inside of there, and if I hover over the admin course type, then you will see that we get all of the types here. And if I, for example, add the category inside of here, this would also update. So if I set this to true and hover again over here, I will get the category. So this is dynamic, and that's exactly what you want. So we can copy the name admin course type, then we can go back to the admin course card. I want to still create an interface, we will still need it. So I add props, great name, and inside of here we will get data, and data will be of type admin course type. We want to import that from our data access layer, and then in our params we can destructure them, and this will be of type I app props. Then where I destructure it, I want to get the data, and we can finally get started using the data. So we can pass our data.file key for the source, and for the alt this will just be, I don't know, thumbnail URL. Yeah, I don't really care. So we want to then use the admin course card for, or in our page. So we can delete the p tag. We can get the admin course card from the components. This is self-closing. As you see, we get an error. And that's first of all because we are missing the key property. This will be equal to course.id. And also we are missing the data property. And this will be equal to our data. So if we pass our course, you will see that this error goes away. So if we go back and do a hard refresh, we get an error. Image with source la 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 is missing required width property. You know what? We can add a width and height. So here's the thing. When you use the image component in Next.js and you use a remote URL, as we do right now, we have to then define a width and height property. If you use just a local image, which you import here, then you don't have to define the width and height because it's just inferred. But since this is a remote URL, Next.js can't really infer the width and height. So we can just add a width and height. So for the width, this will be 600, and then for the height, this will be 400. This means if we again go back, we shouldn't get this error anymore, but we get a new error. Failed to construct URL, invalid URL. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. What do we store in our database for the file key? Well, we just store the file key. We don't store the real URL. So we can head over back to the Tigris dashboard. And then inside of here, we can click on any file. It does not really matter. So for example, I can get this file and I can just not download it, but we can copy the URL and open it in a new tab. And here you will see the domain Marshall LMS YouTube video subscribe .flies.storage.tigris.dev and then /the ID or / the key. This means we can copy everything which is in front of the key. So again, this is the bucket name, then .fly.storage.tigris.dev. I will copy this, we can go back and just to not forget it or to not delete it, I will paste it right here. So again, https://bucketname.fly.storage.tigris.dev. So how can we construct our URL? Well, it would make a lot of sense to just create a new hook and then use the hook to construct the URL. So we can open the Explorer again. We want to go into the hooks folder and we will create a new file called use-construct.ts. I hope I spelled this correctly. I think so. And then inside of here, we want to create pretty much a new hook. So here's the thing. For example, is this try-catch file function a hook? No, it isn't a hook. But still, I store it in the hooks folder because it just kind of makes sense to me. Of course, in theory, you would probably want to create some sort of functions folder or stuff like that, but it would be empty. So that's the reason, or it would only have this one file. So that's the reason why I store the try-catch file in the hooks folder, even though it's not really a hook. And the same thing is also true for use-construct. This won't really be a hook, it will be just a function. Nevertheless, it makes a lot of sense to store it inside of here. And also, this shouldn't be use-construct, but use-construct URL. So this will make a bit more sense. Then inside of here, we want to create an export function. This will be use-construct URL, and then we want to get the key in the params. This will be of type string, and then we can just open it. Inside of here, we want to create a return statement, and we will construct the URL here. This means we can use upticks. Then if I go back to my admin course card, we can first of all copy this https:// we can paste it inside of here. Then what was the next value? The next value was the bucket name. This means we can use dynamic values. We can get our env variable from the lib folder, and we want to get the bucket name. So next public S3 bucket name images. Okay, and then the next value, we can again go back, so bucket name, then it was .fly.storage.tigris.dev. We want to copy that, paste it right here, and then we want to add a /, and the next value will be the key. This means again a dynamic value and then key, and this is our URL. Again, https:// bucketname.fly.storage.tigris.dev /dynamic value key. And this should already be it. One thing which we can do is maybe also add a return type. Why not? This will be of type string. This means the return type of this function is a string. As you see, we don't have to do that because it's already inferred, but it's always nice to explicitly mention it. So we can again close this file, and we can also delete this comment, and we can use this hook this function and get or construct the URL. So above the return statement, I will create a constant thumbnail URL, and this will be equal to use construct URL. This is imported from the hooks folder, and as an argument, we want to pass the file key. This means data.file key, and then instead of passing the file key as a source, we will pass the thumbnail URL. This means if I again go back, I can close this and again do a hard refresh, I get a new error. Invalid source prop blah 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 on next image, hostname la 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 is not configured. So what's the problem? Well, Next.js, or not Next.js, but the image component optimizes your images. This has a resource cost. And if we want to look at our application from an attacker's perspective. If an attacker sees that, what would he say? Damn, this user optimizes images for free. Let me just pass my URL. You don't want that. And this is also a security. You could say they try to prevent something like that. And that's the reason why you have to specifically pass the host name in your configuration file. Because with that, you say, hey, Next.js or Vercel only optimize these images from this host name. If it's a different host name, then don't optimize the files. So we can first of all copy the host name, which they already provide us with here. Then we can go back to the next.config file. And inside of here, we want to get the images property. This is an object. Inside of here, we can get remote patterns. Sorry, this is my Gmail. And this will be equal to an array. And then also we want to open an object inside of here, because the object is the individual host name, if this makes sense. So we will get a few properties. First of all, the host name. This is what I just copied. So this is the URL. Then we have to also pass the port, and the port will be an empty string. And then we want to also pass the host, or not host, but the protocol, and this will be HTTPS. I don't know what's wrong. Normally they also give us auto completion. Probably some intern made a mistake. So yeah, it should be HTTPS. And if I open my terminal, I get an error here. So they tried to restart the server. It didn't work. So I will just restart it myself. Maybe this will fix the problem. Who knows? So if I go back and do a hard refresh, will this error go away? Yeah, it works again. So this is the image. And in my terminal, I also don't get any errors anymore. This means we can close the next.config file. And yeah, again, we get the image. It's a bit too big, as you see, but we will fix it a bit later on. For now, I want to style the image. This means we can add a class name, and this will be width of full rounded top, which will be LG, aspect, and this will be video. This is like a 16:9 aspect ratio. Then we can also say height full and object, which will be cover. So this should already look quite nice. Yeah, it's a bit too big, as you see, but don't worry, we will fix it later on. Then we can continue. This is our image. As a next step, I want to render the title, small description, a bit of info like the duration and also the level, and then the button to edit the course. This means we can go underneath the image. We want to get the card content component, and in the card content, we can get the link component from next/link. Inside of here, I want to first of all render the title. This means data.title, and for the link, we have to also provide an href. And then inside of here, I want to use upticks because I want to pass the course ID into the URL. This means this will be /admin/courses/data.id, because when the user clicks on the title, I want to redirect the user to the edit route. Currently, we don't have an edit route, but later on we will have one. Then we can also give it a class name, and this will be font medium, text LG, line clamp 2. Line clamp 2 means that if the text is too big, it will just be limited at 2 lines. So it won't create 4 lines or 5 lines or anything like that. The limit is 2 lines. We can also say on hover, underline, so a nice little animation, and then also group-hover, and this will be text primary, and also transition, which will be colors. So this should already look quite nice, and yeah, this is our title. Subscribe now. So we can again go back, and you know what, this big image kinda, I don't know, it breaks everything, so I think we should maybe update this a bit. So we can go back to our page.tsx, and inside of here, I want to create a grid layout, because honestly, the image is just too big. So we can give this wrapper div a class name, and this will be grid, then also grid columns of 1. This will be on the mobile screen. SM or bigger, this will be grid columns 2. And then on MD or bigger, this will be again grid columns 1. And on LG or bigger, this will be grid columns of 2. Also, I want to give it a gap, and this will be 7. So this should already look way better. And yes, as you see, it takes less space. And with that, it also looks better. This means we can go back to the admin course card again, to our component, and we can continue. So we are finished with the title, and what's the next thing? Well, the next thing is our description. This means underneath the link component, we can create a p tag, and inside of here, we want to get a data.small description. We can also style it, so we can give it a class name. First of all, line clamp 2. This means the text will have a maximum, you could say, length, so it will only again take 2 lines, not anymore. It can be smaller, it can be 1 line, but it can't be bigger than 2 lines. Then we can also say text, which will be SM, text muted foreground to have this grayish color, leading, which will be tight. What is leading? This is the line height, and then also margin top 2. So as you see, this is our description. It's quite small, but nevertheless, we have a description. So what's the next thing? Well, as a next step, I want to render like a little bit, how would you say, like little info slots. This means, first of all, the duration, and then also the level. So intermediate, hard, or advanced, or beginner. This means we can go back, we want to go underneath the p tag, and we want to create a new div. This will be div wrapper div. So we can give it a class name. This will be margin top 4, flex items, which will be center, and gap x5 to have some spacing in between, because we will have 2 slots. Then we want to create another div, and this will be div wrapper div for, first of all, the duration. Inside of here, I want to get the timer icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and I want to give it a class name. This will be size 6. This means width 6 and height 6, padding 1. And rounded, which will be MD. So it won't be very rounded, it will have a light rounding. Then the text will be primary, this means the orange color, and BG will be primary, but this shouldn't take the full opacity. This means /10. 10% opacity. And if I again go back, you will see, yeah, this looks kinda nice. Nevertheless, we still want to also render the duration itself. This means underneath the timer icon, but still in the div, we can get a p tag, and we want to get the data.duration. Also, I want to append an h at the end. So this means XYZ hours, and we can of course also style it, and this will be text SM and text muted foreground. This means a grayish color. As you see, yeah, this is good, but it should be aligned horizontally. Currently it's aligned as a column, this means flex column. So we can style this div, and this will be flex item center and gap x of 2 to have some spacing in between. And this already looks quite nice. Then we can copy paste this div one more time, and this will be for the level. So instead of rendering a timer icon, I want to get the school icon, and for the p tag, instead of rendering the data.duration, we want to get the level. We can also delete the h, because this isn't an hour anymore, and if we go back, 50 hours and beginner. Very cool. And as a last step, we want to display a button down below to edit the course. This means we can go back, we want to go underneath this div and this div, so just above the card content, and we can get the link component, or we already imported it. This means we can open it, and inside of here, I want to just say edit course. Also, I want to render an icon. This means I can get the arrow right icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then I can give it a class name, which will be size 4. As you see, the link currently complains, and that's because we have to pass an href. And for the href, I want to again pass upticks, because when the user clicks on this button, we want to redirect the user to this edit route. This means we can just scroll to the top, and we can copy this URL, so this href. I will copy it and then again paste it down below. And also after this data.id, I want to add /edit. The same thing is also true for this title, or this href /edit. Yeah, this should already be it. This means if we again go back, Yeah, this is a link, but this should look like a shared CN button. This means we can give the link a class name, and as you all know, what will we use? We will use the button variance function. We can invoke it, and then we want to also destructure it because we want to give it the width full. This means we can add a class name, and then for the class name, this will be width full. As you see, the button takes the whole width, and this is already way better. Nevertheless, we need some margin to the top. This means we can also add a margin top, which will be 4, and this is already very, very nice. Nevertheless, we have one problem. You see, this is our card, but on the top it literally has some padding. I don't want that. This looks ugly. So we can go back, we can go to the main div, and we want to also say padding y will be 0 and gap will be 0. This means if we go back, yeah, this already looks better, but the bottom is kinda broken. This means our content. So we can also style our card content itself, and we can give it a class name, and this will be padding 4. And as you see, this also looks way better. So the admin card is almost finished, and we want to also render the drop-down menu. This means we can go back into this div. So here I created this dummy div, and first of all, we want to give it a class name because this will be positioned absolutely on the top right corner. So this will be absolute top, which will be 2, and then also right 2. Then we want to give it a Z index, and this will be 10. Inside of this div, as mentioned, I want to create a drop-down menu. This means we can get the drop-down menu component from the components. We want to open it. Inside of here, we can get the drop-down menu trigger. This is also imported from the components. Then inside of here, I want to render a button. And since this is a component in a component, I have to also give the drop-down menu trigger an asChild property. Inside of here, I can get the button component from the components, and the button needs a variant. The variant will be secondary. Then the size, this will be icon because it shouldn't be too big. And then for the button itself, I want to get a more vertical icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and then I want to give it a class name, which will be size 4. As you see, we should see the trigger or the button here, and yes, it looks quite nice. The only problem is, if I click on it, literally nothing happens. This means we want to create drop-down menu content. So underneath the drop-down menu trigger, we can get the drop-down menu content component imported from the components, and this drop-down menu content needs one property, one key property, which is the align property. I mean, you don't have to define it because as the default, it will just select center, but I want to align this drop-down menu content to the right side. This means end. And if I click on it, again, nothing happens, or we get this little thingy. But of course, the content itself is missing. Also, we can give it a class name with a width, and this will be 48. And then in the drop-down menu content, we want to render drop-down menu items. So we can get the drop-down menu item component from the components, and inside of here, I want to render the link component. The thing is, since this is a component in a component, we have to give the drop-down menu item an asChild property. Then for the link, we want to give it an href, and if the user clicks on the link, we want to redirect the user to edit or to the edit page. This means we can just copy the href from our previous link and paste it inside of here. Then in the link, I want to first of all get the pencil icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And then for the class name, this will be size 4 and margin right 2. And after the pencil, but still in the link, I want to say edit course. So I guess it's time to test it out. And what do we see right here? Yes, edit course. And if I click on it, I will get redirected, but we get a 404 not found. And that's because this edit route right now does not exist. Then I want to create one more drop-down menu item, and this will be to preview the course. This means we can just copy paste drop-down menu item, so the component. Instead of saying edit course, we will say preview. For the icon, this will be the eye icon imported from Lucid React, and for the href, this will be /courses/data data.slug. And then I want you also to delete the /edit at the end. This means if I again go back, yes, this looks quite good. And then as the last item, I want to display a delete button. This means we can go back underneath the drop-down menu item. We can get the drop-down menu separator. This is imported from the components and it's self-closing. And here we can get the drop-down menu, or we can just copy-paste again this drop-down menu item component underneath the separator. For the text, this will be delete course. For the link, this will be /admin/courses/data.id and then /delete. And this should already be it. Maybe we can also update, we have to update the icon, of course. So this will be the trash2 icon imported from Lucid React. And I want to also give it a color. This means text, which will be destructive. If I save this and again go back, yes, this looks absolutely beautiful. So we are finished with our admin course card, or in other words, with our general course overview route. And as the next step, I want to create the edit course route. So to create our edit route, we have to first of all create a new route. Who would have thought? Because if I click on edit course, what will happen? Well, we will get redirected. And as you see, this is a 4 not found. The route does not exist. But how does the URL structure look like? Well, /admin/courses/course ID itself /edit. This means we can also update our code structure, right? We can create a new route. So in the we want to go into the app folder, into the admin folder, into the courses folder, and then inside of here, we want to create a dynamic route because we want to get the course ID. How do you create dynamic routes in Next.js? Well, you use array brackets. So in the courses folder, we can create a new folder. Since this is a dynamic route, this will be array brackets, or we will right here create array brackets. And then in the array brackets, we will create the name. This will be the course ID. In this folder, we can create another folder because again, how does the route structure look like? Well, /course ID /edit. This means we can go back and inside of here, we will create a new folder, a new route called edit, and then we can create a page.tsx. Since this is a route, we can create an export default function called edit route, and then we can just open this function. Inside of here, we can create a standard return statement with a div h1, and I will say hello world yo. This means if I go back and do a hard refresh, I should see hello world yo, and that's exactly what is happening. And also, by the way, here's a quick shortcut. If you click on Command B, this sidebar collapses. So this is very cool, as you see. I love it. Oh, I love the component. So we can style, or we can get started with the route. So I will delete this h1, we will leave the div, and I want to create a new h1. For the content, this will be edit course and then colon, because I want to render the name of the course. But for that, we have to first of all fetch the course itself, the data for the course. This means we want to also create a new file in our data access layer. This means we want to go into our app folder, into the data folder, into the admin folder, and we want to create a new file called admin-get-course, because this is a singular course.ts. Again, we want to import server only because this function should only run and should also only be called in server, or in other words, in a server environment. So in server components as an example. Then what we want to do is create an export function or export async function because we will fetch data. This will be called admin-get-course, and then we can just open the function. Inside of here, we want to first of all call the require admin function because only admins should get this data or should have the ability to get this data and also view the data. And then underneath this function, we want to get our data with Prisma because we now validate that the user is verified or has a valid user session and is also an admin. So we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course.find unique because we want to find one unique singular whatever course. I think you understand what I mean. So we can invoke this, the structured, and here's the thing. Since we want to find a specific course, we have to pass a where property because, again, if I don't pass a where property, we will just get any course, but I want you to find a specific one. And what is something unique? What is the primary key in our schema? It's the ID. This means I want you to find a course where the ID matches the ID which I provide. This means in the params we can get an ID which will be of type string, and then we can pass it here for the ID. Then we want to of course create a select statement. And what do we want to get? Well, we want to get an ID, so we can set this to true. Maybe also a title, then a description. I want to also get the file key, for example also the price, then also the duration, and you want to always set this to true, as you see, because with that you select the individual property. Then maybe also the level. I pretty much want to get almost everything. So level, then also the status, then also the slug itself, and also the small description, and then also at the end the category. This should be it for now. Maybe we will have to update it later on, or we will have to update it later on, but for now this is fine enough. Then underneath this constant data, I want to create an if statement, because here's the thing, this data could be defined, we could get a result, but it could also be null, because if the ID is incorrect, for example, instead of passing this ID, I will pass some dumb gibberish, then the data will not be defined, we won't get any course. This means we can create an if statement, and we want to say if we don't get any data, then we want to return not found. Not found is imported from next/navigation, and we can then invoke it. What is not found? Good question. Not found will trigger a for not found page, so it will redirect you internally to a not found route, and this not found route will display a 404 not found error. That's it. It's quite simple. Again, you can also head over to the to the Next.js documentation to learn more about this not found function. And if we get data, we want to then also return the data. This means we can go back to the page.tsx and we can fetch the data. So above the return statement, we can create a constant data, and this will be equal to await admin get course. We can invoke it, and as you see, we get 2 errors. The first problem is related to marking the function as asynchronous. This means we can say export default async function, and the second error relates to our arguments, because the function expects 1 argument, but we pass 0. And what's the argument? It's the ID. But how can we get the ID? The ID is stored in our URL. Well, here's the thing. This is a dynamic folder, a dynamic route. I mean, the folder is not dynamic, it's static. The route is dynamic. This means we can get the key, or the key in this case, so this ID, not key, and we can get it through our params. And here's the thing, in previous versions of Next.js, you could just destructure the params and then get the ID itself, the course ID. But with Next.js 15, they changed it up a bit, because the params are now a promise. This means what we can do is create a type. This type will be called params, uppercased, and this will be equal to a promise. Then we can pass a generic, open an object, and how is our ID called, or how is our dynamic route called? Well, it's called course ID. This means inside of here I can pass course ID, and this will be of type string. Also, I want to spell promise correctly, and this looks good. So here's the thing, if this dynamic folder would be called hello, then you would want to get hello here. If this would be called hey, then you would want to get hey. I think you understand what I'm trying to tell you. And then we want to get the params, so we can destructure it, and then the params will have a type of uppercase params. So this should already be it. As you all know, again, this is a promise, which means we have to await these or this param itself, the course ID. So this will be a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to await params. And then where I destructured, I can get the course ID itself. And then we can just copy it and paste it as an argument. So this means in theory, we should get our data. So for the added course, we can then pass a span element, not PSN, but span, and then we can get the data.title. Of course, we want to also style the span, but you know what? For now, I want to first of all see if we even get the data, because if I go back edit course, subscribe now. So as you see, we get the correct data. But you know what? I will now, for example, delete the ID, or I will create a fake ID. If I click on enter, we will get this for not found page, because the ID which we passed as a param here or in the where statement is not a real ID, which means this not found function was triggered and it returned this for not found page. So this works exactly as expected, which means we can finish off, or not finish, I guess we have to first of all start with this edit route. So we can first of all style the H1. This will be text 3XL, font which will be bold, and margin bottom of 8. And then we want to also style the span, and this will have a class name which will be text primary, the orange color, and then also underline. And as a next step, I want to create an interesting layout. So I will come to this a bit later on. This is interesting. This is the data access layer, but I want to show you the UI for now. So this is our screen, our screen. And here's the thing. On the top, we first of all have a little title. This is this one. Then I want to display two tabs. So tab 1 and tab 2. This tab will be there to edit base info, and this tab will be there for the course structure. So if the user clicks on this tab, we will again just showcase the form, or we will render the form then to update the title, to update the slug, the thumbnail, and stuff like that. And if the user clicks on this tab, then we will display the course structure. This means this drag and drop thingy. So where the user can then create a new chapter, a new lesson, and stuff like that. This means what we can do is again go back, and we want to first of all create the tabs. So underneath the H1, but still in the div, we want to get a tabs component from the components. Then we want to open it. The tabs has to get one key property, and this is the default value. Currently we haven't implemented any value, so this will be an empty string for now, but we will update it later on. Then in the tabs, we have to create a tabs list, or we have to render the tabs list component. This is imported from the components, and inside of here we want to get the tabs trigger component. So the tabs trigger is this button, the button which we will then showcase again, basic info and course structure. This means if we go back, the value will be basic info, and as you see, this tabs trigger currently complains. That's because it expects one property, which is the value property. So in this case, value will be equal to basic-info, and then we can copy paste the tabs trigger, and this will be for the course structure. So course structure. For the value, this will also be course-structure, and this should be lowercase, and then we can also set our default value, and this will be basic info. So this means if we again go back, we should see something. And yeah, these are our two tabs, and you know what? They don't look good. What I mean by that is these two buttons, this tabs component should take the whole width. This means we can update the tabs component, give it a class name, and this will be width full. And this should, in theory, take the whole width. Let's see. This didn't work. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. We want to also update our tabs list, because for our tabs list, we want to create first of all a grid with 2 columns. This means grid columns 2, because we have 2 tabs trigger, and also width or full to take the whole width. Yes, that's what I wanted. So these are our 2 buttons. This means we can go back, and underneath the tabs list, we want to render tabs content, or the tabs content component. This is imported from the components, and for the tabs content, we have to also provide the value, because Chat-C and UI, or I guess in theory Radix UI, has to know to which tabs trigger it corresponds to. In this case, this will be for the basic info, so I can copy the value name and paste it for the value. Then inside of here, we want to render a card. This means we can get the card from the components, then a card header. This is the next step, and in the card header, we want to get the card title. For the card title, this will be basic info. Then we can also get the card description. For the card description, this will be edit basic information about the course. This means if we again go back, you will see the title and then the description. I think the font weight and the size is big enough, so I don't see any reason to update any anything. As a next step, we want to render the cart content. This means underneath the cart header, we can get cart content from the components. And here's the thing, we want to create a separate component. Why is that? Well, what is this? This is a file, who would have thought. But what is it also? It's a server component. This means if we need interactivity, it won't work. But our form will need the useForm hook, it will need the useState, it will need interactivity, and it won't work inside of here. This means we want to open our Explorer, and what we want to do is create another components folder. Because here's the thing, we will create a separate component. I already mentioned that. But where should we store it? I mean, the component will be called, for example, edit form. Let's call it like that. Where would you store it? Would you store it in this components folder? Would you store it in your main components folder? What do you think? What's the best location for this edit form component? Well, here's the thing. In my opinion, this is a very local component. What I mean by that is I will only use it in the edit route. This means it would also make a lot of sense to create a separate components folder for this edit route itself, because this component, this edit form, will only be used in the edit route itself. If I would reuse it, of course, for example, throughout the courses folder as an example, then I would create it in this components folder. But since I will only use it in the edit route, I will also create a new components folder in the edit folder itself, or route, call it however you want to. So this will be underscore components, and then inside of here we can create a new file. What do you think would be a good name? Maybe edit form, is this fine enough? Maybe edit course form, yeah, edit course form.tsx. So first of all, this will be a client component. This means use client. And then, since this is just a simple function, we can create an export function. This will be called edit course form, and then we want to just open it, and of course inside of here we want to create a return statement with, for example, an h1 with some dummy data. We can then go back to the edit route and then just render the edit course form component, which is imported from the components. As you see, we see a lot of gibberish. So here's the thing, inside of here I want to literally showcase or render the same form as the one which we already created in the creation route. So what can we do? Well, we can literally just copy everything from the return statement. Maybe not everything, we will just copy this form. So as you see in the creation route, we have a link, we don't need it, we have a card, we don't need it, we already have our own card. We only need the form, and of course also the content in the form. This means we can just copy it and paste it inside of here. I can delete everything in the return statement and paste it inside of here. As you see, we get a lot of errors, but that's fine. We can just do a lot of copy pasting. So from our creation route, we can first of all copy this constant form. So where we initialize the useForm hook, I will copy it, go back and paste it above the return statement. As you see, again, I get a few import errors. That's fine, don't worry about it. Then I can also copy the onSubmit function, and I will also copy the comment, paste it underneath the constant form. And as you see, we get even more errors, but it's okay, don't worry. Then from the creation route, I want to also copy this useRouter hook and then also the use transition. So I will copy both and paste it also above the form itself. So I think everything has been defined, and the last problem is that we have all of these import errors. This means what we can do for now is literally just copy paste everything. So we can copy the import statement for the button itself, paste it inside of here. As you see, the import statement is correct, but we won't use the button variants, so we can delete it. Then we have the card. Again, I can copy it and paste it. This will import everything, but the card is not used, so we can again delete it. Then we have the course categories, course schemas, stuff like that. We can copy the import statement and paste it. As you see, no errors. The next step is to get all of the icons. And you know what? I will just copy everything and then remove everything that I don't need. So I will just copy it, paste it, and voila. And as you see, we get a few errors, but that's fine. So we don't need the link component, we can delete it. We don't need the arrow left icon, we can delete it. Then we don't need the card component, we can delete it. We don't need the button variants. And then there's only one more error left, and that's for the create course server action. So I will comment it out for now, it's fine. What other errors do we have? This one, that's fine. This one, this is also fine. I think this is the only error. So our server action itself. This means we want to create a new edit course server action. So where would it make sense to create this new actions file? In the courses route, in the create route, or in the folder? Well, it will make a lot of sense to create the actions file in the edit folder, because inside of there, I want to specifically store the server action to edit the course. This means in the edit folder, we can create an actions.ts file. And since inside of here, we want to create server actions, we have to also mark the file with the use server directive. Inside of here, we want to first of all export a function. This means export async function. This will be called edit course, and then we can just open it. So here's the thing. We want to first of all make sure that the user has a valid user session and is also an admin. This means we can say constant user equals to await require admin. We can import it from our data access layer, and with this we make sure that the user has a valid user session and is an admin. If not, we will redirect the user to the correct URL. The next step is to create a try and also catch statement. And as you know, we want to return objects. And if I currently try to return an object, I don't get any TypeScript types. This isn't great. So how can we fix this problem? Well, as you all know, I hope you remember it at least, we created this type API response, and we want to add it to our return type. So we want to create a return type parameter. This means after these parentheses, we can create a colon. This will be equal to a promise. We want to pass a generic, and in the generic, we want to get the API response type. This means if I again try to create a return object, we will get a status and message. Great, this works beautifully. And what's the next step? Well, what do we want to get through our params? The data. Who would have thought? This means we can get data, and this will be of type or of the type course schema type, imported from the sort schemas file. What's the next step? The next step is to do server-side validation. This means we can create a constant result, and this will be equal to course schema imported from the sort schemas file .save pass, and as an argument we want to pass the data itself. The next step is to check if the result, if the validation was successful or not. This means we can create an if statement, and if the result is not successful, then we want to return an object. For the status, this will be error, and for the message, this will just be invalid data, because the data is quite invalid. So after the if statement, we know that the data is safe to use and that we can create a mutation. This means we can say await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder .course, and we want to update the course. This means we can use the update method. We want to invoke it, the structured, and inside of here we have to first of all provide the where method, because we don't want to update any course. We want to update a specific course. This means we want to use the primary key. This is our ID, and I want to update a course where the ID matches the course ID. But I don't get the course ID. Well, I want to get it through my params. So we will get data, and we will also get the course ID itself. This means we can add a comma, get the course ID, and this will be of type string. Did I spell course ID correctly? I think so. So course ID looks good, and we can paste it right here for the ID. But as you see, I still get an error. What's the problem? Well, we have to also define the user ID, because again, we have a one-to-many relationship, and the user, could you say relation? Yeah, I think the user relation is not optional. This means we have to define the user ID, because only the user who created the course can also update the course. And this will be equal to the user.user.id. As you see, we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing data. We want to update data. And as you all know, in theory, we could do everything manually. We could get the category, set it equal to the result.data.category, but this is so annoying. Instead, we can spread our result. So ... result.data. and voila, this already looks way better. The last step is to also return a success object. This means return object. For the status, this will be success, and then for the message, this will be course updated successfully. Of course, we want to also catch any errors. This means we can also create a return. We want to open an object. For the status, this will be error, and then for the message itself, this will be failed to update course. So this looks good, and we can use the server action, and we can copy the name edit course and use it in the edit course form, because currently we call the create course function server action. We don't want to do that. So I will delete it, and instead I want to import edit course from the actions file. As you see, we get one error, and that's because expected 2 arguments but got 1. We passed the data, but we did not pass the course ID. And how will we get our ID? Good question. So here's the thing. I want to get my data through the params. So here I have my params, and I want to get all of the data. And also, as you see, currently we pass for the default values nothing. So empty strings and price 0 and stuff like that. But this is not true. Our form, our course already exists. We already have data which we can propagate here. This means through the params I want to get my data. But here's again the thing. If I go to the edit route and hover over data, I get my data. But do I want to copy paste it? No, not really. Instead, I want to again infer the type right from the query. This means we can go back to our data access layer. So into the data folder, admin get course, and then we can create a new type. This means export type. This will be called admin course type, and this will be equal to awaited. Then we want to pass a generic return type. Again, we want to pass a generic, and this will be type of admin get course. This means the name of the function itself. And if I hover over this type, you will see that I get all of the correct types. Great. So I will copy the name, go back to the creation, or not to the creation, but to the edit course form. And inside of here, I want to first of all, again, create an interface. This means interface I app props. Then I want to get data, and this will be of type admin get course type. And as you see, I get 2 options, admin course type, admin course type. This isn't great, so I will rename it. Instead of admin course type, this will be admin course singular type. I think this will be a bit better. Or could we say admin course singular type. And then again, inside of here, I can get the admin course singular type imported from the data access layer. And then in the params, we can destructure. This will be of type I app props, and then we can get our data. Then for our default values, we can paste our real data. This means for the title, this will be equal to data.title. For the description, this will be equal to data.description. For the file key, this will be data.file key. For the price, data.price. For the duration, data.duration. For the level, not beginner, but data.level. For the category, this will be, who would have thought, data.category. For the status, this will be data.status. For the slug, this will be data.slug. And for the small description, data.small description. As you see, we get one error, and that's kinda annoying. What's the problem? It says type string is not assignable to type development, business, finance, so all of our categories. So what the error is trying to tell us is that data.category is a string, but our sort schemas file, or our sort schema itself, expects this category property, as you see, but this is not a normal string, but instead it's an array of different strings, so development, business, finance, and it says this random string is not assignable to this array. So how can we fix it? Because we know that the data category is the correct type. Well, we can say as course schema type. This is the sort schema itself. And then we can add an array, and we want to get the category. And this will remove this error, as you see. And this is already great. Nevertheless, there's still one problem, and this is the edit course, because we want to pass the ID. This means we can add a comma, and then this will be our data auth.id. Then do we want to update anything for the onSubmit function? This all looks good. No, this is great. I think the submit button, this will need a change because we currently say create course, but did we create a course? No, we added the course. This means instead of saying create course, I will just say, for example, update course. And then for the pending state, instead of saying creating, I will say updating. So this already looks good. We can also update our edit route because it currently throws one error. What's the problem? Well, the edit course form needs one property, the data property. So we can get data and this will be equal to our data. This error is gone and this means if we go back and do a hard refresh, oh my god, this is our form. It looks so beautiful. Title, slug, small description, big description. Where's my thumbnail URL? This is not good. This does not look good. What's the problem? Well, here's the thing. If we go back and open our uploader component, you will see that we get the value. The value is the file key itself. And we only set the key itself, but we want to also set the object URL. So we get this object URL, and since we have the value, we can also construct the URL. This means above the use state, we can use our useConstructURL hook. So this will be a constant, then this will be called file URL, and this will be equal to useConstructURL imported from the hooks folder, and then as an argument, we want to provide our value. As you see, we get an error. What's the problem? Type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So here's the thing. This value, as you know, is optional. That's why we want to say if we don't have any value, then we can use the or sign and just pass an empty string. And then for the object URL, this will be equal to the file URL. And this should already be it. This means if I go back, wow. Oh my god, we get the thumbnail image. Wow, I'm so proud of you guys. We have finished, we implemented the edit route. It looks beautiful, but of course we have to test it out. This means we have to see if it really works. This means instead of saying subscribe now, this will now be subscribe today, exclamation mark. Then I want to also generate the new slug. And if I click on update course, course updated successfully, we got redirected and it says subscribe today. So it really worked. And if I click on edit course, it should also update and it updated. Oh my god, it works. So as a next step, I want to continue with the course structure, and inside of there we will allow the user to create chapters and then also lessons. Chapters will pretty much function like categories, so chapter number 1, and then this chapter will have multiple lessons. Lesson number 1, lesson number 2, lesson number 3. And the thing is, we will also implement drag and drop functionality so that the user can reorder chapters and lessons. So for example, for now, chapter 1 is the first, and chapter 2 comes, then chapter 3. But now I want to reorder the structure, and chapter 3 should be the first chapter. Using this D&D, so using drag and drop, we will allow the user to reorder the structure easily. This means we want to first of all go back to the edit form or to the page.tsx, and currently we only have one tab's content, and this is for, as you see, this basic info. This means what we can do is literally just copy paste the tab's content. Instead of passing basic info for the value, this will instead be course structure. So we can copy the name, paste it, my god, copy it and paste it inside of here. For the card title, this will be course structure. So I will just copy it and paste it. And then for the card description, we can just say something like, here you can update your course structure. So this looks quite good. And then for the card content, do we want to render the edit course form? No, of course not, because if I go back, course form, course form, course form, course form. This isn't nice. So we can just delete it from here, and instead we want to create a new component. This means we can open the Explorer, go into this _components folder where we already have the edit course form, and we will create another component. And this will be the course structure .tsx file, or the component itself. So since this is a component, we can create an export function. This will be called course structure, and then we can just open it. Then inside of here, we can first of all create a dummy return statement with an h1 and hello world just to see that everything works. This means if we go back, we can get the course structure component from the components, and if we again go back, you see hello spelling mistake. Yeah, it's fine. Then we can go back to the course structure, and here's the thing. I will be honest with you, this section of this video will be a bit dry because we will write a lot of code and a lot of complicated code. I will be honest with you, it's not that easy, and this part is probably one of the hardest parts, or it is the hardest part of this whole video. It's quite complex. Nevertheless, I will try to break down everything so that you can also understand everything as I always do. So we want to first of all delete this return statement and we want to create a new one. Inside of here, as mentioned, I want to implement drag and drop functionality. Implementing drag and drop functionality is not easy. It's super hard, especially if you want to do it natively, because you can of course try to implement drag and drop functionality without using any external package. It's possible, but you will probably spend months implementing everything. That's why we will use dndkit in this video. So the website is just dndkit.com, and as you see, there's a new kit on the blog. Wow, so funny. So dndkit is a lightweight, performant, accessible drag and drop toolkit for React, and we want to use it to implement drag and drop functionality. So if we go to the documentation, you will find the sidebar. Here they give you a lot of information about dndkit. Again, it's lightweight, modular, performant, and most importantly, of course, accessible. Accessibility is always important. And I think, or from my experience, this is probably the best library on the market, both based on the feature set, but also based on the developer experience and how easy it is to implement. It's still not that easy to implement. It takes a lot of boilerplate code, but it's better than its alternatives. And we want to specifically use the sortable preset because we want to allow the user to sort specific fields. So we will, for example, allow the user to sort the lessons, but also the not categories, but the chapters. So we will pretty much have two containers which can be sorted. So this is even harder because we will have two sortable contexts with multiple sortable items. This is not that easy to implement, but we will do it in this video. So what we can do is first of all install dndkit. For that, we want to install the @dndkit/core package. We can copy the name, and then in our terminal, I will stop the dev server and run pnpm i@dndkit core. Then, since we want to specifically implement the sortable preset, we have to also install the sortable package. And also, what exactly does sortable mean? Well, the sortable preset provides the building blocks to build sortable interfaces. And since we want to create a sortable interface, we need this sortable preset. This means we can copy this package name and also install it. pnpm i dndkit sortable. Then we can restart the dev server again, and then it's time to get started. So how does the architecture look like? Well, we can scroll a bit to the bottom, and then we should find this beautiful section, architecture. So the sortable preset builds on top of the primitives exposed by the dndkit core package to help building sortable interfaces. So the sortable preset exposes two main concepts, sortable context and the useSortable hook. The sortable context provides information via context that is consumed in the useSortable hook. The useSortable hook is an abstraction that composes the useDroppable and useDraggable hooks. So these two hooks are primarily used when you use dndkit natively, so without this preset which is sortable. But sortable just abstracts these two hooks and also composes them into one hook, which is called useSortable. And as you see, we use the useSortable hook, and this is the item, and this is the droppable, and this is the draggable. So this is this composition. We have two things, but they are composed in one hook. And as you see also, each useSortable item has its own unique ID. So when we, for example, later on will display multiple lessons, each lesson will have an ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we will order the items using this ID. And then as you see here, they have a section on how to implement a single container. So at a high level, the application structure to implement a sortable list with single containers looks as follows. We first of all have the D&D context. Again, this will just create the state management. Then we have the sortable context. This is also needed, and here we provide all of our items. And right here you see we provide specifically the IDs, and then we render all of the individual sortable items using the use sortable hook. And each sortable item has its unique ID, which has to correspond to the items array, as you see here. And then when we, for example, restructure this whole layout, so we move this one item to the bottom, then this ID or these IDs or the whole arrangement will update, of course. Again, it can be a bit complicated at the start, but once we implement it, it won't be that hard anymore. It won't be that complicated anymore. So again, we want to first of all start with the D&D context provider. So in addition to the D&D context provider, the sortable preset requires its own context provider that contains the sorted array of the unique identifiers associated to each sortable item. So we can first of all get started with this example, which means we want to first of all implement the D&D context. Again, this is like your global context which handles all of the state management. So we can first of all get D&D context from D&D Kit core. We want to open it, and here we have to provide a few properties. And the first one is collision detection. And collision detection will be equal to rect, so RECT intersection. So rect intersection, and this is imported from @D&D Kit core. What is this? Good question. So here's the thing. How does this whole sorting thing work? Well, they use an algorithm, and to be specific, we use this algorithm, the rect intersection. If we hover over it, it says returns the rectangles that has the greatest intersection area with a given rectangle in an array of rectangles. Wow, this is complicated. So what does this mean? So this algorithm detects a collision when the rectangular bounding boxes, this means the corners of this rectangular box, of the draggable and droppable elements overlap. You can also use other collision algorithms. I tested out most of them, and this one worked the best. So for me, it was a lot of trial and error, and at the end, this one worked the best, and that's the reason why we will use it. Then we have also a few other properties which we have to define, but for now, we will just skip them. Inside of here, we want to render a card component imported from the components, and then we want to get the card header imported from the components. So in the card header, we will render a card title, and so we can get the card title. And for the card title, I want to say chapters. And if we save this and again go back, and as you see, we get an error. And this is a very weird error because it's kinda a lot of gibberish. So what's the problem? Well, D&D Kit itself requires or needs a JavaScript bundle. It creates interactivity. This means we have to mark this with the use, or the component with the use client directive. This means if we again go back, we should see something. And as you see, this is the card with the title chapters. But you know what? I want to render a border underneath this title. This means we can go to the card header itself, and we can give it a class name, which will be flex, which will be row, items, which will be center, to center everything in the middle vertically, then also justify between, because later on I want to render something, so a button next to the chapters, and I want to align the children to the most outer corner so that the card title is rendered on the left side and then the button itself on the right side. Then this should also be border of bottom to render the border at the bottom, and border. This is the color itself. So as you see, this is this little underline. If I go into light mode, I think you will see it a bit better. Yes, I know you don't see anything, you want dark mode, but here, this is this little line. So I will switch back into dark mode, and as a next step, we have to get the card content. So underneath the card header, we can get the card content. This is imported from the components. And you know what? Before I even continue, I want to first of all create a diagram to showcase the UI itself. So this is first of all our card. This is this card. And of course, we also have this chapter's title and then an underline. So I can just create this underline. Here's the thing. In this card, we will render another card, and this card will display the chapters. So we can say chapter, and this will be 1. Then we will create another underline underneath this, and in this card, we will render all of the lessons. This means I can get the text icon, and this will be lesson 1. And then I can just copy paste this, and this will be lesson 2, this will be lesson 3, and then lesson 4. And then we will have another chapter. So I can just copy all of this again, and then we can just copy paste it, so down below. And this will be chapter 2, for example. And then also again, lesson 1, 2, 3, 4. So as you see, we have one big card, and then in the card itself, we will have more, you could say, more smaller cards with the individual chapters and the individual lessons. And then in the card content, I want to continue by using the sortable context, because as they say, the sortable context provides information via context that is consumed by the use sortable hook, which is covered in greater detail in the next section. That's fine, we will come to that in a second. This means we can go back, and then in the card content, we want to get the sortable context imported from D&D-Kit sortable. Then we want to open this, and for the sortable context, we have to provide two key properties. First of all, the strategy. This means, do we want to sort our items horizontally or vertically? We want to sort them vertically. This means we want to use the vertical list sorting strategy. We can import it, and then we need to also provide items. So here's the thing. If we go back to the documentation, they have here a little use state example, a little demo example. We can just copy this use state example and paste it above the return statement. I can also import use state, and use state is imported from React. So these are our items, and as you see, ID1, ID2, ID3, and they are also arranged the right way. This means we will first of all display ID1, then ID2, then ID3. In the sortable context, we have to provide items. This means if we go back, as you see, we can just copy this example with the items property and paste it for the sortable context. So the sortable context needs an array of our items, which we now pass. Nevertheless, we still get one error. What's the problem? We are missing children. So we will just continue with the documentation itself. So it does not expose any callback props to know when a sortable, this means or a draggable item is being picked or moved over another sortable or droppable item. Use the callback props of D&D context. This means, for example, the D&D context provides us with the onDragAnd property, and this onDragAnd property is fires whenever we drop a sortable into a new or into its new place, when we restructure our whole items. This means we can copy this function handle drag and then we can go back and we want to paste it above the return statement. So function handle drag and then in the D&D context we can get the property on drag and this will be equal to handle drag and. So this looks good. Then we can continue with the documentation. So in order for the sortable context component to function properly, make sure that it's a descendant of a D&D context provider. That's fine. We already made sure of that. Then the next step is to already use the use sortable hook. So as outlined above, the use sortable hook combines both the use draggable and the use droppable hook to connect elements as both draggable sources and drop targets. So this here is a draggable, this is a droppable. This means we want to take a draggable and drop it into a droppable. So the next step is to create the individual sortable item. This means we can just copy this function, sortable item, and then we can again go back and paste it. For example, let's paste it above the handle drag and function. So this is the function sortable item. We get props, but we can leave them, why not? We want to then import use sortable. Use sortable is imported from D&D-Kit, and then we want to also import CSS. So here holds useful CSS related methods, and we have to also first of all import the CSS method. This is imported from D&D-Kit utilities. And also, if this confuses you right now, don't worry, I will explain everything in a second. Let's for now just do a bit of copy pasting. So we want to import CSS from D&D-Kit utilities. This means I can just paste it on top, and this should also work. So as you see, we don't get any any error anymore right here. And then we have our div, we pass a ref, style, attributes, and listeners. So what do we do right here? So I will try to explain this code using plain English because this here is a bit complicated. So first of all, as you see, we get the useSortable hook, and this is the core hook provided by D&D-Kit Sortable. It provides us with all of the necessary logic and properties to make the component itself sortable so that we can drag and drop it. As you see, this useSortable hook is called with a unique ID for the individual item, and it returns an object with several key properties that we need to attach to our component's DOM element, as you see here. So for example, we have the setNodeRef. So setNodeRef, style, attributes, listeners. The setNodeRef, this is a function that we pass as a ref to our DOM element that we want to make sortable. And this allows D&D-Kit internally to access the underlying DOM node to measure its position and size. Then we have these attributes which we spread. This is an object and this makes everything accessible, and that's why it's called attributes. Then we also have these listeners which we also spread. This means this is an object and it contains the event listeners on mouse down, on touch start, and other things. So this is required to detect and initiate the drag operation, and we spread the listeners onto the element so that everything is applied. And here we also, for example, get transform, and transform is an object that represents the element's current position. So is it position number 1, position number 2, number 3, whatever. And then we also have this transition, as you see here. So to summarize it quickly, this sortable item which we just created is a component, and it's a wrapper to make its children draggable. The items, they should be draggable. And the useSortable hook provides all of the very complex logic for this whole drag and drop operation, and the component's only job is to correctly apply the props and the styles returned by this hook. That's it. I know it looks confusing, it might sound confusing, but it's not that complicated. So what's the next step? We implemented this, we can update the transition and stuff like that. We won't do that, not right now. And the next step is to add sensors. So sensors are an abstraction to manage and listen to different input methods. So what exactly are sensors? So if you're not familiar with the concept, don't worry, I will explain it. So in D&D-Kit, sensors are an abstraction used to detect different types of input methods to initiate the drag and drop operations. And you know what? You can use multiple sensors. You can use one sensor which is specifically designed to handle mouse events. So when we drag with our mouse, then there's also, for example, the touch sensor, which is specifically used. So as you see, for example, keyboard sensor, but there's also a touch sensor, which specifically handles touch events. So when you use your finger on a phone. And then, for example, there's also the keyboard sensors, and they allow you to implement this drag and drop operation only by using the keyboard. So this means we want to set up our sensors, and we want to specifically define what sensors we want to use. This means we can just copy this code example, constant sensors. We can go back and paste it just underneath this function handle drag and. So use sensors, this is imported from D&D-Kit core. Use sensor, this is imported from D&D-Kit core. Pointer sensor, this is also imported from D&D-Kit core. Keyboard sensor, this is imported from D&D-Kit core. And then sortable keyboard coordinates, this is imported from D&D-Kit sortable. So again, sensors are there to literally just track the movement. And we have specific sensors for specific use cases. One is there for the mouse, the other one is there for the keyboard, the other is there for touch sensitive things and stuff like that. So with that, we just track at the end of the day how the user tries to drag our item. Then of course we can pass these sensors to our D&D context. So here we will get a sensors property, and this will be equal to sensors, so to the constant which we just created. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to right Here they say you can also update, for example, the distance and delay and stuff like that. We won't do that. The default is fine enough, so we can skip this section. And then the next step is to add the correct sorting strategy. So the supported use case of the sortable preset include vertical lists, horizontal lists, grids, and virtualized lists. Because of the wide variety of use cases supported, it would be difficult to write a single strategy to cover all of these different use cases. Instead, the sortable preset exposes a number of different strategies. And as you see, for our sortable context, we use the vertical list sorting strategy. And here they say this strategy is optimized for vertical lists and supports virtualized lists. Since we at the end of the day have a vertical list, that's also the reason why we use it. We don't have a horizontal list. We don't need this swapping strategy. Vertical list sorting strategy, this is the correct strategy for us. Then the next step is to add a collision detection algorithm. As you already know, we already implemented one. This is the rect intersection algorithm. So by default, the collision detection algorithm of D&D context is rectangle intersection algorithm. While the rectangle intersection strategy is well suited for many use cases, it can be unforgiving since it requires both the draggable and droppable bounding rectangles to come in direct contact and intersect. But in this case, this is fine, and that's also why I use this rectangle intersection algorithm, or in short, rect intersection. And the next step is to just connect all of the pieces. This means we can map over our items and then just display the individual sortable item for the individual item. This means we can go back into the sortable context. Inside of here, we want to map over our items. This means items.map as a param, or you know what, I will just copy paste this, why not? So we will copy paste this and paste it again inside of here. So items.map as a param, we get the ID, and then we render the sortable item component. We pass a key, since we have to do that when we use React, and also for the ID, we pass the ID, because again, if we go to the sortable item function component, if you want to call it like that, it needs the ID. The ID is required. And then if you scroll a bit more to the bottom, you will find the section. So I have scrolled quite a bit through that, but we already implemented the collision detection algorithm. We implemented the strategy. We don't need to implement everything again. We want to find this, or you want to go to this section. So finally, we need to set up the event handlers on the D&D context provider in order to update the order of the items on drag end. This means we want to use the handle drag end function. So I will just copy paste it again. I know we already copied it, but we will again copy it and paste it for this handle drag end function. So this is relatively interesting because we want to update our items. So first of all, we can go back to our state. We have the getter items. We want to also create the setter, set items. And then let's analyze this handle drag end function. What does it do? Why do we need it? Good question. So first of all, where do we call, or when do we call the handle drag end function? Well, if you go back to the return statement to the D&D context, the onDrag end property is set equal to the handle drag end function. So this means it will fire whenever we are finished with dragging our item. So when we reorder our structure. And we need this handle drag end function to update our state because we want to then rearrange our items. So this event itself, which we get through the params, fires when a user finishes dragging an item and drops it. The main job is to update our application state, as you see here, because we use the setItems setter, the function. So first of all, we destructure active and over from the event itself. Then we check if the item was dropped into a new position. This means if the new dropped ID is not equal to the old ID, then this means the arrangement has changed. If so, we then use the setter to update our state. We first of all find the old index, so this means the original index. So if the item before had an index of 1 and has been then dropped or sorted to be rendered a bit down below, so the new index is 3 and the old index is 1. This means it moved to two numbers, right? So this means we have the old index, the new index, and then using this array move function, we can then return the newly sorted arrays. So now it will say 1, 2, 3. So this array move function is imported from D&D-Kit sortable, and again, this function takes 3 events: the items array in general, the old index, and then the new index. It will then combine everything and it will move an array item to a different position. It then returns a new array with the item moved to its new position, and it won't break anything because it will return a new array. So this is what this function does, and it's very essential to use it. And you know what? Let's test it out. So if I go back, we see nothing. What's the problem? Well, it's quite simple. The sortable item returns absolutely nothing. And what we want to render, or we return something, the div, but for the div, the item itself, there's nothing. It's an empty div. This means we want to just return, for example, the props.id. This means if we again go back, we now see, and if I also do a hard refresh and go back to the core structure, 1, 2, 3. Maybe I can also zoom in a bit. So if I reorder this from 1, you see this is draggable. I can drag it and I can drop it into position number 2. Our whole array updated. I can then take the number 3, this item, and drag it and drop it right here. So this works beautifully. Wow. So we just implemented a very basic version of drag and drop. So we are finished with drag and drop, which means we can head over to the public facing dashboard, right? No. I mean, yes, drag and drop works, but we want to reorder our chapters and lessons. So before we create the real UI for that, we have to first of all update our schema, because currently there's no way to create a chapter and also no way to create lessons. This means underneath this enum, we can create a new model. This will be chapter, and as you all know, in a relational database, you have to provide a primary key. In this case, this will be the ID, which will be of type string at default UUID. Then what will a chapter have? It will have a title. This will be of type string. It will also have a position, and this will be of type int. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, position, what is that? Why do we need this position integer? Good question. So if we go back to the course structure, how do we order our items? We use this ID 1, 2, 3. This is the order. The problem is this UUID, it won't be like 1, 2, 3. No, the UUID will be something like gibberish dash gibberish dash gibberish. As you see, this won't work. We want numbers 1, 2, 3. And for that, we will create, or we will use this position. This means, for example, one chapter will have the position 1, then the next chapter, position 2, the next chapter, position 3, and so on. So we have to have a logical order, and we will create that using this position integer. Then I want to also create created at and updated at timestamps. So created at will be of type datetime at default now. And then also we want to create a updated at timestamp, and this will be of type datetime at updated at. So the chapter table model is finished, and then as a next step we can create a lesson model. So underneath this model we want to create a new model. This will be lesson. We can open it. Again, we want to create an ID. ID will be of type string at ID at default UUID. Then what fields, what columns will our lesson have? It will first of all have a title. This will be of type string. It will also have a description. It will be of type string, but this description will be optional. This means if we add this question mark at the end, we tell our database that this description is optional. Then we want to also get a thumbnail URL. So this will be like the image. This will be of type string, also optional, and then also a video URL, because at the end of the day, we will then showcase a lesson. A lesson will first of all then have a thumbnail, and then once the user clicks on play, we will display the video itself. And for that, we need the thumbnail and also the video URL. And this will be of type string, and then this will be optional. And also, you know what, thumbnail URL, video URL, do I want to really store URLs? I mean, it will be at the end a key, right? So maybe this should rather be called thumbnail key and then also video key. And then we want to also create the created at and updated at timestamps. This means we can just copy them from the chapter and paste them inside of here. So our two tables, our two models are created, they are finished. Nevertheless, we are missing relations. So first of all, let's start with the chapter. What relations will the chapter have? Well, let's for now forget the lesson. We have the course, and the course will have a relationship with the chapter. What relationship will this be? A one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, a many-to-many relationship? Well, let's go through the relationship types. A one-to-one relationship would mean that one chapter could only have one course, or in other words, one course could only have one chapter. That's not the case. One course can have many chapters. This means we want to create a one-to-many relationship. How do you create a one-to-many relationship in Prisma? You should all know it. We want to go into the course model. We want to go underneath the user ID, and then we can say chapter, this will be lowercase, will be equal to the chapter model. And we want to append an array symbol because we want to create a one-to-many relationship. If I click on Command S, it will auto-generate the relationship in theory, and yes, this worked nicely. The only problem is it made these fields, these columns, these properties optional. This means we can delete these question marks. We don't need them. So this is our first relationship. But we also have a relationship between the chapter and lesson. What relationship is this? One-to-one, one-to-many, or many-to-many? Well, it's a one-to-many relationship because each lesson has to be related to one chapter. But every chapter can have many lessons. 10 lessons, 20 lessons, I don't care. This means we can go underneath this course ID and then we can just say quite simply lesson, lowercase, will or lessons. This will be equal to the lesson model. We want to append array symbols, and if I click on Command S, then we will auto-generate the relationship. Of course, again, this shouldn't be optional, so we can delete the question marks in the lesson model. So in theory, this should be already it, which means we want to sync our remote database with our local database schema. This means we can open our terminal, stop the dev server, and then run pnpm dlx prisma db push. I almost forgot the command, my god. And yes, your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. This means we can restart our dev server and this is finished. So before we continue with our course structure, I want to first of all fix one problem which I have with my edit route. Because again, if we go back, we have two sections, the basic info section and the course structure. I want to first of all again fix one problem with the basic info structure or page. So here's the thing, if the user, or so we have a server action, as you know, this server action is a public endpoint. Even though we make sure that the user is verified or is authenticated and has an admin role, I want to still protect this server action. This means I want to implement Arcjet again. And thankfully, we already did it in the creation route, which means we can also do a bit of copy pasting. So I want to again implement the detect bot rule and also the fixed window rule. This means we can copy this constant AJ from the creation route, go back to the actions file, to the server action for the edit route, then we can paste it above. So we want to of course also import everything. Arcjet is imported from the lib folder. Detect bot, this is imported also from the lib folder, and fixed window is imported from the lib folder. So we implemented or we defined our rules, which means we can also now get a decision. So in the try statement above the result, we can create a constant decision, and this will be equal to await Arcjet, or not Arcjet, but aj.protect, and then as an argument, we want to pass our request. This means if we go back to the creation server action, we can just copy this code. So we can get the request, and this will be equal to this request function. We will paste it above the decision. We want to import request from arcjet/next, and then we want to create an if statement. As you know, right here we already created one. So if the decision is denied and if the reason is rate limit, then we will return this error message, and if it's a different error, then we will return this error message. This means we can just copy this and paste it underneath our decision. So As you see, we get still one error. What's the problem? We have to pass the request as an argument, and also we have to pass our fingerprint. In this case, this will be the user ID. This means fingerprint will be equal to the user.user.id. This means we identify the request, or we identify and we track the request using the user ID. So this optimization is also finished, and we can continue with our course structure. So first of all, I want to get my data. This means we can create an interface. This will be called IApp props, and inside of here we want to get data. What type will data have? Well, if we go back to the page.tsx, or if we go to the edit course form, then you will see that we get our data and we pass the type admin course singular type. This means we can just copy this and paste it inside of here. So admin course singular type. If you forgot about this type, don't worry. In our data access layer where we fetch our data, we inferred the type. So if I find it quickly, what was it? Get course. Yes, we infer the type as you see, and we pass it right here. This means in our params, we can destructure them, and this will be of type IApp props. And then where we destructured, we can get our data. If we go back to the page.tsx, we get one error, and that's because we have to provide the data. So data will be equal to data. This means if we go back to the course structure, we can use our data. So what's the next step? Well, as the next step, I have to first of all again update my query, because our data currently only gets the course basic info, but we don't get our chapters and we also don't get our lessons. This means we can open the Explorer, go back into our data access layer and go into the admin get course file. Then inside of here, we want to update our select statement. Again, I want to get the chapters and I want to also get the related lessons. This means we can go underneath the category, then we can get the chapter, we can open it. We want to select a few properties from the chapter model, and this will be the ID, so this will be true, and also the title, so true, and of course the position, and we can set this to true. Then we can also get the lessons. This means underneath the position we will get lessons. We can open this. We want to again create a select statement, and then we want to get an ID. This will be true. Then of course the title, then the description, of course also the thumbnail key. Then we want to also get the position, and where is my position? Why don't I get it? Did I forget to add it in my schema? So title, description, I forgot the position, my god. So for the lesson, we have to also of course add a position, because we will have to order our result. This means underneath the video key, we can get a position, and this will be of type int. Then of course, we want to again sync our database. This means in the terminal, we can run pnpm dlx prisma db push. This will sync our database, and in theory everything should be successful in a second. Yes, everything worked. We can restart our dev server, and then we can continue with this query. So we get our thumbnail key, and then we want to also get the position, and then also the video key, and this should be it. I think so, yes. Then we have the if statement, return data. Yeah, this all looks good. We can again close this, and we can continue with the course structure. So here's the thing. Currently for my array, I pass this default value. Of course, this is not what we want to pass. We want to pass our data. This means what we will do is go above this constant items, and we will create a constant. This will be called initial items, and this will be equal to data.chapter.map, since we will have multiple chapters. Then as a param, we can get the singular chapter, the iterator, and then we want to just return it and open an object. Inside of here, I want to restructure my items, because currently the data structure is fine, but it's not that easy to work with it. That's why I want to restructure everything. So first of all, we will have an ID. This will be this will be equal to the chapter.id. Then we will have the title. This will be equal to the chapter.title. Then also the order itself, and this will be the chapter.position. Then we will also have an isOpen boolean. So later on we will have like this collapsible element, and for that we need this state or this property, and this will be as a default true. This means as a default the chapter will be open, this collapsible item. We can also create a comment and say default chapters to open. Yeah, I think this is fine. Then we can also get our lessons, and we want to again, first of all, map over our lessons. This means we can get the chapter.lessons.map as a param. We can get the singular lesson. We want to return it, open an object, and then inside of here, we will have an ID. This will be of or equal to the lesson.id. Then also the title itself. This will be equal to the lesson.title, and then also the order, and the order will be equal to the lesson.position. This should already be it. We get our lesson initial items, but here's the thing, this could be undefined. What I mean by that is we could have no chapters, because when we create our initial course, it's empty. This means we don't have any chapters and we don't have any lessons. This means if this is not defined, we can create an OR symbol, so OR, and then this will just be an empty array. And then instead of passing these initial values, we can just delete them, or this array, and we can paste instead the initial items array, which we just configured, or in other words, created. So this is finished. We can first of all collapse the initial items. We are finished with the useState. We will continue with the sortable item in a second, so with this function. First of all, the sensors, are they configured correctly? Pointer sensor, keyboard sensor. Yes, this looks good. So this is also finished. So I think we want to first of all continue with the general UI, so with this one. So currently we pass our sortable context, and then we already map over our items. That's not what I want to do. This means I can delete this mapping first of all, and inside of here I want to map over my items. This means we will get our state, here items, and I want to map over these items. This means we can get the items.map as a param, we will get an item, and then we can just return this. Inside of here we want to pass the sortable item, or we want to render the sortable item. So we can get the sortable item, and then we can open this. This won't be self-closing, this will just be a standard component. And here's the thing, currently we get an error and it says missing key. No problem, let's pass a key, and the key will be equal to our item.id. So this error is gone. But you know what, before we continue with the UI, I want to first of all update the sortable item itself, because currently it's a bit broken. I want to render a lot of things and it should look nice. So this means we can again go back to the sortable item function. We can again expand it, and as you see, first of all, our props throw an error. That's because the type is currently just any. This means what we will do instead is create a new interface so that we know what we get here. This means above our export function, we can create a new interface, and this will be called sortable item props. We can open it, and inside of here we will first of all get an ID. This will be of type string. Then we want to also get children, because here's the thing, you can render the sortable item as a self-closing component. That's what we did a second ago. But what I want to do is render children in the sortable item. This means we will open this, and inside of here render a lot of content. That's why I need to get children in the params. So in the interface we will get children, and this will be a standard arrow function, and it will return React node. So React node is imported from React because this is the type for children, and as a param we can also get listeners, and this will be of type draggable synthetic listeners. What a hard word. So we can import this from D&D Kit core. Again, draggable synthetic listeners. God, what a word. Then we want to also get the class name property. This will be optional and of type string. This means a user can style the sortable item dynamically, but he does not have to do it, or we don't have to do it as developers. This will be of type string, and then also we want to get data. This will be optional, and it will be an object. And inside of here, we will get two things. First of all, a type, because we can either drag a chapter or we can drag a lesson, and we have to know that. This means this will be either a chapter or we can get a vertical line. It will be a lesson. And here's the thing, if this currently confuses you, don't worry. I know right now it's a bit hard to understand everything, but once we write a bit more code, it will become clearer, or the picture will become clearer. And then we want to also get the chapter ID. This will be optional and of type string. We can also create a comment to not get confused. This is only relevant for lessons. This means when we drag over a lesson, or when we take a lesson and drag with it, then we will need the chapter ID, because we have to then know where to place it. If we only drag a standard chapter, then the chapter ID is not important. We can again go back to our sortable item, Where is it? And then we can delete the props. Instead, we will destructure this. This will be of type sortable item props. And then where we destructured, we can get the children, we can get the ID, of course, also the class name, and then also the data. As you see, we get one error for our use sortable hook, and that's because the ID does not exist. Props.id is not something that we have. So ID will be equal to ID, and then also we can get data, and data will be equal to data. Then we can continue. So the use sortable hook seems finished right now. The style is also finished, and for the div we pass a ref, set node ref, yes, that's fine. For the style, yes, that's fine. We spread our attributes, we spread over our listeners. This is not quite what I want to do. Instead, we will delete this spreading of the listeners, and we will do it as a child. I will show it to you in a second. For now, we can first of all add a class name, then we can use the cn helper function imported from the lib folder. And as a default style, this will be touch-none. And then also we can add a comma and then pass our class name so that the user can then also dynamically style the sortable item. Here's also the thing, in our use sortable hook where we destructured, we can also get the isDragging boolean. And this isDragging boolean will be set to true if we take an item and just drag with it. Then this will be true. And I want to use this boolean to update my class name. So we can add another comma and then say if isDragging is true, so we can create a ternary. Then we want to say Z10. This means we want to overlay the item. And if this is not true, then this will just be nothing, an empty string. Then for the value itself, instead of rendering props.id, we want to get our children, we want to invoke our children and pass as an argument our listeners. This means this is finished, the sortable item. Do we get any errors here? No, I don't think so. This means we can collapse the sortable item, and then we can continue right here with our general UI. And as you see, the sortable item throws an error and it says we are missing the following properties from the sortable item props, and this is the ID and then also children. So the ID will be equal to our item.id. Then we can also pass a data prop, and here we have to define what type this is. So we can add another object and then we can get the type itself. So what is this sortable item? Well, this sortable item will display the chapter. This means type will be equal to chapter, not lesson. We will render the lesson after we defined this chapter. So this is finished, which means we can open the sortable item, and inside of here we have to pass children. And inside of here I want to create a standard callback function. This means inside of here, we want to get as a param the listeners, so listeners, and then we want to just return it. Don't open a standard function or object, just return this. And inside of here, we can get the card component. It's already imported. Then in the card, we can get the collapsible component from the components. And what is this collapsible component? Very good question. We can head over to shared CN UI, and then we can search for collapsible. As you see, this is collapsible, and this state is currently collapsed, and if I click on this, then it will expand, as you see. So this is what we want to do. I can show it to you with a little diagram again. So this is our card. I can zoom in a bit. Here we will have chapter 1 as an example. So this is the title. Then we will also have a little icon here. So I will say icon, and if the user clicks on the icon, then we will collapse literally everything inside of here. So we won't display any lessons. So I can just create a little line here. But if the user again clicks on the button, then we will expand everything, and then we will again display lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, blah, blah, blah. So this is this collapsible component. It allows us to collapse and then also expand content. So this collapsible component expects two key properties. First of all, the open state, and open will be equal to item.isOpen, because again, as a default, we set our item. So if I open it, as a default, it's open, the chapter, but we can also toggle it and then set it to, I guess, false. This means that it will be closed. And we want to also, of course, get the onOpen change property, and this will fire whenever the user clicks on the button. Here's the thing, we want to update our state. This means what we also have to do is create a new function, a new toggle chapter function. So we can go above the return, above these sensors, and then we can create a function which will be called toggle chapter, and then we can just open this function. As a param, we want to get the chapter ID, and this will be of type string because we want to specifically know what chapter the user wants to collapse, because we will have multiple chapters and we don't want to collapse any chapter but a specific one. This means we can get our set items function or setter, then we want to invoke it, and inside of here we want to say items.map. As a param, we will get the individual chapter, and we want to check if the chapter iterator is the same as the chapter ID which we pass. So if the chapter.id is equal to the chapter ID which we pass through the params, then we can use a ternary, create an object, then map or spread our chapter properties, add a comma, and then set is open to the opposite value of is open right now. So this means it will be equal to !chapter.isOpen. As you see, we get also one error, and that's because we are also missing the colon. And if the chapter ID is not the same as the chapter ID which we pass, then we will just return the chapter. So what did we just do right here? I know this kinda looks a bit confusing. So again, we update our state with the set items setter. Inside of here, we map over our items, over our chapters, because we have multiple chapters. We try to find the specific chapter ID which matches the chapter ID which we provide. If this is true, this means if we find the correct chapter, then we will first of all spread all of our old properties like the title, order, ID. We don't want to update that. We want to only update isOpen, and isOpen will be equal to the opposite value of isOpen. So if this currently is true, then we will set it to false. If it's currently set to false, then we will set it to true. Then we can use this toggle chapter function. We can scroll to the top, or to the bottom, not to the top. And inside of here, we can create an inline callback function, and this will be equal to toggle chapter. And then as an argument, we want to provide the item.id. So this is finished. And then in this collapsible component, we can render a div. So for the div, we can give it a class name, and this will be flex items, which will be center, then justify, which will be between, padding 3, and then border bottom, and also border. So what is this div element? Why do we create one? Well, this will be a wrapper div, and we will use it because on the left side we will render the title, and then also like this little draggable button which shows like a little grip button, and then on the right side, or not button but icon, and then on the right side we want to render another button to delete the chapter. That's why we have this justify between and the border bottom, because we want to have a nice border. So again, if we look at this diagram which I closed, so as you see, we will have a title, then we have this border, then we have this button on the right side to delete the chapter and stuff like that. So that's why we have this div element. Then inside of here we want to create another div element, and this will house the button and then also the content itself, so the title in this case. This means we can also give it a class name, and this will be then flex items, which will be center, and also gap 2. Inside of here, we want to get a standard button, not a button component, but a standard button. And then for the button, I want to render the grip vertical icon. So the grip vertical icon is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and of course we want to also style it and give it a class name, which will be size 4. Then for the button, we can also style it. So the class we can give it a class name. This will be cursor grab. So we will change this. How do you call it? The cursor? Yeah. So instead of having this cursor, it will be like this hand which tries to grab something. Then also we want to add an opacity, which will be 60. This means 60%. And then on hover, we want to say opacity 100. So the full opacity. And then we want to also spread the listeners for the button. This means we can open an object inside of here and then spread the listeners. So this in theory should already display something, which means if we again go back and do a hard refresh, will we see something? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. And as you see, we don't see anything. What's the problem? Well, the problem is quite simple. We don't have any chapters, we don't have any items, which means we also don't display anything. So what we can do is open again Prisma Studio. I will stop my dev server, and then inside of here I will run pnpm dealx Prisma Studio. Then inside of here I want to create a new chapter, so I can go into the chapter. I can also collapse collapse this, then we want to add a new record. Then for the title, this will be chapter number 1. For the position, this will just be 1. Then for the created add timestamp and updated add timestamp, we don't have to add anything. Then for the course, I want to select my only course. I have only created one, so I can select this one. And then for the lessons, we currently don't have any, so we can just save the change. Then we want to also create a new lesson, so we can go into the lesson model and we want to create a new record. For the title, this will be lesson number 1. Then for the description, some gibberish. Then for the thumbnail key and file key or video key, I will leave it empty. For the position, this will be 1. For the created add and updated add timestamps, we don't have to add anything. And then for the chapter, we can relate it to the chapter which we just created. So I can select this and then save one change. So in theory, we should now have one chapter and one lesson, and this chapter should also be directly related to this one course. This means we can restart our dev server again, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh, in theory, I should also get something. And yeah, you see absolutely, well, what do I mean? You see something, right? And you know what? I can even drag this card. Wow, this is fancy. So we can continue, we can again go back, and we want to also display this collapsible trigger. So to collapse everything, even though there's nothing to collapse right now. This means underneath the button, but still in this div, we want to get the collapsible trigger component. From the components, we can open it, and inside of here, we want to render a button element. We want to also give the collapsible trigger an asChild property, and then for the button, you know what, I want to render an icon. But here's the thing, if our collapsible content is open, then the icon should be a chevron down icon. If the item or if this content is not collapsed, then I want to showcase a chevron right icon. This means we want to create a ternary. If item.isOpen is true, then we can get the question mark and return the chevron down icon imported from Lucid React. For the class name, this will be size4. And if this is not true, we can get a colon and then instead return the chevron right icon imported from Lucid React. And for the class name, this will also be size4. So then we can also style the button itself. And for the class name, this will be flex and items center. So if we again go back, we should see something. And yes, this is this collapsible button. If I let me also zoom in a bit. And as you see, if I click on this icon, it changes to the chevron down icon, and if I again click on it, it changes to the chevron right icon. This means we can again go back, and as a next step, I want to also render the title. This means underneath the collapsible trigger, we can get a p tag. Inside of here, we want to get the item.title. This means the chapter title, and then we can also add a class name, which will be cursor, pointer, hover, and this will be text primary. This means this orange color. And if we go back, you will see this. So again, this is our toggle, this is our collapsible trigger, and then this is our text, the title of the chapter. On the right side, I want to then also render a button to delete the chapter, but for now we will just skip this. And you know, now where I look at the code, would it maybe make sense to render the button components instead of the standard button element? I think so. So we can go back to the collapsible trigger. Instead of rendering this button element, we will get the button component. Then we want to add a size, which will be icon, and also a variant, which will just be ghost. We can do the same thing for this button with the grip vertical icon. Again, we can get the button component, and then for the variant, this will also be ghost, and for the size, this will be icon. We can then also delete the class name. We won't need it anymore. And if I hover over it, yeah, this looks quite nice. So we can leave it as this. And if I zoom out, yeah, I think this is finished. You know what? Is the padding, the gap too big? I don't know. I think this text needs a bit more margin to the left. This means we can say padding left of 2. Will this look a bit better? Yeah, I think this is a bit more proportional as you see. And you know what? You could also change the variant. I will check later on. For now, this is fine enough. Maybe I will change it later on. I'm not sure. As mentioned on the right side, I will also render another button. This means we can go underneath the p tag, underneath the div, but we want to stay in the main div, and we want to again get the button component, and inside of here we can just render a delete X, or is it called X icon? Yeah, I think X icon, or no, trash 2 icon. Yes, this is imported from Lucid React. For the class name, this will be size 4, and then for the button we can also give it a size, which will be icon, and for the variant this will be maybe outline. How does this look? Yeah, outline for now is fine enough. I will probably change it later on. I don't know. Then we want to also render the collapsible content, because currently there is no content. This means we can go back, we can go underneath this div, but we want to stay in the collapsible component itself, and we want to get the collapsible content component. This is imported from the components, we can open it, and inside of here we want to render a standard div first of all. We want to give the div a class name, which will be padding 1, and inside of here we want to again first of all render a new sortable context, because there are two ways to sort our items. First of all, we can sort the chapters, but we can also sort the items. That's why we need a second sortable context. So we can get a sortable context, this is already imported, and as you all know, it needs two key properties. First of all, the items, and this will be equal to our item.lessons.map. As a param, we can get the singular lesson, and then we want to return the lesson.id. So this already looks way better. And then we have to also pass the strategy, and this will be our vertical list sorting strategy, because we want to sort our items vertically. Then in the sortable context, we want to map over our items. This means we can get our item.lessons.map as an item or as a param. We will get the lesson, and then we can just return it. Inside of here, we have to first of all again get the sortable item component. This isn't self-closing, this is a standard component, and as you see, it complains. That's because we have to pass a key. This is always important when you map over properties over items. Then for the key, this will be equal to the lesson.id, because the ID is unique. Then we can also pass an ID, and the ID will be equal to lesson.id. Then we want to also pass data, and data we want to the structured and pass the type. The type will be equal to lesson, because this is a lesson, and also we want to pass the chapter ID, because again, the chapter ID is only needed if we use it or if we use lessons. When we reorder lessons, we need the chapter ID. This means for the chapter ID, this will be equal to the item.id, because the item is the chapter, and then the lesson, this is the individual lesson. So in the sortable item itself, we want to render children, and for that we first of all have to get the lesson listeners. This means this is again, we can as a param get the lesson listeners, and then we can just return it. The code itself will be quite similar to the code above. This means we want to again render a div element. For the div, we can give it a class name. This will be flex items center. Then also justify between to put the children to the most outer corner. Padding to hover, which will be BG accent. This is like the secondary color. And then also rounded, which will be SM. Then inside of here, we want to create another div element, and that's because we want to again create the same structure. On the left side, we will have this drag button, then an icon, or yeah, I think an icon will work quite good, and then also the lesson title. And then on the right side, we will again have a delete button. This means we want to create a new div element, so div, and then inside of here we can first of all give it a class name. This will be flex items center, and then gap 2. And for the children, we want to get a button, and again we can use the button component, why not? And then for the button we want to give it a variant, which will be ghost, and for the size this will be icon. And inside of here we want to again get the grip vertical icon. This is self-closing, we want to give it a class name, and this will be size 4. Our button has to also get this or these lesson listeners. This means we can again spread the lesson listeners. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, lesson listeners, what even is this? I mean, we spread it into our button, but what do we really do? Well, this lesson listeners is an object, and when we spread the lesson listeners, we apply the necessary, how would you call it, handlers. This means like the on pointer down and on key down. So this is there to then detect and manage the drag and drop interaction. And we apply it specifically to the button because the button is how would you call it, like the element which is there to specifically then drag the items, because we don't want to allow a user to drag an item if he clicks on the title. No, only if the user clicks on this specific button. Then this should be it. After the button, we can get a little icon. This will be the file text icon imported from Lucid React, and then we can give it a class name, which will be size4. How does this already look? We don't see anything. That's because our items are collapsed, or our content. This means if we click on this collapsible trigger button thingy, then our items will be here again. And as you see, this is the icon. We can then also continue. After the file text icon, I want you also render the title. Here's the thing. If the user clicks on the title, we will redirect the user to then edit the specific course structure item, if this makes sense, to edit the specific lesson. That's what I wanted to say. This means we can get the link component from next/link, and inside of here we want to get the lesson.title, and then we can give the link an href, and this will be equal to upticks, because inside of here we will also pass the dynamic course ID. This means for the href, again upticks, and then we want to say /admin/courses/the course ID. This means data.id, then slash the individual item ID, so the category ID in this case, so dynamic value item.id, and then also slash the lesson ID. So this means again a dynamic value, and this will be the lesson.id. So the full href will be /admin/courses/data ID. This is the course ID, /item ID. This is the category ID, /lesson ID, which is the lesson ID. And then we pass the lesson title. This is fine. Do we need to style it? I don't think so. This means if we go back, you will see lesson number 1. On the right side, we want to again display a button. This means we can go underneath this div, but we want to stay in this big div. And then we want to get a button. And for the button, again, we can give it first of all a variant. This will be, for example, outline. For the size, this will be icon. And then inside of here, we can get the delete icon from Lucid React. And as you see, yeah, delete icon isn't that nice. I think the trash to icon will work a bit better. And then for the class name, this will be size4. And yeah, this is way better. And then also underneath this sortable context, or underneath this section, so if I get my line, as you see, this is our sortable context. And the thing is, here I want to render a button which says create a new lesson or something like that. This means we can go back, we want to go underneath the sortable context, but we want to stay in this div. We want to create a new div, and inside of here we can use the button component, and then we can just say new lesson or create new lesson. As you see, this button does not take the whole width, and I don't know, it does not look that nice. This means we can give this div first of all a class name, which will be padding2, and then for the button we can give it a variant, and the variant will be outline. I think outline should look quite nice. This is quite appealing. The only problem is it does not take the whole width, so we can give the button also a class name, which will be width full. And what do you think? Does it look beautiful or does it look beautiful? It looks very beautiful. We can drag and drop. Yes, it's still buggy. That's because our onDragEnd function is still not implemented, and that's why this is kind of buggy. I mean, the chapter is not buggy, but the lesson drag and drop is quite buggy. Don't worry, we will fix it. Nevertheless, I have one problem currently. If I copy this URL and open it in a new incognito tab, I get redirected. That's very cool. But if I go into the dashboard, copy the URL, and again paste it into my incognito tab, I see this. This shouldn't happen. Only authenticated users and only admins should be able to see this route. Even though I don't fetch any data, and even though this is dummy data, I still don't want to give a fake user at the end of the day the ability to view this data. And I don't mean a fake user, but a non-authenticated user. So here's the thing. How can we make sure that only authenticated users and also admins see this page? We could, for example, open the page.tsx. This is one idea. So right here, page.tsx, my God, where is it? I can open it in a course structure, why not? So app folder, admin, page.tsx. And we could just go inside of here and say constant data or constant session equals to await require admin. Then we could get the user session and check if the user is an admin. Yes, this works. And also this is a server component, so this is all fine. We can do that. But what's the problem? Well, currently this is all fake data. What I mean by that is we don't fetch any data for the section cards, for the chart area interactive, and also for this data table. We don't fetch any data. So this means when we will later on deploy our application, this data or this page for now, later on we will fetch data, but right now it would be a static route because again, no data is fetched. Next.js will see that. Next.js is smart and it will opt this route into static rendering. This means it will be pre-generated at build time or pre-rendered at build time. If we get our user session inside of here, it will go through the session or through the server. This means this page will be opted into dynamic rendering. We don't want that. So we need some sort of other solution. And thankfully there is a great solution, and the solution is called middleware. What is middleware? Middleware allows you to run code before a request is completed. Then based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, modifying the request or response headers, or responding directly. So how will everything work? Well, we will have a request. So you as a client make a request to our website, in this case kinda to our server, right? So you make a request, and before the request hits the server, middleware will intercept the request. It's like a layer in front of our server. It will intercept the request and it will check, does the user have a valid session? Is the user an admin? If not, then middleware will respond and will say, hey, I will redirect you to /login or /notadmin, whatever. Middleware will just respond in some sort of way. If the request is fine, this means, or in other words, if the user session is fine and stuff like that, then the request will just be forwarded to the server, and then the server will forward the request to the database. We will get all of our data and then return the response. This is great, but you know what? Sorry for that. The problem with middleware is you can create a matcher, and then in the matcher you specifically define in which routes middleware should not run. So for example, our index page, so I can go to localhost 3000, this is a public route. This means even if a user is not authenticated, the user should still be able to view this data or this page. The same thing is also true for courses and then the individual page for the courses. These are public routes. And this means in our matcher we will say, hey, this route is a public route, this route is a public route. But what is if we accidentally also add our admin index page? Then this layer of defense will pretty much not work, and our fake user in this case will, or not fake user, but our malicious user will still be able to view our page. Now we can't really stop this. This is as it is. You shouldn't forget it, but it can happen. That's why we also use the data access layer, because our middleware is like the first line of defense. In case a user forgets to add a specific path to middleware, then we will still have our data access layer. Because here's the thing. We still have our client. A client or our client makes a request to our server. Middleware will still intercept our request. But in this case, let's say middleware won't work because we forgot to add the specific path. Or middleware, for example, recently had a vulnerability. I can also open the page, why not? So Next.js middleware vulnerability. We can just open it. What do we want to open? Which link? I think this one. So security alert, how attackers can bypass Next.js middleware with a single HTTP header. So middleware Next.js allows you to run code before a request is completed. Yes, we know that already. The attack exploits the X middleware sub-request header, an internal implementation detail that was never meant to be exposed to users. By supplying a specific value to this header, easily inferred from the target application structure, attackers can completely bypass Next.js's middleware execution. Now this bug has been fixed, middleware is again safe. But let's just imagine that your application would have been created 3 months ago. An attacker could just bypass your middleware. This is the reason why we also created this data access layer. Because in case our middleware gets in case our middleware just does not work because some sort of user passes this X or passed this X request header, then our data access layer would still function because The request will first of all hit the server, that's fine, but before we retrieve our data access layer will again check if the user has the correct authorization status. So if the user is a real user and has or is an admin and stuff like that. That's why in this application we will implement middleware and the data access layer. We already implemented the data access layer, but now we want to also implement middleware. At the end of the day, this will be multi-layered security, because you don't want to have one line of defense. No, the more lines of defense you have, the better. In case this one breaks, we still have the data access layer. In case the data access layer breaks, we still have middleware. And the nice thing with middleware is that it also preserves static rendering. Because again, our index page, so the admin index page, currently does not render or does not fetch any data. This means our data access layer won't even be in effect because we won't fetch any data, which means it won't really exist. We won't have this line of defense. And again, we could of course fetch the user session in the page, but then we would opt the route into dynamic rendering. And with middleware, we will preserve static rendering. And yeah, that's what I wanted to explain to you guys. That's the reason why we implemented the data access layer and why we will now also implement middleware. So what we can do is go back to Better-Auth, then we can head over to the documentation. We want to scroll to the bottom. Then we want to go to, what was it, integrations or guides? Sometimes this documentation is a bit confusing. So it's integrations, and then we want to go to Next.js. So here they again talk about the integration, how to create an API route and stuff like that. We already did all of this annoying stuff, and we want to scroll a bit further. So on the right side, we want to go to middleware, and here they say, in Next.js middleware, it's recommended to only check for the existence of a session cookie to handle redirection, to avoid blocking requests by making API or database calls. You can use the get session cookie helper from Better-Auth for this purpose. So here's the thing. For now, we will only check if the user has a valid session. We will later on also check if the user is an admin and stuff like that, but this will take a bit of time because there's a lot of things that I have to explain for that. So for now, we will just check if the user has a valid session. So we can just copy this code example, which they provide here. So the get session cookie function does not automatically reference the auth config specified in auth OTP. Therefore, if you customize the cookie name or prefix, you have to do a lot of other things. But we did not customize anything. Everything is set as the default, which means we can just copy this code example. We can then go back, open the Explorer, and we want to create a new middleware file. This means middleware.ts, and then we can paste this code example. So here's the thing. Here we define the middleware itself. Then we use this get session cookie helper function provided by Better-Auth to check if the user has a valid session. If not, if there's no session cookie, then we just redirect the user back to the index page. We can also redirect the user to the login route, for example. It does not really matter. Let's just redirect the user to the login route. Why not? And then we also have this matcher. So export constant config matcher. And here you specify the routes the middleware applies to. So we want to apply the middleware to our admin route. This means instead of saying /dashboard, we want to say /admin. But this brings one huge problem, because this will only run on this admin index page. So we can save this right now. We can go back. We can just copy this index page. Let's do a hard refresh. Then we can copy this URL, open it in a new incognito tab, and in theory, everything should be protected. Yes, this works nicely. But if I go, for example, to the creation route. So in the creation route, we don't fetch any data. So again, inside of here, our data access layer does not check anything, which means this is currently unprotected. But in theory, we have middleware, right? Yeah, kinda. I mean, if I copy this URL and again open it in a new incognito tab, I will see the data. But wait, Jan, we just defined middleware, right? Yes, but this again only applies to the index page. This means what you want to do is say /admin, then /path star. This will then apply to all admin routes. This means if I save this again and do a hard refresh in this incognito tab, I will get redirected. This means our whole admin page, our whole admin dashboard is completely protected with middleware. And again, middleware is now applied on the page level itself. It protects the pages individually, and the data access layer protects our data. Double layered security. Very cool. So before we continue with our drag and drop thingy for our course structure, so this here, I want you first of all push the code into a GitHub repo. So we want to store the code in GitHub, which means we can go to github.com/new and we want to create a new GitHub repository. For the name, this will be Marshall-LMS. At least in my case. Then for the, how would you call it, visibility, this will be a private repo and I don't want to do anything else. And then I can create the repository. The next step is to connect our code base, or in other words, to push our code into this remote GitHub repo. This means we can go back. We want to open the terminal, we want to stop our dev server, and then run git init. This will reinitialize the existing Git repository. And then the next step is to say git add everything with a dot. This will then just add all of our files. And then we want to also create a commit message. So git commit -m, and for the message, this will be, I will call it version 1. And then I can click on enter. As you see, all of these files have been committed. And then the next step is to also add our remote origin, or we want to first of all add a new branch. So we can go back to this quick start guide, and then we want to copy git branch -m main. So this will create a new branch and the name will be main. Then we want to also add a remote origin. So we can copy this, paste it inside of here. This will add the remote origin. And then we want to push our code into the main branch. This means we can copy this and paste it inside of here. This will take all of our committed files and push it into the remote URL, or it will push it into the remote repo. So if I do again a hard refresh, I should get all of my files, and yes, this looks absolutely beautiful. So version 1, and then initial commit from create next app. So this worked exactly as expected. So here are a few things I want to mention. First of all, if you bought access to this GitHub repository, then thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting this channel, and thank you for supporting me, Jan Marshall. I appreciate it very, very much. If you are a customer, if you bought access to this GitHub repository, and if you have questions or problems, then email me. I read emails from customers and I also respond instantly if you are a customer again. Then secondly, this video will now finish. Stop. Why is that? Here's the thing. Next.js has not Next.js, my God. YouTube has a time limit, 12 hours. I know YouTube or some people upload videos which are 20 hours long, 30 hours long. I tried it. It never worked. I contacted support. They said, hey Jan, officially we only allow 12 hours. That's it, not anymore. So I'm not sure how these people upload such long videos. I would love to do the same thing, but it does not work. I tried it once, it never worked. So that's why I will have to create a second part. But don't worry, this second part will also be free. It will also be uploaded to the main YouTube channel, Jan Marshall. You don't have to sign up for it, you don't have to pay for the video, no. It will be a normal free video. The GitHub repo access is paid, yes. But the video itself is completely free and it will come out in about 3 to 4 days. Again, on this channel, Jan Marshall. Also, for everybody who bought GitHub or who bought access to this GitHub repository. Here on the right side you see the commits. Currently there are 2 commits. Later on I will create another commit, version 2. Once version 2 or once the second part comes out, the YouTube video. For now this will only be version 1, but once the second YouTube video comes out, you will also see version 2 here. That's because we will rewrite a lot of things in version 2, and if you want to reference all of the code from this part 1, then you can just go here, click on version 1, and then you can access the whole code. So you can say somewhere, where was it, browse files. So then you will see all of the code exactly when we push the code into this repo. And also, before I let you go off, I want to say thank you everybody for supporting this channel. It's actually the 2-year anniversary of this YouTube channel. Yes, 2 years, quite some time. And yeah, enjoy your day, and I hope I see you in part 2. So, bye bye.